Eternal Reverence Chapter 475 to Chapter 539. After following the Perception Hall Elder, Li Fuchen arrived at the inner sect. When flying past a short mountain, Li Fuchen could see the battleship at a close distance. Seeing that Li Fuchen was sizing up the battleship curiously, the Perception Hall Elder introduced, "This is a Class 7 low-tier battleship. It can contest with low-level primary Sea Realm monarchs. The array pagoda on it can easily kill a half-step monarch. It is our Red Rainbow Sect's weapon of war." Class 7 battleship, huh? Li Fuchen felt as though he had entered a higher class world and could only look up to them. At the same time, he was amazed at the power of Monarch class sections. Monarch class sects didn't have Law Phase Realm emperors, but Monarch class sects could use their array pagoda and other resources to force regular Law Phase Realm emperors to flee miserably. Li Fuchen could imagine how terrifying the power of these battleships would be if there was a war. There were times when an individual's martial strength was helpless against these weapons of war. After cultivating for a few hundred years, they would only be slaughtered in the face of these weapons of war. Of course, if Monarch-class sects weren't so powerful, they wouldn't be able to stand for so many years and would have been eradicated. A short moment later, the duo arrived at a grand hall in the inner sect. "Elder Lu, why are you here at the inner sect?" A voice that was filled with boundless prowess echoed. The Perception Hall Elder bowed and cupped his fists, reporting to Elder Han. "Among this batch of outer sect disciples, there is one with full perception, but his bone frame is only 5 stars. I hope to have a comprehensive check on his bone frame and perception." "Full points in perception?" The voice was rather moved. "That's right." The Perception Hall Elder replied. Buzz, the black light distorted and a figure appeared in front of the duo. It was a skinny black-clothed elder who wasn't more than 1.6 meters tall. Just from his figure, he looked very frail and would be blown away by the wind. But when the elder appeared in front of Li Fuchen felt every inch of his body was screaming. It was frantically reminding him that the elder was dangerous, extremely dangerous. Primary Sea Realm monarch. No matter how foolish Li Fuchen was, he knew that the person standing in front of him was a primary Sea Realm monarch. Primary sea. It meant that chi and power were like the sea. With a flip of the palm, a small-sized bone frame stone appeared. The skinny elder said to Li Fuchen, "Test your bone frame." "Yes, elder." Li Fuchen took the root bone stone. Almost in the blink of an eye, 5 layers of fiery red halos appeared on the root bone stone. This root bone stone is strange, using the halo to determine the star grade of the root bone. Li Fuchen was surprised. He is indeed a 5-star bone frame. The Enlightenment Hall Elder raised his eyebrows. It was simply unheard of and unseen for a 5-star bone frame to have a perfect perception. 5-star bone frame? The skinny old man frowned. It wasn't that he hadn't seen those prodigies with heaven-defying perception, but it was his first time seeing someone like Li Fuchen. "Elder Han, what rank should we give him?" The Enlightenment Hall Elder asked for his opinion. The skinny elder said, "Full points in perception isn't a small matter. As for the 5-star bone frame, it might be a little low, but our Red Rainbow Sect just happens to have a heaven-class low-tier herb, the Star Call herb. Once I report it, it should be approved. Therefore, we shall give him the identity of a Monarch-class disciple." If someone with full points in perception wasn't a Monarch-class disciple, then the Red Rainbow Sect wouldn't have many Monarch-class disciples. "Li Fuchen, hurry up and thank Elder Han." The Enlightenment Hall Elder was shocked. Heaven-class low-tier herbs were rare, and heaven-class low-tier herbs that could upgrade the bone frame were dozens or even 100 times rarer. Without any fated opportunities, one wouldn't be able to find one even if one was given 1,000 years. According to what he knew, this Star Call herb was actually left for the descendants of the upper echelons. After all, no one dared to guarantee that their descendants would be able to inherit their bone frame perfectly. If their descendant was a 5-star bone frame, then the Star Call herb would be very useful and would be able to upgrade to the 6-star bone frame immediately. With sufficient resources and fated opportunities, the 6-star bone frame would have a chance to progress to the primary Sea Realm. As such, it was even more significant. "Thank you, Elder Han." Li Fuchen bowed and cupped his fist while revealing a grateful expression. After the bone frame was at the 5-star level, only heaven-class herbs could upgrade the bone frame. The East Unicorn continent might have heaven-class herbs, but they might not be heaven-class herbs that could upgrade the bone frame. The probability was too low and was almost negligible. Didn't Elder Han mention that even the Red Rainbow sect only had one heaven-class low-tier herb that could upgrade the bone frame? Therefore, Li Fuchen was truly grateful to Elder Han. Elder Han waved his hand and said, "There is no need to thank me. My Red Rainbow sect has always been nurturing true prodigies at all costs. Your perception is full points and I hope you don't disappoint the Red Rainbow sect's expectations of you." As compared to full points in perception, a heaven-class low-tier herb was nothing. Even if there were 10 stalks, the Red Rainbow sect would think of ways to obtain them. Once Li Fuchen's bone frame was upgraded to 6-star, he would definitely become a primary Sea Realm monarch in the future. Furthermore, he would be a top-notch monarch and this was more important than anything else. "Elder Lu, go and make arrangements for him." Elder Han said. "Yes." The Perception Hall elder nodded and said to Li Fuchen, "Come, let's go to the Monarch District." The Monarch District was a region that was independent from the Outer Sect and Inner Sect. This region was inhabited by Monarch-class disciples. There were Outer Sect Monarch-class disciples, Inner Sect Monarch-class disciples, and Direct Monarch-class disciples. After arriving at the Monarch District, Li Fuchen realized that the cultivation environment here was simply luxurious. The qi concentration might be similar to the Outer Sect and Inner Sect, but the qi was at least twice as pure. After living here every day, the body would be cleansed by the qi and it would be hard for one's cultivation to not increase. Apart from that, the Monarch District's environment was also several times better than the Outer Sect and Inner Sect. It was just like an otherworldly paradise, a paradise in the mortal world. There were spirit trees, herbs, and beautiful mountains everywhere. Every Monarch-class disciple has their own mountain peak. The mountains in this area are all empty. You can choose one. In the sky, the Perception Hall elder pointed at the beautiful mountains that were a few hundred meters in height and said to Li Fuchen, "I shall choose this one." Li Fuchen randomly chose a beautiful mountain. In any case, these mountains were all similar and there wasn't any difference in quality. "Let's go." The Perception Hall elder flew towards the mountain that Li Fuchen chose and landed on the peak of the mountain. The peak of the mountain wasn't big and was only 100 meters in radius. There was a courtyard constructed on the peak. This will be your residence and cultivation ground from now on. As a Monarch-class disciple, you can cultivate the first 30 ranks of the Earth-class peak-tier cultivation technique for free. Additionally, you will be able to receive 3 Earth-class high-tier elixirs, Red Rainbow elixirs, 3 Earth-class high-tier elixirs, Perception Dao elixirs, and 10,000 sect contribution points. The Perception Hall elder pushed open the courtyard's door and checked on the hygiene inside while speaking to Li Fuchen. Earth-class peak-tier cultivation technique? Earth-class high-tier elixirs and 10,000 sect contribution points? Li Fuchen raised his brows and felt that the treatment of Monarch-class disciples was a little exaggerated. The Perception Hall elder said, "First-grade Outer Sect disciples will need sect contribution points to cultivate the sect's cultivation technique. Furthermore, they can only receive 1 Red Rainbow elixir, 1 Perception Dao elixir, and 1,000 sect contribution points. As for second-grade Outer Sect disciples, they will only receive 1 Red Rainbow elixir every year. Third-grade Outer Sect disciples will have nothing and will have to rely on their own hard work. This is your disciple token. You will need to drip a drop of blood to refine it." While speaking, the Perception Hall elder handed a pale gold token to Li Fuchen. The front of the token had a dignified monarch word and the back was the Red Rainbow sect's emblem. After receiving the token, Li Fuchen dripped a drop of blood on it. After personally seeing the fresh blood being absorbed, the Perception Hall elder said, "The Red Rainbow sect's disciple token is very special, especially the Monarch-class disciple token. Once it is refined with a drop of blood, it will become your identity token. It is useless even if others snatch it away. With the Monarch-class disciple token, you can use all the teleportation arrays for free and you can rent battleships, Class 5 battleships and Class 6 battleships. However, the rental fees for Class 6 battleships are extremely high and with your current wealth, you shouldn't be able to afford it. In short, the Monarch-class disciple token is the symbol of your status and also the symbol of your glory. There are plenty of privileges in the sect and you will slowly understand these privileges in the future. Battleships can be rented too, Li Fuchen was tempted. Class 5 battleships were able to kill a large group of reincarnation realm experts, while Class 6 battleships were able to kill a large group of battle spirit realm masters. If one was to rent a battleship during a mission, one would be able to roam freely. Come, activate the token's power and fuse it into the mountain's array. Only then will you be able to control this mountain's array. The Perception Hall Elder said. All right. Li Fuchen nodded and poured his chi into the Monarch-class Disciple token. Buzz. An illusory Monarch-class Disciple token appeared and was branded in the air. After doing everything, Li Fuchen had a close connection with the mountain's array. With a single thought, he could easily control the array. If he wasn't willing, it was impossible for others to ascend the mountain. In fact, he could even use the array to attack others. From today onwards, you shall be the owner of this mountain. This is the Red Rainbow Sex map. The Resource Hall, Contribution Hall, Secret Manual Tower, and other buildings are marked on it. If there is anything you don't understand, you can ask at the Outer Sect Disciple Hall. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave first. Originally, the arrangement of accommodations wasn't related to him as he was only responsible for registering the perception of the disciples. Of course, he was also willing to arrange accommodations for a Monarch-class disciple. After the Perception Hall Elder left, Li Fuchen arranged the courtyard a little. This courtyard has been uninhabited all year round. Although there is no dust, it still looks very deserted. After Li Fuchen took out some sundries from the storage pouch and arranged them, the courtyard looked a lot more lively and pleasing to the eye. I'll go to the contribution hall to collect my sex contribution points first. Whoosh, with a flash, Li Fuchen followed the markings on the map and flew towards the contribution hall. Soon enough, Li Fuchen arrived at the contribution hall. Here are 10,000 contribution coins. The gray-robed elder handed over a huge pile of special metallic coins to Li Fuchen. Contribution coins? Li Fuchen was rather curious. Among these coins, there were 1,000 coins, 500 coins, and the smallest one was 10 coins. The gray-robed elder explained, the contribution coins are refined using the Red Rainbow Sect's unique secret method and cannot be forged. The contribution coins can be used to exchange for anything in the sect and can also be used to purchase items between fellow apprentices. I see. Li Fuchen nodded. Now that there were physical objects, contribution points could be used as currency. Of course, it was only limited to the Red Rainbow Sect. Leaving the contribution hall, Li Fuchen headed towards the resource hall. With the Monarch-class Disciple token, Li Fuchen successfully collected 3 Red Rainbow Elixirs and 3 Perception Dao Elixirs. From the Resource Hall Elder, Li Fuchen found out that the Red Rainbow Elixir could greatly purify Qi, while the Perception Dao Elixir could increase perception within a short period of time. These 2 elixirs were the Red Rainbow Sect's unique elixirs and it wasn't available outside. Finally, Li Fuchen arrived at the Secret Manual Tower. The Secret Manual Tower had a total of 3 floors. The first floor was for cultivation technique manuals, the second floor was for martial art manuals, and the third floor was for secret techniques. The cultivation technique manuals that could be placed in the Secret Manual Tower were at least Earth-class mid-tier and the highest were Earth-class peak-tier. Earth-class mid-tier cultivation techniques were extremely cheap and could be redeemed with just a few hundred contribution coins. As for Earth-class high-tier cultivation techniques, they were expensive. The cheapest Earth-class high-tier cultivation technique would require 10,000 contribution coins. Of course, the cultivation techniques could be redeemed separately. For example, redeeming the first 27 floors of Earth-class mid-tier cultivation techniques would only require around 1,000 contribution coins. After arriving at the Earth-class peak-tier cultivation technique section, Li Fuchen picked up a cultivation technique manual and started reading. First Heaven True Water Art, Earth-class peak-tier Water Dao Technique. A total of 33 ranks. The first 27 ranks will require 5,000 contribution points. The first 30 ranks will require 10,000 contribution points, the 31st rank will require 20,000 contribution points, the 32nd rank will require 40,000 contribution points, and the 33rd rank will require 80,000 contribution points. After seeing the redeeming price of the first Heaven True Water Art, Li Fuchen was silently speechless. Exchanging for the entire first Sky True Water art would require a total of 150,000 contribution points. If he did not do anything, he would need 15 years to accumulate 150,000 contribution points. If he was a first-grade outer sect disciple, he would need 150 years. Redeeming the first 30 ranks of Earth-class peak-tier cultivation technique manuals for free has helped me to save around 10,000 contribution points. Li Fuchen let out a breath and continued to read other manuals. This shall be the one. After 15 minutes, Li Fuchen was done choosing the cultivation technique manuals. Divine Flame Red Rainbow Technique, Earth-class peak-tier Fire Dao Cultivation Technique. The first 27 ranks would require 6,000 contribution points, the first 30 ranks would require 12,000 contribution points, the 31st rank would require 24,000 contribution points, the 32nd rank would require 48,000 contribution points, and the 33rd rank would require 96,000 contribution points. The total price was 180,000 contribution points, and it was 30,000 contribution points more expensive than the first Heaven True Water art. The reason why it was so expensive was because the Divine Flame Red Rainbow technique was the Red Rainbow sect's defining technique and was superior to other Earth-class peak-tier cultivation techniques. After choosing the cultivation technique manuals, Li Fuchen wasn't in a hurry to leave. He still had 10,000 contribution points and was preparing to take a look at the second and third floors of the secret manual tower. Second floor, martial arts are much cheaper than cultivation techniques. Earth-class high-tier martial arts are only a few thousand, Earth-class peak-tier martial arts are only a few tens of thousands. If I redeem them separately, the first half will only require around 10,000. Li Fuchen was a little tempted. With his perception, it shouldn't be too slow for him to comprehend Earth-class peak-tier sword arts. Once his spirit soul had completely transformed into the pale purple color, his perception would be even stronger. Furthermore, Earth-class peak-tier sword arts weren't expensive either. The first half would be around 10,000 and the second half would be a few tens of thousands. Even if he didn't earn contribution points, he would be able to learn an Earth-class peak-tier sword art in a few years. Let me take a look at the third floor first. Li Fuchen skimmed through the second floor and headed to the third floor. There are actually so many 6-star secret techniques and even 7-star secret techniques. The third floor had over 26-star secret techniques and 5 7-star secret techniques. Thorn of Spiritual Awareness Attack Secret Technique. Turning the spiritual awareness into a thorn to attack the enemy's spiritual awareness. Requires 30,000 contribution points. 1,000 Illusion Eyes, Ocular Technique Secret Technique. Can cause the enemy to fall into an illusion. Requires 30,000 contribution points. Blood Ignition Secret Technique. Burns essence blood to increase combat strength. Requires 50,000 contribution points. Perfect Circle Dipper Chi Secret Technique. Requires 40,000 contribution points. After reading through the 6-star secret techniques, Li Fuchen felt that every single one of them was useful. It was a pity that they were all too expensive and he couldn't afford to redeem them for now. As for 7-star secret techniques, Li Fuchen didn't even take a look at them. If he couldn't afford to redeem them, it was useless to look at them. I better go and choose an Earth-class peak-tier sword art first half. Li Fuchen returned to the second floor. On the second floor, Li Fuchen arrived at the innermost bookshelf. This bookshelf was filled with Earth-class peak-tier sword art manuals and there were over 30 of them. Based on his memory, Li Fuchen picked up one of the manuals. Cloud Flame 1000 Incineration, Earth-class peak-tier sword art. A total of 4 moves. First move, Cloud Incineration, second move, 10 Incineration, third move, 100 Incineration, fourth move, 1000 Incineration. The first half contains the first and second moves and requires 9,000 contribution points. The second half contains the third and fourth moves and requires 36,000 contribution points. I shall choose this one. Li Fuchen made up his mind. In fact, there were sword arts that were stronger than the Cloud Flame 10 Incineration, but the required contribution points were too much. Furthermore, Li Fuchen liked the Cloud Flame 10 Incineration too. This sword art pursued extreme lethality and it was suitable for Li Fuchen's path. After all, his defense was already tough enough and he didn't need a sword art that could integrate offense and defense or a more balanced sword art. Furthermore, his awareness was exceptional and when the difference in strength wasn't huge, it was hard for others to hit him directly. Sigh, I am changing cultivation techniques and sword arts too quickly. After choosing a sword art, Li Fuchen recalled that he had only cultivated the Ardent Sun Divine Technique and Green Sun Sword Intent for a few years. Right now, he was going to change cultivation techniques and sword arts again. It made him rather speechless. But he was clear of his own situation. As his perception got higher, his desire for cultivation techniques and sword arts would get higher too. Arriving at the entrance of the secret manual tower, Li Fuchen handed the Divine Flame Red Rainbow Technique and the Cloud Flame 10 Incineration to the Tower Guardian Elder. Divine Flame Red Rainbow Technique, huh? Not bad, this is our Red Rainbow Sect's strongest Fire Dao cultivation technique. The Cloud Flame 10 Incineration isn't bad either. It is just a little tyrannical and the mind will be easily affected by the sword art. You better pay more attention. The Tower Guardian Elder was very familiar with the cultivation techniques and martial arts in the secret manual tower and had warned. Li Fuchen nodded, thank you for Elder's reminder. I will pay attention. After paying 9,000 contribution coins, Li Fuchen was preparing to walk out of the secret manual tower. In the sky, there was an aurora that flew over. After landing, it was a round-faced youth. The round-faced youth's chi presence was very reserved, but Li Fuchen could still see that he was a Battle Spirit Realm master. Elder Yun, I wish to redeem the Perfect Circle Dipper Chi secret technique. Here are 40,000 contribution coins. Brushing past Li Fuchen, the round-faced youth spoke loudly to the Tower Guardian Elder. The Pagoda Guarding Elder smiled and said, it looks like you are doing well on the Scarlet Copper Continent. You managed to gather enough contribution coins in such a short time. It's all right. The round-faced youth grinned. Copper Continent? The Red Rainbow Sect can casually enter other continents? Li Fuchen was rather surprised. He did not think that the round-faced youth had the ability to cross the ocean. Putting aside the rampaging sea beasts in the sea, just the journey alone was enough to make Battle Spirit Realm masters despair. These were too far away from Li Fuchen. Walking out of the secret manual tower, Li Fuchen soared into the sky and flew towards his mountain peak. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. The Divine Flame Red Rainbow Technique is indeed an Earth-class peak-tier cultivation technique. I only managed to cultivate it to the 24th level in 3 days. Both Divine Flame Red Rainbow Technique and Ardent Sun Divine Technique were Fire Dao cultivation techniques, and there were many similarities between them. Therefore, it was very easy to change them. But at the later stages, the disparity between the two would gradually increase. If Li Fuchen wanted to increase the Divine Flame Red Rainbow Technique's rank, he would have to rely on himself. Another week had passed and Li Fuchen had cultivated the Divine Flame Red Rainbow Technique to the 25th rank. As an Earth-class peak-tier cultivation technique, the 25th rank of the Divine Flame Red Rainbow Technique was much stronger than the highest rank of the Ardent Sun Divine Technique. If it was other Monarch-class disciples, they would need at least a few months to achieve it. The 25th rank of the Divine Flame Red Rainbow Technique is actually absorbing the blazing flame power from the Bone Frame Spatial Zone, although it is just a trace. Li Fuchen revealed an astonished expression. The blazing flame power was too advanced and it was not something that Qi could compare with. The Qi cultivated by the Earth-class peak-tier cultivation technique was obviously close to the blazing flame power. It is said that Heaven-class cultivation techniques are related to the bone frame. It seems like it is true. Days passed by and Li Fuchen was comprehending the Divine Flame Red Rainbow Technique every day. When the Divine Flame Red Rainbow Technique reached the 25th rank, Li Fuchen started to comprehend the Cloud Flame 1000 Incineration. In just 1 week, Li Fuchen had mastered the first move of the Cloud Flame 1000 Incineration, Cloud Incineration. The Cloud Flame 1000 Incineration had a total of 4 moves. Mastering the first move meant that the Cloud Flame 1000 Incineration was at the sub-completion rank. Mastering the second move, 10 Incineration, meant that the Cloud Flame 1000 Incineration was at the completion rank. It was said that an Earth-class peak-tier sword art at the completion rank was much stronger than an Earth-class high-tier sword art at the perfection rank. There was no other choice. After the martial art reached the Earth class, the difference would increase with every rank increase. The difference between Earth class low tier and Earth class mid tier was already significant. The difference between Earth class mid tier and Earth class high tier was even greater. The difference between Earth class high tier and Earth class peak tier was several times greater. As for Heaven class martial arts, it was needless to say. The worst Heaven class low tier martial art would probably be several times or even 10 times stronger than the strongest Earth class peak tier martial art. It was impossible to measure. During this period of time, Li Fuchen had also consumed a red rainbow elixir and a perception Dao elixir. The red rainbow elixir was indeed the red rainbow sect's exclusive Earth class high tier elixir. After consuming a single elixir, Li Fuchen felt his qi being purified significantly. He was already at the peak level of the 4th level of Reincarnation Realm and was just a step away from the 5th level of Reincarnation Realm. How could Li Fuchen know that the red rainbow elixir was effective even for low-level Battle Spirit Realm Masters, let alone Reincarnation Realm Masters? As for the Perception Dao elixir, it was simply a divine elixir for Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen's perception was already astounding. After consuming the Perception Dao elixir, a strange medicinal effect surged into Li Fuchen's mind, allowing Li Fuchen's thinking ability to increase drastically. The increase in thinking ability was the same as the increase in perception. After all, when a martial artist cultivated cultivation techniques and martial arts, they would have to go through countless deductions. As such, Li Fuchen was actually able to forcefully push the Divine Flame Red Rainbow technique to the 26th rank in just a short month. He had also mastered the second move of the Cloud Flame 1000 Incineration, 10 Incineration. If this news was spread out, it would shock the entire Red Rainbow sect. My cultivation has also broken through to the 5th level of Reincarnation Realm. Is this the power of resources? Li Fuchen could imagine that if he didn't join the Red Rainbow sect, his improvement speed would be much slower. It had only been a month and it was almost equivalent to half a year of hard work in the outside world. It seems rather unfair to regular outer sect disciples. The experts are getting stronger and the weak are getting weaker. It is vividly displayed here. Li Fuchen shook his head. To be honest, he understood the Red Rainbow sect's method. Rather than distributing the resources evenly and nurturing a large number of experts, it was better to concentrate the resources on a few individuals and nurture a small number of absolute experts. It was better to concentrate the resources on a few individuals and nurture a small number of absolute experts. In a world where the strong ruled supreme, a single absolute expert was enough to defeat a large number of regular experts. If the Red Rainbow sect could produce a Law Phase Realm Emperor, it would instantly elevate the Red Rainbow sect from a Monarch-class sect to an Emperor-class sect. Even the weakest Emperor-class sect would be much stronger than the strongest Monarch-class sect. On this day, on Fuchen Peak, black light twisted and a figure appeared. It was the inner sect elder, Elder Han. Greetings, Elder Han. Li Fuchen wasn't surprised that Elder Han could ignore the existence of the array and immediately appear on Fuchen Peak. Arrays that could obstruct primary Sea Realm monarchs were only Class 7 arrays. It was obvious that most of the Mountain Peaks arrays in the Monarch District weren't at Class 7 and were at most Class 6. Your Divine Flame Red Rainbow technique has broken through to the 26th level? Elder Han's eyes narrowed as he exclaimed. With his vision as a primary Sea Realm monarch and his understanding of the Divine Flame Red Rainbow technique, it was too easy to see through Li Fuchen's cultivation technique rank. Because he could see it, he was a little uncertain. In such a short period of time, he had actually cultivated the Divine Flame Red Rainbow technique to the 26th level. He was even better than the remaining Emperor-level disciples in the sect. Just based on perception, Li Fuchen was definitely an Emperor-class disciple and he was one of the best. Elder Han is perceptive. Li Fuchen nodded. Haha, good. As long as you don't die, you will definitely become one of the strongest primary Sea Realm monarchs. Elder Han laughed heartily. An invincible primary Sea Realm monarch would also be able to greatly enhance the Red Rainbow sect's strength. This is your star calling grass. I won't say anything unnecessary. Live well and don't die so easily. After saying that, the black light twisted and Elder Han disappeared instantly. Is this the star calling grass? Li Fuchen didn't even have time to thank Elder Han before he vanished. Looking at the resplendent starlight and the star call herb that contained boundless power of law, Li Fuchen felt that his consciousness was going to be intoxicated. By the time he woke up, the sky had already darkened. Amazing. Li Fuchen's expression changed. For a stalk of herb to be able to make him lose himself in it, one could well imagine how powerful the laws of heaven and earth contained within it were. Of course, this was mainly because he had let his guard down. If it was against an enemy, Li Fuchen wouldn't be so easily engrossed. After all, his awareness might not be as powerful as a primary Sea Realm monarch, but it was extremely close. Li Fuchen returned to the courtyard and sat cross-legged. After circulating the divine flame red rainbow technique a few times, he consumed the star call herb. Boom. The resplendent starlight burst out and Li Fuchen's entire body was submerged in the starlight. Traces of formless and incorporeal power of the law were shuttling through his body and drilling into the bone frame space. Hiss! Li Fuchen took a deep cold breath and an indescribable pain instantly spread throughout his body. For a moment, Li Fuchen was sweating profusely. When the sky was completely dark, Li Fuchen opened his eyes. Finally, a 6-star bone frame. Li Fuchen let out a breath of relief while his eyes flashed with radiance. Now that his bone frame was 6-star, his cultivation talent wasn't inferior to most of the people. From now on, even if his perception was reduced to that of a regular 6-star bone frame, he would still be able to reach the battle spirit realm. His consciousness entered the bone frame space and Li Fuchen began to observe the bone frame. As compared to before, there was one more segment on the bone frame. The blazing flame bone frame patterns were even more complex and mystical. A single glance would cause one's heart to flutter. Apart from that, the essence of the fireball was the blazing flame power. On the blazing flame crystal that represented the heart of blazing flame, the divine ability pattern was a little more complicated. It wasn't hard to imagine that when Li Fuchen's bone frame was upgraded to the 6-star, the heart of blazing flame's power would also increase. I wonder when will be the next time I can raise it to 7 stars. Heaven-class low-tier herbs were required to increase the bone frame to 6 stars, therefore, heaven-class mid-tier herbs were naturally required to increase it to 7 stars. Heaven-class herbs were something that could only be encountered and not sought after. Heaven-class herbs that could upgrade the bone frame were even more difficult to find. Even with the Red Rainbow Sect's foundation as a monarch-class sect, they were only able to find one stalk of heaven-class low-tier star call herb. It was imaginable how difficult it was to obtain heaven-class herbs. As for heaven-class mid-tier herbs, they were things that even Law Phase realm emperors would be tempted by. As time elapsed, the power of the 6-star bone frame was gradually manifested. Li Fuchen realized that his qi cultivation speed had increased by more than 50%. It was extremely shocking. 1 year of bitter cultivation was equivalent to 1.5 years of bitter cultivation in the past. 10 years of bitter cultivation was equivalent to 15 years of bitter cultivation in the past. 100 years of bitter cultivation was equivalent to 150 years of bitter cultivation in the past. It was the same as increasing his cultivation lifespan by 50%. Perception is important, cultivation talent is also very important, especially when there isn't a higher class cultivation technique. The Red Rainbow Sect's strongest cultivation technique was the Earth class peak tier cultivation technique. On a certain day, when Li Fuchen cultivated this cultivation technique to the highest rank, the other monarch class prodigies would also cultivate to the highest rank. By then, it would be a competition of cultivation talent. If Li Fuchen's cultivation talent wasn't comparable, he would gradually be left behind and would be left behind further and further. It could be said that Li Fuchen's strength was reflected in the difference in cultivation technique ranks. The monarch district was independent of the outer sect and inner sect and formed its own system. If the outer sect and inner sect nurtured regular experts, then the monarch district would nurture absolute experts. The monarch district's martial arena was the liveliest place in the monarch district. Some of the inner sect monarch class disciples would frequently spar here. But a pure spar wouldn't be able to pique everyone's interest. Spars with stakes would be able to excite everyone. After cultivating diligently for over a month, Li Fuchen felt rather bored. Most importantly, he still didn't understand much about the Red Rainbow Sect and it was necessary for him to move around. On this day, Li Fuchen arrived at the monarch district's martial arena. Li Fuchen, you are here too. On the giant martial arena, dozens of monarch-class disciples were gathered. There were only 8 outer sect monarch-class disciples and they were all from this batch. As for the previous batch of outer sect monarch-class disciples, they had already progressed to the battle spirit realm and became inner sect monarch-class disciples. After seeing Li Fuchen, Bai Lingshuang greeted him. "This place is rather lively." Li Fuchen's eyes landed on the martial arena. At this moment, 2 inner sect monarch-class disciples were sparring and it was a very lively and shocking scene. Bai Lingshuang said, "You are late. The sparring has already started and we aren't accepting stakes." "Are the stakes contribution coins?" Li Fuchen asked. Bai Lingshuang shook her head, "It isn't just contribution coins. Red rainbow elixirs, perception Dao elixirs, low-grade spirit stones, and mid-grade spirit stones can all be used as stakes." "Interesting. Aren't you afraid they will cheat?" Li Fuchen continued to ask. Bai Lingshuang said, "The person in charge of the martial arena is an elder. With the pride of monarch-class disciples, they shouldn't be willing to cheat, right?" "That is true." Li Fuchen nodded. Boom boom boom, on the martial arena, the sparring between the 2 inner sect monarch-class disciples had reached the climax. It was obvious that the 2 of them were going all out and none of them were willing to lose to the other. "Junior Luo, apologies. It is obvious that I have improved more this year." The inner sect monarch-class disciple with a strong body kicked out. The Thunder Lion image appeared and kicked the opponent off the stage. "Unlucky, I lost another 1 million low-grade spirit stones." Bai Lingshuang said gloomily. "Such a huge bet?" Li Fuchen was shocked. 1 million wasn't a small sum and regular battle spirit realm masters didn't have so many low-grade spirit stones. Bai Lingshuang said, "It is meaningless if it is too small. Even if I win the bet, there isn't much profit." It was obvious that there was another martial contest below. "I shall bet 1 million low-grade spirit stones too." To Li Fuchen, 1 million low-grade spirit stones wasn't considered much and it wouldn't be a huge blow even if he lost. But Li Fuchen didn't bet blindly. After taking a glance at both sides, Li Fuchen placed the bet on the inner sect monarch-class disciple who looked rather skinny. "You are betting on Senior Huang? I heard that Senior Huang has lost to Senior Lin for 4 consecutive years." Bai Lingshuang knew a lot of information. Li Fuchen smiled and said, "I have lost to Senior Lin for 4 consecutive years, but it doesn't mean I will lose to Senior Lin for the rest of my life. After all, we are both at the 2nd level of Battle Spirit Realm." They were both inner sect monarch-class disciples and their cultivation levels were around the same. At this moment, it was a contest of cultivation technique rank, martial art rank, and divine ability rank. Sometimes, the difference between the winner and the loser was just a hair's breadth. Of course, most importantly, Li Fuchen could see that Senior Huang's chi presence was slightly stronger than Senior Lin. Li Fuchen was the only one who could see such a subtle difference. Bai Lingshuang pondered for a moment and bet 500,000 low-grade spirit stones on each of them. Senior Huang, Huang Zai's odds were 1, 2. Senior Lin, Lin Shanhu's odds were 1, 1. If Lin Shanhu won, she wouldn't earn a single cent and would be able to recoup her losses. If Huang Zai won, she would earn another 500,000 low-grade spirit stones. Of course, if Li Fuchen didn't think highly of Huang Zai, she would probably bet on Lin Shanhu. Bai Lingshuang had some admiration towards this man who defeated her. Especially when his perception was at the maximum value. It wasn't something that a regular person could achieve. In her eyes, only 8-star bone frames could achieve it. Huang Zai and Lin Shanhu's battle soon began. Boom boom boom, as soon as the duo clashed, they executed their divine abilities. Huang Zai's thick earth divine ability was tyrannical and heavy, covering the sky. Lin Shanhu's sharp metal divine ability was unstoppable and straightforward. But after clashing a few times, the duo withdrew their extraordinary powers and stopped executing their divine abilities. With their extraordinary powers, they could only execute their divine abilities a few dozen times. It might seem like a lot, but it wasn't actually a lot. The duo still had plenty of plans and couldn't possibly waste all their extraordinary powers on the contest stage. "Junior Huang, you have improved quite a bit. You are actually able to resist my iron saber divine ability." Lin Shanhu drew a large saber and grinned. Huangze spoke humbly, Senior Lin is flattering me. If I continue to fight, my meteorite splash will definitely be neutralized by Senior Lin's iron saber divine ability. Junior Huang, you are too humble. Have a taste of my flying flower cleave. Lin Shanhu raised his large saber and cleaved at Huangze. Hua hua hua, countless flower petals appeared out of nowhere and then split open. The ferocious saber chi seemed formless, but the entire space was filled with saber chi and saber intent. Flying Flower Chop was a peak-tier Earth-class saber art. With Lin Shanhu's comprehension, he had already comprehended up to the third move, and this saber art only had a total of 5 moves. What a great flying flower slash! Senior brother Lin, I've made some progress in the Muddy Heaven Fist technique in the past half a year. Today, let me experience your flying flower slash. Huangze attacked as soon as he said the first word. He clenched his right fist and punched at the void, then twisted it. In the next moment, the entire void seemed to be spinning, making people want to vomit blood. Earthrealm top-rank fist art, chaotic heaven fist art. Such powerful saber and fist techniques. Li Fuchen's pupils shrank. He believed that his martial arts realm was inferior to the two of them, especially the latter's chaotic heaven fist technique, which had the power to overturn heaven and earth. Crackle, the formless saber chi that Lin Shanhu slashed out shattered like they were being crushed by a millstone. Profusion of fallen petals. Lin Shanhu's eyelids twitched as he subconsciously executed the flying flower slash's third move, profusion of fallen petals. Once the saber move was executed, countless flower petals scattered down from the void. These flower petals were revolving and shooting at Huangze. Great move! Muddy Heaven Quake. Huangze's fist art twisted and jolted. Bang, the flower petals exploded and Lin Shanhu's mouth leaked out a trace of blood while he staggered back. Impossible. Lin Shanhu stared at Huangze and couldn't believe that he was actually injured. Huangze said, Senior Lin, if it was half a year ago, I wouldn't be a match for you. But it is a pity that during this half a year, I have had many fortuitous encounters and my martial arts realm has advanced by leaps and bounds. Therefore, you are not a match for me. Again. Lin Shanhu didn't believe it and continued to attack Huangze. Huangze shook his head and counterattacked with his fist. After over a dozen moves, Lin Shanhu's mouth was bleeding even more. After over 20 moves, Lin Shanhu's nose was also bleeding. Senior Lin, it is over. Huangze yelled out and broke through Lin Shanhu's defense with a fist and struck right on his chest. Crackle, Lin Shanhu's sternum was broken and he was sent flying out of the contest stage. Senior Huang actually won. Unbelievable. Senior Huang and Senior Lin aren't that different in strength. Since Senior Huang had some fortuitous encounters, it is normal for him to win. It is a pity that I lost my bet. Everyone shook their heads and smiled bitterly. Li Fuchen, you are really something. You actually made the right bet. Bai Lingshuang was amazed by Li Fuchen's eyesight. Her rationality told her that Li Fuchen was just trying his luck and it was impossible for him to see that Senior Huang was going to win. But her subconscious told her that Li Fuchen must have seen something. Li Fuchen smiled and didn't say anything. To be honest, he wasn't completely certain that Huangze would win. After all, there were too many uncertainties when both parties had similar strength. Who would dare to say that a person with 90 kilograms of strength would definitely lose to a person with 100 kilograms of strength? As long as the former seized the opportunity, there was a chance for him to counterattack. 1 million low-grade spirit stones turned into 3 million low-grade spirit stones, and it made Li Fuchen rather surprised. He didn't do anything and in just a short period of time, he had earned 2 million low-grade spirit stones. This speed of earning spirit stones was enough to stun any battle spirit realm master in the outside world. Even Grandmaster Everyouth, one of the top 10 concoction grandmasters of the Violet Flower Kingdom, would only have a few million spirit stones and wouldn't exceed 10 million. Of course, if Grandmaster Everyouth sold his Everlasting Youth Garden, he would probably be able to get a few million low-grade spirit stones. But no matter what, 2 million low-grade spirit stones was still a huge sum to Grandmaster Everyouth. If I knew this would happen, I would have bet on Senior Huang. Bai Lingshuang was rather dissatisfied after earning 500,000 low-grade spirit stones. She had lost 2 million low-grade spirit stones previously and it made her heart ache. Li Fuchen, how about we have a match? It was unknown when Morong Tianqing arrived at the Monarch District's contest stage. Seeing that Li Fuchen was here too, Morong Tianqing spoke loudly. Li Fuchen looked at Morong Tianqing and asked, "Are you sure?" Before Li Fuchen joined the Red Rainbow sect, he was only 70% or 80% confident in defeating Morong Tianqing. But now, he was 100% confident in defeating Morong Tianqing. After all, he had cultivated the Divine Flame Red Rainbow technique to the 26th rank and the Cloud Flame Thousand Incineration to the completion stage. Of course, Morong Tianqing was the first to ascend the contest stage and look down from above. At this moment, even if Li Fuchen didn't want to fight, he had to. Bai Lingshuang, help me bet 20 million low-grade spirit stones. If you trust me, bet most of your wealth on me. Li Fuchen handed a storage bag to Bai Lingshuang and transmitted a message. 20 million? Bai Lingshuang was shocked. 20 million low-grade spirit stones. Only primary Sea Realm monarchs would have so many low-grade spirit stones. Bai Lingshuang only had 5 million low-grade spirit stones in total. She had lost 5 million low-grade spirit stones previously and only had 5 million low-grade spirit stones now. Alright. Bai Lingshuang gritted her teeth and decided to take a gamble. If she won the gamble, she would at least earn 5 million low-grade spirit stones. If she lost, she would just have a harder time in the future. Help me bet these 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones, 2 red rainbow elixirs, and 2 perception Dao elixirs. Li Fuchen handed a storage bag to Bai Lingshuang. This was a rare opportunity. Even if he had to expose the 6-star secret technique, Bronze Sword Essence, Li Fuchen was going to defeat Morong Tianqing. Bai Lingshuang knew that Li Fuchen was going to make a ruthless bet, therefore, she didn't say anything and simply nodded. She was thinking if she should also increase the stakes and bet some mid-grade spirit stones and other items. After doing everything, Li Fuchen flew up the stage. On the stage, Li Fuchen and Morong Tianqing were standing 100 meters apart. In terms of chi presence, it was obvious that Morong Tianqing was stronger. After all, Morong Tianqing's cultivation was at the 8th level of Reincarnation Realm while Li Fuchen was only at the 5th level of Reincarnation Realm. The difference of 3 levels wasn't easy to make up for. At this moment, even if there was another Li Fuchen below the stage, he wouldn't be able to use his awareness to see who was stronger. Perhaps only primary Sea Realm monarchs would be able to see some clues. The elder in charge of the Monarch District's martial contest stage checked the duo's information and set the odds at 1-1. Morong Tianqing might have a high cultivation level, but Li Fuchen's perception was superior. If Li Fuchen's odds were set at 1-2, it was too risky. This junior Morong possesses the 7-star star bone frame. I will bet 3,000 contribution coins on him. Junior Li's perception is at the maximum value and is comparable to an 8-star bone frame. I will bet 2 perception Dao elixirs and 300 mid-grade spirit stones on him. It is better for me to be safe. I will bet 2,000 contribution coins on Junior Morong and 200 mid-grade spirit stones on Junior Li. The inner sect monarch class disciples here were all wealthy individuals and their bets were all extraordinary. Li Fuchen, receive my fist. Morong Tianqing didn't waste any time and immediately blasted a fist. The heavy and tyrannical fist intent was like a large star that was crushing over. The air and energy on the martial contest stage were instantly emptied, forming an absolute vacuum. Earth-class high-tier fist art. Chaos Star Fist. Chaos Star Fist, this is the Stars Martial Institution's absolute art. When the fist is executed, the fist field will be vacuum and the opponent will not be able to borrow energy. It will greatly weaken the opponent's field power. The inner sect monarch class disciple who spoke was once a student of the Stars Martial Institution. When he saw Morong Tianqing executing the chaotic star fist, he revealed a faint smile. The rest of the inner sect monarch class disciples could also see the terror of the chaotic star fist. All of them were frowning as there were plenty of them who placed bets on Li Fuchen and naturally didn't wish for Li Fuchen to be defeated. His regular power is stronger than Bai Lingshuang's. Compared to me, he is much stronger. Li Fuchen believed that his previous strength was inferior to Bai Lingshuang. It was not that his cultivation technique and martial arts were inferior, but his cultivation was inferior. But now, his cultivation had increased by one stage. His cultivation technique had changed to the Divine Flame Red Rainbow technique, and he had cultivated it to the 26th layer. His sword technique had changed to the Cloud Flame 1000 Incineration, and he had also mastered the second move, 10 Incineration. In terms of strength, he naturally did not fear Murong Tianqing. Cloud Incineration. The Cloud Incineration was the first move of the Cloud Flame 1000 Incineration. Along with the mastery of the second move, the 10 Incineration, the might of the first move had also risen. Its might had far surpassed the Green Sun Sword intent at the trance stage. As soon as the sword was swung out, the sword light was like a cloud of fire, wantonly pervading the air and crazily attacking. Crackle, the fist force and sword chi clashed and produced a series of explosions. No wonder his perception is full points. This child actually cultivated the Divine Flame Red Rainbow technique to the 26th rank. The Cloud Flame 1000 Incineration's rank isn't low either. If Li Fuchen didn't make a move, the Monarch District's Martial Arena's elder wouldn't be able to see anything. But once Li Fuchen made a move, he instantly saw through Li Fuchen's strength. Incredible. Junior Li is indeed Junior Li. He actually cultivated the Cloud Flame 1000 Incineration. This sword art is one of the Red Rainbow Sect's 5 great sword arts. It is tyrannical and isn't something a regular person can cultivate. An inner sect monarch class disciple let out a breath of relief and was in awe of Li Fuchen's high perception. Murong Tianqing had a grave expression as he yelled out and executed the Chaotic Star Fist's finishing move. Chaotic Star Shift. Boom boom boom, the fist forces intertwined like moving stars. They formed layers of vacuum fist fields that overlapped and pressed at Li Fuchen. If a regular person was to face this fist, they would be smashed into smithereens. 10 Incineration. When facing Murong Tianqing's powerful fist, Li Fuchen brandished his sword and executed the second move of the Cloud Flame 1000 Incineration, 10 Incineration. Layers of fire cloud sword lights stacked together and dyed the void red. Rumble, this time, the explosion was even louder and more rapid. Murong Tianqing's Chaotic Star Fist was broken again. Heart of Stars. After taking a deep breath, Murong Tianqing withdrew his chi and burst out with star power. If his fist art was like the stars in the past. Right now, his body was like a large star and his body was filled with surging and heavy power that could crush the void. Heart of Blazing Flame. Li Fuchen didn't conceal his strength and burst out with blazing flame power at the same time. His entire body was like a fire god and the surging heat radiated in all directions and ignited the void. The duo moved at high speed and clashed together. Rumble, the martial arena seemed to be shaking as the duo were sent flying back. Li Fuchen, if this is all you have, then you shall be defeated. A star phantom appeared behind Murong Tianqing. This was a divine ability anomaly that was triggered when the star bone frame pattern was comprehended to a certain degree. He actually triggered a divine ability anomaly. Bai Lingshuang frowned. There was a huge gap between special bone frames and extraordinary bone frames. Special bone frames were more likely to trigger divine ability anomalies. But for extraordinary bone frames to trigger divine ability anomalies, it was much more difficult. Bang, when the fist and sword clashed, Li Fuchen was sent flying and nearly fell off the martial arena. Divine ability anomaly, huh? Li Fuchen landed at the edge of the martial arena and at his chest, there was an exceptionally dazzling flaming light. This is a blazing flame divine ability anomaly. One of the inner sect monarch class disciples saw something and exclaimed involuntarily. Among the inner sect monarch class disciples, there were a few who possessed the 7-star blazing flame bone frame. Their blazing flame divine ability anomaly was the same as Li Fuchen's current situation. A flame seed appeared at their chest. When the flame seed appeared, Li Fuchen's blazing flame power surged and was even more concentrated. It was just like how the dragon elephant power had the support of a small elephant, causing its power to increase by several folds. With the support of the flame seed, the blazing flame power had a similar increase in power. When facing Murong Tianqing's fist, Li Fuchen cleaved with his sword. The blazing flame sword chi was scarlet red like blood and was extremely deep. It slashed on Murong Tianqing's fist. In the next moment, a mottled energy sphere was produced and rapidly expanded to devour the duo. The corner of Morong Tianqing's mouth leaked out traces of blood as he was sent flying. On the other hand, Li Fuchen didn't move an inch and didn't have any signs of injury. The 7-star special bone frame was too powerful, and it wasn't just superior to Bai Lingshuang's 7-star icy cold bone frame. With the addition of Morong Tianqing's divine ability anomaly, the power had increased drastically. Even if Li Fuchen used his full strength, he wouldn't be able to suppress Morong Tianqing. But as compared to Morong Tianqing, Li Fuchen didn't just have superior strength, his defense was also superior. The power produced by the clash wasn't able to do anything to Li Fuchen. How can his defense be so tough? A small injury wasn't a big deal to Morong Tianqing, but with the accumulation of small injuries, he would still lose sooner or later. It was something that he couldn't accept. Morong Tianqing, receive a sword move from me too. Li Fuchen turned into a stream of flames and rapidly approached Morong Tianqing before slashing at close range. This sword move didn't just contain the blazing flame power, it also contained the dragon elephant power. When the two powers stacked together, it produced a violent and explosive force. A single sword move sent Morong Tianqing flying, and he didn't even have the chance to retaliate. Li Fuchen wins. The Monarch District's martial contest stage elder promptly announced the results of the spar. Junior Li's perception is indeed at full points. Junior Morong is still slightly inferior. The inner sect monarch class disciple that placed his bet on Li Fuchen grinned. A momentary victory doesn't mean anything. From the perspective of the future, it is obvious that Junior Morong is superior. That's right. Right now, Junior Morong is at the 8th level of Reincarnation Realm. In just a short while, he should be able to progress to the 1st level of Battle Spirit Realm. If Junior Li wishes to progress to the 1st level of Battle Spirit Realm, it will take at least a decade. The inner sect monarch class disciple that placed his bet on Morong Tianqing said with displeasure. Li Fuchen defeating Morong Tianqing was something that some people were happy while others were worried. The happiest person was none other than Bai Lingshuang. She placed a bet of 5 million low-grade spirit stones and 500 mid-grade spirit stones on Li Fuchen. Now that Li Fuchen had won, her wealth had instantly doubled. But as compared to Li Fuchen, it was undoubtedly a minor sorcerer. Li Fuchen placed a bet of 20 million low-grade spirit stones, 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones, 2 red rainbow elixirs, and 2 perception Dao elixirs. This was almost the entire wealth of a high-level battle spirit realm master. I lost? Below the stage, Morong Tianqing still couldn't believe it. He possessed the 7-star star bone frame and had never been defeated in his short life. Today, he was defeated by Li Fuchen without any suspense. Is this the meaning of full points in perception? There will be a day when I surpass you. Morong Tianqing turned and left. This battle had nearly destroyed all of his pride, but this was just the beginning. He might have lost now, but it didn't mean he would lose again in the future. With the 7-star star bone frame, he believed that he wouldn't be inferior to anyone apart from 8-star emperor class disciples. Junior Li, my name is Du Kong. Just like you, I am from the South Forest Martial Institution and I am also mentor Meng Qiheng's in-room cadets. But I have been in the Red Rainbow sect for 15 years and I am 18 years older than you. A gentle and refined youth walked over and smiled. Senior Du, I have heard about you from mentor. Li Fuchen nodded. Before Meng Qiheng accepted Li Fuchen and Wang Heilong, he accepted another in-room cadet. That in-room cadet was Du Kong and he possessed the 7-star wind spirit bone frame. Looking at his Qi presence, he should be at the 3rd level of Battle Spirit Realm. Furthermore, he was only slightly over 40 years old. According to the 500-year lifespan of a Battle Spirit Realm master, 40 years old wasn't even worth mentioning. He still had 10 times the lifespan waiting for him. Du Kong laughed and said, Junior Brother Li, you are now famous. You have just arrived at the Red Rainbow sect for over a month and have already cultivated the Cloud Flame Thousand Incineration to the completion stage. Only Emperor-class disciples can compare with such perception. Li Fuchen replied humbly, Senior Du is overpraising me. Junior Brother Li, it's an honor to meet you. I'm Wang Yang. If there's a chance in the future, let's drink together. One by one, the inner sect monarch-class disciples walked over. As monarch-class disciples, everyone was very prideful, but it also depended on who the target was. Li Fuchen might not be a 7-star bone frame, but his full points perception was too terrifying. His comprehension speed of cultivation techniques and martial arts was far beyond them. They might be able to step into the primary sea realm earlier and become monarchs. But with Li Fuchen's perception, it wouldn't be a problem for him to step into the primary sea realm too. Once Li Fuchen became a primary sea realm monarch, he would definitely be an extremely powerful existence in the same realm. It was necessary to have a good relationship with him now. They might have to go on missions and venture together in the future. Greetings to all the seniors. Li Fuchen addressed Du Kong as a senior because they were both Meng Qiheng's in-room cadets. As for the others, they naturally had to address them as seniors. Looking at Li Fuchen, who was surrounded by a group of inner sect monarch class disciples, the monarch district's contest stage elder thought to himself, this child's perception is exceptional. If he has a fated opportunity, he might be able to become the pillar of the Red Rainbow sect. The Red Rainbow sect might be a monarch class sect and the ruler of the Red Soil continent. But the 7-color continent had 6 other monarch class factions. Outside of the 7-color continent, there were even stronger continents of higher grades. For elite prodigies, the Red Rainbow sect would always nurture them at all costs. After all, the Red Rainbow sect had enemies too and wanted to develop into an Emperor-class sect. An Emperor-class sect would need a Law Phase Realm Emperor and also a group of elite primary Sea Realm monarchs. Without a doubt, Li Fuchen would become a pinnacle primary Sea Realm monarch in the future. It will be hard to have such an opportunity in the future. After obtaining 20 million low-grade spirit stones, 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones, 2 red rainbow elixirs, and 2 perception Dao elixirs, Li Fuchen was very satisfied. But he knew that he only had one opportunity. At least before progressing to the battle spirit realm, no one would challenge him. Among the 7 kingdoms monarch class disciples, even if there were people stronger than Morong Tianqing, there was a limit. So many spirit stones, it is enough. Li Fuchen let out a smile. He wasn't a person who was insatiable. It was fine as long as he had enough spirit stones. It was meaningless to pursue an unlimited amount of spirit stones. Once his strength increased, the speed of earning spirit stones would only increase. In the blink of the eye, it had been over half a month since Li Fuchen defeated Morong Tianqing. During this half a month, Li Fuchen's blazing flame bone frame pattern had already been comprehended to 3. 6 segments and was getting closer to the 4th segment. On this day, Li Fuchen was comprehending the Cloud Flame Thousand Incineration. When the sword was brandished, Li Fuchen's mind suddenly had a rumble and he was frozen in place. In his soul spirit sea, the final trace of blue had vanished and had turned into pale purple. The pale purple spirit soul was magnificent and didn't have a trace of flaw. On the surface of the pale purple spirit soul, there were pale purple electric arcs that were flickering. Every time the electric arcs flickered, Li Fuchen would feel countless surges of inspiration. Cloud incineration. Li Fuchen's frozen body suddenly moved. When he brandished his sword, the sword light surged like a fire cloud and instantly filled the entire space. If one took a closer look, they would realize that the fire cloud was formed by countless fine sword lights. Each fine sword light was like a flame that was exploding and expanding. It was filled with a tyrannical and destructive aura. 10 Incineration. When the sword was brandished, the second sword was also brandished. This time, the fire cloud was even denser and more violent. The layers of fire cloud stacked together and caused the void to tremble. The sword lights were even finer and more tyrannical than before. It was like a lump of magma. The pale purple spirit soul is actually so powerful. Li Fuchen took a deep breath. The Cloud Flame Thousand Incineration had a total of 4 moves. When the third move, 100 Incineration, was cultivated, the sword art would be considered to have reached the perfection stage. But with the transformation of the spirit soul, Li Fuchen only used 2 moves to push the Cloud Flame Thousand Incineration to the perfection stage. Such perception was already something that 8-star bone frames couldn't compare with. In fact, Li Fuchen's previous perception was already extraordinary among the 8-star bone frames. It was very hard to figure out what level he was at. After consolidating the Cloud Flame Thousand Incineration, Li Fuchen immediately went into seclusion and continued to comprehend the Divine Flame Red Rainbow technique. 3 days later, Li Fuchen exited from seclusion. Right now, his divine flame red rainbow technique was already at the 27th rank. The quality of his chi was much stronger than before. Just by standing there, he was emitting a terrifying flame-like prowess. The pale purple soul spirit increased my perception by an unknown amount, but it is impossible to cultivate the divine flame red rainbow technique to the 28th rank in a short period of time. If I want the cloud flame thousand incineration sword art to reach the trance stage, it will be hard to achieve with just 2 sword arts. It seems like it is time to earn some contribution points. Even if one's comprehension was strong, they still needed something to cultivate. The other outer sect monarch class disciples would normally seclude themselves in the sect for at least 1 or 2 years. They would only venture out to complete missions to earn contribution points after reaching the peak level of Reincarnation Realm or the first level of Battle Spirit Realm. But such a method was a waste of time for Li Fuchen. There's no rush. Let's consolidate our cultivation and cultivation technique first. With 4 red rainbow elixirs and 4 perception Dao elixirs, Li Fuchen didn't have to worry about not having enough elixirs to consume within a short period of time. After consuming 1 red rainbow elixir, Li Fuchen's chi was much purer and his cultivation technique had completely stabilized at the 27th rank. As for the perception Dao elixir, Li Fuchen didn't consume it yet. He had just broken through to the 27th rank of the divine flame red rainbow technique. Even if he consumed the Dao comprehension elixir, he wouldn't be able to make any breakthroughs. He would have to wait for a period of time before consuming the Dao comprehension elixir. Only then would he be able to maximize the effects of the Dao comprehension elixir. Let's go to the mission hall to take a look. After exiting the Monarch district, Li Fuchen arrived at the Red Rainbow Sect's outer sect. There were many people in the outer sect mission hall, and they were all outer sect disciples. After all, outer sect disciples were different from King class disciples. They didn't have contribution points as rewards. If they wanted to earn contribution points, they could only do missions. It's a King level disciple. Noticing Li Fuchen's attire, some of the outer sect disciples were shocked, but their eyes lit up. Doing missions with King class disciples was the easiest. Each King class disciple was invincible in the same realm. As long as they didn't encounter any unexpected situations or accidents, they could definitely shorten the mission time. Senior Marshal Brother, you're here to accept a mission, right? Why don't you come with us to Crimson Beach? That place is rich in crimson shells. 1 shell can be exchanged for 10 contribution points, so 100 of them will be 1,000 contribution points. How can a crimson shell be so easy to obtain? Senior Brother, let's go to the Blackwind Gorge. There are blackwind fish there, and if we catch one, we'll get 50 contribution points. One by one, the outer sect disciples came forward to invite Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen was a little tempted. He had never done a mission before and didn't know much about these missions. So for his first mission, his goal wasn't to earn contribution points, but to understand the difficulty of each mission. Senior Brother, we're planning to go to the Demon Ring continent. Are you interested? A mature and steady young man walked over and invited them. Demon Ring continent? The expression of the surrounding outer sect disciples changed. The mission to the alien continent was extremely dangerous, and the Demon Ring continent was one of the more dangerous continents among the alien continents. There were no humans living on this continent, only endless demons. Fortunately, this continent could only give birth to level 5 demons, so it was impossible for level 6 demons to exist. An alien continent? I'm quite interested. Li Fuchen nodded. If one's cultivation wasn't at the primary sea realm, it would be extremely dangerous to traverse the ocean and head to different continents. But it was different with the teleportation array, as one could instantly arrive at a foreign continent. 3 days later. Red Rainbow Sect's outer sect teleportation plaza. There were teleportation platforms here. These teleportation platforms could teleport to the 7 great king cities of the Red Soil continent and some special places. In addition, they could also teleport to foreign continents. However, the cost of teleporting to a foreign land was extremely high. One person would need at least 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. If the teleportation to a foreign land was far away, 500,000 or 1 million low-grade spirit stones would be normal. Everyone might be able to afford it once or twice, but after a few times, even Monarch-class disciples wouldn't be able to afford it. Of course, Monarch-class disciples didn't need to pay the teleportation fee. There were 4 outer sect disciples who were heading to the Demon Ring continent with Li Fuchen. Including Li Fuchen, there were 5 of them. Apart from Li Fuchen, the rest of the 4 were at least at the 8th level of Reincarnation Realm, while the strongest were at the 9th level of Reincarnation Realm. There were 2 females and 2 males. Teleport to the Demon Ring continent, 150,000 low-grade spirit stones per person. An outer sect elder walked over and said, "Here." The steady young man handed over a storage bag that contained 600,000 low-grade spirit stones which were paid by the 4 of them. Li Fuchen didn't pay the spirit stones as he was a Monarch-class disciple and could teleport for free. Standing on the teleportation platform, there was a flash of light before the 5 of them vanished without a trace. When they reappeared, the 5 of them were in a dusky world. This is the Demon Ring continent? Li Fuchen could feel that the heaven and earth chi here was completely different from the 7-color continent. It contained a large amount of demon chi. It wasn't impossible for martial artists to refine demon chi, but the efficiency was very low. The steady young man was called Xianxia and he said, "The Demon Ring continent has a total of 5 rings. The first ring has the densest demon chi and correspondingly, the class 5 demons there are the strongest. They are even able to contest with low-level battle spirit realm martial artists. We are currently in the 5th ring and this place is relatively safer. But after so many years, the resources in the 5th ring have basically been collected. If we wish to have a greater harvest, we will have to head to the 4th ring or even the 3rd ring. As for the 2nd ring, it will depend on the situation. As for the 1st ring, it is best not to head there." After walking down the teleportation platform, Li Fuchen could feel that the demon chi in this place was even denser. The teleportation platform contained spatial power and once it was constructed, it would have an extremely powerful defense. Furthermore, it could isolate the heaven and earth laws from the outside world. This continent is naturally suitable for demons to grow. Li Fuchen could imagine how powerful the demons that resided on this continent were. If the class 5 demons from the East Unicorn continent came here, they probably wouldn't be able to dominate the 5th ring. The 5th ring was very big and it was the outermost region of the Demon Ring continent. "They are humans. Eat them." From a distance, a large group of class 5 demons flew over. There were horned demons, Herculean demons, and winged demons. "Everyone, be careful." Xianxia didn't dare to be careless. He didn't put a single class 5 demon in his eyes, but if dozens of class 5 demons worked together, they would be instantly killed if they weren't careful. Mountain Blast Fist. Golden Edge Saber Art. Soaring Feather Sword Art. Crabapple Sword Art. The 4 of them yelled out and executed their absolute arts. Bang boom, in the first clash, both sides were evenly matched. The 4 of them had the advantage in individual strength while the class 5 demons had the advantage in numbers. Cloud Incineration. Li Fuchen didn't have any intention to conceal his strength. He drew his scarlet blood sword and brandished it. Blaze, a cloud of fire spread out, and more than 30 level 5 demons were instantly burned to ashes. Such incredible sword art. No wonder he is a Monarch-class disciple. The outer sect female disciple named Yunwei opened her mouth wide while her eyes were filled with radiance. This is one of the Red Rainbow Sect's 5 great sword arts, Cloud Flame Thousand Incineration. Another female outer sect disciple named Lu Qinghua recognized Li Fuchen's sword art. The Red Rainbow Sect's 5 great sword arts were her dream sword arts, but the first half of the 5 great sword arts required around 10,000 contribution points. How could she afford it? Furthermore, as of now, she had yet to cultivate the Earth-class high-tier Crabapple sword art to the trance stage. It was still too early for her to cultivate an Earth-class peak-tier sword art. Xianxia and the male outer sect disciple named Guo Wenwu had a change of expression. The Earth-class peak-tier sword art was much stronger than they imagined. In terms of the sword art's profoundness, it was at least a few times stronger than Earth-class high-tier sword arts. If the difference between Earth-class low-tier martial arts and Earth-class mid-tier martial arts was around 1-fold, then the difference between Earth-class mid-tier martial arts and Earth-class high-tier martial arts was around 2 folds, then the difference between Earth-class high-tier martial arts and Earth-class peak-tier martial arts was around 4 to 5 folds. The legendary low-rank Heaven Realm martial arts were 10 times stronger than the strongest top-rank Earth Realm martial arts, and they couldn't be measured in terms of strength. The 5 of them continued to advance and unknowingly arrived at the 4th ring region. As compared to the 5th ring region, the 4th ring region's demon chi was much more concentrated. The dense fiendish demon yuan chi caused the environment here to appear extremely terrifying and strange. The sky was dusky and there was almost no sunlight. On the black ground, there were stalks of sawtooth grasses that were as tall as a few humans. In the distance, there were strange trees that were a few hundred meters tall. The strange trees were obviously only a few hundred meters tall, but they covered an area of a few miles. Wisps of black smoke were emitted from the strange trees. It is the devil rat herb. While soaring in the sky, Xianxia scanned the surroundings. Suddenly, he shot out like lightning and dove towards the sawtooth grasses below. In the sawtooth grasses, there was a stalk of strange grass that was as tall as a thigh. At the top of the strange grass was a black rat-shaped stamen. The devil rat herb was an Earth-class high-tier herb and it was one of the mission items. A single stalk was worth 100 contribution points and it was extremely precious. It was already extinct in the 7-color continent. Just as Xianxia approached the devil rat herb, the motionless sawtooth grasses shook violently and shot spikes at Xianxia. Bang! After all, Xianxia is a 9th-level shedding body realm martial artist. True spirit vibrates and the spikes are smashed. The shockwave pushes the surrounding sawtooth grass away. Then he reaches out and grabs the demon rat grass. Senior brother Zhuang, congratulations. Yunwei and Lu Qinghua congratulated him. 100 contribution points was not a small number. In the past, when they did missions, they would only get a few hundred contribution points each time. The Demon Ring continent was full of danger and there were many demonic treasures, but it was impossible to get a few thousand contribution points. Getting 1,000 contribution points was already not bad. Luck. Xianxia smiled and put away the devil rat grass. Before they came, they had already discussed that whoever found the treasure would get it. If everyone found it together, the treasure would be distributed according to contribution. What's that ahead? Yunwei pointed at the dark clouds in the sky and asked in confusion. Xianxia glanced at it and his expression changed. He seemed to have thought of something. Let's go. It's a demon. Li Fuchen narrowed his eyes and spoke indifferently. Demons? Yunwei and the others were overwhelmed with shock. How many demons were there in the dark cloud? A few thousand? More than 10,000, Xianxia said. This is a demon disaster and it is one of the most terrifying dangers on the Demon Ring continent. A regular demon disaster would have at least a few dozen Class 5 demons and 1,000 Class 4 demons. A larger demon disaster would have 100 Class 5 demons and a few thousand Class 4 demons. It is impossible to kill them all. Then let's hurry up and leave. Guo Wenwu said nervously. I'm afraid we can't leave anymore. There are demons at the back and the right side too. Li Fuchen took a glance at the back and the right side and there were also dark clouds moving over. Xianxia said with an unpleasant expression, on the Demon Ring continent, we are like a torch and are very eye-catching. Formidable demons will be able to detect our chi presence from over 1,000 miles away. We can only break through from the left side. Lu Qinghua suggested. We can't go to the left side either. Li Fuchen shook his head. Why? The one who spoke was Guo Wenwu, but once Guo Wenwu said this, he immediately understood Li Fuchen's intention. It was unknown when the dark clouds of demons appeared on the left side of the sky. What is going on? Logically, the 4th ring region shouldn't be so dangerous. Xianxia was very confused. Li Fuchen extended his awareness out to 800 miles away. He said slowly, we have suffered an unexpected calamity. This group of demons isn't here for us. The demons on the left and in front of us are pursuing a group of martial artists. Could they be reincarnation realm martial artists from other continents? Xianxia smiled bitterly. The 7-color continent wasn't the only continent that had teleportation arrays to the Demon Ring continent. The other continents also had teleportation arrays to the Demon Ring continent. Putting aside the others, just the Red Rainbow sect alone had control over a dozen teleportation arrays from foreign continents. The dark clouds of demons were getting closer and everyone could clearly see the martial artists that were being pursued by the dark clouds. They are the outer sect disciples from the Purple Cloud Palace and the Yellow Wind Valley, Lu Qinghua said. The Purple Cloud Palace was a monarch-class sect on the Purple Soil Continent, while the Yellow Wind Valley was a monarch-class sect on the Yellow Soil Continent. It also meant that this group of people didn't come from foreign continents. The seven-color continent had 7 continents and they were named with the colors red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple. The outer sect disciples from the Purple Cloud Palace and the Yellow Wind Valley were in a miserable state and there would be people dying from time to time. They knew that there were large numbers of demons in the other 3 directions, but they didn't have the chance to change their direction and could only take one step at a time. The Red Rainbow sect's outer sect disciples are at the front. Hurry up and regroup. The leader of the Purple Cloud Palace's outer sect disciples was a youth with withered yellow hair. When he saw Li Fuchen's group, his eyes lit up. The 7 king-level forces of the 7-color continent had a pretty good relationship with each other. They didn't fight endlessly just because they were on the same continent. Their battlefields were generally in foreign continents. The 7-color continent was just a place for them to cultivate and recuperate, as well as a place to train future talents. Let's fight. Xianxia took a deep breath. At this juncture, they had to help even if they didn't want to. Only by regrouping would they have a chance to survive. A few hundred miles wasn't considered a distance. In just a short moment, the demons at the front were already closing in on Li Fuchen's group. Rush in and don't become a target. Li Fuchen's body flashed like lightning and rushed into the demon cloud like a flame. In the next moment, there was a burst of sword light and sword chi, causing groups of demons to fall. Go. With Li Fuchen attracting attention, Xianxia and the others had a much easier time as they flashed into the demon cloud. Just as the 5 of them were in close combat, the demons from the other 3 directions had also rushed over. 4 groups of demons had gathered together and there were more than 10,000 of them. They were like a giant black whirlpool that had devoured Li Fuchen's group, the Purple Cloud Palace's outer sect disciples, and the Yellow Wind Valley's outer sect disciples. There were 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. Cloud incineration. Every swing of Li Fuchen's sword would kill at least 100 demons. Of course, it was mainly because the demons were too densely packed. No matter in which direction, there would be demons. Human, die. A sharp blade demon with blade-like arms lunged at Li Fuchen and slashed at him. Li Fuchen could see that this class 5 sharp blade demon was very powerful and it was several times stronger than the Blood Devil King. If it was Xianxia and the others, they would probably need to fight for a while before a victor could be determined. It was a pity that Li Fuchen wasn't Xianxia and the others. The sword light was like a cloud of fire that instantly devoured the sharp blade demon and the hundreds of demons behind it. There were too many demons and when tens of thousands of demons were gathered together, even a powerful battle spirit realm master wouldn't be able to kill all of them within a short period of time. Of course, it was fortunate that there were only a few hundred class 5 demons. If there were tens of thousands of class 5 demons, unless a primary sea realm monarch appeared, no one would be a match. Purple Cloud Palm. A gigantic purple palm shot out and slapped dozens of demons to death. The one executing the palm art was the leader of the Purple Cloud Temple's outer sect disciples, the youth with withered yellow hair. The Purple Cloud Palm was one of the Purple Cloud Temple's Earth-class peak-tier martial arts. It was also the Purple Cloud Temple's signature martial art and was famous for its ease of learning and mastery. If this youth was able to learn the Purple Cloud Palm, his strength would be much stronger than regular outer sect disciples. Yellow Wind Saber. The leader of the Yellow Wind Valley's outer sect disciples wielded a large saber and brandished it. When the saber wind rotated, dozens of demons were also killed. It was a pity that no matter how much the duo killed, they wouldn't be able to kill a lot of demons within a short period of time. When the demons' attacks landed on the duo, they would feel extremely uncomfortable and their chi would be rapidly consumed. In at most 15 minutes, the duo would either die from severe injuries or from chi exhaustion. The chi consumption is rather severe. In just a short period of time, Li Fuchen had already killed over 1,000 demons. Due to his tough defense and exceptional awareness, he was able to dodge most of the attacks. Therefore, his chi consumption was extremely low. But after a long period of time, the chi consumption was still considerable. Spirit stones might be able to replenish chi, but it required time to refine the chi from spirit stones too. It wasn't something that could be refined just like that. Sect origin swords. After thinking about it, Li Fuchen immediately executed the sect origin swords and stacked it with the bronze sword essence. Buzz buzz, over 10,000 sect origin bronze swords appeared, and with Li Fuchen as the center, they started to kill in all directions. In just a few breaths, at least a few thousand demons had been killed. The killing speed was so fast that Xianxia and the others, as well as the Purple Cloud Temple's Yellow Wind Valley's outer sect disciples, were flabbergasted. Such an incredible 6-star secret technique? The yellow-haired youth from the Purple Cloud Temple murmured. There were plenty of types of 6-star secret techniques. The sect origin swords that Li Fuchen executed was definitely a group attack secret technique, and it should be a top-notch 6-star secret technique. Otherwise, regular 6-star group attack secret techniques wouldn't be this incredible. Where does the yellow-haired youth know that Li Fuchen's 10,000 swords return to origin is only a 5-star secret technique? The reason why it is so powerful is that it is superimposed with the bronze sword essence secret technique, which makes the power of this secret technique exceed the 6-star secret technique level, almost reaching the 7-star secret technique level. If Li Fuchen went all out and burst out with 100,000 sect origin bronze swords chi, it would be enough to kill all the demons in a single breath. Let's kill the rest slowly. Li Fuchen's 10,000 swords return to origin bronze sword chi. Each sword chi can kill a large number of level 4 demon, but to deal with level 5 demon, it takes hundreds of sword chi. After the tens of thousands of sect returning bronze swords chi were used up, there were still less than half of the demons left. Li Fuchen didn't want to be too conspicuous and could only slash after slash to slay the demons. In the end, the tens of thousands of fiendish demons were slaughtered until they abandoned their armor and fled pathetically. I am Violet Cloud Palace's outer sect disciple, Yan Jingkong. I am Yellow Wind Valley's outer sect disciple, Luo Feng. Many thanks for saving our lives. The yellow-haired youth from the Violet Cloud Palace and the leader of the Yellow Wind Valley's outer sect disciples walked over and cupped their fists. Li Fuchen said, "There is no need to thank me, I am just doing it conveniently." To others, the demon calamity was a disaster, but to Li Fuchen, it was just a small inconvenience. With his current strength, as long as the class 6 demons didn't appear, he basically wouldn't be in any danger. Senior, we escaped from the third ring. There is an ancient demon tree there, and the ancient demon fruits on the ancient demon tree have already matured. It is because we were plucking the ancient demon fruits that we were pursued by the demons. It is fortunate that Senior saved us, otherwise, we would have been completely annihilated. Yan Jingkong spoke with lingering fear. Ancient demon tree? Xianxia was astonished. The ancient demon tree was a tree that was unique to the Demon Ring continent. The ancient demon fruits that it produced were Earth-class high-tier fruits, and a single fruit was worth 150 contribution points. However, plucking the ancient demon fruits wasn't an easy task. Putting aside the fact that there were plenty of demons guarding the ancient demon tree itself possessed horrific combat strength. Due to its massive size and countless branches, even a battle spirit realm master wouldn't be able to contest with the ancient demon tree. Furthermore, the ancient demon tree could move. If it was here this time, it might be at another place next time. Therefore, in order to encounter the ancient demon tree, it required extreme luck. Ancient demon tree, huh? Thank you for informing me. Li Fuchen was tempted. He didn't care about 200 contribution points, but he was tempted by 1,000 contribution points. Senior brother, we also escaped from the third ring. There's a small pond there with a peak-tier Earth-class herb, the 7 stars Earth Demon Herb. It looks like it'll mature in a few days. When we found it, we were chased by a large group of demons. There's also a group of demons guarding there. One of them is a white demon, and it's extremely strong. With just one punch, it killed 3 of my junior brothers and sisters. If we hadn't escaped quickly, and the white demon didn't want to leave the pond, I'm afraid we wouldn't have been able to escape here. Luo Feng said bitterly. Are the two of you leaving now or are you going to team up with us? After asking for the specific direction, Li Fuchen asked. Shaking his head, Yan Jingkong said, we have suffered great casualties this time. We are preparing to leave the Demon Ring continent. Us too. Luo Feng followed up. Alright then, I wish you a safe journey. Li Fuchen sent off the two outer sect disciples with his eyes. Senior Li, are you sure you want to go to these two places? Guo Wenwu was rather tempted but also fearful. These two places weren't friendly places. If they weren't careful, they might lose their lives there. I am definitely going to these two places. What are your thoughts? Li Fuchen asked. Xianxia said, the ancient demon tree's combat strength is powerful, but if it is at the border, there shouldn't be any danger. There is no harm in taking a look. Senior Zhuang is right. Yun Wei and Lu Qinghua were eager to give it a try. The ancient demon fruit was too tempting. A single fruit was 150 contribution points. If they could obtain a few more, it would be a few hundred contribution points. Since the trio had decided to go, Guo Wenwu had no choice but to follow. Of course, he was tempted too. Following the direction that Yan Jingkong pointed, Li Fuchen and the others finally saw the ancient demon tree after spending 3 days. The ancient demon tree was 1,000 meters in height and was covering the sky. It was different from the strange trees on the Demon Ring continent as the ancient demon tree didn't emit black smoke. In between the densely packed branches, there were black fruits. These fruits were glowing with black light and were emitting extremely pure demon chi presence. When the 5 of them were 1,000 meters away from the ancient demon tree launched an attack. The branches instantly extended and were like whips that lashed at the 5 of them. Bang! When facing over a dozen branches at the same time, Zhuangxing and the others were sent flying. No wonder battle spirit realm masters aren't able to contest with the ancient demon tree. Every branch of the ancient demon tree has attack power that is comparable to a class 5 demon. If one goes deep inside and faces thousands or tens of thousands of branches, even a battle spirit realm master would be tortured to death. After seeing the ancient demon tree's attack power clearly, Li Fuchen executed the divine flame transformation and turned into a flaming light as he approached the ancient demon tree. Along the way, dozens of branches lashed over but Li Fuchen dodged all of them. Seemingly sensing that Li Fuchen was difficult to deal with, the branches that were attacking Zhuangxing and the others were withdrawn by the ancient demon tree. They worked together with dozens of other branches to form an inescapable net that sealed off Li Fuchen's path of advancement. 10 Incineration. Li Fuchen brandished his sword and stacked with sword lights to split open the net of branches. Crackle. After one of the ancient demon fruits was snatched, the ancient demon tree was even more frenzied. Previously, it was just some thin branches that attacked Li Fuchen. Now that one of the ancient demon fruits was snatched, the thicker branch that had the thin branches attacked violently. This branch was a few hundred meters long and was around 8 meters thick. It was like a violent dragon and had a massive presence. Li Fuchen reckoned that this attack's power was almost at the battle spirit realm. With no way to dodge, Li Fuchen had no choice but to face the attack with all his strength. Clang! After sheathing the scarlet blood sword, Li Fuchen drew the joint heaven sword and slashed. The sword lights overlapped and burst out like magma, clashing with the thick branch. Swish swish swish, in this strike, both sides were evenly matched. After cultivating the Divine Flame Red Rainbow technique to the 27th rank and the Cloud Flame 10 Incineration to the Perfection stage, coupled with the Earth-class mid-tier artifact sword, the Joint Heaven Sword, Li Fuchen's strength was almost at the Battle Spirit realm. Li Fuchen was sent flying while 8 ancient demon fruits followed closely behind. It turned out that the ancient demon tree's branches had plenty of ancient demon fruits. After clashing with Li Fuchen, the sword chi invaded and caused plenty of ancient demon fruits to fall off. Li Fuchen grinned and with a wave of his hand, he kept all the ancient demon fruits. On the other side, Zhuangxing and the others had also seized 1 or 2 ancient demon fruits while the ancient demon tree was clashing with Li Fuchen. If it was someone else, they would have stopped after obtaining so many ancient demon fruits. But Li Fuchen wasn't satisfied. After stopping his body from flying back, he turned into a flame and shot at the ancient demon tree again. Boom boom boom, a man and a tree were in a frenzy. Li Fuchen kept all the ancient demon fruits. It is a human. He actually dares to snatch the ancient demon fruits. Eat them. The demons that were guarding the ancient demon tree finally arrived, and there were at least 10,000 of them. Die. At this stage, Li Fuchen couldn't be bothered about shocking the world. He circulated the 27th rank of the Divine Flame Red Rainbow technique to the extremity and burst out with the Divine Flame Red Rainbow field, enveloping the radius of a few miles. In the Red World, countless Class 4 demons were incinerated to death. The Class 5 demons might be fine, but their movement speed was greatly reduced and they became easy targets. This senior Li is too ferocious. Even Monarch-class disciples wouldn't be so exaggerated, right? Yunwei's little mouth opened wide with a look of worship. Human, I, Scarlet Fiend, will fight you. Enveloped by the divine flame Scarlet Rainbow domain, there was a scarlet red fiendish demon that was completely unaffected. When the overwhelming evil prowess spread out, Li Fuchen's divine flame red rainbow field had collapsed. Eh? Li Fuchen looked at him. This 5th-grade fiendish demon was 25 meters tall and covered in crimson scales. Its eyes shot out 2 beams of crimson light, giving it a terrifying appearance. Boom! When the scarlet demon executed a fist strike, the scarlet fist light was like a comet that rushed at Li Fuchen. The boundless fist prowess forced Xianxia and the others to continuously retreat as they couldn't withstand it. Good timing. Li Fuchen brandished the joint heaven sword to counter the attack. Bang! Li Fuchen was sent flying. Li Fuchen wasn't a match for his opponent with regular strength. Flame Heart. Li Fuchen's chest ignited with the flame seed and burst out with blazing flame power as he cleaved at his opponent with a blazing flame sword chi. This time, Li Fuchen was able to suppress the scarlet demon. Slash. After 8 moves, Li Fuchen made use of the fleeting opportunity to slash at the scarlet demon's neck and wanted to sever its head. However, the scarlet demon's defense was extremely tough. Li Fuchen's sword was only able to slash halfway before it was unable to continue. If one sword isn't enough, I shall use 2 swords. Li Fuchen repeatedly slashed at the scarlet demon's body, causing it to be drenched in blood and its flesh to be lacerated. From start to end, the scarlet demon wasn't able to injure Li Fuchen at all. Flee. The scarlet demon wasn't a simple-minded individual. Seeing that it wasn't a match for Li Fuchen, it quickly retreated and fled far away. Li Fuchen didn't give chase and continued to tangle with the ancient demon tree. He didn't go deeper and didn't retreat either. He had been wandering at the borders and seizing the ancient demon fruits that grew at the edge of the treetop. 20 fruits. 30 fruits. 50 fruits. The ancient demon tree didn't just have a few thousand ancient demon fruits, there were at least 10,000 of them. There were plenty of ancient demon fruits that grew at the edge of the treetop. If I knew this would happen, I would have rented a battleship. Li Fuchen was a little regretful. To deal with such a massive existence, a battleship was the best choice. There wasn't a need for a Class 6 battleship, just a Class 5 battleship would be able to contest with the ancient demon tree. The only thing Li Fuchen had to be careful was not to let the ancient demon tree destroy the battleship. It was a pity that the price of renting a battleship was too high. Renting a Class 5 battleship required 1,000 contribution coins per day and it would be 10,000 contribution coins for 10 days. If the battleship was damaged, Li Fuchen would have to pay 1 million contribution coins. He might be able to repay it in installments, but the pressure was still great. As for the Class 6 battleship, it wasn't worth mentioning. Right now, it was useless to regret. The only thing Li Fuchen could do was to seize more ancient demon fruits. As for the demons, he would kill as many as they came. Finally, the ancient demon tree was enraged. Dozens of ancient demon fruits withered and all the energy was concentrated on this thick branch. Immediately after, the branch emitted a black light and swept at Li Fuchen like a black dragon. Bang! After vomiting a mouthful of fresh blood, Li Fuchen was sent flying. Had it not been for Li Fuchen's dual cultivation, this attack would have turned him into smithereens. Let's go. Once the ancient demon tree was enraged, Li Fuchen didn't have any chance at all. The price of the ancient demon tree's anger was rather huge, but Li Fuchen had only seized 60 to 70 ancient demon fruits. Once the ancient demon tree was enraged, it would exhaust dozens of ancient demon fruits' energy. Alright. Xianxia and the others already wanted to leave. They had each seized 4 to 5 ancient demon fruits and it was considered a great harvest. After leaving the ancient demon trees region, the 5 of them headed towards the small pool. 3 days later. Over there. Scanning with his awareness, Li Fuchen noticed the small pool and the 7 stars earth demon herb inside. Don't get close. Li Fuchen waved his hand and asked the 4 of them to hide while he turned into a blazing light and flew over. Die. The white demon that was guarding the small pool opened its eyes and revealed an ominous glint. It then executed a fist with lightning speed. When the fist was executed, Li Fuchen felt that his entire body was locked in place and he couldn't dodge. He had no choice but to resist. What a powerful fiendish demon. He's even stronger than that scarlet fiendish demon. Li Fuchen didn't retreat or give way. He burst out with blazing flame power and slashed. Rumble, there was a violent chi wave that swept in all directions. The ground was scraped open layer after layer. Some of the demons that were nearby were immediately split into pieces by the chi wave and had their flesh and bones scattered. Snatch my treasure. Die. The white demon stood up and his hand surged with white light before a bone sword appeared. With a swing of the bone sword, a misty white sword light slashed at Li Fuchen. Clang, when the 2 swords clashed, Li Fuchen and the white demon each took a step back and were evenly matched. With the nourishment of dense fiendish demon yuan qi, the fiendish demons here are the truly powerful ones. Li Fuchen let out a bitter smile. If the demons of the East Unicorn Continent were also so incredible, the East Unicorn Continent would have been ruled by demons and he wouldn't have the chance to rise up. With a flash, Li Fuchen approached the white demon. The white demon didn't know that Li Fuchen was terrifying in close combat and wasn't on guard, allowing Li Fuchen to close in smoothly. Giant elephant trumpet, the giant elephant spirit rose up and the blazing flame power and dragon elephant power intertwined on the joint heaven sword before slashing at the white demon. Crackle, the bone sword shattered and the white demon was sent flying. Li Fuchen's sword was too powerful and the power was increased by at least 20%. How could the white demon's innate ability, the bone sword, withstand the attack? After slashing the white demon, Li Fuchen reacted quickly and instantly kept the 7 stars earth demon herb. The 7 stars earth demon herb was 10 times more precious than regular earth class peak tier herbs. A single stalk was worth 3,000 contribution points and was equivalent to 20 ancient demon fruits. Seeing that the 7 stars earth demon herb was taken, the white demon was enraged. The hand surged with white light and a long bone whip appeared. Swish, when the bone whip was brandished, the sky was filled with whip shadows. In between the whip shadows, layers of invisible power appeared out of nowhere. Even Li Fuchen found it a little strenuous to deal with it. The demon ring continent is truly not to be underestimated. They are all class 5 demons, but those class 5 demons from the East Unicorn Continent can only be considered ordinary class 5 demons here. This white demon should be at the pinnacle of the class 5 demons. Not wishing to waste too much blazing flame power, Li Fuchen dispersed the heart of blazing flame and circulated the dragon elephant power before smashing at the white demon with the tiger soul fist. The giant elephant spirit and the fierce tiger spirit complemented each other, allowing Li Fuchen's combat strength to reach the extremity. When he executed the fist, the boundless fist prowess felt like it was going to shatter the void. The whip shadows were all blasted apart while the white demon was sent flying. As a dual cultivator of chi and body, Li Fuchen's strongest aspect was his body refinement strength and his blazing flame divine ability wasn't comparable. One must know that the dragon form forging body chapter was an earth-class high-rank body refining technique, and earth-class high-rank body refining technique was much more precious than earth-class peak-rank true chi cultivation technique. The South Forest Martial Institution had earth-class mid-tier chi cultivation techniques, but they didn't even have earth-class low-tier body refinement techniques. As a monarch-class sect, the Red Rainbow sect had plenty of earth-class peak-tier chi cultivation techniques, but they didn't have a single earth-class high-tier body refinement technique. They only had a few earth-class mid-tier body refinement techniques. It was imaginable how precious body refinement techniques were. His body refinement strength is actually stronger than his true chi strength? In the distance, Xianxia and the others were shocked. The white demon is from the bone demon race. The bone demon is an extremely tyrannical race among the demons. It is said that pure-blooded bone demons can reach the demon emperor's level of growth. Among the demons of the same class, they are considered monarchs. Lu Qinghua stared at Li Fuchen in shock. After staying in the Red Rainbow sect for so many years, he had seen plenty of monarch-class disciples, but none of them were as all-round and terrifying as Li Fuchen. He reckoned that only emperor-class disciples would be comparable with Li Fuchen. Boom boom boom, with his body refinement strength fully bursting out, Li Fuchen was completely suppressing the demon. But the white demon's bone armor's defense was too tough. Li Fuchen's fist would only be able to create traces of cracks on the bone armor. It was almost impossible to completely break the bone armor. The level of Tiger Soul Fist is still too low. Li Fuchen frowned. There was a huge difference between the path of body refinement and the path of true qi. The amplification of the low-tier Earth-class Tiger Soul Fist was comparable to a high-tier Earth-class martial art. But it was only comparable to an Earth-class high-tier martial art. If Li Fuchen could cultivate an Earth-class mid-tier body refinement art, a single fist would be enough to severely injure the white demon. When I return, I will be able to redeem an Earth-class mid-tier body refinement art. The Red Rainbow sect had a few Earth-class high-tier body refinement arts, but they required a lot of contribution points and Li Fuchen couldn't afford them. Even if it was an Earth-class mid-tier body refinement art, it would require a few tens of thousands of contribution points. The price was comparable to Earth-class peak-tier qi martial arts. Bang! After sending the white demon flying with a fist, Li Fuchen used the rebounding force to skim towards Xianxia and the others. Go! Li Fuchen yelled out. Xianxia and the others were already prepared to escape. They burst out with speed and kept pace with Li Fuchen. Roar! The white demon roared with rage and chased after Li Fuchen with thousands of demons. Both parties chased after each other across the third and fourth rings. During this period of time, there were other demons that were rushing over from other directions. It was fortunate that Li Fuchen's awareness was exceptional and could sense which direction the demons were in. After a few days, the five arrived at the fifth ring. A massive number of low-grade spirit stones were thrown into the hole in the center of the teleportation platform. The teleportation array was activated and there was a radiance before the five vanished without a trace. Red Rainbow Sect's teleportation plaza. One of the teleportation platforms lit up and Li Fuchen's group appeared. That was a close shave. Yunwei patted her chest and had lingering fear. The Demon Ring continent was too dangerous. During normal times, it was still possible to travel around the fourth and third rings. Only the second ring was slightly more dangerous and the first ring was extremely dangerous. But if one was unlucky, they might encounter an extremely powerful Class 5 demon in the fifth ring. Like the Scarlet Demon that was guarding the Ancient Demon Tree and the White Demon that was guarding the 7 Stars Earth Demon Herb. Such demons should only exist in the second and first rings. Riches come from danger. This mission is already comparable to several of the previous missions. Guo Wenwu was rather happy to be able to return alive. Furthermore, the rewards from this mission made him even more delighted. Apart from obtaining 4 ancient demon fruits, Guo Wenwu had also found a few mission herbs. After exchanging them for 1,200 contribution points, it was enough for him to redeem the first 27 ranks of the Earth-class high-tier cultivation technique. Seniorly, I am staying in the outer sect's number 385 courtyard. Drop by when you are free. Yunwei's eyes flickered. As a monarch-class disciple, it wasn't difficult for him to reach the primary sea realm. If she could become his Dao companion, she would definitely have boundless glory. Everyone, Li Fuchen shall take his leave first. Li Fuchen smiled and cupped his fist before flying towards the monarch district. Yunwei bit her lips and had a bitter expression. A total of 15,100 contribution points. It is enough to redeem an Earth-class mid-tier body refinement art. Li Fuchen's rewards from the Demon Ring continent were extremely great. He obtained a total of 67 ancient demon fruits, 1 stock of 7 Stars Earth Demon Herb, and a few other mission herbs. The total value was 14,100 contribution points. With the addition of his remaining 1,000 contribution points, Li Fuchen had a total of 15,100 contribution points. It was equivalent to 1.5 years of sect rewards for other monarch-class disciples. With sufficient contribution coins, Li Fuchen headed for the secret manual tower again. On the second floor of the secret manual tower, Li Fuchen picked up the Earth-class mid-tier body refinement art manuals and started to read them. Blood Dragon Leg, Earth-class mid-tier body refinement art. When cultivated to completion rank, the Blood Dragon spirit can be activated. When attacking, it will be like a blood dragon coiling around the enemy. It is extremely ferocious. First half requires 5,000 contribution coins, second half requires 15,000 contribution coins. Purple Blood Armor, Earth-class mid-tier body refinement art. When cultivated to completion rank, the body will be able to use Qi power or extraordinary Qi power to form a layer of armor. First half requires 6,000 contribution coins, second half requires 18,000 contribution coins. A moment later, Li Fuchen finally chose the Vicious Dragon Fist. The Vicious Dragon Fist wasn't a vicious fist, but the fist force was too vicious and violent, hence, it was called the Vicious Dragon Fist. Li Fuchen was left with 7,100 contribution coins and he wasn't in a hurry to redeem other manuals. He was planning to save them to redeem the second half of the Cloud Flame Thousand Incineration or the second half of the Vicious Dragon Fist. After registering with the Tower Guardian Elder, Li Fuchen took the first half of the Vicious Dragon Fist and left the secret manual tower. The Vicious Dragon Fist had a total of 2 moves. The first half only had 1 move and it was called Vicious Dragon Emerge. It might only be 1 move, but it had 9 forms and 736 variations. Each form and variation was actually a kind of Qi blood guidance. When each variation was at the pinnacle, this move would be mastered. When the fist was executed, the vicious dragon spirit would burst out naturally and it contained immense power. With Li Fuchen's perception, he was able to cultivate 3 forms and 246 variations in a single day. When he executed the fist, his Qi blood would circulate in a frenzy before finally twisting into a stream. The fist would then burst out with a dragon's roar. Just as Li Fuchen was cultivating the vicious dragon fist, there was a huge change in the distant East Unicorn continent. It was unknown why the dense fog in the Land of Fog had gradually vanished. Some of the secrets that were concealed in the Land of Fog had been exposed to the light of day, including the teleportation platform in the small valley. Ever since the teleportation platform was discovered, there would be people leaving through the teleportation platform every day. Among them were the various sects' supreme elders and heavenly prodigies. Li Fuchen, is this your secret? Everyone was enlightened. No wonder Li Fuchen's cultivation and strength had such rapid progress in a short period of time. It turned out that he discovered a teleportation platform and used it to teleport to another continent. The East Unicorn continent was lacking in resources and the concentration of heaven and earth Qi was far inferior to ancient times. This was publicly acknowledged. If Li Fuchen was able to reach a higher class continent, his cultivation would naturally yield twice the results with half the effort. Some of the experts that were stuck at the peak level of reincarnation realm might be able to break through to the battle spirit realm and become a master once they reached a higher class continent. Evil King, if you leave now, it will be hard for you to take revenge in the future. On this day, the Blood Ancestor and the Evil King also arrived at the small valley with the teleportation platform. After leaving the East Unicorn continent, the duo might be able to break through to the battle spirit realm within a short period of time. If they were heading to the continent that Li Fuchen was at, they might have a chance to take revenge. If they were heading to another continent, they wouldn't be able to see each other anymore. After all, there was a vast ocean between continents. Unless there was a teleportation array or their cultivation was at the primary sea realm, otherwise, it was very unlikely for them to head to the other continent. The one-armed Evil King said faintly, compared to a higher realm, not being able to take revenge is nothing. He wanted to rule the East Unicorn continent for the resources of the entire continent. Only by gathering the entire continent's resources would he be able to break through to the battle spirit realm within a short period of time. Right now, he didn't need to rule the continent in order to progress to the battle spirit realm or even higher realms. The Evil King naturally didn't care about taking revenge. Of course, if he had the chance to take revenge, he would naturally not give it up. Hua, the teleportation platform flashed with radiance before the Blood Ancestor and the Evil King vanished. The temptation to head to other continents was too great. The various sects were still fine as they had enough spirit stones to operate the teleportation arrays. Those who didn't have enough wealth had started to take the evil path and wantonly killed for treasures. For a moment, the entire East Unicorn continent was filled with blood light. Li Fuchen didn't know what was happening on the East Unicorn continent. He was currently immersed in the world of fist art. Roar, there was a resounding and vicious dragon roar. On the Fuchen Peak, a black and sinister vicious dragon spirit soared up. The powerful force caused violent winds to rise on the Fuchen Peak and sent sand and rocks flying. This was with the protection of the array. Without the protection of the array, a single fist would definitely shatter the Fuchen Peak. No wonder it is an Earth-class mid-tier body refinement art. The completion stage is already far superior to the trance stage of the Tiger Soul Fist. Li Fuchen's eyes revealed radiance. The Tiger Soul Fist's power was comparable with Earth-class high-tier martial arts. But as compared to the Vicious Dragon Fist, it was rather insignificant. The completion stage of the Vicious Dragon Fist's power was actually close to the perfection stage of the Cloud Flame Thousand Incineration. This was only an Earth-class mid-tier body refinement art. If it was an Earth-class high-tier body refinement art, wouldn't it be close to Heaven-class low-tier Qi cultivation arts? Li Fuchen didn't know that the body refinement Dao was a heaven-defying Dao. The human body was frail and couldn't be compared with demonic beasts and demons. But if one walked on the body refinement Dao, one's body would be able to contest with demonic beasts and demons. It might even surpass demonic beasts and demons. When cultivated to the extremity, one would be immortal. Therefore, body refinement manuals were extremely rare and powerful. After all, how many individuals could truly defy the heavens? It was far inferior to the Qi cultivation Dao. Of course, it didn't mean that the Qi cultivation Dao was inferior to the body refinement Dao. The Qi cultivation Dao was superior in that it had a long source, it was superior in that it was broad and profound. It was superior in that it could comprehend the heaven Dao and nature. When the Qi cultivation Dao was at the extremity, it wasn't inferior to the body refinement Dao. Furthermore, there were many variations and it was as unfathomable as the heaven Dao. After the Vicious Dragon Fist reached the completion stage, Li Fuchen didn't stop cultivating. With his current perception, just the first half of the manual was enough to cultivate the Vicious Dragon Fist to the perfection stage. In order to cultivate the Vicious Dragon Fist to the perfection stage, Li Fuchen reckoned that he would have to reduce the transformations of the Vicious Dragon Fist. The first move of the Vicious Dragon Fist had 736 transformations. In fact, many of the 736 transformations were interlinked and could be fused into a single transformation. The creator of the Vicious Dragon Fist didn't reduce the transformations mainly to make it easier for the later generations. After all, everything had to be done from shallow to deep. If the difficulty was raised to the highest level, apart from those absolute prodigies, who could cultivate and reach the entry stage, Li Fuchen only took 7 days to cultivate the Vicious Dragon Fist to the completion stage. It took Li Fuchen half a month to reduce the 736 transformations of the first move of the Vicious Dragon Fist to 625 transformations. Right now, when he executed his fist, there were fewer transformations, but the power was more concentrated and deeper. Of course, there was still some distance before reaching the perfection stage. With the completion stage of the Vicious Dragon Fist, my body refinement strength has increased greatly. But if I can increase my body refinement level, it will be even better. Sinking his awareness into his heart, the pale golden elephant appeared vividly in his mind. As compared to before, the elephant's body size seemed to be bigger and purer. Li Fuchen knew clearly that body refinement techniques and body refinement arts were closely related. When the body refinement art was successful, it would stimulate the Qi power, allowing the Qi power to gradually grow stronger. In turn, it would nourish the dragon elephant power. With a stronger body refinement level, it would be much easier to cultivate body refinement arts. On the next day, Li Fuchen arrived at the Monarch District's Dragon Pool. The Dragon Pool was a giant pool that the Red Rainbow sect used countless body refinement materials to construct. It was similar to the body tempering pool of the major clans in the Cloud Mist City. But there was a huge difference between the two. The body tempering pool could only increase a few hundred kilograms of strength, but the Dragon Pool could increase a few tens of thousands of kilograms of strength. Reincarnation realm martial artists will need 500 contribution coins per day to enter the dragon pool. If you have enough contribution coins, you can pay the fees for 3 days first. Outside the dragon pool, an outer sect elder was standing guard. Here. Li Fuchen handed over 1,500 contribution coins. The dragon pool wasn't free to use. Reincarnation realm monarch class disciples would need 500 contribution coins per day, while battle spirit realm monarch class disciples would need 2,000 contribution coins per day. In the inner sect, there was also a tiger pool which was one class lower than the dragon pool. Outer sect disciples would only need 100 contribution coins per day, while inner sect disciples would need 500 contribution coins per day. The dragon pool was inside the stone pavilion and it was around 30 meters in radius. It was separated into 30 small spaces with special screens. The dragon pool was surrounded by mist, and with the obstruction of the array, it didn't spread out. After entering the dragon pool, Li Fuchen took a breath of the mist and instantly felt his qi and blood boiling. This wasn't mist, it was obviously an extremely boundless qi and blood essence qi. No wonder it is a monarch class sect. With such extravagance, even if the entire East Unicorn continent's resources were gathered, it still wouldn't be enough to create a dragon pool. Li Fuchen took a glance and noticed that there wasn't anyone in the dragon pool. It made sense as there were only a few people who walked the body refinement path. Unless they possessed the body refinement bone frame, otherwise, few people would choose to walk the body refinement path or dual cultivate. After hanging the occupied sign on the screen, Li Fuchen took off his clothes and leaped into the dragon pool. After entering the dragon pool, there was extreme comfort. After a moment, there was extreme soreness, pain, and numbness. In just a short period of time, Li Fuchen's body underwent several changes and he couldn't help but take a deep cold breath. After a moment, Li Fuchen finally adapted to the dragon pool and started to circulate the dragon elephant body forging chapter to temper his qi, blood, and dragon elephant power. Huff, inhale. In between inhaling and exhaling, 2 cloud snakes drilled into Li Fuchen's nose and exhaled 2 fainter cloud snakes. When Li Fuchen was inhaling and exhaling the mist snakes, the small elephant in Li Fuchen's heart let out a trumpet. Its body was flickering with pale golden radiance, and with each flicker, the radiance seemed to be stronger. As time elapsed, Li Fuchen's qi and blood power and dragon elephant power were rapidly strengthening. Later on, a cloud python that was as thick as an arm coiled around Li Fuchen, bringing along even more cloud qi. 1 day, 2 days, after 3 days, the small elephant in Li Fuchen's heart had grown 1 size bigger. The luster on its body had gradually turned from pale gold to gold. The effect of the dragon pool is better than I expected. I might as well cultivate for a few more days. With 7,100 contribution coins, Li Fuchen could cultivate in the dragon pool for 10 days to half a month. On the 4th day, a young man walked in. After a moment, Li Fuchen felt that plenty of mist essence qi was attracted over. Battle Spirit Realm Body Refinement Master? Li Fuchen frowned. The dragon pool had plenty of mist essence qi. To be able to draw away some of the mist essence qi here, it must be a Battle Spirit Realm Body Refinement Master. On the 7th screen on the right side of Li Fuchen, there was a majestic youth soaking in the dragon pool. His body was emitting a golden halo and gave off a ferocious and iron-blooded aura. On the 5th day, a woman walked in. A large amount of mist essence was attracted over, as if there was a whirlpool there. What a powerful body refinement cultivation base. Li Fuchen smiled bitterly. As compared to 2 days ago, the mist essence qi here was only left with 60% to 70%. It was fortunate that the dragon pool had enough mist essence qi and he couldn't absorb too much at once, therefore, it didn't affect him much. Is it Junior Liu? A loud and clear voice echoed as the youth spoke. Yes. The female voice was magnetic and full of heroic qi. Junior Liu's Jade Phoenix technique seems to be at the sub-completion stage of the 6th rank. This senior is inferior. The youth said. The female voice said, Senior's Blood Wolf Sky Stomp technique is also at the sub-completion stage of the 6th rank. Jade Phoenix technique? Blood Wolf Sky Stomp technique? Li Fuchen flipped through the 2 body refinement techniques. These 2 cultivation techniques were Earth-class mid-tier body refinement techniques. The Jade Phoenix technique was said to be the #1 body refinement technique in the Red Rainbow sect. When cultivated to the highest rank, one would become a body refinement monarch. Its specialty was the ice skin, jade bones, and immunity to poison. The Jade Phoenix Chi power had the jade transformation ability. No matter how severe the injuries were, as long as one was still breathing, one would be able to recover quickly. If one was injured by the Jade Phoenix Chi power, the body would turn into jade. Once one turned into jade, even immortals wouldn't be able to save them. As for the Blood Wolf Sky Stomp technique, it was an extremely tyrannical body refinement technique. To cultivate this technique, one would need to consume a large number of Demon Wolf's demon cores to cultivate the Blood Wolf Chi power. It was said that at the later stages, once the Blood Wolf Chi power was circulated, the entire person would turn into a half-human half-wolf existence. Even demons would be far inferior. It should be Senior Lu Wan and Senior Wu Tianlang. In the entire Red Rainbow sect, there weren't a lot of monarch-class disciples. In the recent century, there were only over 100 monarch-class disciples that joined the Red Rainbow sect. Among them, there were only a few who mainly cultivated the body refinement Dao. Lu Wan and Wu Tianlang were one of them. Lu Wan had the 7-star Jade Marrow bone frame, while Wu Tianlang had the 7-star Iron Rock bone frame. The duo might have only cultivated their body refinement technique to the sub-completion stage of the 6th stage, which was equivalent to mid-level battle spirit realm martial artists. In terms of combat strength, the duo were considered the kings among the mid-level battle spirit realm martial artists. However, Earth-class mid-tier body refinement techniques could only allow the duo to step into the primary Sea realm. Earth-class peak-tier Chi cultivation techniques could allow others to cultivate to the 9th level of primary Sea realm. In this aspect, the duo's future was bleak, unless they could find Earth-class high-tier body refinement techniques or even Earth-class peak-tier body refinement techniques. On the 10th day, the small elephant in Li Fuchen's heart had doubled in size and already had the vigor of an adult elephant. Once the small elephant grew into an adult elephant, it would mean that Li Fuchen had cultivated the dragon elephant body forging 5th chapter to the perfection stage. By then, Li Fuchen would be able to dominate the reincarnation realm with just his body refinement. When complemented with his body refinement art, it wouldn't be difficult to contest with low-level battle spirit realm monarch class disciples. 11th day, 12th day, 14th day, in the end, Li Fuchen still wasn't able to improve the dragon elephant body forging 5th chapter to the perfection stage. It wasn't because the mist essence chi wasn't enough, it was because his body had reached the limits. If he continued to absorb the mist essence chi, his chi and blood would be corrupted if he was lucky, but he might explode if he was lucky. The dragon pool is indeed formidable. If I rely on body refinement elixirs, I will never be able to improve my body refinement to this level within 2 weeks. Li Fuchen lamented. The dragon pool didn't just contain a massive amount of body refinement essence, there seemed to be an extremely horrific transformation array. This transformation array could transform different types of body refinement essence into a higher grade of chi and blood essence chi. Li Fuchen temporarily called it dragon chi. When Li Fuchen emerged from the dragon pool, he was surrounded by mist. His upper body was slender and strong, as though it was forged from steel. The flexibility was filled with astounding explosive power and ferocious force. It was faintly emitting an undying aura. After putting on his clothes, Li Fuchen walked out of the dragon pool. A total of 7,000 contribution coins. You will need to make up for 5,500 contribution coins. The dragon pool elder stated. Here. I only have 100 contribution coins left. I have to continue with the missions. Li Fuchen let out a bitter smile. He originally planned to accumulate contribution coins to redeem the second half of the Vicious Dragon Fist or the Cloud Flame Thousand Incineration, but he couldn't help but spend them. However, Li Fuchen didn't regret it. His current body refinement strength was more than 2 times stronger than when he went to the Demon Ring continent previously. With just his body refinement, he was able to contest with the White Demon. If he executed the Vicious Dragon Fist, he was confident he could shatter the White Demon's body in a single fist. Li Fuchen didn't form a team and was preparing to explore by himself while carrying out missions. His trump cards were hidden and he would only be able to burst out without any worries when he was alone. After arriving at the teleportation plaza, Li Fuchen headed to the Demon Ring continent again. Only 1 month had passed, and even if the ancient demon tree could move, it probably couldn't have moved very far. Swish, there was a flash of light and Li Fuchen arrived at the Demon Ring continent's 5th ring. Following his memory, Li Fuchen flew towards the 3rd ring. As expected, it isn't at the same place anymore. Li Fuchen frowned and scanned the surroundings when he saw that the ancient demon tree's original location was empty. Soon enough, Li Fuchen captured a trace of the ancient demon tree's chi presence. His awareness was comparable with the primary Sea Realm monarch. This trace of chi presence might be able to hide from the most formidable battle spirit realm masters, but it couldn't hide from Li Fuchen. Swish, following the chi presence, Li Fuchen increased his speed. It is that human again. Kill him. From far away, tens of thousands of demons noticed Li Fuchen. One of the scarlet demons roared with rage, and it was the scarlet great demon that was guarding the ancient demon tree. Apart from the scarlet great demon, the white demon was also beside him. In between the two demons, there was an even stronger demon. This demon was covered in blood scales and was very similar to the East Unicorn Continent's Blood Devil King. Is this person the one that defeated you? The blood-scaled demon's voice was deep and evil. Lord Blood General, it is him. The scarlet demon nodded. In the Demon Ring continent, the hierarchy was very strict. Even though the 5th-level demons were all at the same level, there were subdivisions. The lowest level were the ordinary 5th-level demons, and above them were the elite 5th-level demons. Above them were the great demons. The scarlet demon and white demon were both great demons, but the white demon was slightly stronger. In terms of strength, a regular Class 5 demon would be equivalent to a 9th-level reincarnation realm martial artist that cultivated a mystic class peak-tier cultivation technique. Elite level 5 demon corresponds to the shedding body realm 9th layer martial artist who cultivates the earth level low rank cultivation technique. The great demons corresponded to 9th level reincarnation realm martial artists that cultivated earth class mid-tier cultivation techniques. Above the great demons were the powerful demon generals. Generally speaking, devil generals were used to address Class 6 fiendish demons. However, there were no Class 6 fiendish demons in the Demon Ring continent. Those extremely heaven-defying Class 5 fiendish demons called themselves devil generals. The demon general's strength was comparable with low-leveled battle spirit realm martial artists and would normally be active in the 1st ring. After knowing that a powerful human had arrived at the Demon Ring continent, they came to the 3rd ring and planned to capture this human alive to devour his essence blood. Blood demon? I wonder what the purity of its bloodline is and how far it's from a pure-blooded blood demon. Li Fuchen raised his brows. There were pure blood and impure demons. The limit of a pure-blooded blood demon's growth was the Demon Emperor. They were the Blood Demon's Emperor race. The East Unicorn Continent's Blood Devil King was just a regular blood devil, and its bloodline purity was obviously inferior to this blood-scaled demon. Of course, even a pure-blooded blood demon would find it hard to grow to the limits without any fated encounters, let alone an impure blood demon. It just so happens that my vicious dragon fist is at the completion stage and my body refinement has improved greatly. I am lacking a formidable opponent. Li Fuchen was eager to give it a try as his chi prowess burst out. Kill. With the scarlet demon and the white demon leading the charge, thousands of demons charged at Li Fuchen. The scarlet demon was from the fire demon race while the white demon was from the bone demon race. The scarlet demon's growth potential was inferior, but it was still a great demon. The white demon was from the bone demon race. A pure-blooded bone demon's growth limit was the Demon Emperor, just like a blood demon. Therefore, as a great demon, the white demon's strength was much stronger than the scarlet demon. The two of them attacked Li Fuchen from the left and right. As for the other Class 5 and Class 4 demons, they were either closing in on Li Fuchen with extreme speed or attacking from a distance. The scene was extremely horrifying. Vicious dragon emerge. The giant elephant trumpeted while the vicious dragon roared. The giant elephant spirit and the vicious dragon spirit rose at the same time. When Li Fuchen executed his fist, the vicious dragon spirit was like a world-destroying demon dragon that shook the void. Bang 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 bang, hundreds or thousands of demons were turned into blood mist by Li Fuchen's fist. Even the Scarlet Demon and the White Demon couldn't block Li Fuchen's fist prowess. Their skin and flesh were lacerated by the fist force and blood was spurting everywhere. Die. Li Fuchen executed another fist. The horrific vicious dragon spirit was wreaking havoc and finally shattered the Scarlet Demon and the White Demon into pieces, causing them to die miserably on the spot. If it is a one-on-one, I should be able to kill the White Demon in a single fist. Li Fuchen roughly estimated the strength of his fist force. What? The blood-scaled demon was shocked and enraged. It was fine if it was the Scarlet Demon, but the White Bone Great Demon was a pinnacle existence among the great demons. Even the blood-scaled demon wouldn't be able to kill the White Bone Great Demon within a short period of time. Didn't this human strength say that he was only slightly stronger than the White Bone Great Demon? Could it be that Li Fuchen had improved in just over a month? Blood Spear. The blood-scaled demon took a deep breath. His hand surged with blood light and a blood-colored spear appeared. The blood-colored spear was emitting blood-colored electric arcs and had appalling prowess. Swish, there was a flash of blood-colored electric arcs as the blood-scaled demon tossed out the blood-colored spear. When facing the blood-colored spear that was approaching at extreme speed, Li Fuchen executed a single fist to instantly shatter the blood-colored spear. Blood armor. The blood-scaled demon roared and as there was a surge of blood light, a blood-colored armor appeared on its body. In the next moment, there was a flash of blood light as the blood-scaled demon charged at Li Fuchen. Boom boom boom, the duo's fists clashed and instantly clashed for 8 moves. PFFF, when the 9th fist clashed, the blood-scaled demon couldn't withstand Li Fuchen's fist force anymore and vomited a mouthful of fresh blood. Li Fuchen didn't show mercy after gaining the upper hand and executed a fist on the blood-scaled demon's chest. The blood-colored armor on its body caved in, and the powerful force caused the blood-scaled fiendish demon to fly back. Where do you think you are going? Li Fuchen chased after and used a fist to shatter the blood-scaled demon's blood-colored armor, causing a blood mist to spread out. Flee. The blood-scaled demon knew that it wasn't a match for Li Fuchen and fled frantically. After executing 8 fists in the air, Li Fuchen didn't give chase. His only shortcoming was his movement speed. After all, movement speed was related to his cultivation and his cultivation happened to be his weakest point. His body refinement might not be weak, but his body refinement was far inferior to his chi cultivation when it came to traveling. After killing over 1,000 demons with 2 fists, even the Blood General was repelled by Li Fuchen. The rest of the demons didn't dare to stay. In just a short moment, over 10,000 demons had escaped cleanly. Following the Qi presence, Li Fuchen continued to pursue the ancient demon tree. Half a day later, Li Fuchen found the ancient demon tree. The ancient demon tree had obviously recognized Li Fuchen's Qi presence. When it saw Li Fuchen arriving, dozens of ancient demon fruits withered and gathered all the energy on a thicker branch. It then lashed at Li Fuchen in a frenzy. Li Fuchen grinned and smashed his fist. There was an explosion of horrific chi waves. Li Fuchen didn't move but the ancient demon tree's branch exploded. With quick hands, Li Fuchen collected 8 ancient demon fruits in an instant. The ancient demon tree was enraged. This time, close to 100 ancient demon fruits withered and the energy was gathered on a thicker branch that was closer to Li Fuchen. It is too wasteful. Give me over 100 ancient demon fruits and I might just leave. Li Fuchen felt that it was a pity. This ancient demon fruit was too stubborn and would rather give up the ancient demon fruits to contest with him. How could it not know that Li Fuchen was here for the ancient demon fruits? A man and a tree had a frenzied battle. During the battle, Li Fuchen was waiting for an opportunity to harvest the ancient demon fruits. As the ground shook, the ancient demon tree's roots that were hidden underground emerged. It felt as though it had countless legs as the ancient demon tree rapidly approached Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen was flabbergasted. He didn't expect the ancient demon tree to move like this. He didn't dare to let the ancient demon tree get close. With the ancient demon tree's massive body, once it got close, Li Fuchen's pressure would increase by 100 times. By then, countless branches would attack and even a formidable battle spirit realm master wouldn't be able to withstand it, let alone Li Fuchen. While retreating, Li Fuchen had been wandering at the edge of the ancient demon tree. It was fortunate that the ancient demon tree's movement speed wasn't too fast, otherwise, Li Fuchen's only way out would be to escape miserably. After harvesting over 100 ancient demon fruits, the ancient demon tree's low intelligence finally understood. It couldn't do anything to Li Fuchen. Its instincts told it to distance itself from Li Fuchen. One fled while the other chased. A few days later, the man and the tree arrived at the second ring region. In the distant horizon, there were 3 streams of light that were flying over. After noticing Li Fuchen, they were even faster and arrived in front of Li Fuchen in the blink of the eye. They were 3 demons with tyrannical and horrific chi presences, and one of them was the blood-scaled demon. This person is stronger than me. Let's work together to kill him. The blood-scaled demon brought 2 demon generals and rushed over. 3 will do? Li Fuchen sneered and didn't even flee as he faced the attacks. One of the 2 demon generals was a winged demon with wings on its back, while the other was a power demon with immense strength. The 3 demon generals were in a great battle with Li Fuchen. The winged demon had unparalleled speed and was like a shadow that revolved around Li Fuchen while attacking violently. The power demon had a tough body and was only slightly injured after receiving a fist from Li Fuchen. The blood-scaled demon used its innate ability, Blood Spear, to attack Li Fuchen from a distance. As for the ancient demon tree, it didn't flee anymore. With its weak intelligence, it knew to assist the 3 demon generals and would use its branches to sweep at Li Fuchen from time to time. With the release of the giant elephant Spirit and Vicious Dragon Spirit, Li Fuchen repelled the winged demon and power demon in a single move. With a single fist strike, the blood-scaled demon was also sent flying. Li Fuchen made use of the opportunity to pull the ancient demon tree's branch and ripped off the entire branch. There were over 30 ancient demon fruits on the branch. How can this person be so formidable? The winged demon was bewildered. I reckon that only the top 10 demon generals are a match for him. The blood-scaled demon was extremely enraged. In the first ring region, he was only an ordinary demon general, and so were the other 2 demon generals. During normal times, he wouldn't even leave the first ring. After all, the first ring had the best cultivation environment and it was the easiest to evolve into a class 6 demon. Winged Demon General, go and summon more demon generals over. The blood-scaled demon transmitted a message to the winged demon. Among the 3 of them, the winged demon was the fastest. All right. Calling for reinforcements? Li Fuchen squinted his eyes. He wasn't afraid of 3 devil generals, but if there were 5, 6, or even more devil generals, he would be a little restrained. Especially when his speed wasn't fast enough, he would definitely be in a miserable state. Forget it, I shall go back and redeem the second half of the Vicious Dragon Fist. After executing the Divine Flame transformation, Li Fuchen turned into a stream of flames and flew out. Trying to leave? The blood-scaled demon wasn't happy and flashed to obstruct Li Fuchen. Get lost. Li Fuchen executed a fist and the Vicious Dragon Spirit caused the blood-scaled demon to vomit fresh blood. Stay behind. The power demon general's speed was also faster than Li Fuchen and his massive body blocked in front of Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen's speed didn't decrease as he executed a fist attack. Boom, the power demon general was sent flying and there was a fist mark on his chest. However, the power demon was one of the demon races with extremely tough bodies. This fist attack had only caused him to suffer light injuries and he was much more durable than the blood-scaled demon. Boom boom boom, with Li Fuchen's current speed, if he was to travel at his own pace, it would take him at most 10 days to travel from the second ring to the 5th ring. But if he was obstructed, it would take him 10 days to reach the 4th ring. During this period of time, the power demon general and the blood-scaled demon weren't constantly obstructing Li Fuchen. After all, even the power demon general wouldn't be able to endure Li Fuchen's repeated attacks. The 2 of them would only obstruct Li Fuchen after a certain period of time. Don't let him escape. From afar, the winged demon general led 4 other demon generals and caught up. Human, today shall be the day of your death. Seeing that the reinforcements had arrived, the blood-scaled demon grinned sinisterly and was much more confident. Li Fuchen was expressionless as he sent the power demon general flying with a fist and continued to travel. Stay behind. The winged demon general and the other 4 demon generals joined the encirclement of Li Fuchen. Get lost. When facing the encirclement of 7 demon generals, Li Fuchen wasn't fearful at all. When he executed a fist attack, the vicious dragon spirit shook and felt as though it was going to shatter the void. 3 of the demon generals were sent flying while Li Fuchen himself only took a few steps back. Body refinement martial artists were so fearsome because of their overwhelming frontal combat strength, allowing them to easily resist the rebound force. If it was a Qi cultivation martial artist with the same ability as Li Fuchen, it wouldn't be as easy as Li Fuchen. Let's attack together. I don't believe he can hold on for much longer. The blood-scaled demon led the charge to attack Li Fuchen. Courting death. Li Fuchen endured the attacks from a few demon generals and instantly closed in on the blood-scaled demon. He then punched at the demon's head. Gotcha! The blood-scaled fiendish demon's head split open, almost exploding. The blood-scaled fiendish demon fled in panic. He didn't dare to get close. As for those demon generals that struck Li Fuchen, they were appalled too. They had already used their full strength in that attack earlier, but Li Fuchen couldn't even vomit a mouthful of blood. What kind of defense was this? It was reckoned that even the top 10 demon generals wouldn't have such tough defenses. How could they understand that Li Fuchen, who was close to perfection of the dragon form forging body 5th chapter, was covered with the strength of dragon form, coupled with the earth-level mid-tier treasure armor, silver-scaled treasure armor? There was no one below the battle spirit realm who could hurt him. It was because of his exceptional defense that Li Fuchen dared to be so unbridled. After enduring the attacks from the 7 demon generals, Li Fuchen pushed forward. His speed might be a little slow, but he was at least approaching the 5th ring. Damn it, do I have to invite the top 10 demon generals over? The blood-scaled demon had an extremely unpleasant expression. It was said that demons had tyrannical and terrifying bodies, but today, he realized that Li Fuchen was even more insane than demons. The strength of the dragon form is much more condensed. After a series of battles, Li Fuchen's body had consumed a huge amount of the dragon form power. After all, be it offense or defense, they all required the support of the dragon form power. The heavier the enemy's attack, the more severe the consumption of the dragon form power. In comparison, Li Fuchen's own attacks would consume a lot less dragon form power. But as the dragon form power was rapidly consumed, Li Fuchen's body's dragon form power was getting purer. It was like a rusty iron wire that was peeling off. The dragon chi in the dragon pool might seem extremely pure, but dragon chi was dragon chi, while the dragon form power was dragon form power. The two of them needed to be converted, and during the conversion process, there would inevitably be some impurities. These impurities were the impurities. During the intense battle, the impurities were constantly shaken out. Unknowingly, Li Fuchen had already advanced to the 5th ring and the 7 demon generals weren't able to stop him. When Li Fuchen stood on the teleportation platform, the blood-scaled demon let out an enraged roar. Human, if you come to the demon ring continent again, it will be the time of your death. Li Fuchen sneered and turned into a stream of light that vanished without a trace. A total of 180 ancient demon fruits, it is 27,000 contribution coins. Li Fuchen appeared at the teleportation plaza. Without stopping, Li Fuchen headed to the contribution hall to exchange the ancient demon fruits for contribution coins before flying towards the secret manual tower. After spending 24,000 contribution coins, Li Fuchen obtained the second half of the vicious dragon fist. On Fuchen Peak, Li Fuchen started to cultivate the second half of the vicious dragon fist. The second half was the same as the first half and only had one move called Vicious Dragon Soar. This move had 3 forms and 81 variations. But Li Fuchen could see that the 3 forms and 81 variations were much more exquisite than the 9 forms and 736 variations of the first move. If the first move was the leaves of a tree, then the second move was the branches of a tree. Previously, Li Fuchen had already cultivated the Vicious Dragon Fist to near the perfection stage. Now that he obtained the second half of the Vicious Dragon Fist, he only needed to cultivate for a short while to break through the bottleneck and reach the perfection stage. Roar, the poisonous dragon roared. The poisonous dragon spirit was extremely condensed, as though it was going to shatter the void. The arrays on the Fuchen Peak were all activated, constantly reinforcing the Fuchen Peak to prevent the Fuchen Peak from being shattered by the poisonous dragon spirit. Not bad, it actually increased my strength by 30%. When the Vicious Dragon Fist reached the perfection stage, Li Fuchen's strength increased by 30%. It didn't sound like a lot, after all, it was only 30%. It wasn't double or triple. But Li Fuchen's current strength was extremely powerful. Let alone 30%, even if it was increased by 5% or 10%, it was still significant. Right now, Li Fuchen was confident that a single fist was enough to severely injure the blood-scaled demon. 2 fists was enough to kill the blood-scaled demon. Li Fuchen wasn't confident if he could kill the blood-scaled demon. After all, the blood demon had extremely tough survivability, and even if he shattered the blood-scaled demon's body, it would still be able to survive. As for the other 6 demon generals that surrounded him, apart from the power demon general, Li Fuchen was confident he could kill them in a few fists. As the vicious dragon fist reached the perfection stage, Li Fuchen's chi power was getting more exuberant. He stood there like a demon god and was emitting an extremely horrifying chi presence. There is no hurry. The demon ring continent is unfathomable and is far superior to the East Unicorn continent. I will go there after I cultivate the vicious dragon fist to the trance stage. It was fine if the demon ring continent was barren and Li Fuchen would only go there once. But it was obvious that the demon ring continent was rather rich in resources and there were rare herbs like the ancient demon tree. If Li Fuchen didn't go there a few more times, he would be letting himself down. When cultivating the vicious dragon fist, Li Fuchen didn't neglect his chi cultivation and sword art cultivation. On this day, Li Fuchen consumed another red rainbow elixir. The chi in his body was extremely pure and had reached the peak level of 5th level reincarnation realm. It had only been a few months since he broke through to the 5th level of reincarnation realm. Of course, as compared to body refinement, no matter how fast the chi cultivation progress was, it was still far inferior. Li Fuchen's current body refinement was equivalent to the 9th level of reincarnation realm, and this realm corresponded to his chi cultivation. Li Fuchen cultivated the Earth class peak tier cultivation technique, Divine Flame Red Rainbow technique, and it was far superior to regular reincarnation realm cultivators. Li Fuchen understood this very well. Chi cultivation was born from chi and chi came from the heaven Tao and nature. In order to progress in chi cultivation, one had to comprehend heaven and earth. Only then would one have the mental state to control the chi and refine it. In comparison, body refinement was much more barbaric. Unless one reached the limits of the body, one would be able to progress rapidly. Of course, the prerequisite was that there couldn't be too many impurities. If there were too many impurities in the chi, it would affect the cultivation. If there were too many impurities in the chi, it wouldn't just affect the cultivation. If it was serious, the body would explode or the chi and blood would collapse. In the blink of the eye, half a month had passed. The first breakthrough wasn't the vicious dragon fist, it was the chi cultivation. With the 27th rank of the Divine Flame Red Rainbow technique, the 6-star blazing flame bone frame, and sufficient red rainbow elixirs, Li Fuchen's cultivation was like a rocket that was rising steadily. He had suddenly broken through to the 6th level of reincarnation realm. When his chi cultivation reached the 6th level of reincarnation realm, it didn't affect Li Fuchen's extreme combat strength and merely increased his chi cultivation strength. But with the increase in chi cultivation, Li Fuchen could feel that his awareness was sharper and his perception had also increased. A person's awareness and perception would increase along with the progress of the cultivation. A battle spirit realm master's awareness was called spiritual awareness. Once the awareness evolved into spiritual awareness, it would be extremely useful and the range of detection would be further. Apart from Li Fuchen, regular reincarnation realm experts would only be able to extend their awareness over a few dozen miles. A battle spirit realm master's spiritual awareness could easily extend over a few hundred miles. A primary sea realm monarch's spiritual awareness would be able to extend over a few thousand miles. Li Fuchen was an anomaly as his awareness had yet to evolve into spiritual awareness and was already able to extend over 1,000 miles. It might not be comparable to a primary sea realm monarch, but there wasn't a qualitative difference. As for perception, it was closely related to the cultivation level. Li Fuchen's perception might be heaven-defying, but it was only comparable with a top-notch battle spirit realm master. If he wanted to contest with a primary sea realm monarch, he was still inferior. Be it the foundation or perception of primary sea realm monarchs, they were at an astounding level. It was reckoned that only heaven-class cultivation techniques and martial arts were difficult for them. Cultivation techniques and martial arts below the heaven class weren't difficult for them. After another half a month, Li Fuchen's vicious dragon fist had finally reached the trance stage. No matter what, the vicious dragon fist was only an Earth-class mid-tier body refinement art. Its power might not be inferior to Earth-class peak-tier Qi cultivation arts, but the comprehension difficulty was much lower. With Li Fuchen's current perception, it was easy for him to comprehend it completely. Body refinement martial arts focused on breaking through with force. But in fact, this power was not brute force. Instead, it was the power rule. The so-called power rule, when broken down, was actually power and technique. A body refinement martial artist couldn't just rely on strength, nor could it just rely on skill. Only with the combination of strength and technique would one be able to erupt with lethality that far exceeded one's own limits. When one's strength and skills fused to a deep degree, the body refinement true meaning would be born. With the complete vicious dragon fist intent, each of Li Fuchen's fists contained a deep level of power that could destroy things to the finest level. That's really scary. Li Fuchen revealed a smile. After comprehending the vicious dragon fist intent, Li Fuchen couldn't sit still and headed to the demon ring continent for the third time. This time, the ancient demon tree hid very deeply and Li Fuchen couldn't find it even after 5 days. Could it be in the first ring? Li Fuchen raised his brows and flew towards the first ring without hesitation. As expected. After arriving at the first ring, Li Fuchen felt that the ancient demon tree's Qi presence was slightly denser. Following the Qi presence, Li Fuchen flew at high speed. Human, you are too arrogant. You actually dare to barge into the first ring. Die. A horned demon general discovered Li Fuchen and pounced over. Li Fuchen couldn't even be bothered to speak. He blasted out a fist and smashed the vicious dragon spirit on his opponent's body. Bang, a faint blood mist drifted, and the corpse of the horned demon general was gone. The vicious dragon fist intent was much more terrifying than Li Fuchen imagined. After the horned demon general's massive body exploded, it wasn't just a blood mist, but flesh and blood were scattered. But under the attack of the vicious dragon fist intent, the horned demon general was destroyed by Li Fuchen at a subtle level, leaving behind a faint blood mist. After killing horned demon general, Li Fuchen continued to track the ancient demon tree. Finally, in the depths of the first ring, Li Fuchen found the ancient demon tree. However, a large group of demon generals had gathered under the ancient demon tree. The 7 demon generals that pursued Li Fuchen back then were all here. Apart from them, there were 5 unfamiliar demon generals. Human, you still dare to come? The blood-scaled fiendish demon was furious. He originally thought that Li Fuchen wouldn't come this time. If Li Fuchen didn't return after waiting for a few months, they would disperse. But just over a month had passed and Li Fuchen was actually here again. The other party simply treated the demon ring continent as his back garden. He could come and go as he pleased. Blood General, don't attack first. I'll deal with him. A pitch-black demon general flew over and stood a few hundred meters in front of Li Fuchen. Yes, Black Demon General. The Blood General glared at Li Fuchen and spoke respectfully. The Black Demonic General was the 7th demonic general of the Demon Ring continent. He was strong enough to heavily injure him in one move. In his opinion, the Black Demon General's strength was superior to Li Fuchen by 1 level. With the Black Demon General around, they would definitely be able to keep Li Fuchen here. Thinking of this, the Blood General felt delighted. Li Fuchen sized up his opponent. This was a black devil. The limit of a pure-blooded black demon's growth was Demon King. It couldn't compare to pure-blooded blood demons and pure-blooded bone demons. The black demon in front of him might be a pure-blooded black demon. As for the Blood General, he was merely a blood demon with a purer bloodline, not a pure-blooded one. Of course, there were no absolutes in this world. Fiendish demons with weak bloodlines might have a chance of becoming strong, but the chances were lower. Human, leave behind your name and die. The Black Demon General didn't have any scales and his skin was pitch black like cowhide. No, it looked 1,000 times tougher than cowhide. It gave off an indestructible and extremely tough feeling. You aren't qualified to know my name. Li Fuchen said indifferently. I originally wanted to let you die a quick death. It seems like there isn't a need now. Die! The black demon general roared with rage while his body burst out with a large amount of black light. The black light gathered on his right fist before he blasted a fist at Li Fuchen. This fist contained a vast and concentrated power. Before the fist force arrived, the entire void had already been locked. There was a distortion in heaven and earth that looked like ripples. Just in time. Li Fuchen didn't even execute a fist. The sinister and horrific vicious dragon spirit rose up and protected him. For Earth-class martial arts, as long as the intent was comprehended, the martial artist wouldn't need to execute the martial art to burst out with the intent. Because the moment the intent was comprehended, the martial artist would have completely grasped the essence of the martial art. Bang! The black demon general's fist had only caused the Du Long aura to sway a little, but he had been sent flying by the powerful recoil. What? The black demon general was dumbfounded. He was the 7th demon general and the 7th expert of the demon ring continent. Even if the 2nd demon general didn't retaliate and received a fist from him, it wouldn't be so easy and he would be injured. A mere human was actually able to block his attack just by relying on his aura. Furthermore, he was sent flying back. How was this possible? What is going on? The Blood General and the other demon generals looked at each other and didn't understand the situation. Courting death. The Black Demon General was enraged and forcefully stopped his body from flying back. He then launched a frenzied fist at Li Fuchen. Bang! With a heavy fist, the Black Demon General suffered a heavy backlash too. This time, he even vomited a mouthful of fresh blood. Attack together. The Black Demon General's expression changed as he yelled out sternly. The situation isn't right. Attack together and don't let him escape this time. They might feel that Li Fuchen's strength was too abnormal, but including the Blood General, all the demon generals attacked together and prepared to kill Li Fuchen in a single move. They didn't believe that Li Fuchen could block their combined attack. Useless people, all of you can die now. After testing out the mystical ability of the vicious dragon spirit, Li Fuchen didn't plan to waste any more time. He executed a fist and the vicious dragon spirit expanded violently. It was like a world-destroying demon dragon that swept out and froze the void for an instant before shaking once. Bang 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 bang, all the demon generals that made contact with the vicious dragon spirit had instantly burst into blood mist. Only the Black Demon General was able to resist a little, but he was also nearly split into pieces and was severely injured. Damn it, Li Fuchen must have concealed his strength more than a month ago. The Blood General is trying to harm me. After feeling the prowess of Li Fuchen's fist, the Black Demon General's heart turned cold. Li Fuchen wasn't just one level weaker than him, Li Fuchen was obviously several levels stronger than him. In the entire Demon Ring continent, only the 1st Demon General was this powerful. Flee! There was a surge of black light. The Black Demon General's figure shook and instantly vanished. Can you escape? Li Fuchen's awareness was extremely sharp. The instant the Black Demon General vanished, Li Fuchen blasted a fist over. Bang! A large amount of flesh and bones burst out in the air. With Li Fuchen's awareness, the Black Demon General's movement trajectory was easily captured. When facing Li Fuchen's fist, the Black Demon General's body couldn't withstand it and immediately exploded. But unlike the others, the Black Demon General didn't explode into a faint blood mist or a dense blood mist. Li Fuchen's vicious dragon fist intent wasn't able to destroy the Black Demon General at the minute level. However, the Black Demon General was still the Black Demon General and his survivability wasn't as strong as the Blood Demon. If his body exploded, the Black Demon General would have already died. Li Fuchen's awareness locked onto the rapidly running ancient demon tree and chased after it. Gradually, the man and the tree started to enter the core region of the first ring. The core region of the first ring had always been the cultivation place for the 10 demon generals. The demonic chi here was extremely concentrated and the plants on the ground were all like towering trees. As for the trees, they were as large as mountains and their crowns covered a few dozen miles. The ponds, lakes, and rivers were flowing with black water. The sky was filled with dark clouds but there wasn't any rain or thunder. Even Li Fuchen felt uncomfortable in such an environment. Soon enough, Li Fuchen caught up to the ancient demon tree. The ancient demon tree didn't resist and continued to run. Li Fuchen was delighted as he wandered around the periphery of the ancient demon tree and constantly plucked the ancient demon fruits. 100 fruits. 200 fruits. There were plenty of ancient demon fruits on the ancient demon tree. Even the ancient demon fruits at the periphery of the tree crown were counted in the thousands. When Li Fuchen plucked over 300 ancient demon fruits, the ancient demon tree stopped. Li Fuchen became vigilant and looked at the giant lake ahead. Splash, a black pillar of water rushed into the sky and a translucent black demon figure appeared in the sky. Water demon race? The water demon was the same as the fire demon, their growth limit was at the demon king level. This water demon was definitely a pure-blooded water demon. As for the black demon general, Li Fuchen reckoned that it was a pure-blooded black demon and wasn't certain. This water demon general's chi prowess was too appalling and was even more terrifying than some of the low-level battle spirit realm monarch-class disciples that Li Fuchen encountered. Swish swish swish, from all directions, several demon generals rushed over and each of them had chi prowess that was superior to the black demon general. Human, there is a path to heaven but you chose to come to hell instead. The water demon general's eyes were indifferent and were filled with killing intent. Human, since you are able to come to the first ring, you should be very strong. After devouring your essence blood, we will definitely be able to reach the next level. The rest of the demon generals were glaring at Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen let out an indifferent smile, bring it on. Splash, as soon as Li Fuchen finished speaking, the water demon general moved. His body was like a stream of water as he shuttled through the void and instantly arrived in front of Li Fuchen before wrapping around Li Fuchen. This water demon general had already used his innate ability to the Acme stage. He was the stream of water and the stream of water was him. Break! Li Fuchen blasted his fist on the stream of water. Bang, the stream of water exploded and covered dozens of meters. But soon enough, the stream of water gathered again and turned into the water demon general. Interesting. Li Fuchen squinted his eyes. He actually repelled the number 1 demon general. The rest of the demon generals were silent. The water demon general was the number 1 demon general of the demon ring continent and his innate ability was the water transformation technique. He could turn into a stream of water and divert half of the enemy's force. Once the enemy was tangled up, the water demon general would drill into the enemy's body and absorb the enemy's moisture before exploding. Receive another fist from me. The vicious dragon spirit expanded and chased after the water demon general. Rumble, the water demon general was sent flying but wasn't injured. Water tornado. Swish swish swish, the water demon general was only a few dozen feet in size but it had instantly turned into a stream of water. The stream was like a long dragon that was sweeping at Li Fuchen. I would like to see if you can remain uninjured. Li Fuchen yelled out and smashed the vicious dragon spirit into the stream of water. Bang 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 bang. Gradually, the water demon general's movements turned sluggish. The vicious dragon spirit was able to destroy the minute layers of substances. Even if the water demon general turned into a stream of water, he would still be injured after being attacked by the vicious dragon spirit for a long period of time. How can there be such a powerful existence among the humans? The rest of the demon generals saw some clues and couldn't help being appalled. The demon ring continent was limited by the heaven and earth law. Class 6 demons and battle spirit realm masters couldn't enter. Only reincarnation realm experts could enter. They had seen formidable reincarnation realm experts before, but they had never seen such a powerful existence like Li Fuchen. The water demon general can't hold on anymore. Work together and kill him. The second demon general was a silver horn demon. The silver horn demons were the royal race of the horn demon race and were also pure-blooded horn demons. On the East Unicorn continent, the demonic 10 regions had once invited a silver horn demon from the Disorder Devil Island. As compared to this silver horn demon, the silver horn demon on the East Unicorn continent wasn't just 1 or 2 levels weaker. After pulling out the silver horn demon general brandished the enlarged silver horn and smashed at Li Fuchen. Before the silver horn arrived, the phantom of a huge silver horn arrived first. This silver horn was very special. There were natural patterns on it, and as demonic chi poured in, a strong demonic will spread out, as though it wanted to split the void. It was a pity that with the vicious dragon spirit's protection, the silver horn couldn't injure Li Fuchen and was blasted away by Li Fuchen's fist. The rest of the demon generals were weaker than the silver horn demon general, and none of them were able to break Li Fuchen's vicious dragon spirit. They were like ants trying to shake a tree and were extremely weak. Li Fuchen still had the upper hand when fighting against a group of demons. Damn it. The water demon general was panting and there were traces of blood at the corner of his mouth. As the first demon general, he hadn't been injured for many years. Even an emperor-class disciple from a certain monarch-class sect wasn't able to injure him. Both parties were evenly matched. Of course, he also knew that emperor-class disciples of sects had extremely fast progression speed. If an emperor-class disciple stayed at the peak level of reincarnation realm for a period of time and accumulated more strength, they would still be able to injure him. It was a pity that no emperor-class disciple was willing to be stagnant. The cultivation of martial Tao had always been to advance courageously and to overcome all obstacles. The faster one progressed, the greater one's future accomplishments. This was the martial Tao principle. Human, what is your purpose for coming to the demon ring continent? Water demon general said coldly. Li Fuchen said, I am just collecting resources. The ancient demon fruits on the ancient demon tree are useful to me. The ancient demon tree is the supreme treasure of my demon ring continent. The ancient demon fruit isn't something you can have just because you want it. The silver-horned demon general coughed out a mouthful of blood and was furious. Li Fuchen said, then let's fight. While speaking, Li Fuchen circulated the vicious dragon spirit and constantly blasted at the demon generals. All of the demon generals were forced to retreat and didn't have the strength to retaliate. Water. The water demon general waved his hand at the nearby lake. A large amount of water gathered over and formed a translucent black water giant that launched an explosive attack at Li Fuchen. Boom boom boom, when the water giant self-exploded, the power was massive and could easily kill a great demon. As the water giant self-exploded, Li Fuchen was forced to retreat while the vicious dragon spirit was shaking. I wonder how long your bloodline power can last. Li Fuchen wasn't in a hurry. Humans would need to consume extraordinary power or special power to perform divine abilities. When demons used their innate abilities, they would also need to consume their bloodline power. The water demon general was a pure-blooded water demon and his bloodline power was extremely pure and vigorous. But after a long period of time, no matter how much bloodline power he had, it wouldn't be enough. Once the bloodline power was severely overdrawn, it might cause his strength to decline permanently and he wouldn't have any more chances to evolve. The water demon general didn't say anything as Li Fuchen was speaking the truth. In just a short period of time, the water demon general had already consumed 5% of his bloodline power. If he wasn't able to defeat Li Fuchen after using more than 90% of his bloodline power, he would consider if he should fight or not. After executing his second innate ability, the water demon general was able to suppress Li Fuchen for a moment. But as time elapsed, the water demon general's expression got increasingly unpleasant. Li Fuchen's chi spirit was too powerful and it contained powerful power law. If the water demon general couldn't break the power law, he wouldn't be able to injure Li Fuchen. First, the bloodline power was consumed frenziedly as the water demon general condensed a 100-meter giant water giant. The water giant rushed at Li Fuchen. The closer it was to Li Fuchen, the smaller the water giant. When it was just a few dozen meters away from Li Fuchen, the water giant had shrunk to 3 meters in size. The energy wave contained on it gave off a destructive feeling. This was a phenomenon where the energy was overly concentrated. Li Fuchen's expression changed slightly as he blasted a fist at the water giant. Roar! The vicious dragon spirit had also shrunk and clashed with the water giant. Crackle! Within the radius of a few dozen miles, it felt as though there was a giant earthquake. A horrific chi wave blasted out and sent all the living beings, including Li Fuchen and the water demon general, flying. Li Fuchen and the water demon general were still fine, but the rest of the demon generals had their flesh lacerated and were badly mutilated. All of them were severely injured. When the chi wave dissipated, there was a deep pit that was a few miles in size at the center of the battlefield. It was pitch black. Human, you win. The water demon general forcefully suppressed his anger and dove into the lake with a flash. The rest of the demon generals had no choice but to grit their teeth and leave. Finally, there is nothing to hinder me. Li Fuchen looked at the ancient demon tree. As for the chi wave earlier, it wasn't even able to break the vicious dragon spirit, therefore, it was impossible for it to injure the ancient demon tree. Boom boom boom, the ancient demon tree didn't have any intention to compromise and was in a frenzied battle with Li Fuchen. With each exchange, dozens or close to 100 ancient demon fruits would be drained of energy and would wither. Li Fuchen felt that it was a great pity. Of course, it was fortunate that the ancient demon tree could only extract energy from close to 100 ancient demon fruits at a time. If it extracted energy from a few hundred or 1,000 ancient demon fruits at a time, Li Fuchen would naturally retreat as far as he could and wouldn't have any ideas about the ancient demon tree. After all the ancient demon fruits at the edge of the ancient demon tree's crown were harvested, Li Fuchen finally stopped. Li Fuchen didn't have the strength to harvest the ancient demon fruits at the crown of the ancient demon tree. When facing a few thick branches, Li Fuchen was still able to suppress them. But when facing dozens or hundreds of thick branches, how could Li Fuchen resist? Furthermore, branches were still branches and the ancient demon tree's strongest attack should be the branches. Those branches were extremely thick and should be able to absorb more ancient demon fruits' energy. Li Fuchen didn't wish to take a hit. A total of 1190 ancient demon fruits. It should be enough for the current stage. Li Fuchen revealed a smile. In fact, there were more ancient demon fruits at the edge of the ancient demon tree's crown, but most of them were consumed by the ancient demon tree. Li Fuchen had already done his best to obtain 1190 ancient demon fruits. Li Fuchen didn't stay on the Demon Ring continent any longer and turned to leave. That malefic star finally left. One of the nearby demon generals said with grievance. After returning to the Red Rainbow sect, Li Fuchen exchanged the 1190 ancient demon fruits for 178,800 contribution coins. With the addition of his own 3,100 contribution coins, Li Fuchen had a total of 181,900 contribution coins. This number was extremely shocking. Even a Battle Spirit Realm Monarch class disciple would need a few years to earn so many contribution coins. However, only Li Fuchen had the ability to earn contribution coins. If it was any other Monarch class disciple, if they chased after the ancient demon tree relentlessly, they might have already been killed by the demon generals. Especially that water demon general, he was extremely powerful and there were very few reincarnation realm individuals that were a match for him. Even after Li Fuchen comprehended the vicious dragon fist intent, he wasn't able to kill the water demon general. The second half of the cloud flame 1000 incineration is 27,000 contribution coins. I can redeem a 6-star secret technique and an earth-class high-tier body refinement art. After planning his future path, Li Fuchen arrived at the secret manual tower. You are here again? The tower guardian elder already recognized Li Fuchen. After all, Li Fuchen visited frequently and would visit once every month. It was hard not to recognize Li Fuchen. Greetings to Elder. Li Fuchen knew that he was a little high profile. But he wasn't planning to keep a low profile. He couldn't possibly hide the contribution coins he had, right? It would be a foolish action not to redeem manuals to increase his strength. After arriving at the second floor of the secret manual tower, Li Fuchen first chose the second half of the cloud flame 1000 incineration before searching for body refinement arts. This time, he was planning to redeem an Earth-class high-tier body refinement art. Earth-class mid-tier body refinement arts were already so incredible. If he could learn an Earth-class high-tier body refinement art, he wouldn't even be able to imagine how much his strength would grow. Earth-class high-tier body refinement arts were extremely expensive. The cheapest first half would cost at least 30,000 contribution coins. Li Fuchen realized that his contribution coins were only enough to redeem one Earth-class high-tier body refinement art. 9 Dragon's Claw. Wind Cloud Tyrant Body. 9 Calamity Divine Fist. Heaven Striking Palm. Star Shattering Kick. There were a total of 5 Earth-class high-tier body refinement arts. Each of the names were extremely tyrannical and tyrannical. The introductory content of every single one of them was incomparably shocking. The 9 Dragon's Claw was a body refinement claw art. When cultivated to the extremity, the palms would be like giant axes that were indestructible and impervious to fire and water. The Wind Cloud Tyrant body was a body refinement art that combined both offense and defense. When cultivated to completion, the entire body would be able to injure others without any flaws. As for the 9 Calamity Divine Fist, it was the most special because this body refinement art was incomplete and it was severely incomplete. There seemed to be a total of 9 moves and it was known as the 9 Calamities. But the Red Rainbow Sect's 9 Calamity Divine Fist was a portion of the 3rd Calamity and it was extremely difficult to reach the entry stage. In the past century, no one in the Red Rainbow Sect was able to successfully cultivate it. At best, they could only cultivate it to the sub-completion stage. A portion of the 3rd Calamity. Li Fuchen frowned. If it was the 1st Calamity, the cultivation difficulty would be significantly reduced. But if it was the 3rd Calamity, the cultivation difficulty might increase by a few times. Furthermore, it was only a portion of the 3rd Calamity and it wasn't complete. Furthermore, the price is very expensive. The first half of the 9 Calamity Divine Fist required 50,000 contribution coins and the second half required 150,000 contribution coins. It was much more expensive than other body refinement arts. It was already difficult to cultivate and it was so expensive. There probably wouldn't be anyone who would choose it. But from the description, it is indeed shocking. The following Heaven-Striking Palm and Star-Shattering Kick were also extremely powerful. The Heaven-Striking Palm was a technique that surpassed strength. Under this palm, even ghosts and gods would find it difficult to escape. Star-Shattering Kick was the purest form of body-tempering martial art. It was purer than the 9 Dragon's Claw, but in terms of profoundness, it was slightly weaker than the 9 Dragon's Claw. 9 Tribulations Divine Fist then. The moment Li Fuchen saw the 9 Calamity Divine Fist, he had already made his choice. The complete 9 Tribulations Divine Fist was definitely a heaven-level body refining martial art. Moreover, it was not a low-rank heaven level, but at least a middle-rank heaven level. After all, a portion of the 3rd Tribulation's content was evaluated as an Earth-class high-tier body refining martial art. The complete 3rd Tribulation was probably a low-tier heaven-class body tempering martial art. If Li Fuchen didn't choose such an incredible body refinement art and chose something else, he would be a fool. As for the cultivation difficulty of the 9 Calamity Divine Fist, Li Fuchen had automatically ignored it. With his current perception, even if it was a complete heaven-class body refining martial art, he also had the confidence to challenge it. He did not dare to say that it would be easy for him to achieve great success, but he was confident that he would succeed in his cultivation. With the pale purple spirit soul, he believed that even primary Sea Realm Monarch spirit soul wasn't as strong as him. However, primary Sea Realm Monarchs possessed true spirits and would be able to cultivate martial arts with half the effort. Furthermore, primary Sea Realm Monarchs had higher cultivation levels and had a deeper understanding of everything. Once he progressed to the Battle Spirit Realm and condensed his true spirit, he was confident that his perception would surpass primary Sea Realm Monarchs. Since I chose the 9 Tribulations Divine Fist, I can't choose the 6-star secret technique anymore. The entire manual of the 9 Calamity Divine Fist required 200,000 contribution coins and Li Fuchen only had 181,900 contribution coins. After deducting the 24,000 contribution coins needed to redeem the second half of the Cloud Flame Thousand Incineration, Li Fuchen was still lacking 42,100 contribution coins. He might have conquered the Demon Ring continent, but the greatest resource, the ancient demon fruits, had already been harvested. If he relied on other resources, it would be hard to obtain a large number of contribution coins so quickly. Therefore, Li Fuchen had to use the contribution coins sparingly and use them wisely. The second volume of the Cloud Flame Thousand Incineration and the first volume of the 9 Tribulations Divine Fist? The Pagoda Guardian Elder frowned. Putting aside the former, the latter was one of the hardest manuals to cultivate in the Red Rainbow Sect and was just inferior to Heaven-class manuals. Are you sure? The elder asked. I'm sure. Li Fuchen nodded. Okay, I hope you don't regret it. The Tower Guardian Elder didn't try to persuade Li Fuchen. Sometimes, hitting a wall was more useful than any advice. When Li Fuchen hit a wall, he would know what it meant to act within his capabilities. After taking the second half of the Cloud Flame Thousand Incineration and the first half of the 9 Calamity Divine Fist, Li Fuchen left the secret manual tower and headed for Fuchen Peak. He would be in seclusion for a long time to come. Most of the outer sect monarch class disciples would be in seclusion until they reached the peak level of reincarnation realm or even the low levels of battle spirit realm before venturing out. After all, they would be able to enjoy plenty of resources and there was no need for them to go out and earn contribution coins. A pity that Li Fuchen was different from them. Li Fuchen's perception was too strong and his speed of exchanging manuals was several times faster than them. After returning to Fuchen Peak, Li Fuchen wasn't in a hurry to go into seclusion. He planned to return to the East Unicorn continent first. Speaking of which, it had been a long time since he returned to the East Unicorn continent. After all, with the teleportation disc, it was actually very convenient for him to go back. It was just a waste of some low-grade spirit stones. Activating the teleportation board, Li Fuchen turned into a light and vanished from Fuchen Peak. East Unicorn continent. Alliance Master, you're back? Mu Hanqin said with delight. Li Fuchen scanned the entire Wind Snow sect with his awareness and noticed that the Li clansmen were all here. He then asked casually, Elder Mu, I wonder if the East Unicorn continent is doing well recently? Mu Hanqin laughed bitterly, Alliance Master, something major happened on the East Unicorn continent. Oh, what major incident? Li Fuchen was rather surprised. Mu Hanqin said, it is unknown why the fog in the 100 Battle Region's Land of Fog is gradually dissipating, exposing many ancient secrets. One of the teleportation platforms has also been discovered and many people have used the teleportation platform to leave the East Unicorn continent. If I wasn't waiting for the Alliance Master, I might have left too. The temptation of teleporting to another continent was too great for Mu Hanqin. He had been stuck at the peak level of reincarnation realm for a very long time. If he headed to another continent, as long as that continent had a better cultivation environment, he was confident he could break through to the battle spirit realm within a short period of time. But in the East Unicorn continent, even if he could break through to the battle spirit realm before his lifespan, he would be forced to leave the East Unicorn continent and head to the overseas islands. It was no different from being trapped. A teleportation platform that leads to another continent. Li Fuchen narrowed his eyes. Li Fuchen was already mentally prepared for this information. The various continents might be separated by oceans, but as long as a primary sea realm monarch came here, they would be able to set up a teleportation array. The East Unicorn continent did have primary sea realm monarchs in ancient times. During the flourishing Black Sky sect, there was a primary sea realm monarch. Since there were primary sea realm monarchs, it wasn't strange for there to be teleportation arrays that led to other continents. It didn't matter if the teleportation array was set up by a local primary sea realm monarch or a foreign continent's primary sea realm monarch. As long as it could lead to another continent, it was fine. This is the Earth-class cultivation technique manual that I promised you. Li Fuchen took out a cultivation technique manual and handed it to Mu Hanqin. He had asked in Xinmei to auction this cultivation technique manual and he still had a few more with him. Thank you, Alliance Master. Mu Hanqin was delighted. He might be able to head to other continents now and would have a much greater chance in the future, but he didn't know anything about the other continents. With an Earth-class cultivation technique manual, he would be able to increase his strength greatly. He might even be able to progress to the battle spirit realm before he left the East Unicorn continent. A battle spirit realm martial artist would definitely have a much greater chance of surviving if he headed to another continent. Of course, if the other continent also restricted the existence of battle spirit realm martial artists, making it impossible for him to teleport over, then staying on the East Unicorn continent wouldn't be any different from staying on another continent. He would rather stay on the East Unicorn continent. After all, this place was already trending towards peace and he could concentrate on cultivation. Most importantly, he was the same as the others and assumed that Li Fuchen could head to other continents freely. Furthermore, those continents would definitely be of a higher grade than the East Unicorn continent. Otherwise, how could Li Fuchen obtain so many Earth-class manuals and equipment? How could his strength progress so quickly? It was simply unbelievable. There is no need to thank me. This is what you deserve. If it was in the past, Li Fuchen was planning to rely on the East Unicorn continent to help him gather resources and spirit stones. But Now, he no longer had any requests for the East Unicorn continent. In terms of resources, the East Unicorn continent wouldn't be able to catch up with the Red Rainbow sect. The Red Rainbow sect was connected to numerous continents, and all of those continents had more resources than the East Unicorn continent. As a monarch-class disciple of the Red Rainbow sect, the treatment that he enjoyed wasn't something that the East Unicorn continent could imagine. As for spirit stones, Li Fuchen currently had over 40 million low-grade spirit stones and 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones. He didn't lack spirit stones for the time being. Therefore, it was time for him to repay the East Unicorn continent. Li Fuchen was actually very happy that the East Unicorn continent had teleportation arrays that connected to other continents. After all, this was a way out. As a native of the East Unicorn continent, he naturally hoped that the prodigies of the East Unicorn continent would have greater achievements. The Azure Water sect had already moved out of the Wind Snow sect and rebuilt their mountain. With Li Fuchen's deterrence and the assistance from the various major sects, the Azure Water sect was developing like a raging fire. Some of the reincarnation realm experts from the destroyed sects had joined the Azure Water sect, allowing the Azure Water sect to have over 20 reincarnation realm experts, and it was flourishing for a period of time. Li Fuchen still had feelings for the Azure Water sect and had specially gifted 2 Earth-class low-tier cultivation technique manuals and many Earth-class low-tier martial art manuals. With these manuals, the Azure Water sect's potential wouldn't be inferior to any other sect. As for the future, Li Fuchen wouldn't bother about the Azure Water sect anymore. Everyone had their own fortune, and he didn't wish for the Azure Water sect to grow under his protection, as it would cause the Azure Water sect to lose their fighting spirit. Apart from that, Li Fuchen had also gifted an Earth-class peak-tier herb that could upgrade the bone frame to Xiao Mingyue, allowing her bone frame to upgrade from 4-star to 5-star. A 5-star purine bone frame was comparable with a regular 6-star extraordinary bone frame. If he had the chance to obtain a heaven-class low-tier bone frame herb and upgrade Xiao Mingyue's bone frame to 6-star, in terms of potential, Xiao Mingyue wouldn't be inferior to regular 7-star bone frames. But heaven-class herbs were things that could only be chanced upon and not sought. Heaven-class bone frame herbs were even harder to come by. Li Fuchen didn't know if he could obtain them and could only rely on Xiao Mingyue's luck. Finally, Li Fuchen stayed at the Li clan and had a small gathering with his parents. The Li clan was just a small clan, and even with Li Fuchen, it wasn't enough for the Li clan to become an elite clan. Unless the Li clan could produce a batch of reincarnation realm experts. Therefore, it was safest for the Li clan to stay in the Wind Snow sect's territory. Right now, the Wind Snow sect was already the #1 sect in the East Unicorn continent. If the Wind Snow sect wasn't safe, then there wouldn't be any safe place. This time, Li Fuchen brought back plenty of extremely precious resources. Li Tianhan and Xing Yuyan were previously 3-star bone frames. It might be very difficult to upgrade from 5-star to 6-star, but it wasn't a difficult task for Li Fuchen to upgrade from 3-star to 4-star and from 4-star to 5-star. As a monarch-class disciple, Li Fuchen had special privileges in the 7-color continent. Therefore, it was easy for him to obtain elixirs and herbs to upgrade the bone frame. In just a few days, Li Tianhan had upgraded from 3-star bone frame to 5-star bone frame, and it was the 5-star blazing flame bone frame. Xing Yuyan had upgraded from 3-star bone frame to 5-star soft water bone frame. The duo were already at the peak level of the Earth Shatter realm. With the drastic increase in the bone frame star rank, the duo had broken through to the first level of Heaven Dipper realm. The duo was so excited that they couldn't sleep for a few days. Their extinguished martial Dao hearts were reignited. After all, the duo was only around 50 years old and had plenty of time to cultivate. Most importantly, with such a powerful son, it was hard for the duo not to improve. They didn't wish for Li Fuchen to be disappointed. On this day, Li Fuchen left the Wind Snow sect and flew towards the 100 Battle region. In a small valley in the 100 Battle region, Li Fuchen discovered that teleportation platform. Beside the teleportation platform, the Petrified Queen was also there. After seeing Li Fuchen, the Petrified Queen's expression changed. She quickly took out a large number of low-grade spirit stones and prepared to teleport. Li Fuchen smiled and said, "Don't worry, I will not make a move on you. There is no need to be so nervous. Killing the Petrified Queen wouldn't benefit him at all. Furthermore, she was already planning to leave the East Unicorn continent. After letting out a breath of relief, the petrified queen didn't slow down and replied, "Many thanks." While speaking, a radiance lit up and the petrified queen vanished from the teleportation platform. I wonder which continent this teleportation platform leads to. Li Fuchen was rather curious. But he didn't try. He didn't know if the teleportation board would be able to help him return to the seven-color continent if he headed to a new continent. If he teleported blindly, the gains wouldn't make up for the losses. After returning to the seven-color continent, Li Fuchen started his seclusion. He had already cultivated the Cloud Flame Thousand Incineration to the Perfection realm. With the cultivation contents of the third and fourth moves, he was confident that he could push the Cloud Flame Thousand Incineration to the Perfection realm in a short period of time and comprehend the Cloud Flame Thousand Incineration sword intent. Once he comprehended the Cloud Flame Thousand Incineration sword intent, the Cloud Flame Thousand Incineration would no longer be limited to its power. True Qi martial arts had never been able to compete with body-refining martial arts in terms of power. True Qi martial arts had endless mysteries. Sometimes, power wasn't that important. If body-refining martial arts were compared to a hammer, then the true Qi martial arts would be a sword. Hammer's style was based on strength. Swordsmanship, on the other hand, was about technique and style. Of course, nothing was absolute. There were also extremely exquisite hammer techniques, and there were also extremely heavy and simple sword techniques. But the overall style is so. As for the 9 Calamity Divine Fist, Li Fuchen was planning to practice it during the initial stages. Since his current strength was already invincible in the reincarnation realm, he wasn't in a hurry to increase his strength. 100 Incineration, 1000 Incineration, each move is more profound than the previous. 10 Incineration and 100 Incineration are still purely stacking sword energy, but 1000 Incineration has clearly surpassed this level, reaching the stage of stacking cycles. No matter what kind of sword technique it was, the final move was always the most perfect and the most powerful. This was because the last move contained the strongest and most complete sword intent. In just half a day, Li Fuchen had mastered the third move, 100 Incineration. After all, the 100 Incineration represented the perfection stage and Li Fuchen had already reached the perfection stage in advance. However, the final move, 1000 Incineration, was very difficult to cultivate. It was much harder than comprehending the venomous dragon fist to the trance stage. After half a month, Li Fuchen only found some opportunities. I have underestimated top-rank Earthrealm martial arts. Li Fuchen let out a breath. Li Fuchen didn't bother about cultivating the 1000 Incineration within a short period of time and started to put his energy into the 9 Calamity Divine Fist. The 9 Tribulations Divine Fist was different from the Tiger Soul Fist and the Toxic Dragon Fist. It could not cultivate the aura, but it mainly focused on how to cultivate the tribulation power. The so-called tribulation power was extremely tyrannical. It could destroy everything and turn everything into ashes. If this tribulation power was cultivated to the limit, it could theoretically destroy an entire world. Of course, that was only in theory. It is obvious that the calamity power is a higher-level manifestation of the power law. Li Fuchen pondered. It might be difficult for others to enter the entry stage, but for Li Fuchen, it was rather easy for him to cultivate the 9 Calamity Divine Fist to the entry stage. Mortal Tribulation. On the peak of the mountain, a breeze was blowing. Pung, Li Fuchen punched a human-sized boulder on the opposite side. With a flash of red light, the entire boulder collapsed. Not a single speck of dust filled the air, only a small pile of ash was left. Terrifying. Li Fuchen's eyes lit up. This power simply pointed to the essence. The boulder seemed to have been destroyed by a powerful force, but in fact, its core had been destroyed. It was like a person without a soul, and what was left of his body was nothing but a walking corpse. It's just that the draconic elephant's power is consumed a lot. Li Fuchen had only cultivated the mortal calamity to the entry stage, but the consumption of the dragon elephant power wasn't inferior to the vicious dragon fist. It was hard to imagine how much dragon elephant power would be consumed once Li Fuchen cultivated the mortal calamity to the completion stage. The third calamity is called the mortal calamity. I wonder what are the other 8 calamities called? Li Fuchen was very curious about the 9 Calamity Divine Fist, But he was even more curious about which great existence created such a horrific body refinement art. Li Fuchen reckoned that Law Phase realm emperors shouldn't be able to create it, and it was probably an existence of a higher level. Time flew by quickly. On the 10th month since Li Fuchen arrived at the Red Rainbow sect, 2 outer sect monarch-class disciples progressed to the battle spirit realm. One of them was the Violet Flower Kingdom's Murong Tianqing. The difference between the reincarnation realm and the battle spirit realm was extremely huge. No matter how powerful a reincarnation realm expert was, it was only in terms of combat strength. As for battle spirit realm masters, their soul spirit would produce a true spirit. As long as the true spirit wasn't extinguished, they would be able to reincarnate. Apart from that, once the true spirit was produced, it was the same as leaving a trace of mark on the Heaven Tao Law. This trace of mark would allow the martial artist to comprehend the great Tao of heaven and earth with half the effort. The compatibility with heaven and earth was something that reincarnation realm experts couldn't compare with. If battle spirit realm masters were the sons of heaven Tao, then reincarnation realm experts were just unrelated outsiders. There weren't any benefits and they could only rely on themselves. It could be said that the battle spirit realm was the second stage of the martial Tao. The first stage was a mortal, while the second stage was a martial artist that was considered a celestial. Of course, celestials had different levels and the battle spirit realm was the lowest level of celestials. After progressing to the battle spirit realm, monarch-class disciples would be able to enjoy better treatment. 90% of the Red Rainbow sect's resources were concentrated on the monarch-class disciples. As for the rest of the regular disciples, they would only be able to enjoy 10% of the resources. If one wanted resources, they would have to earn contribution coins. The more contribution coins one had, the more resources one could redeem. 1000 Incineration. On Fuchen Peak, Li Fuchen brandished his sword. The scarlet sword light was like a hollow fireball that suddenly expanded and burst like bubbles. It might not seem like there was a huge commotion, but anyone who saw such a scene would feel a chill in their heart. 1000 Incineration. The sword light is layered in a cycle. When it explodes, it is enough to instantly incinerate the enemy's body. Li Fuchen nodded slightly. The Cloud Flame 1000 Incineration intent was an extremely powerful blazing flame sword Tao Law. Once it exploded, it would obviously show signs of destroying the heaven and earth law. It was like a bubble that would appear and disappear without a trace and contained the aura of destruction. With my current chi cultivation strength, I will be able to contest with low-level battle spirit realm martial artists. At this moment, Li Fuchen didn't just comprehend the Cloud Flame 1000 Incineration intent, his Divine Flame Red Rainbow technique had also broken through to the 28th rank. After his cultivation technique broke through, he broke through to the 7th level of Reincarnation Realm. His chi cultivation strength had a huge leap and it might still be inferior to his body refinement strength, but it was already very close. Li Fuchen was confident that if he fought with Murong Tianqing before progressing to the battle spirit realm, he would be able to defeat Murong Tianqing in a single sword. It didn't matter if Murong Tianqing executed his divine ability or not, the outcome would still be the same. As for the evolved Murong Tianqing, if Li Fuchen didn't expose his body refinement strength, he might still be able to contest with him. But there was still some suspense. After all, once Murong Tianqing progressed, his divine ability's power would definitely increase greatly. The difference between the 9th level of Reincarnation Realm and the 1st level of Battle Spirit Realm was huge. As compared to his chi cultivation strength, Li Fuchen's body refinement strength didn't have much progress. His mortal calamity was already at the sub-completion stage. But the sub-completion stage of the mortal calamity was still inferior to the trance stage of the vicious dragon fist. The latter contained the vicious dragon fist intent and was relatively complete. But the mortal calamity is much more useful than the vicious dragon fist. Li Fuchen revealed a smile. Mortal calamity. There was a flash of red light as a fist drew across the sky and struck the floating shield. This shield was an Earth-class low-tier shield and it was hard for Reincarnation Realm martial artists to damage it. Even low-level Battle Spirit Realm martial artists would only be able to leave a scratch on it. But when facing the fist that was glowing with red light, the Earth-class low-tier shield immediately decayed and collapsed. Mortal calamity can destroy all living beings. I didn't expect for it to even turn Earth-class low-tier equipment into ashes. The sub-completion rank of Mortal Calamity naturally couldn't destroy Earth-class low-tier equipment in terms of power. But the Mortal Calamity power could destroy the core of the equipment and destroy it from the inside out. If the Mortal Calamity was at the completion rank, it would probably be able to destroy Earth-class mid-tier equipment. When Li Fuchen's body refinement reached the Battle Spirit realm, the Mortal Calamity's calamity power would be even stronger. Buzz, 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 buzz. On this day, above the Red Rainbow sect, circles of scarlet light suddenly burst out. It was like a scarlet rainbow and was extremely gorgeous. This is the assembly order. Li Fuchen squinted his eyes and soared into the sky before flying towards the outer sect's plain plaza. The plain plaza was already filled with thousands of individuals and the number was still increasing rapidly. There were people rushing over from all directions. What happened? What else can happen? The war with the sea beasts has erupted. The Red Sea beasts are causing trouble again? It seems like our opportunity to earn contribution coins has arrived. Don't be happy too early. Every time there is a war with the sea beasts, our Red Rainbow sect will lose around 10% of our disciples. Think about how many disciples are there in 10%. It is so exaggerated. Don't the Red Rainbow sect's upper echelons care? Care? How can they care? The Red Rainbow sect doesn't need flowers in a greenhouse, they need iron-blooded experts. Only true experts can develop and strengthen the Red Rainbow sect. Even if there are 1,000 or 10,000 mediocre individuals, it will just be a waste of the Red Rainbow sect's resources. On the plain plaza, the veteran disciples and the new disciples were in a heated discussion. A war with the sea beasts, huh? Li Fuchen heard everyone's words and understood in his heart. The seven-color continent didn't just have 7 continents, there were also 7 internal seas. These 7 internal seas corresponded to the 7 continents. They were called the Red Sea, Clear Sea, Yellow Sea, Green Sea, Blue Sea, and Purple Sea. In the west of the Scarlet Earth continent was the Scarlet Sea and in the east was the Purple Sea. There were large numbers of sea beasts in the 7 inland seas. The sea beasts were ruled by demonic kings, and for countless years, they had been constantly fighting with the 7 king-class factions. It was said that the main reason for their conflict was for the coastal resources. The Red Sea's strongest demonic king was called the Red Sea Monarch. It was a Class 7 peak-grade demonic beast, Red Flood Dragon. Its strength was so formidable that only the Red Rainbow sect's strongest monarch, the Red Rainbow Monarch, could compare with it. However, the monarchs of the 2 factions basically wouldn't make a move. After all, if they made a move, it would be an all-out war that would result in countless casualties. Unless it was a matter of life and death, the kings would only watch from behind the scenes. As such, the elders and disciples under the primary sea realm were the main force of the war. Once the assembly order was given, half of the elders and all the disciples in the Red Rainbow sect had to go out to battle. No one could avoid the battle. Before long, the number of people in the square had reached 7,000 to 8,000. At this moment, a tall and sturdy man in his 50s with a head of scarlet hair flew onto the plain plaza. Li Fuchen found out from everyone that this person was the Red Rainbow sect's outer sect Grand Elder, Wang Kuei. He was at the peak level of the Battle Spirit realm and was definitely a top-class expert below the primary sea realm. Since the sea beasts are invading, our Red Rainbow sect will naturally do our best to welcome them. As usual, killing a Class 4 demonic beast will be rewarded with 1 contribution coin. Killing a great demonic beast will be rewarded with 10 contribution coins. Killing a low-tier demonic general will be rewarded with 100 contribution coins. Killing a mid-tier demonic general will be rewarded with 300 contribution coins. Killing a high-tier demonic general will be rewarded with 1,000 contribution coins. In addition, our Red Rainbow sect will set up 2 rankings, the Minor Beast Slaying rankings and the Major Beast Slaying rankings. The Minor Beast Slaying rankings will correspond to the Reincarnation realm, while the Major Beast Slaying rankings will correspond to the Battle Spirit realm. Those on the Beast Slaying rankings will be rewarded with additional contribution coins. Once Wang Kuei finished speaking, everyone's eyes were burning with passion. Contribution coins were too important to them. There were plenty of people who didn't have enough contribution coins and were unable to redeem higher-tiered manuals. Therefore, it was hard for their strength to progress. But once they had enough contribution coins, their strength would definitely soar within 1 or 2 years. After clearing his throat, Wang Kuei continued, "Our Red Rainbow sect will set up 8 lookout islands in the Red Sea. We will send 1,000 individuals to each lookout island. Next, we will assign them." After Wang Kuei finished speaking, the outer sect elders had already started to assign the groups. Li Fuchen was assigned to the number 5 lookout island, and there were plenty of direct disciples who were accompanying him. The so-called direct disciples were those whose cultivation had reached the high level of the battle spirit realm and had passed the direct inheritance trial tower. It was hard to judge the strength of direct disciples. Even a mid-level battle spirit realm inner sect disciple would be able to defeat the top rankers of the Violet Flower Kingdom's master rankings with ease, let alone direct disciples. Apart from direct disciples, Li Fuchen's group had plenty of familiar faces. Like the High Heaven Martial Institution's Ling Yijin, and also the South Forest Martial Institution's Wang Heilung. Back when Li Fuchen arrived at the Red Rainbow sect, there were 90 youths from the Violet Flower Kingdom. After an average distribution, each group would have around a dozen individuals. After seeing Li Fuchen, Ling Yijin's eyes were filled with battle intent. Li Fuchen might be a monarch-class disciple, but Ling Yijin didn't think that he would be inferior to Li Fuchen in this lifetime. "Li Fuchen, I heard that you defeated Murong Tianqing. But Murong Tianqing has progressed to the battle spirit realm and you will never be a match for him. In this battle, I, Xikong Zhan, shall compete with you." A youth that was more than 2 meters tall sized up Li Fuchen. "As you wish." Li Fuchen immediately recognized the youth. This youth was the ancient Moon Kingdom's 7-star prodigy, Xikong Zhan. Just like Li Fuchen, he was also a monarch-class disciple. However, Xikong Zhan's cultivation was obviously at the peak level of reincarnation realm and was probably not far from progressing to the battle spirit realm. Li Fuchen's attitude made Xikong Zhan's expression turn unpleasant. Li Fuchen's tone obviously didn't put him in his eyes. As a fellow monarch-class disciple, Xikong Zhan might be envious of Li Fuchen's perception, but in his opinion, perception wasn't as important as bone frame. A 6-star bone frame was ultimately a 6-star bone frame. It might be possible for Li Fuchen to reach the primary sea realm, but it wasn't absolute. As for Xikong Zhan, he was a 7-star bone frame and would definitely progress to the primary sea realm. After all, the Red Rainbow sect had plenty of resources, and what qualifications did Li Fuchen have to put on airs with him? If Li Fuchen didn't crush Li Fuchen's prowess, did Li Fuchen really think that as a monarch-class disciple, he would be on equal footing with 7-star bone frames? Xikong Zhan sneered and didn't say anything else. After the teams were distributed, they started to teleport. The number 5 lookout island was a butterfly-shaped island and was around a few hundred miles in size. In the center of the number 5 lookout island, there was an iron tower that was a few thousand meters in height. It might be called an iron tower, but it was more like an iron pillar that was supporting a pavilion. Only a monarch-class faction would be able to do such a thing. After all, it wasn't an easy task to smelt an iron pillar that was a few thousand meters in length. On the lookout island, there was a large-scale teleportation platform that radiated with radiance. Close to 1,000 individuals appeared at the same time. "This is the lookout island?" Li Fuchen's awareness could cover over 1,000 miles, and with a single scan, the entire lookout island could be seen clearly. There is nothing special about the lookout island. It is just that the iron tower and the array that envelopes the entire lookout island that is rather shocking. Li Fuchen was certain that the iron tower in the center of the lookout island was definitely a killer weapon with astounding power. It might even have the power of a primary sea realm martial artist. As for the array that enveloped the lookout island, it should be a Class 7 array. Otherwise, it would be hard to protect the lookout island. After all, this was the boundless sea and it was the domain of the sea beasts. Rumble, outside the lookout island, there were raging waves. The seawater that should be lower than the lookout island was actually a few hundred meters or 1,000 meters in height. The waves were constantly crashing on the barrier of the array. Inside the waves were countless sea beasts. There were Class 4 sea beasts, Class 5 sea beasts, and Class 6 sea beasts. At the back of the sea beasts was a giant shadow that was the size of an island. Even if everyone was foolish, they would know that it was a demonic beast king. The demonic beast king might not be able to participate in the battle, but the sea beasts required his command. On top of the iron tower, a stalwart figure appeared. It was a primary sea realm monarch. With a wave of his hand, the array power surged and two giant screens appeared in the sky above the lookout island. The tokens on your bodies can reflect in real time how many sea beasts you have killed and how many contribution points you have obtained. The final amount of contribution points will be displayed on the beast slaying rankings. Activate the token's power and fuse it into the beast slaying rankings. The stalwart figure's voice echoed throughout the entire island. Yes. Be it the disciples or elders, they had all dripped their blood to refine the tokens. After pouring their chi into the tokens, illusory tokens flew towards the two beast-slaying rankings. In the next moment, densely packed names appeared on the beast-slaying rankings. Behind the names were numbers, but right now, everyone's numbers were 0. And right at this moment, the rankings on the two demon-slaying rolls started to change. On the major beast-slaying roll, the first place was a person called Yuan Long, and the number behind him was 189. On the minor beast-slaying roll, the first place was Xianxia, and the number behind him was 18. This meant that the two of them had obtained 189 contribution coins and 18 contribution coins respectively. It's senior brother Yuan Long. How terrifying, obtaining 189 contribution coins in one go. Just how many sea beasts did he kill? That's normal. Senior brother Yuan Long is one of the 3 true monarch-level disciples. Apart from the 2 emperor-level disciples, no one can compare to him. Who is this Xianxia? For him to be ranked number 1 on the minor beast-slaying rankings, he must not be underestimated when he progresses to the battle spirit realm. Senior brother, Xianxia is a 7-star genius of our spring and autumn kingdom. His comprehension has reached 72. A perception of 72? It is indeed very powerful. The comprehension ability of a king-class disciple is usually around 65. Those who exceed 70 are the cream of the crop. Some of the inner sect disciples nodded. Have the other lookout islands started fighting? While sizing up the beast-slaying rankings, Li Fuchen squinted his eyes. The top 10 ranks of the major beast-slaying rankings were basically occupied by direct monarch-class disciples. The only one that made it into the top 10 was the outer sect Grand Elder, Wang Kuei. After thinking about it, the outer sect elders were usually assumed by inner sect disciples and direct disciples after they reached the age of 100. Direct monarch-class disciples wouldn't even assume the position of outer sect elder. They would only assume the position of inner sect elder after progressing to the primary sea realm. In terms of status, be it direct monarch-class disciples or inner sect monarch-class disciples, they were superior to outer sect elders. After all, monarch-class disciples would become primary sea realm monarchs in the future. As for the outer sect elders, there might not even be 1 in 100 that could progress to the primary sea realm. The major beast-slaying rankings had close to 7,000 individuals while the minor beast-slaying rankings had less than 1,000 individuals. Those that could enter the Red Rainbow sect were basically 6-star bone frames. After 6-star bone frames entered the Red Rainbow sect, they would be able to progress to the battle spirit realm in around 10 to 20 years. Therefore, the number of reincarnation realm Red Rainbow sect disciples was actually several times lesser than battle spirit realm disciples. The changes on the minor beast-slaying rankings were extremely intense. In just a short moment, the top 10 ranks were basically occupied by the outer sect monarch-class disciples. The Violet Flower Kingdoms by Ling Shuang and Hai Wuyao were also among them. Go and fight. After everyone activated the token's power and fused it into the beast-slaying rankings, the imposing figure on the iron tower spoke loudly. Swish 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 swish, close to 1,000 individuals, including Li Fuchen, flew towards the number 5 Lookout Islands beach. After exiting the array, everyone started to kill. White Rainbow Saber Art. Xikong Zhan drew his snow-white long saber and cleaved. The waves were split apart and at least a dozen class 4 sea beasts were slain by the saber light. In an instant, Xikong Zhan's ranking rose from the bottom to the top 100. Green Cloud Net. Ling Yijian had also brandished his green longsword. The sword light turned into a net and slew around 8 class 4 sea beasts. Swish, Ling Yijian's ranking rose to the top 200. Comparisons are odious. These people are killing the sea beasts too quickly. Only the top 10 of the minor beast-slaying rankings will be rewarded with contribution coins. Only the top 100 of the major beast-slaying rankings will be rewarded with contribution coins. We better kill sea beasts honestly to earn contribution coins. Don't even think about the rewards. When some of the outer sect disciples saw the speed at which Zhang and the others killed the sea beasts, they felt bitter in their hearts. The number 5 Lookout Island was a few hundred miles in size, and everyone split up to prevent a situation where the sea beasts were snatched. In the sky above a spacious beach, Li Fuchen brandished his sword. Li Fuchen didn't execute the Thousand Incineration and merely executed the first move of the Cloud Flame Thousand Incineration, Cloud Incineration. After all, the Thousand Incineration consumed too much qi, and in a battle, it was most important to conserve qi. The sword light was like a cloud of fire that extended in all directions. Boom boom boom, the waves exploded and water vapor rose. Within the range of the sword light, all the sea beasts were blasted apart and had charred flesh. A single sword move killed around 40 Class 4 sea beasts. The sea beasts are too big in size. It isn't as fast as Class 4 demons to kill them. Li Fuchen frowned. Although the level 4 demon beasts were much stronger than the level 4 sea beasts, and only the top level 4 sea beasts could compete with the level 4 demon beasts, but the size of the sea beasts was too big, and the area they occupied was also very big, while the level 4 demon beasts were generally only 1 or 2 zhang in size. Li Fuchen's sword art's range wasn't as wide. Of course, it was mainly due to the isolation of the seawater. The sword art's power was greatly weakened. After all, the sea was the home ground of the sea beasts and the humans were at a disadvantage. Despite the case, after killing around 40 sea beasts in a single sword move, Li Fuchen's ranking had risen to the top 30. The sea beasts might be endless, but not every region had a large number of sea beasts. There were some regions that had a huge range but only a few sea beasts were active. Therefore, if Li Fuchen wanted to kill a group of sea beasts, he would need to look for opportunities. But to Li Fuchen, it didn't matter if he didn't have the chance. After cultivating the Cloud Flame Thousand Incineration to the trance stage and comprehending the Cloud Flame Thousand Incineration sword intent, a single sword slash would instantly kill Class 4 sea beasts or Class 5 sea beasts without any survivors. In just 15 minutes, Li Fuchen reached the peak. Senior Taichuanqiu has been surpassed. It is Senior Li Fuchen. What? So fast? When Senior Li Fuchen's contribution points were still at 0, Senior Taichuanqiu already has close to 100 contribution points. Who is Li Fuchen? He isn't a 7-star bone frame, but his perception is astounding. It is said that he has full points and is comparable with Emperor-class disciples. Tisk, Emperor-class disciples' perception isn't as simple as full points. But since Li Fuchen has full points of perception, he must not be underestimated. After progressing to the battle spirit realm, he will probably be another formidable figure. As long as they turned around, everyone would be able to see the rankings on the beast-slaying rankings. On the minor beast-slaying rankings, Li Fuchen's ranking was rising like a rocket. In just a short moment, he had rushed to the first rank and was very eye-catching. Be it the outer sect disciples or inner sect disciples, they had all remembered Li Fuchen's name. Li Fuchen, humph. Taichuanqiu was very unhappy. During the perception test, there were 2 individuals who had better perception than him. One was Morong Tianqing and the other was Li Fuchen. The former had progressed to the battle spirit realm and was now an inner sect monarch-class disciple. Li Fuchen might have a high perception, but his bone frame wasn't something that Taichuanqiu cared about. After close to a year, Taichuanqiu's cultivation had already reached the peak level of reincarnation realm and he believed that his strength wasn't inferior to anyone. Right now, Li Fuchen had snatched the first rank of the minor beast-slaying rankings and it made Taichuanqiu rather angry. Blood Axe Frenzy Wave. Taichuanqiu had the 7-star Axe Dao bone frame. Originally, he didn't plan to use the Axe Dao divine ability, but he couldn't be bothered now. The Axe Dao power surged out and Taichuanqiu's body burst out with a tyrannical and indestructible Axe Dao Qi presence. He raised the blood-colored axe high and cleaved down with force. Immediately after, a blood-colored axe light that was a few thousand feet in size descended from the sky and cleaved ruthlessly on the sea wave. The instant the sea wave split apart, the blood-colored axe exploded and turned into countless small axes that shot out in all directions. PFFF. When the giant blood-colored axe light cleaved down, at least 20 Class 4 demons and a few Class 5 demons were killed. But the following small axes had a wider range of damage. In the blink of the eye, over a dozen Class 4 demons and a few Class 5 demons were cleaved into halves. A single axe Dao divine ability gave Tai Xianxia 100 contribution points. With a whoosh, his ranking rose from second place to first place, and his contribution points reached 342. Li Fuchen's ranking dropped to number 2 with 320 contribution points. Senior brother Tai Xianxia has regained first place. The two of them are fighting. Senior apprentice brother Tai Xianxia's axe Dao sacred art is really powerful. With just one axe, its lethality is almost on par with an inner sect disciple. As they killed the sea beasts, they looked at the rankings on the minor beast slaying roll and discussed with one another via voice transmission. Tai Xianxia, who was using his axe Dao divine art, was unstoppable. More than 10 Class 5 sea beasts joined hands to attack him, but they were all chopped down by his axe. His contribution points skyrocketed from 342 points, and an hour later, his contribution points finally broke through 1,000. But Li Fuchen's killing speed wasn't slow either. Following closely behind, he had already killed over 700 enemies. His killing speed is so fast? Did he use his divine ability from the very beginning? Tai Xianxia was bewildered. His axe Dao power couldn't be exhausted endlessly. After exhausting half of his axe Dao power, he was planning to stop. Once he stopped using his axe Dao sacred art, if Li Fuchen's killing speed was still as fast as before, it was unknown if Tai Xianxia could maintain his first rank. Li Fuchen's ranking kept rising, and it didn't just stimulate Tai Xianxia, it also stimulated the others. Divine Wind Saber. Xianxia burst out with the wind spirit power and a transparent saber shadow appeared above his head. PFFF. The transparent saber shadow was elusive and fast like a phantom. Everywhere it passed, the sea beasts would be slain in a straight line. The range of damage might not be comparable to Tai Xianxia, but it was superior in terms of speed and endurance. Bai Lingshuang, Hai Wuya, and the other 7-star prodigies from the 6 kingdoms had also executed their divine abilities, causing their contribution points to increase drastically. As time elapsed, Li Fuchen's ranking dropped from second to third, then from third to fourth. 2 hours later, he had already dropped to 7th. At this moment, it wasn't a competition of strength, it was a competition of who had a wider range of damage. In normal situations, divine abilities had a very wide range of damage. Merely SOSO. Seeing that his ranking surpassed Li Fuchen, Xianxia grinned. Li Fuchen hasn't used his full strength, right? Bai Lingshuang's Ice Mirror divine ability was extremely bizarre. After executing the Ice Mirror divine ability, her ranking rose steadily and finally rose to the 2nd rank. However, she didn't think that Li Fuchen's strength was only at this level. Perhaps, he hadn't even executed his divine ability yet. The Cloud Flame 1000 Incineration's damage might be powerful, but its range is far inferior to the Green Sun Sword Intent. I can try the Green Sun Sword Intent. Changing his sword stance, Li Fuchen brandished his sword. An overwhelming green light radiated with Li Fuchen as the center. A large number of Class 4 and Class 5 sea beasts were annihilated. Swish, Li Fuchen's ranking rose from 7th to 5th. Subsequently, it rose from 5th to 3rd and 2nd. The Green Sun Sword Intent. The sword field, sword intent, and sword chi were all fused into one and couldn't be differentiated. Wherever the sword field reached, it would be the place where the sword intent and sword chi attacked. If Li Fuchen used his full strength, he was able to expand the Green Sun sword field to a few dozen miles. It wasn't possible to expand it any further. The larger the range, the weaker the sword art's attack power. It might be able to kill Class 4 sea beasts, but it wouldn't be able to kill Class 5 sea beasts. Human, prepare to die. Finally, Li Fuchen's unrestrained massacre had attracted an extremely formidable Class 5 peak-tier sea beast. This sea beast was a whale-type sea beast and it was at least 10,000 feet in size. It was much bigger than some of the Class 6 demonic beasts on land. What was the concept of 10,000 feet? If it was converted to miles, it would be 6 miles. An ordinary person at the Qi refinement realm would need a lot of time to travel 6 miles. However, Li Fuchen was already used to it. Sea beasts were already much bigger than demonic beasts. Furthermore, whale-type sea beasts were the largest type of sea beasts, therefore, it wasn't strange for it to be 10,000 feet in size. This was a narwhal, and the horn on its head had gathered with thunder light. Immediately after, a thick thunder pillar pierced through the waves and was shot at Li Fuchen. Its strength is roughly at the Demon Ring Continent's Demon General level. Too weak. Li Fuchen cleaved apart the thunder pillar with his first sword and split the narwhal into 2 with his second sword. Hurry up and flee. I cannot kill it alone, I have to work together. Li Fuchen had the strength to kill a powerful Class 5 sea beast, but the others didn't have the strength. On the minor beast slaying rankings, names were extinguished, and it meant that outer sect disciples had fallen. In regards to this, some of the disciples who had been tempered didn't have any change in expression. In a war, there would always be casualties. If there weren't casualties, then it wouldn't be called a war. They didn't have the qualifications to pity others, as they might be the next to die. After all, there were too many sea beasts. There were close to 1,000 Red Rainbow sect elders and disciples on the number 5 Lookout Island. As for the sea beasts, there were at least tens of thousands. No one knew how many more sea beasts were behind them. The sea was too big and had given birth to countless sea beasts. Their killing speed might not even be able to catch up to the birth speed of the sea beasts. In fact, sea beasts would also have wars because of resources. If there were endless resources, the entire world would be filled with sea beasts. After all, they wouldn't be able to kill all of them. Rumble. A 10,000-meter tall wave was crashing at Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen focused his eyes and saw a sea snake that was even bigger than the narwhal in the middle of the wave. Class 6 low-tier sea beast, multicolored sea snake. Human, this day next year shall be your death anniversary. The multicolored sea snake was over 10,000 feet long, and its body was like a long dragon. It lifted its tail, which was glowing with multicolored light, and lashed over. Woo woo woo, there was a shocking air-piercing sound like a thunderclap. The speed was so fast that most of the reincarnation realm experts couldn't react in time. Even low-level battle spirit realm experts wouldn't be able to dodge the tail attack of the multicolored sea snake. Just in time, thousand incineration. The blazing sword intent rushed into the sky. Li Fuchen's body shot out and barely dodged the tail attack before he slashed down with his sword. The scarlet sword light was like a hollow fireball that instantly expanded and enveloped the multicolored sea snake. Bang! The fireball was extinguished and the multicolored sea snake's body was severed into several segments while it was writhing miserably. Die. After executing the cloud incineration, the multicolored sea snake's severed body exploded and an illusory multicolored sea snake emerged. Demonic spirit, the true spirit of a Class 6 sea beast. As long as the demonic spirit wasn't extinguished, the Class 6 sea beast could reincarnate. It was a pity that Li Fuchen didn't plan to let the multicolored sea snake go and had scattered the demonic spirit with a single slash. Unknowingly, Li Fuchen had reclaimed the number 1 rank of the minor beast slaying rankings. At this moment, he was the only one that could kill the sea beasts quickly. Everyone else, including Xianxia, were entangled by powerful sea beasts and their killing speed was greatly reduced. Class 5 sea beasts were killed one after another. Occasionally, there would be 1 or 2 Class 6 low-tier sea beasts that died under Li Fuchen's sword. Li Fuchen's contribution points had pulled away from the number 2 Xianxia by quite a bit. Damn it, I shouldn't have used the Axe Dao power at the start. Seeing that Li Fuchen had surpassed him, Xianxia was filled with regret. Right now, the Axe Dao power in his body was already less than half, but the sea beasts that were charging at him were getting stronger, increasing the pressure on him. If he had endured until now to execute his divine ability, it wouldn't be so strenuous. Xikong Zhan and the others were also regretting. After all, they had never experienced a war and the conflict of emotions had put them in a predicament. A bunch of fools. One of the inner sect monarch class disciples sneered. The war had just started and they were already executing their divine abilities. They simply didn't know how to write the word death. 300, 500. 1,000, As the war entered the white-hot stage, Li Fuchen's contribution points had maintained a rapid increase. In just a short moment, he had 1,000 points more than Tai Xianxia. The other outer sect disciples were speechless when they saw this. Dragon Strength Technique. If the Class 6 low-tier sea beast, multicolored sea snake, was already strong enough, then the Class 6 low-tier sea beast, one-clawed flood snake, was obviously several times stronger than the multicolored sea snake. The only claw on its abdomen extended and turned into a giant dragon claw that clawed at Li Fuchen. Bang! At the crucial moment, Li Fuchen activated the vicious dragon spirit and clashed with it. But he was still sent flying. It should contain the flood dragon bloodline. Li Fuchen had a grave expression. Regular Class 6 low-tier sea beasts weren't a match for him. Only heaven-defying sea beasts with the flood dragon bloodline would be able to suppress him. A true flood dragon was a demonic ruler class existence. The Red Sea's strongest demonic king, the Red Flood Dragon King, wasn't actually a pure-blooded flood dragon. If it was a pure-blooded flood dragon, it would have already evolved into a demonic ruler. Claw attack, tail whip, mouth-spitting white light, one-clawed flood snake killed Li Fuchen to retreat. If not for Li Fuchen's extremely strong defense, he would have been injured. No, I'm no match for him with my regular strength. The Mortal Calamity was currently inferior to the Vicious Dragon Fist. If the Mortal Calamity was at the completion stage, Li Fuchen was confident he could contest with the one-clawed flood snake. Retreat. Li Fuchen retreated towards the lookout island. Human, where do you think you're going? Behind him, a several hundred-meter-tall sea monkey abruptly emerged from the seabed. Rank 6 mid-rank sea beast, Scarlet Water Monkey. Boom 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 boom, Scarlet Water Monkey waved his claws, and dozens of huge water balls appeared. Each ball was formed from compressed seawater, and had the power to sink an island. The dozens of huge water balls exploded, and the world seemed to have fallen into doomsday. Astral energy from the seawater was everywhere, and a few outer sect disciples who were closer to the area were instantly blasted into smithereens. Not good. Li Fuchen activated the vicious dragon spirit to protect himself. The vicious dragon spirit distorted and dispersed layer after layer. When there was only a thin layer left, it was ripped apart by the one-clawed flood snake. The dragon claw that expanded like a dragon claw grabbed onto Li Fuchen ruthlessly. Just as Li Fuchen was about to be crushed into meat paste. Whoosh! The surging waves of fire exploded, causing the one-clawed flood dragon to retreat, and its claws loosened. Between the heavens and the earth, a man of fire appeared. Fire God Art, Heart of Flame. When Li Fuchen's chi cultivation strength and body refinement strength had a drastic increase, it was impossible for his blazing flame divine ability to not have any improvement. As his spirit soul evolved into the pale purple color, Li Fuchen's perception had increased by an unknown amount. His comprehension speed of the blazing flame bone frame pattern had also increased by an unknown amount. The current him had already comprehended the blazing flame bone frame pattern to the 4.5 segment. His blazing flame bone frame only had a total of 6 segments. Surging waves of fire radiated in all directions. These waves of fire clearly contained powerful fire laws. They weren't ordinary flames. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to repel the one-clawed dragon snake. What a powerful fire God Art. Dragon power. The one-clawed flood snake swiped at Li Fuchen again. Scram. Wielding the joint heaven sword, Li Fuchen cleaved at the one-clawed flood snake's claw. Boom, flames sputtered, and a scorched mark appeared on the one-clawed flood snake's claw. The pain caused the one-clawed flood snake to quickly pull back its claw. Hee, one-clawed general, your strength isn't enough. You can't even deal with a reincarnation realm human ant. The red water monkey tunneled in and out of the seawater with extreme speed while mocking the one-clawed flood snake. The one-clawed flood snake snorted coldly. Crimson Water General, don't be sarcastic. Go ahead if you can. It was obvious that Li Fuchen wasn't a regular reincarnation realm expert. Li Fuchen's blazing flame divine ability made Li Fuchen rather apprehensive. Fine, I'll go. When the red water monkey dove into the sea, there was an additional shadow below Li Fuchen. Get lost. In this boundless ocean battlefield, the chi activity was chaotic and it was very easy for one's consciousness to be disrupted. But Li Fuchen's consciousness was already at the primary sea realm. When he concentrated, the red water monkey wouldn't be able to sneak an attack on him. It was immediately cleaved by Li Fuchen's sword and was sent back into the sea in a pathetic state. "Pfft, is this your strength?" the one-clawed dragon snake sneered. Splash, a few miles away, the red water monkey emerged from the sea. His body was charred and it was obviously caused by the blazing flame sword chi. He had an unpleasant expression and said, "I was careless earlier. It doesn't count. Don't be stubborn. This human kid is troublesome. Work together to kill him and end the battle quickly." The one-clawed flood snake wasn't interested in tangling with Li Fuchen. When the two demonic beast generals worked together, Li Fuchen's pressure increased by several folds. After executing the blazing flame divine ability, Li Fuchen was only able to suppress one of them. After all, be it the one-clawed flood snake or the red water monkey, they were both at the mid-level of Battle Spirit Realm and were comparable with some second or third level Battle Spirit Realm Monarch class disciples. Bang! Li Fuchen intentionally suffered an attack from the one-clawed flood snake and used the force to fly back. In just a few blinks of the eye, he had returned to the Lookout Island. The red water monkey and the one-clawed flood snake were extremely enraged. They had raised a huge wave to crash at the Lookout Island's array. However, the Lookout Island's array was a Class 7 array. Unless the energy pool was depleted or the demonic beast king personally arrived, otherwise, it wouldn't be broken. On the island, many of the elders and disciples had retreated. The attacks of the sea beasts were too ferocious and there were endless attacks. Had it not been for the direct disciples resisting the pressure, it was impossible to fight this battle. During the short break, everyone looked up at the major beast-slaying rankings and minor beast-slaying rankings. The number one of the major beast-slaying rankings was still Yuan Long. His contribution points had reached an astounding 38,000 points. It was 10,000 points more than the number 2 ranker. However, it was said that the other two direct monarch class disciples were in another continent. Otherwise, Yuan Long might not be the number 1 ranker. As for the minor beast-slaying rankings, the number 1 ranker was naturally Li Fuchen. Different from before, Li Fuchen's number 1 rank was seized by Xianxia before he could secure it. Afterwards, Li Fuchen took it back, but now, no one was optimistic about Xianxia. Because Xianxia and Li Fuchen's contribution points were a total of 1,500 points. Li Fuchen's contribution points were now at 3,600 points. Xianxia only had 2,100 points. Unless Li Fuchen perished in battle, Xianxia didn't have any hope. Quickly look, Li Fuchen's contribution points are even higher than the inner sect disciples that are ranked lower on the major beast-slaying rankings. An outer sect disciple was suddenly astonished. In response, everyone looked up again. As expected, most of the lower rankers on the major beast-slaying rankings had around 3,000 contribution points and there were plenty of people who had less than Li Fuchen. Doesn't this mean that Li Fuchen's strength is stronger than a portion of the inner sect disciples? You can't say that. Perhaps he is rather lucky and didn't encounter any powerful sea beasts. It is still too early to discuss this now. Once the battle is over, everything will naturally be clear. After resting for a moment, Li Fuchen continued to fight. This time, he wasn't careless anymore and was constantly in a vigilant state. Once a powerful demonic beast general appeared in the alert region, he would immediately retreat. With his uninterrupted scouting with his awareness, Li Fuchen was like a fish in the water on the battlefield. His contribution points were increasing at a rapid speed. Not only did everyone on the minor beast-slaying rankings feel despair, even those on the major beast-slaying rankings were surprised. Half a day later, Li Fuchen's contribution points had already increased to 10,000. The number 2 ranker, Xianxia, had less than 6,000 points. How can his killing speed be so fast? Xikongzhan had a rather unpleasant expression. Half a day ago, he was still vowing to compete with Li Fuchen. Right now, everything that happened was definitely a slap to his face. There are too many sea beasts and they aren't decreasing at all. As far as the eye could see, the raging waves were filled with sea beasts and there weren't any signs of decreasing. Li Fuchen smiled bitterly. As of now, he had killed at least 2,000 Class 4 sea beasts, if not 3,000. He had killed a few hundred Class 5 sea beasts and over 20 Class 6 low-tier sea beasts. It was a fruitful battle. He had killed so many sea beasts by himself, and with the addition of the sea beasts killed by others, the number of sea beasts was at least 100,000. It was reckoned that only the sea beasts would willfully expend their combat strength like this. The Red Rainbow sect didn't have so many members to lose. Of course, this was mainly because the Red Rainbow sect was taking the elite route. If the entire Red Soil continent's combat strength was gathered, even if the Red Rainbow sect's numbers were far inferior to the sea beasts, it was still rather impressive. After all, the entire Red Soil continent had countless Heaven Dipper realm martial artists, and Reincarnation realm martial artists were no different from cabbages. Roar! There was a high-pitched roar that sounded like a dragon or a whale. Above the distant waves, there was suddenly an additional giant island. After taking a closer look, it wasn't an island, it was obviously a cetacean sea beast. Furthermore, it was a superior among the cetacean sea beasts. Dragon whale. Its size was over 10,000 zhong tall, which was 70 li in terms of distance. What kind of concept was 70 miles? It was even bigger than the giant cities in the seven-color continent. This Class 6 peak-tier sea beast, dragon whale, carried a destructive prowess as it charged at the lookout island. Just the burst of prowess was enough to send a large number of outer sect and inner sect disciples flying while vomiting blood. There were also a large number of Class 4 sea beasts that exploded and died an unknown death. It is one of the Red Sea's 5 unrivaled demonic generals, Dragon Whale Demonic General. One of the direct disciples had a deathly pale expression. The Dragon Whale Demonic General's body contained a trace of true dragon's bloodline, and true dragons were overlords. As long as they matured, they would become demonic beast overlords and didn't even need to cultivate. As compared to an adult true dragon, demon kings and demon emperors weren't even worth mentioning and were just like ants. The Dragon Whale Demonic General might only have a trace of true dragon's bloodline, but this trace of true dragon's bloodline was enough for him to be invincible below the demonic beast kings. He could even contest with low-tier demonic beast kings. Retreat. On the Iron Tower, the imposing figure's voice echoed in everyone's ears. Retreat, hurry up and retreat. There was no need for the imposing figure to say it, everyone knew that the Dragon Whale Demonic General wasn't a match for them. Only the direct monarch class disciples could barely contest with it. As for the others, if they got too close, they would immediately be smashed into smithereens. The number 5 Lookout Island only had 2 direct monarch class disciples. The 2 direct monarch class disciples gritted their teeth and blocked the dragon whale's path. Die. The Dragon Whale Demonic General didn't even need to execute any moves. Just a dash from its body was enough to send the 2 direct monarch class disciples flying. Too powerful. Even Li Fuchen couldn't help but take a deep cold breath. The dragon whale's chi prowess was already comparable with some of the weaker inner sect elders. On the Red Rainbow sect's side, probably only the 3 direct monarch class disciples could contest with it. It was a pity that one of the 3 direct monarch class disciples, Yuan Long, wasn't at the number 5 Lookout Island. The other 2 weren't in the Red Rainbow sect and didn't even participate in the battle. Damn it, is the Red Flood Dragon King planning to start an all-out war? He even sent out the Dragon Whale Demonic General. The outer sect Grand Elder Wang Kuei had a pale expression. His strength was inferior to the direct monarch class disciples, and it was impossible for him to be a match for the Dragon Whale Demonic General. Soon enough, everyone had retreated to the number 5 Lookout Island. Even the 2 injured direct monarch class disciples had retreated. Who dares to come out and fight with me, the Dragon Whale Demonic General? The Dragon Whale Demonic General's giant body floated above the waves and spoke with a thunderous voice. I, Lei Donghai, will challenge you. It was unknown when the teleportation platform on the island lit up and a majestic figure appeared. Crackle, the majestic figure instantly appeared outside the island and smashed his hammer at the Dragon Whale Demonic General. Rumble. It is one of the 3 direct monarch class disciples, Senior Lei Donghai. That is great, Senior Lei Donghai is back. With him around, the Dragon Whale Demonic General won't be able to take another step no matter how powerful he is. The Red Rainbow sect's elders and disciples were overjoyed. Lei Donghai was one of the 3 direct monarch class disciples and was on par with Yuan Long. He possessed the 7-star Thunderhammer bone frame and his strength was considered invincible in the battle spirit realm. Once he burst out with the Thunderhammer divine ability, he would be able to contest with regular low-level primary Sea Realm monarchs. Among the Red Rainbow sect's disciples, the only ones that were superior to the 3 direct monarch-class disciples were the 2 emperor-class disciples. However, the 2 emperor-class disciples were extremely mysterious and only a few people had seen them before. It was reckoned that only the upper echelons had seen them before. 7-star Thunderhammer Bone Frame, huh? Li Fuchen naturally knew a lot about the 3 direct monarch-class disciples. Yuan Long possessed the 7-star Arhat Bone Frame and was a peak-level Battle Spirit Realm Body Refinement Master. His strength was the strongest among the 3 direct monarch-class disciples. Lei Donghai possessed the 7-star Thunderhammer Bone Frame and it was a mutated special bone frame. Its pure attack power was superior to the Hammer Dao Bone Frame. The other one was a woman called Gu Jui who possessed the 7-star Bright Bone Frame. The trio's strength was superior to the other direct monarch-class disciples. Be it the bone frame, perception, or fated encounters, they were all top-notch. After smashing the Dragon Whale demonic general with a hammer, Lei Donghai raised his brows and said, "You are one of the 5 unrivaled demonic generals in the Red Sea? You don't seem to be anything special. I am going to devour you alive." The Dragon Whale demonic general wasn't injured and had an unpleasant expression. He opened his giant mouth and a black whirlpool appeared to devour Lei Donghai. Thunder Divine Hammer. Lei Donghai mocked the Dragon Whale demonic general but his actions didn't slow down. The Thunder Hammer power surged out as Lei Donghai burst out with the Thunder Hammer divine ability, Thunder Divine Hammer. Rumble, in the void, a lightning hammer shadow as large as a mountain flew out and smashed into the black vortex. In an instant, electric dragons danced and electric snakes covered the sky. In between the Thunder Hammer shadow and the black whirlpool, there was a burst of bluish-black light that could overshadow the sun. A terrifying black crack flashed by. Li Fuchen's awareness was astounding. The black wind crack might have vanished very quickly, but Li Fuchen still noticed it. Space crack? Li Fuchen's heart tightened. The appearance of a spatial crack meant that the battle between Lei Donghai and the Dragon Whale Yao General had already damaged the natural laws of that area. Only when the natural laws were damaged would a spatial crack appear. The spatial crack might only be as thick as a strand of hair, but it was able to sever Earth-class high-tier equipment with ease. When caught off guard, even a primary Sea Realm monarch would be severely injured. A sky-shaking explosion rang out. Lei Donghai and the Dragon Whale demonic general were both sent flying backwards. One of them was an invincible demon general while the other was an invincible grandmaster. It would take at least 1,000 moves to determine the victor. With Lei Donghai restraining the Dragon Whale demonic general and drawing it thousands of miles away, the group charged out of the island and continued to fight the sea beasts. This battle lasted for a full day and night, and the surrounding ocean only stopped when it was no different from the real Scarlet Sea. After a final count, the Red Rainbow sect lost a total of 72 elders and disciples on the number 5 Lookout Island. It might not seem like a lot, but it was enough to silence everyone. Those that could enter the Red Rainbow sect were all elites among elites. One of them was equivalent to 100 others. Among these 72 individuals, there might be one who would become a primary Sea Realm monarch in the future. In fact, the Red Rainbow sect could avoid casualties. As long as they sent out a large number of battleships, they would be able to suppress the sea beasts with the previous battle situation. But the Red Rainbow sect didn't do so. Flowers in a greenhouse were destined to be unable to withstand too much wind and rain. There must be deaths in a war. Without deaths, it wouldn't be a war. Furthermore, the Red Rainbow sect had a deep foundation and the sea beasts weren't going all out either. If both sides revealed all their trump cards, it wouldn't be long before the monarchs joined the battle. A total of 24,000 contribution points. After another battle, I will be able to redeem the second half of Immortal Calamity. Li Fuchen was leading the way on the minor beast-slaying rankings and his contribution points were 2 times that of the number 2 Tai Chunqiu. With this amount of contribution points, even on the major beast-slaying rankings, Li Fuchen would be ranked below average. This battle was enough to confirm Li Fuchen's invincible status in the reincarnation realm. Most importantly, Li Fuchen was only at the 7th level of reincarnation realm. If his cultivation was at the peak level of reincarnation realm, his strength would be even stronger. For the next week, there weren't any battles. Li Fuchen and the others each found a place to cultivate on the number 5 lookout island. Li Fuchen felt that his strength was still insufficient. For this week, Li Fuchen placed all his energy on the mortal calamity. Once the mortal calamity was at the completion stage, the power wouldn't just surpass the vicious dragon fist, the impurities would also be refined by a drastic increase. With the dragon elephant power, Li Fuchen would be able to increase his body's limits to a higher level within a short period of time. By then, he would be able to continue to increase his body refinement level. The mortal world is turbid, using the body to deal with the calamity. This mortal calamity seems to require a certain mental state. The incomplete mortal calamity was much harder to cultivate than Li Fuchen imagined. Some of the cultivation contents were completely mystical and could only be understood but not explained. It seemed to be related to the spirit soul too. There is no hurry. It is useless to be impatient. When cultivating martial arts, there are times when one's mental state is required. On the short mountain, Li Fuchen stood up and flew out of the island. This sea region belonged to the coastal waters of the Red Soil continent. It was rich in resources and there were plenty of resources at the bottom of the sea that the Red Soil continent didn't have. After flying over 1,000 miles away from the lookout island, Li Fuchen flashed and shot into the sea. The pressure in the sea was extreme and the water pressure of 10,000 meters was enough to flatten a Heaven Dipper realm martial artist. The water pressure of 100,000 meters was enough to flatten a reincarnation realm martial artist. However, the coastal waters were already extremely deep at a depth of 100,000 meters. At least, the area that Li Fuchen was diving at was only 60,000 to 70,000 meters deep. To him, it was just a drizzle and wasn't worth mentioning. At the bottom of the sea, it was extremely quiet and it felt as though Li Fuchen had arrived in a world without sound. When Li Fuchen's feet stepped on the mud, his heart was like still water. All sorts of experiences were like fleeting clouds that were appearing and disappearing in his mind. A mystical ethereal state assaulted his mind. Gradually, Li Fuchen's body glowed with red light. The red light was extremely tyrannical and had annihilated a large portion of the sea into nothingness. It caused a vacuum black hole to appear where Li Fuchen was standing. Li Fuchen didn't expect that he would suddenly have the Heaven-Man connection when he was originally planning to search for resources at the bottom of the sea. The mortal calamity would naturally enter the completion stage. It felt as though he had worn out iron shoes in fruitless searching only to find it effortlessly. Li Fuchen didn't know that after cultivating the mortal calamity for a week, he was still in that kind of atmosphere. As for the underwater world, it was eternal silence and contained a kind of law intent. When the two made contact, it was just like the heavenly thunder igniting the earth fire. It was hard not to break through. At the completion stage of the mortal calamity, Li Fuchen only needed a single thought to transform a large amount of dragon elephant power into the mortal calamity power. The mortal calamity power seemed to contain traces of spirit soul power, or in other words, willpower. It was this trace of willpower that facilitated the birth of the mortal calamity power. I wonder how powerful is the completion stage of the mortal calamity. Li Fuchen executed a fist strike and there was a flash of red light. The seawater in front of him was turned into nothingness and a trace of vacuum was drawn out. Without the support of the mortal calamity power, the vacuum trace quickly collapsed and let out a rumbling sound. With the completion stage of the mortal calamity, Li Fuchen didn't have the mood to search for resources at the bottom of the sea. He immediately returned to the number 5 lookout island. For the next few days, Li Fuchen had been understanding the completion stage of the mortal calamity. The current mortal calamity power was already able to damage Earth-class mid-tier equipment. Even high-level battle spirit realm masters would find it hard to damage Earth-class mid-tier equipment. Of course, this didn't mean that Li Fuchen's strength was already comparable or beyond high-level battle spirit realm masters. In this world, everything had its counter. The mortal calamity power countered physical substances. In terms of destroying physical substances, the mortal calamity power was able to perform exceptionally well. Now that the mortal calamity was at the completion stage, the mortal calamity power's ability to eliminate the impurities in the blood had increased drastically. It was several times more effective than the dragon elephant power. Li Fuchen could feel that the impurities in his body were decreasing at every moment. Once he circulated the mortal calamity power, the impurities would decrease even faster. his body would feel extremely light and comfortable. The profoundness of the mortal calamity is far beyond the dragon-elephant body forging chapters. Li Fuchen could imagine that the complete mortal calamity would definitely be a heaven-class body refinement art, while the dragon-elephant body forging chapters was only an earth-class high-tier body refinement technique. As for the complete 9 calamity divine fist, Li Fuchen couldn't imagine what grade it would be. Woo woo woo, there was a horn sound. The sea beasts attacked again. The originally calm sea surface was now surging with waves. The densely packed sea beasts were approaching from afar and it was oppressive. They are here again? It is just as well. In order to step into the primary sea realm in the shortest period of time, I must have an invincible and courageous willpower. This war is just the right time to temper my willpower. Lei Donghai stood up and looked through the array to land on the dragon whale demonic general. One of them was an invincible grandmaster, while the other was an invincible demon general. In the previous battle, neither of them had been injured, but they had consumed a lot of energy. This kind of protracted battle was often a test of willpower. Whoever had the stronger willpower would have the last laugh. Let's fight. On top of the iron tower, the imposing figure appeared once again. His voice was filled with an indescribable iron will. Kill. Everyone rushed out of the formation and started fighting with the sea beasts. This time, there were a lot fewer Class 4 sea beasts. It was reasonable as in the face of Reincarnation Realm experts and Battle Spirit Realm experts, Class 4 sea beasts were just cannon fodder. No matter how many cannon fodder there would be a day when they would be depleted. In the previous war, a large number of sea beasts were sent out mainly to force them to evolve. But evolution required time too. This time, if a large number of Class 4 sea beasts were sent out, the entire Red Sea would probably be emptied and it wouldn't be beneficial for the Red Sea's development. Even though there were fewer Class 4 sea beasts, the sea beasts' offense didn't decline at all. After all, in this war, Class 5 sea beasts and Class 6 sea beasts were the main force. Green Sun Sword Intent. Cloud Flame Thousand Incineration. Vicious Dragon Fist. After executing the 3 martial arts in turns, Li Fuchen was like a sharp blade that slaughtered in and out of the sea beasts with imposing prowess. Human, let's see how you are going to escape this time. The one-clawed flood snake that was over 10,000 feet long appeared in Li Fuchen's vision. Immediately after, the red water monkey appeared behind Li Fuchen. Why do I have to escape? Li Fuchen let out an indifferent smile. Before the mortal calamity reached completion stage, Li Fuchen was already able to suppress one of them. Right now, he was much stronger than before and didn't need to escape. What if I am included? A seahorse that was a few thousand feet in size appeared. The seahorse's body was bright yellow and it had a hollow mouth that was shaped like a long tube. It had a pair of massive eyes that were emitting blinding radiance. Class 6 mid-tier sea beast. Enchanting seahorse. These 3 are rather interesting. Li Fuchen's eyes turned slightly grave. He wasn't sure how powerful the mortal calamity was. On the battlefield, there were countless changes and one must not be careless. Enchanting wave. The enchanting seahorse was the first to attack. Its long tube-shaped mouth swelled up and immediately spat out a translucent wave of light. The light wave didn't have any attack power, but it was impossible to dodge. It instantly spread out and penetrated through Li Fuchen's body. Dragon Strength Technique. Red Water Divine Thunder. Making use of the opportunity, the one-clawed flood snake and the red water monkey burst out with their innate abilities and were preparing to kill Li Fuchen in a single move. In their opinion, Li Fuchen was dead for sure. The enchanting demonic general's enchanting wave was able to instantly make a battle spirit realm expert lose consciousness. The loss of consciousness might be very short, but it was enough for them to execute their killing move. It was a pity that the 3 demonic generals were destined to be disappointed. Li Fuchen might be countered in other aspects. But in terms of consciousness, Li Fuchen would never be countered. Only primary sea realm monarchs could restrain his consciousness. But primary sea realm monarchs were already able to suppress Li Fuchen with their strength and didn't need to use consciousness attacks. With his consciousness extremely clear, Li Fuchen circulated the mortal calamity technique and produced the profound and tyrannical mortal calamity power. Get lost. Li Fuchen blasted his fist on the one-clawed flood snake's claw. He forcefully endured the red water monkey's red water divine thunder. Bang, there was an explosion of blood mist. The one-clawed flood snake's indestructible claw had been forcefully destroyed by the mortal calamity power. This was after the demonic chi isolation, otherwise, Li Fuchen's mortal calamity power would be able to flow through the one-clawed flood snake's claw and extend into the one-clawed flood snake's body. Ah, impossible. The one-clawed flood snake shrieked miserably as he was sent flying. His claw was tougher and tougher than any other parts of his body. If his claw was destroyed, he wouldn't be able to recover without a few dozen years. Unless the demonic beast king bestowed him with a precious artifact, he wouldn't be able to recover within a short period of time. As for the red water monkey's red water divine thunder, it wasn't able to injure Li Fuchen. With the protection of the mortal calamity power, the red water divine thunder was merely able to shake Li Fuchen's chi blood. Not good. How did his strength increase so much? The red water monkey was stunned. Previously, when Li Fuchen burst out with his divine ability, he was only barely able to suppress them and wasn't able to injure them. Right now, Li Fuchen was already able to kill them in a one-on-one fight. He is actually immune to my enchanting wave. The enchanting seahorse was also very shocked. His enchanting wave was a killer move. Even high-level battle spirit realm experts would be enchanted if they were careless. Die. Li Fuchen caught up to the one-clawed flood snake and smashed his fist on the snake's head. Bang, the one-clawed flood snake's head exploded and even the demonic beast spirit was destroyed by the mortal calamity power. It was a clean death. Flee. The red water monkey and the enchanting seahorse were terrified as they fled. The red water monkey's strength was similar to the one-clawed flood snake. If Li Fuchen could kill the one-clawed flood snake, it meant that Li Fuchen could also kill the red water monkey. The red water monkey was adept at awareness attacks, but it was a pity that awareness attacks were ineffective against Li Fuchen. If he stayed, he would only be courting death. The two demonic beast generals fled with extreme speed and Li Fuchen wasn't able to catch up. Speed had always been his weakness and it was something that couldn't be helped. With my current strength, it is enough to kill regular class 6 mid-tier demonic beasts. This battle allowed Li Fuchen to have an accurate understanding of his own ability. In terms of strength, the red water monkey and the enchanting seahorse didn't have any incredible bloodlines and were just regular class 6 mid-tier sea beasts. The one-clawed flood snake might have the flood dragon bloodline, but it was a pity that its class was too low and was only at class 6 low tier. If the one-clawed flood snake was at class 6 mid-tier, Li Fuchen might not be a match. With the completion stage of the mortal calamity, as long as the class 6 high-tier sea beasts didn't appear, Li Fuchen would be able to slay gods and demons. Even a few class 6 mid-tier sea beasts with incredible bloodlines couldn't do anything to Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen easily broke through the encirclement and escaped to the lookout island. This battle continued for 1 day and 1 night. Li Fuchen's contribution points had increased from 24,000 to 43,000 and it was much lesser than the first time. This was mainly because there were fewer class 4 sea beasts and more class 6 sea beasts. The former could be farmed for contribution points, while the latter might give Li Fuchen a large amount of contribution points to kill, but if the class 6 sea beasts escaped, Li Fuchen would only be able to watch helplessly. Gradually, Li Fuchen started to receive the attention of formidable sea beasts. In 1 day and 1 night, Li Fuchen had escaped at least a dozen times and there were at least 10 times when he was pursued by class 6 high-tier sea beasts. If it wasn't for the fact that his awareness wasn't disturbed, he would have already died a few times when the sea beasts locked onto him. 43,000 contribution points. I can redeem the second half of the mortal calamity now. Li Fuchen immediately used the teleportation array to return to the Red Rainbow Sect's headquarters. I want the second half of the mortal calamity. Li Fuchen didn't go to the second floor and spoke to the Tower Guardian Elder. The second half of the mortal calamity costs 150,000 contribution coins. The Tower Guardian Elder couldn't be bothered with Li Fuchen anymore and spoke. Here. Li Fuchen took out a large number of contribution coins and there were exactly 150,000. With the second half of the mortal calamity, Li Fuchen didn't stop and returned to the number 5 lookout island. On the short mountain, Li Fuchen flipped open the second half of the mortal calamity and read it page by page. The mortal world cultivates the heart, the calamity power produces itself. The summary of the second half was also a single sentence, and it corresponded to the first half's. The mortal world is turbid, using one's body to deal with the calamity. The mortal world cultivates the heart? It seems like this 9 calamity divine fist emphasizes on the mental state and willpower. The rest is just techniques. After closing the second half of the mortal calamity, Li Fuchen slowly let out a turbid breath. Right now, Li Fuchen would let out a turbid breath every once in a while. This turbid breath was the impurities in his qi blood. Most of the impurities in his qi blood had been eliminated by the mortal world calamity power, while there were some remnants that were spat out through breathing. The third battle arrived very quickly, and this battle was much more miserable than the previous one. In the dark, there seemed to be a pair of invisible hands controlling the battle. If someone flew into the boundless sky, they would notice that the 8 lookout islands were surrounded by a blood-colored sea. Within this blood-colored sea, there were traces of array waves. As the array waves got stronger, the inner sect elders that were guarding the 8 lookout islands were alerted. How is this array set up? Or perhaps this array has always existed and requires fresh blood and the willpower of countless living beings to activate it? Kacha, countless cracks appeared on the formation barrier of the lookout island. The ground of the lookout island was also constantly shaking. In an instant, it was as if it had been slashed by a giant dozens of times. Every mark was dozens of miles long. Moreover, it was not only the 5th lookout island, but also the other lookout islands. Not good. On the iron tower, the pupils of the imposing figure shrank. The array that enveloped the entire island was a rank 7 array. Unless a monarch came out, the array would definitely not be broken. Even kings wouldn't be able to break through the array in 1 or 2 strikes. Only high-tier kings would have the strength to break through the array in 1 strike. It was obvious that the demon monarch was not destroying the array. Instead, it was the fluctuations of a stronger array formation that was destroying the array foundation of the island's array formation. Just the fluctuations from the array could gradually destroy a level 7 array. Even a fool would know that this was definitely a level 8 array. Apart from that, level 7 formations were unable to cover tens of thousands of miles or even hundreds of thousands of miles of the sea. The limit of a level 7 formation was around 10,000 li at most. Only a grade 8 formation could cover hundreds of thousands of miles, and its limit was said to be 1,000,000 miles. He didn't believe that the Red Flood Dragon King was able to set up a Class 8 array. Only La Fei's realm emperors were able to set up a Class 8 array. Perhaps many primary sea realm monarchs were able to set up a Class 8 array. The prerequisite was that the monarch was proficient in arrays and had extremely high attainments in the array Dao. Otherwise, even a La Fei's realm emperor wouldn't be able to set up a Class 8 array. If the Red Flood Dragon King was able to set up a Class 8 array, how could the Red Rainbow sect resist? They would have already been defeated. In fact, demonic beasts and demons knew nothing about array formations. Rather than believing that they could set up a Class 8 array formation, it would be better to believe that the Red Flood Dragon King had broken through to Class 8 and become a demonic the Arch. Suppress. The stalwart figure pressed his right hand down and a vast and majestic force suppressed the entire 5th lookout island, stabilizing the array formation on the lookout island. The inner sect elders that were able to guard the lookout island were all at least at the 3rd level of primary sea realm, otherwise, they wouldn't be able to deal with sudden situations. With his 4th level primary sea realm cultivation, it was still possible for him to suppress an island that was a few hundred miles in size. However, he did not know how long he could suppress it. Everyone, return to the lookout island. The imposing figure roared, and his voice traveled thousands of miles. Hurry up and go back. Something big seems to have happened. Let's go. I feel a little uneasy. The Red Rainbow sect's elders and disciples were desperately rushing back. Unfortunately, under the obstruction of the sea beasts, less than half of the people rushed back to the lookout island immediately. The imposing figure was a strong middle-aged man with slightly gray hair. At this moment, his forehead was dripping with sweat. Suppressing a rank 7 formation that was on the verge of collapse was much more difficult than he had imagined. This feeling was like forcibly stopping a volcano that was about to erupt. The further he went, the greater the pressure he had to bear. The first batch will teleport back first. The muscular middle-aged man's voice was low and deep. It was obvious that he was lacking in energy. A huge amount of spirit stones were thrown into the empty space in the center of the teleportation platform. The first batch of several hundred people disappeared from the teleportation platform. Li Fuchen was also rushing back. He was out of luck. He was the first to be alerted when something strange happened in the sea. But at that time, he was surrounded by 4 mid-tier Class 6 sea beasts, one of which had a powerful bloodline. It was impossible for him to break out of the encirclement in a short time. Until the inner sect elder's voice echoed, Li Fuchen risked his injuries to break out of the encirclement. But he was too far away from the lookout island. When the first batch of people teleported away, he was only halfway there. Soon enough, the second batch had also teleported away. This batch had more people than the first batch, and there were close to 900 of them. Only a few dozen of them didn't make it back in time. I can only do this much. The strong middle-aged man vomited a mouthful of fresh blood and suddenly soared into the sky. Boom! The lookout island that was a few hundred miles in size had instantly collapsed, and the array had collapsed. No. Those elders and disciples that didn't make it back in time had faces of despair. In this vast sea, without the protection of the lookout island's array, they didn't have any strength to protect themselves. Haha, kill these humans. They have nowhere to escape. From the back, a large number of sea beasts were chasing over. Some of the Class 6 sea beasts were extremely fast and had quickly caught up to the group. Get on the battleship. The remaining few dozen people gathered together without prior consultation. One of the inner sect monarch class disciples had an additional palm-sized battleship in his hand. But in the next moment, the battleship enlarged and everyone boarded the ship. Swish, this was a Class 6 small-sized battleship. Its speed was comparable to a high-level battle spirit realm martial artist. Like a stream of light, the battleship shook off the Class 6 sea beasts that were chasing after them. Only a few Class 6 high-tier sea beasts were still lingering behind. Everyone, I am Su Heng. This Class 6 small-sized battleship costs 10,000 contribution coins per day. I have only rented it for 2 days and there are 40 individuals here. Each of you will have to pay me 200 contribution coins per day. It isn't too much, right? The inner sect monarch class disciple called Su Heng spoke. It isn't too much, it isn't too much. 200 contribution coins per day is too much for you. I suggest that everyone should pay you 300 contribution coins per day. In addition, the spirit stones used to operate the battleship will also be on us. An outer sect elder quickly said. Without the battleship, they were just scattered soldiers and would be eliminated very quickly. As for the Class 6 battleship, as long as there were enough low-grade spirit stones, it would be able to burst out with the power of a mid-level battle spirit realm martial artist. If it was filled with mid-grade spirit stones, it would be able to burst out with the power of a high-level battle spirit realm martial artist. Most importantly, the battleship's speed was fast enough. Riding on the battleship wouldn't require any chi consumption. This was extremely important. After all, in the vast ocean, once one's chi was exhausted, it would be hard to maintain sufficient chi just by relying on spirit stones and elixirs. Elder Wan is right. We should pay you 300 contribution coins per day. It is fortunate that you rented a Class 6 battleship, otherwise, we would all be dead. The rest of the people nodded and didn't even try to bargain. At this moment, no matter how important resources were, it wasn't as important as their lives. Let alone 300 contribution coins per day, even if it was 500 or 1,000 contribution coins per day, they would still accept it. Boom, the battleship shook. At the back, there was a huge fish with wings that spat out a bubble and crashed onto the ship. It is a Class 6 high-tier sea beast, flying shadow fish. Don't waste spirit stones, let me deal with it. Elder Wan was at the 8th level of Battle Spirit Realm. He drew his battle saber and slashed at the flying shadow fish through the battleship's array. TSS TSS TSS, the saber light streaked across the sky like a thunderbolt and trembled 9 times. Each tremble would cause the trajectory of the saber light to change. The flying shadow fish didn't even have time to react and was struck by the thunderbolt saber light, causing it to fall from the sky. Such an incredible saber art. Li Fuchen could see that Elder Wan's saber art was also an Earth-class peak-tier martial art, and it wasn't any more profound than his Cloud Flame Thousand Incineration. But Elder Wan was at the 8th level of Battle Spirit Realm. The higher one's cultivation, the more they would be able to display the true profundity of martial arts. If a primary Sea Realm monarch was here, a casual move would probably be able to reach the level of an Earth-class high-tier martial art. Only Earth-class peak-tier martial arts would be able to enhance the combat strength of a primary Sea Realm monarch. This was also the main reason why martial artists would pursue higher-tier martial arts as their cultivation increased. As the cultivation increased, some of the lower-tier martial arts would be useless. A casual move would already contain the essence of all the martial arts that were previously learned. It could be said that at the later stages of cultivation, plenty of the essence of martial arts would be fused into one's instincts. A casual move would contain the essence of countless martial arts. Elder Wan's saber art was also at the trance stage, but in terms of chi conversion and utilization, it was even more exquisite and meticulous. Li Fuchen's sword art might be at the same level, but due to his cultivation, it was hard to take care of some of the details. The Class 6 high-tier sea beasts launched their attacks but were all struck down by Elder Wan. With Elder Wan's strength, unless it was a Class 6 high-tier sea beast with an incredible bloodline, otherwise, it wouldn't be a match for him. High up in the sky, the robust middle-aged man didn't leave. He who was looking down from above finally saw what was going on. On the surface of the blood-red sea, blood-colored patterns appeared. The blood-red lines were clearly runes. The ripples emitted by the runes were extremely frightening, causing the seawater to boil. The wind and clouds in the sky also fluctuated. Waterspouts that connected the heavens and the earth were formed with a whistling sound. They connected with the dark clouds that filled the entire sky, emitting an aura that could destroy the heavens and the earth. Class 8 array, this must be a Class 8 array. The robust middle-aged man took a deep cold breath. He had never seen a Class 8 array, but only a Class 8 array could explain everything. The array patterns in front of him were just an insignificant portion of the entire Class 8 array. He couldn't even see the rest of the array patterns. With his cultivation at the 4th level of Primary Sea Realm, his awareness could only extend out to over 10,000 miles. In the Primary Sea Realm, there was a huge gap between each level. Such a huge gap was hard to make up for unless one cultivated a Heaven-class manual. In the Primary Sea Realm, there was a huge gap between each level of awareness. At the 1st level of Primary Sea Realm, the awareness could extend out to a few thousand miles. At the 2nd level of Primary Sea Realm, it would be 50%, and at the 3rd level, it would be 50%. As a 4th level Primary Sea Realm monarch, it was already very good for his awareness to extend out to over 10,000 miles. Despite the case, the detection range of over 10,000 miles was just the tip of the iceberg of a Class 8 array. Only La Fei's realm emperors were able to cover the entire Class 8 array with a single thought. However, was this level 8 formation activated unintentionally, or was it activated intentionally? If it was intentionally activated, what was the Red Flood Dragon King planning? The Class 8 array is about to be fully activated. If we don't leave now, it will be hard to predict if we will survive. The robust middle-aged man's eyes landed on a Class 6 small-sized battleship a few thousand miles away. Swish, it was impossible to see the trajectory of the robust middle-aged man's movement. In just a short moment, the robust middle-aged man caught up to the battleship. I will send you off. You will have to rely on yourselves next. 10,000 miles. 50,000 miles. The speed of the battleship was too fast. In just a short moment, it had traveled 50,000 miles. But at this moment, the battleship's speed had gradually slowed down. The monarch chi that enveloped the battleship was only left with a thin layer. Boom, right at this moment, there was a torrential blood light that burst into the sky from the sea below. A blood-colored array that covered the radius of a few 100,000 miles appeared. In the center of this blood-colored array, there was a giant black python that was a few 100 miles long. No, this wasn't a giant python. Giant pythons normally didn't have claws, but this giant sea beast didn't just have horns on its head, it even had 4 claws. It was a flood dragon and a pure-blooded flood dragon. If it wasn't a pure-blooded flood dragon, it wouldn't be able to grow 4 claws. Even the red flood dragon king only had 3 claws. An adult pure-blooded flood dragon was undoubtedly a demonic emperor. Of course, only a demonic emperor could reach the size of a few hundred miles. The black flood dragon didn't die. As the blood-colored formation appeared, the black flood dragon violently struggled and roared. That terrifying roar contained a will of destruction. Countless sea beasts were shaken by the sound waves and lost their consciousness. They fell from the sky and were refined into puddles of blood by the blood-colored formation. The blood converged into the blood-colored array patterns, causing the array to become even more horrific. Blood-colored chains dug deep into the black flood dragon's body as though they were trying to extract something from its body. Seeing the situation, the black flood dragon quickly shut its mouth and didn't roar anymore. This is a sealing array that is sealing a demonic emperor. The robust middle-aged man had already flown out of the blood-colored array's range. He might not be able to see the black flood dragon, but just from the roar, he was able to distinguish that the array was sealing a demonic emperor, an invincible demonic emperor. The red flood dragon king is going to undo the array and release this demonic emperor? The robust middle-aged man was silently anxious. Once the sealed demonic emperor was released, it would be a calamity for the entire Red Rainbow sect. The strength of a demonic emperor was indescribable. The Red Rainbow sect's entrance might be able to defend against Law Phase realm emperors, but it could only defend against regular low-level emperors. Without any incredible manuals, Law Phase realm emperors wouldn't be as powerful as demonic emperors. The robust middle-aged man couldn't imagine who sealed a demonic emperor in the Red Sea's coastal waters. This method was too shocking. No matter what the Scarlet Wyrm King is planning, we can't let it succeed. The muscular middle-aged man was about to leave. Swish 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 swish, terrifying figures appeared near the muscular middle-aged man. Greetings, Sect Master, greetings, Grand Elders. The robust middle-aged man was shocked at first, and then his face lit up with joy as he said respectfully. The Red Rainbow Sect Patriarch was the #1 monarch of the Red Rainbow Sect, the Red Rainbow Monarch. He was at the 9th level of Primary Sea Realm. The rest of the Supreme Elders were also high-level monarchs. Sect Master, a Class 8 array suddenly appeared here. Furthermore, there seems to be a demonic the Arch sealed within this Class 8 array. This must be the scheme of the Scarlet Flood Dragon King. We must not allow him to release the sealed demonic the Arch. The robust middle-aged man spoke solemnly. Elder Wang, you are saying the opposite. The King Scarlet Flood Dragon isn't going to release the demon the Arch. Instead, he is planning to use the blood and willpower of countless living beings to circulate the array to the limits and refine the demon Thearch's demon spirit. The one who spoke was a Supreme Elder. He had white hair and a scar on his forehead which looked like a third eye. The three-eyed saber monarch was the oldest high-level monarch in the Red Rainbow sect. It was said that his strength wasn't inferior to the Red Rainbow monarch. The opposite? The robust middle-aged man couldn't understand. The Red Rainbow monarch, who was wearing a long red robe and had a handsome appearance, explained with his hands behind his back, Elder Bailey is right. The King Scarlet Flood Dragon isn't going to release the demonic the Arch, he is planning to refine the demonic Thearch's demon spirit. As such, he will be able to seize the demonic Thearch's essence blood and make plans to break through to the demonic the Arch. The reason why he is so certain is because this Class 8 array is a legendary spirit refinement array. It is a terrifying array that can refine a demonic Thearch's demon spirit or Emperor's true spirit. The robust middle-aged man opened his mouth and couldn't help but ask, isn't the King Scarlet Flood Dragon afraid that the demonic the Arch will break out and settle the score with him? The Red Rainbow Monarch sneered and said, even if the spirit refinement array doesn't have the enhancement of the blood and willpower, this demonic the Arch won't be able to break out. Furthermore, this demonic the Arch has been sealed for countless years and its strength is probably less than 10% of its original strength. With the horrific spirit refinement array, it will only get weaker. Before this, the King Scarlet Flood Dragon must have planned for a long period of time. Once everything is ready, it will intensify the conflict and start a war with our Red Rainbow sect. The spirit refinement array was an array that existed in the legends. This array was targeted at those terrifying existences that were hard to kill. Demonic Thearchs had extremely tenacious vitality and some of the demonic Thearchs were almost immortal. In order to kill them, one had to be several times stronger than them. As for the spirit refinement array, it was targeted at the true spirit and demonic spirit. Once the demonic Xianxia's demon spirit was refined, the spirit soul would definitely crumble. As such, no matter how powerful the body was, it would still be a dead object. In the records, there was a horrific incident where the spirit refinement array refined everyone's true spirit from an emperor-class sect. Of course, a demonic the arch was still a demonic the arch, and its demon spirit was extremely powerful. Unless it was a top-notch Class 8 array master that set up the spirit refinement array, it would take a long time to refine a demonic Xianxia's demon spirit. The King Scarlet Flood Dragon obviously couldn't wait for such a long time and was planning to speed up the process. However, it was unknown how the King Scarlet Flood Dragon found out that the blood and willpower of countless living beings could greatly enhance the spirit refinement array. Then what should we do now? The robust middle-aged man asked. The three-eyed saber monarch said, the spirit refinement array is a Class 8 array and it is impossible for us to break it. Of course, even if we can break it, we can't do it. A demonic the arch, no matter how weak it is, still has countless terrifying methods. If it is released, it would be the same as bringing a calamity to the Red Rainbow sect. The only thing we can do now is to wait. After the spirit refinement array refines the demonic Xianxia's demon spirit, we will stop the King Scarlet Flood Dragon from snatching the essence blood. But the King Scarlet Flood Dragon has been planning for such a long time. Wouldn't he expect us to stop him? The robust middle-aged man was doubtful. The Red Rainbow Monarch let out a sigh, we will do our best and leave the rest to fate. Once the spirit refinement array refined the demonic Xianxia's demon spirit, it would automatically disperse. Once the spirit refinement array dispersed, it would be time to reveal the truth. Boom, the monarch chi that enveloped the battleship had finally dispersed. At this moment, the battleship's speed had returned to normal. But Li Fuchen and the others couldn't be bothered anymore. The instant the blood light burst into the sky, everyone's head was in extreme pain. Li Fuchen had experienced this kind of pain before. Before obtaining the golden amulet, Li Fuchen would have intense pain in his head every time he cultivated, and it would be worse than death. Later on, Li Fuchen found out that it was due to his spirit soul scattering. Not good, this is an array that targets the spirit soul? A formation that targets the soul? Li Fuchen's spirit soul was extremely powerful, therefore, his pain was still within a tolerable range. After hearing that Elder Wan said that this array was targeted at the spirit soul, he was rather surprised. What kind of array could be effective on his spirit soul? Li Fuchen believed that his spirit soul strength shouldn't be inferior to primary Sea Realm monarchs and might even be comparable to Law Phase Realm emperors. Gray, green, blue, purple. His spirit soul had metamorphosed 3 times and was now at the pale purple grade. His perception was so strong that he was already comparable with primary Sea Realm monarchs when he was at the reincarnation realm. In fact, in terms of pure perception, Li Fuchen didn't think that he would lose to primary Sea Realm monarchs. At the reincarnation realm, Li Fuchen's perception was already comparable with primary Sea Realm monarchs. It was imaginable how high Li Fuchen's spirit soul was. Even so, he felt a sharp pain in his head. It was hard to imagine how terrifying this formation was. In fact, Li Fuchen didn't know that this array wasn't just targeting the spirit soul, it was targeting the true spirit or demonic spirit. The true spirit was born from the soul, but it was more condensed than the soul, like the soul armor. If Li Fuchen progressed to the battle spirit realm and his spirit soul produced a true spirit, this array might be ineffective against him. But now, he only had his spirit soul and would still feel intense pain, even though it was still bearable. Li Fuchen could tolerate it, but the others couldn't. The outer sect disciples were the first to have their souls dissipate. Soon after, the inner sect disciples followed suit. Next was Elder Wan, followed by the inner sect monarch class disciple, Su Heng. These people fell to the ground one after another, their faces contorted and their breathing stopped. Taking a deep breath, Li Fuchen secretly lamented the cruelty of the martial Tao. If not for the fact that his soul was strong enough, he would be no different from these people right now. At the same time, he lamented his own weakness. Before this sudden crisis, there was nothing he could do. He could only go with the flow and resign himself to fate. The temporary owner of the battleship, Su Heng, was already dead. Without a choice, Li Fuchen could only personally control the battleship and try his best to advance. A large number of low-grade spirit stones had been consumed, and the speed of the battleship was so slow that it made people's hair stand on end. It was barely moving, and like a mosquito in amber, it was directly frozen in the blood light. Gritting his teeth, Li Fuchen took out a mid-grade spirit stone and tossed it into the chi pool on the battleship. Buzz, the warship trembled, and then its speed doubled. But it was the difference between a snail and a tortoise. Li Fuchen didn't want to waste more mid-grade spirit stones. He let out a sigh and sat cross-legged on the deck. He did not believe that the formation could continue to operate. If he was not wrong, the reason why the formation had appeared was because of the previous 3 battles. As long as the formation disappeared again, he would have a chance to escape. Of course, it was mainly because there was no other way. If there was a way, Li Fuchen would definitely do something. The blood light was extremely tyrannical as it ignored the battleship's array and invaded Li Fuchen's mind. Chi, Li Fuchen felt his spirit soul evaporating bit by bit. Fortunately, the evaporation rate was very slow, roughly equivalent to the speed of a large river evaporating a pot of water with each breath. Li Fuchen believed that even after a few years, his spirit soul wouldn't be able to dissipate. At most, it would be a little painful. As time elapsed, Li Fuchen's expression changed. The blood light's intensity was increasing and the battleship seemed to be pulled back by an invisible force. Looking down from the sky, one could see that the warship was moving from the edge of the blood-colored formation to the inner region, and it was moving at a fast speed. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. The battleship was forcefully dragged to the core area of the blood-colored array formation. The bloody light here was extremely dense, and the faint sound of chains could be heard. Bang! The battleship collided with a giant peak that pierced through the sky. The array instantly crumbled and half of the battleship disintegrated. This isn't a mountain peak. Li Fuchen sized up the giant peak and his heart tightened. This wasn't a giant peak, it was obviously a horn with circles of revolving patterns. It was an extremely giant horn. The battleship was flying a few thousand meters in the sky, it meant that the horn was a few thousand meters in length. It was simply appalling. In order to verify his thoughts, Li Fuchen stood at the edge of the railings of the battleship and looked down. Within the dense blood light, the horn pierced through the clouds. At the bottom of the horn was a massive black head. Right now, the eyes on the head were tightly shut and there was a painful expression on its face. As for the head's figure, it was impossible to see it completely. The body is at least 100 miles or a few hundred miles in length. Could it be a demonic beast ruler? Even with Li Fuchen's courage, he couldn't help but have difficulty breathing. 2 beams of light pierced through the blood light as the head opened its eyes. Each of the eyes were a few hundred meters in size and were simply like 2 small lakes. The eyes were cold and emotionless and emitted a willpower that looked down on the world. If Li Fuchen's spirit soul wasn't powerful, a single glance would probably cause his spirit soul to collapse. But Li Fuchen noticed that apart from the powerful willpower, the eyes also contained fear and unwillingness. "Human, do you have a way to unseal me?" The voice was transmitted into Li Fuchen's mind. Li Fuchen held his breath and shook his head. "I am just a puny martial artist and am unable to unseal you." It turned out that the enemy was sealed. The blood-colored array that enveloped the boundless sea region was actually to seal this demonic beast ruler. Li Fuchen's mind was a little sluggish. "Can't I?" The enemy closed its eyes and ignored Li Fuchen. This should be an adult pure-blooded black flood dragon. It is unknown which invincible existence sealed it here. Could the Red Flood Dragon King have started a war to unseal this demonic beast ruler? Or perhaps it has other intentions? Li Fuchen's mind was filled with distracting thoughts and it was hard for him to calm down. He couldn't be blamed as the blood light in the core region of the blood-colored array was too tyrannical. If the spirit soul was vaporizing a pot of water with each breath, it was now vaporizing a large vat of spirit soul with each breath. As the blood light vaporized the spirit soul at an increasing speed, Li Fuchen's pain was also increasing and it was hard for him to calm down and think. As days passed by, the blood light was getting more intense. This made Li Fuchen's heart sink. It was imaginable that it was a Class 8 array that was able to seal a demonic beast ruler. This Class 8 array might not be targeting him, but just the aftermath was enough for Li Fuchen to endure. Swish swish, within the blood light, countless blood-colored chains were shaking and pulling back. The ends of the chains were deep into the void, and it felt as though there was a hand pulling the blood-colored chains from the depths of the void. On this day, there was a roar that couldn't be suppressed. The battleship beneath Li Fuchen's feet had suddenly collapsed, and Li Fuchen was bleeding from his 7 orifices. He felt as though his head was being hammered ruthlessly. The pain that penetrated deep into his spirit soul was indescribable. Floating in midair, Li Fuchen looked down and saw countless blood-colored chains pulling out an illusory black flood dragon from the black flood dragon's body. Demonic beast ruler's demonic spirit, huh? Li Fuchen muttered to himself. Another day passed by. The black flood dragon was finally pulled out from the body. Swish swish, countless blood-colored chains were like a cocoon that wrapped around the black flood dragon's demonic spirit tightly. There weren't any gaps that were exposed. The chains were then wrapped tightly like a giant python. No, it was 10,000 times or 100,000 times more terrifying than a giant python. The chains contained terrifying Great Tao laws and were refining the black flood dragon's demonic spirit. When the blood-colored chains were wrapped to the limit, the black flood dragon's demonic spirit finally collapsed. An invisible roar was transmitted through the tight blood-colored chains and nearly made Li Fuchen faint. This demon spirit was only as thick as a strand of hair. If one didn't look carefully, it would be hard to detect its existence. Arriving in Li Fuchen's mind, the black flood dragon saw Li Fuchen's spirit soul. Lavender soul. Since when did souls have color? The black flood dragon demon spirit was taken aback. As a demonic the arch, even his soul spirit was gray. Of course, although they were both gray souls, the gray soul of a demon the arch was thousands of times stronger than the gray soul of an ordinary demonic beast. A trace of soul spirit force was enough to annihilate the soul of an ordinary demonic beast. Li Fuchen's pale purple spirit soul wasn't much stronger than the black flood dragon's gray spirit soul, but the black flood dragon could obviously feel that Li Fuchen's spirit soul was of a much higher grade than his spirit soul. If demonic beasts evolved, their spirit soul would be greatly enhanced, but Li Fuchen's spirit soul was a transformation and wasn't as simple as an enhancement. With such a high-grade soul, if I were to successfully possess it, my future accomplishments might not be any weaker than my peak. In fact, I might even surpass my peak. The black flood dragon was overjoyed. Back then, the Law Phase Realm Emperor that set up the Spirit Refinement Array was only considered ordinary in terms of Array Dao. Therefore, the Spirit Refinement Array that he set up was only an ordinary Class 8 Spirit Refinement Array. With the powerful innate abilities of the pure-blooded Black Flood Dragon, the Black Flood Dragon's demonic spirit managed to escape with a trace of the purest essence of the demonic spirit. Originally, the Black Flood Dragon thought that even if the possession was successful, it would be hard for it to return to the demonic the Arch realm. Unless it had a heaven-defying opportunity, there would only be a trace of hope. But now, the Black Flood Dragon was extremely confident. With the pale purple spirit soul, his spirit soul innate talent would be far superior to the past. Li Fuchen was only at the reincarnation realm, which was equivalent to a Class 5C beast. Once the Black Flood Dragon modified Li Fuchen's body and progressed to a Class 7 demonic king, how terrifying would his spirit soul be? When he progressed to a demonic ruler, his spirit soul power would probably be comparable with a demonic overlord and might even surpass all demonic overlords, reaching an extremely heaven-defying level. The heavens don't want me dead. Martial Emperor Ling Yan, just you wait. One day, I, the Black Dragon Emperor, will return to my peak and take my revenge. The Black Flood Dragon gritted his teeth. He had been sealed by the Spirit Refinement Formation for 500 years. 500 years. He might be a demonic the Arch and had a lifespan that was several times longer than Law Phase Realm Emperors, but 500 years was still a very long time. The possession must succeed. The Black Flood Dragon demon spirit pounced towards the faint purple soul. Whoosh, the faint purple lightning exploded and the Black Flood Dragon was bounced back. Under the intense headache, Li Fuchen finally reacted. Get out. His consciousness materialized and an illusory Li Fuchen appeared in his mind. The Black Flood Dragon sneered, if you had given birth to a true spirit, it might be a little difficult for me to devour your soul. But now, you don't even have a true spirit. You want to contend against me just by relying on your consciousness? The Black Flood Dragon's eyes were filled with ferocity as it pounced forward once again. Kill. Transforming his awareness into a sword, Li Fuchen slashed at the black flood dragon. Bang! The sword of consciousness exploded, but the black flood dragon was unharmed. The demonic ruler's demonic spirit was too powerful. Even if the current demonic spirit was only 1% of the black flood dragon's prime, it was still a demonic ruler's demonic spirit, and it was the purest and quintessential part of the black flood dragon's demonic spirit. No matter how powerful Li Fuchen's awareness was, it was hard to enter the black flood dragon's demonic spirit. This was the difference between quantity and quality. After tearing Li Fuchen's consciousness body, the black flood dragon clawed at the pale purple spirit soul. Crackle, the faint purple lightning exploded and the black flood dragon demon spirit was once again repelled. I don't believe it. The black flood dragon lunged over again and again. Damn it, get lost. Gathering his awareness, Li Fuchen continued to obstruct the black flood dragon. It was different from the past. Back at the tomb in the land of fog, Li Fuchen was also possessed by a primary sea realm monarch's true spirit. But back then, his spirit soul was only pale blue and his awareness was far inferior to now. Right now, his spirit soul had already transformed into the pale purple spirit soul. His awareness had devoured the quintessential part of the primary sea realm monarch's true spirit and was 100 times stronger. The demonic ruler's demonic spirit might be 100 times stronger than the primary sea realm monarch's true spirit, but it was more than 100 times stronger than Li Fuchen back then. Therefore, even if the awareness was destroyed, it could be condensed again. I would like to see how long you can last. The black flood dragon wasn't angry. In order to devour Li Fuchen's spirit soul, it was necessary to destroy Li Fuchen's awareness. Once Li Fuchen's awareness was destroyed, the pale purple spirit soul would no longer have Li Fuchen's imprint. With a swing of the claw, Li Fuchen's awareness body was destroyed for the second time. It was followed by the third and fourth time. Towards the end, Li Fuchen felt that the speed at which he condensed his awareness body was several times slower and his thoughts were getting sluggish. But his unyielding willpower supported him to condense his awareness body again and again to resist the black flood dragon. He didn't give up just because of the golden amulet. If he had to rely on the golden amulet for everything, then what was the use of having him? If he had to rely on the golden amulet for everything, then he, Li Fuchen, wasn't worthy of the golden amulet. In his opinion, the golden amulet was just a tool. He wanted to be the person who used the tool and not the slave who was the master of the tool. Even if his resistance was meaningless, he couldn't give up. This was his final dignity and also his determination to reach the pinnacle of the Sword Dao. Get lost. Li Fuchen roared with rage while his awareness body was emitting traces of radiance. The radiance was condensed and had traces of eternal and inextinguishable characteristics. You actually produced the true spirit radiance in advance. Interesting. The black flood dragon grinned and brandished its claw. Li Fuchen's awareness body was like a piece of paper that continued to get destroyed. The demonic tyrant's demonic spirit was too powerful. Let alone the fact that Li Fuchen had produced the true spirit radiance in advance, even if Li Fuchen had condensed his true spirit, he still wouldn't be a match for the black flood dragon. It was just like a child, no matter how hard he trained, he was still a child. Any adult would be able to defeat the child in a single fist. 10 times. 20 times. 30 times. Li Fuchen's awareness body was destroyed countless times. Towards the end, Li Fuchen's awareness was blurred and he was completely relying on his instincts to condense his awareness. This child is indeed worthy of being chosen by me. There was an illusory voice that echoed and Li Fuchen's awareness was frozen. What is that sound? The black flood dragon demon spirit was shocked as it looked around. Demonic tyrant's demonic spirit is a great tonic. The golden amulet flew out of the pale purple spirit soul and appeared in front of the black flood dragon. What are you? The black flood dragon retreated. When facing the golden amulet, he couldn't help but feel fear. He didn't expect that apart from Li Fuchen's special spirit soul, his spirit soul actually had a golden amulet. The spirit soul could fuse with an object. This was simply illogical and going against the Heaven Dao. What I am isn't important. What is important is that you shouldn't have barged in. While speaking, the golden amulet released an eternal golden light. Ah! The black flood dragon screamed miserably. His extremely condensed and nearly indestructible demonic spirit had actually melted like a candle. "No, I am a demonic tyrant, I cannot die, I am unwilling." The black flood dragon struggled violently. "Let alone a demonic tyrant's demonic spirit, even if you are a demonic overlord's demonic spirit, you are just an ant in my eyes." The golden amulet released even more golden light. Splash, the black flood dragon couldn't hold on any longer and was instantly refined into a drop of resplendent liquid. This drop of liquid floated towards Li Fuchen's awareness body. The already fuzzy awareness body was condensing at a visible speed. When it was condensed to the pinnacle, the awareness body continued to condense and the resplendent radiance illuminated the void in the mind. It wasn't over yet. The awareness body was nourished and strengthened by the liquid and started to collapse. It instantly collapsed to the size of a fist, then to the size of a sesame seed, then to the size of a speck of dust. A spot of spiritual light was being nurtured inside. True spirit. Before progressing to the battle spirit realm, Li Fuchen had already formed his true spirit. Once the true spirit was formed, Li Fuchen's awareness would turn into spiritual awareness. Awareness and spiritual awareness didn't have a relationship of strengthening, it was a relationship of transformation. Even if Li Fuchen's awareness was powerful, it was still inferior to spiritual awareness in certain aspects. The spiritual light was getting stronger. If a battle spirit realm master was here, they would realize that Li Fuchen's true spirit was more than 1,000 times stronger than regular battle spirit realm masters' true spirits. Regular battle spirit realm masters' true spirits were around the size of soybeans and their spiritual light was far inferior to Li Fuchen's. The smaller the true spirit, the better. Because the smaller the true spirit, the more condensed it would be. Li Fuchen's true spirit was almost on the same level as primary sea realm monarchs and might even be beyond the primary sea realm. It contained the black flood dragon's demonic beast spirit's elements and also Li Fuchen's own elements. When the two elements were combined, it created this heaven-defying true spirit. When the true spirit stopped condensing, it was impossible to see with the naked eye. One could only see the resplendent radiance. It was unknown when the golden amulet had returned to the pale purple spirit soul and Li Fuchen's awareness had recovered. Is it the effect of the golden amulet again? Li Fuchen wasn't surprised anymore. The black flood dragon might be very powerful, but as compared to the golden amulet, it was nothing. The true spirit trembled and the spiritual awareness body turned into Li Fuchen's appearance. The spiritual awareness body vanished and immediately turned into a layer of protective membrane to protect the pale purple spirit soul. This layer of protective membrane gave Li Fuchen an indestructible feeling. He believed that with this layer of protective membrane, even if the blood light was 10 times or 100 times denser, it wouldn't be able to vaporize his spirit soul. Is this the true spirit? Li Fuchen took a deep breath. The true spirit's meaning was too great. The appearance of the true spirit meant that he had an extra life. In the future, even if his body was destroyed, the true spirit would be able to reincarnate. Of course, it was best if such a thing didn't happen. How could someone else's body be as comfortable as his own? The true spirit is a brand that exists in this world. As long as the true spirit doesn't disperse, it will be able to reincarnate again and again. It is said that when the true spirit reaches the limits, it will be eternal. Unless this world is destroyed, otherwise, it will never die. I wonder what level is my true spirit at? Li Fuchen opened his eyes and released his spiritual awareness. The most basic method to test the true spirit's grade was to test the range of the spiritual awareness. 1,000 miles. 1,500 miles. Soon enough, the spiritual awareness's detection range had already exceeded Li Fuchen's previous peak and had reached 1,500 miles. 2,000 miles. 3,000 miles. 5,000 miles. 10,000 miles. After his awareness transformed into spiritual awareness, Li Fuchen's detection range was far beyond his imagination. From what he knew, monarchs that had just progressed to the primary sea realm would only be able to detect a few thousand miles with their spiritual awareness. Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness was definitely beyond regular primary sea realm monarchs. Li Fuchen wasn't surprised at all. Previously, his awareness's detection range was already over 1,000 miles. After the birth of the true spirit, the spiritual awareness's detection range had increased by a few times and it should be easy. 15,000 miles. 20,000 miles. 25,000 miles. 30,000 miles. When the spiritual awareness's detection range reached 30,000 miles, Li Fuchen was shocked. It was obvious that this wasn't a regular primary sea realm. Only high-level monarchs would have a spiritual awareness range that could reach this far. 40,000 miles. 50,000 miles. When Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness reached 50,000 miles, it had finally reached the limit. 50,000 miles, huh? Li Fuchen let out a forceful breath. He had yet to progress to the battle spirit realm. Once he progressed to the battle spirit realm, his true spirit would continue to grow stronger. After all, the advancement of cultivation realms had always resulted in a significant enhancement in all aspects. Has the array vanished? All of a sudden, Li Fuchen realized that the array that was emitting blood light had unknowingly vanished. No wonder he wasn't able to release his awareness previously, but he could do it now. Of course, this might also be due to the birth of the true spirit. Previously, Li Fuchen couldn't see the demonic ruler's entire body. But now, with a glance that contained spiritual awareness, the entire demonic ruler's corpse was clearly visible. It was a black flood dragon that was a few hundred miles in length. There was a black horn on the head and 4 claws on the abdomen. The demonic beast spirit might have been destroyed, but just the pressure from the body was enough to make Li Fuchen breathless. Li Fuchen had a feeling that if he got too close, he would be turned into a blood mist by the chi presence of the corpse. A complete demonic ruler's corpse. It is a pity. Li Fuchen shook his head and smiled bitterly. Every part of the demonic Thearcha's corpse was a treasure. Let alone essence blood, even normal blood was an extremely rare body refinement material. It wasn't exaggerating to say that if a demonic ruler's corpse was exchanged for all sorts of resources, it would allow a monarch-class sect to flourish for a century or even a few centuries. If Li Fuchen could obtain this demonic ruler's corpse, he wouldn't have to worry about the body refinement resources before cultivating the dragon elephant body forging chapters to the extremity. No, even 100 Li Fuchen would be able to cultivate the dragon elephant body forging chapters to the extremity. It was a known fact that when a demonic beast evolved into a demonic Thearch, it would plunder countless heaven and earth resources. These resources didn't vanish, but they existed in another form. It's impossible for me to obtain the demon Thearcha's corpse. Fighting for resources also requires strength. I can't even get close to the demon Thearcha's corpse. Moreover, the array has disappeared. The mastermind behind the scenes should be arriving soon. Their target should be this demon Thearcha's corpse. After figuring out the crux of the problem, Li Fuchen didn't dare to stay any longer. He flew into the distance and concealed his chi presence with his spirit soul talent. Not long after Li Fuchen left, the sea water near the black flood dragon ruler's corpse swelled up as a massive scarlet head emerged. This head was extremely similar to the black flood dragon ruler's head, and it also had horns. But in terms of size, there was a huge difference. The black flood dragon ruler's head was around a few dozen miles in size, but this scarlet head was only 10 miles in size. As compared to the black flood dragon ruler, it was like a small snake's head. The red flood dragon king was the king of the Red Sea. Its body contained an extremely concentrated red flood dragon bloodline. During an accident, the red flood dragon king found out that this sea region sealed a demonic Thearch that was originally a black flood dragon. The black flood dragon and the red flood dragon were both flood dragons. The black flood dragon's essence blood was extremely important to the red flood dragon king. With the black flood dragon's essence blood, the red flood dragon king had a great chance to purify his red flood dragon bloodline and evolve into a true red flood dragon. By then, he would be able to roam freely in the endless sea. The red flood dragon king didn't wish to stay in the Red Sea for his entire life. The Red Sea was too small. The sea outside was the true sea. That place contained boundless resources, but there were also a large number of demonic Thearchs. With the red flood dragon king's current strength, he might be able to carve out a small world, but it was impossible to dominate the entire sea. He had once left the Red Sea, but during a battle, he was chased by a demonic Thearcha's subordinates and had to escape back to the Red Sea. Since then, he had never left the Red Sea again. Looking at the black flood dragon ruler's corpse, the red flood dragon king's eyes burst out with endless desire. It might only be a low-tier demonic the arch, but its essence blood is enough for me to purify my red flood dragon bloodline. The red flood dragon king brandished his claw and left a deep claw mark on the black flood dragon ruler's corpse. When the demonic the arch was alive, just the chi presence was enough to severely injure the red flood dragon ruler. But a dead demonic thearch's chi presence wasn't enough to stop the red flood dragon king. Red flood dragon king, you are truly willing to sacrifice countless sea beasts' lives for this demonic thearch's corpse. Several horrific figures rushed over, and the leader was the Red Rainbow Sect Patriarch, Red Rainbow Monarch. The red flood dragon king lifted his head and said, "Red Rainbow Monarch, are you trying to stop me? Aren't you afraid I will start an all-out war? So what if he sacrificed countless sea beasts' lives? As long as he could evolve into a demonic the arch, it didn't matter even if he sacrificed all the sea beasts in the Red Sea. This world was a world where the strong ruled supreme. Once he evolved into a demonic the arch, let alone the Red Sea, the seven-color continent's seven inner seas and some of the sea regions outside the seven-color continent would all be ruled by him. By then, he would have plenty of subordinates. If I allow you to obtain the demonic thearch's essence blood, will you let my Red Rainbow Sect off?" The Red Rainbow Monarch sneered, and with a clang, a scarlet light appeared in his hand. After taking a closer look, it was obviously a scarlet-red artifact sword that looked like magma. Red Rainbow Sword, Quasi-Heaven Class Artifact Sword. It contained the blazing flame sword intent that could greatly increase his strength. With the Red Rainbow Sword, the Red Rainbow Monarch was able to suppress the Red Flood Dragon King. Otherwise, the Red Flood Dragon King that had a concentrated Red Flood Dragon bloodline was too horrific. Regular high-level monarchs would have a hard time injuring the Red Flood Dragon King, let alone contesting with it. Red Rainbow Monarch, do you think I have meticulously prepared for so many years and didn't calculate that you would spoil my plans? The Red Flood Dragon King had a disdainful and murderous expression. Red Rainbow Monarch, just use whatever methods you have. My Red Rainbow Sect will not allow you to obtain the demonic thearch's essence blood. The three-eyed saber monarch had also drawn his artifact saber. It was a black artifact saber, and on the handle, there was an eye pattern. Heaven's Eye Saber, Earth-class peak-tier artifact saber. Red Flood Dragon King, hurry up and retreat. The other supreme elders of the Red Rainbow Sect had also drawn their weapons. As high-level monarchs, they might not be able to threaten the Red Flood Dragon King, but with the Red Rainbow Monarch around, they were able to restrict the Red Flood Dragon King's movements. It was an easy task to defeat him. As for the robust middle-aged man, he didn't follow. Mullet King, Silver Loach King, why aren't you guys coming out? When facing a group of high-level monarchs from the Red Rainbow Sect, the Red Flood Dragon King was rather pressured. Walala, the seawater bulged, and a huge black fish and a huge silver loach emerged from the bottom of the sea. The Blackfish King was a Class 7 high-tier black marrow blackfish. It possessed the bloodline of the Darkness Emperor Python. The Silver Loach King was a level 7 high-tier sea beast, the Silver Loach. Its body contained the bloodline of the Silver Flood Dragon. The two of them were the left and right arms of the Red Flood Dragon King, and their strength surpassed regular high-level monarchs. However, the density of their bloodline was not as high as the Scarlet Flood Dragon King. Looking at the Blackfish King and Silver Loach King that were a few dozen miles in size, the Red Rainbow Monarch didn't mind and said, "Red Flood Dragon King, the three of you aren't able to obtain the demonic thearch's essence blood." They had 5 people on their side. Although they might not be able to defeat the 3 great demon kings, it was impossible for the 3 great demon kings to defeat them. Count me in. A terrifying purple swordfish, over 100 miles long, darted out of the water. Purple Sword King. The Red Rainbow Monarch's eyes contracted. The Purple Sword King, the ruler of the Purple Sea, had the bloodline of the Stegosaurus in his body. Although the Stegosaurus was just an ordinary saint beast, a saint beast was still a saint beast. Its bloodline was extremely powerful. Fortunately, the Purple Sword King only had a small amount of the Stegosaurus in his body. Otherwise, no one in the entire 7-color continent would be his match. This is bad. The bearded Red Rainbow Sect's Supreme Elder frowned and had an awful expression. The Scarlet Flood Dragon King and his right-hand men were already difficult to deal with. Now that the tyrannical Purple Sword King was added to the mix, their defeat was certain. Me too. A tens of miles long golden lobster tore apart the seawater. Golden Pincer King. The Red Rainbow Monarch had a bitter expression. The Golden Pincer King, the ruler of the Yellow Sea, contained the Golden Dragon bloodline. Unlike the Saber Dragon, the Golden Dragon was also an extremely tyrannical existence among the sacred beasts. Of course, the Golden Dragon bloodline in the Golden Pincer King's body was very rare, even inferior to the Saber Dragon bloodline in the Purple Sword King's body. The Seven Seas demon monarchs that had Flood Dragon or True Dragon bloodlines in their bodies were all present. This caused the Red Rainbow Monarch and the others to feel immense pressure, and they no longer had any battle intent. The Red Rainbow Monarch said, "Red Flood Dragon King, you win. I didn't expect you to be willing to share the demonic Thearch's essence blood." It was obvious that the Black Flood Dragon Emperor's blood essence was not only useful to the Red Flood Dragon King, but it was also useful to the Silver Loach King, the Purple Sword King, and the Golden Pincer King. It was even useful to the Blackfish King. The Blackfish King had the bloodline of the Darkness Python Monarch, and the origin of the Darkness Python Monarch was actually a true dragon. According to records, one of the origins of the sea beasts was the dragon race. Most of the sea beasts contained traces of true dragon bloodline. However, because the density of the bloodline was too low, it remained dormant. King. Red Flood Dragon said, "There is so much demonic Thearch blood essence. I only need 40% of it." The evolution of the sea beasts was similar to the advancement of the Martial Dao realm. The further one advanced, the harder it was to make up for the gap between the major realms. As a peak stage demon king, he was only one step away from the demon Thearch. However, the weakest demon Thearch could easily devour him. Even if all the rulers of the Seven Seas were here, they still wouldn't be enough to be devoured by a demon Thearch. 40% of the demon Thearch's essence blood was enough for him. Besides, the other materials on the demon Thearch were also useful to him. Of course, if he could monopolize the demon Thearch's corpse, he wouldn't be foolish enough to share it. However, he couldn't monopolize the demon Thearch's corpse by himself. Let's go. The Red Rainbow Monarch was decisive and left with the 4 Red Rainbow sect's supreme elders. After the Red Rainbow Monarch and the others left, the Red Flood Dragon King sneered and turned his head to the Purple Sword Monarch and the Golden Pincer Monarch before saying, "According to the agreement, the two of you will each have 20% of the demon Thearch's essence blood and the other materials. I will have 40%, while the Blackfish Monarch and the Silver Loach Monarch will each have 10%. No objections, right?" The Purple Sword Monarch chuckled and said, "No objections. Our bodies contain the true dragon bloodline, and the Flood Dragon bloodline isn't as useful to us as you. 20% is enough for us. Red Flood Dragon King, I, the Golden Pincer Monarch, will wait for you to become a demon Thearch. By then, don't forget to lead us out of the 7-color continent." The Golden Pincer Monarch laughed. He and the Purple Sword Monarch might possess the true dragon bloodline, but in terms of strength, they were inferior to the Red Flood Dragon King. After all, the true dragon bloodline in their bodies was too scarce, while the Red Flood Dragon King's body contained an extremely concentrated Red Flood Dragon bloodline. "Don't worry, once I evolve into a demonic ruler, there will be plenty of benefits for all of you." The Red Flood Dragon King was very confident. With sufficient Black Flood Dragon essence blood, he was confident he could evolve into a demonic ruler within 10 years. Of course, if he couldn't evolve, he wouldn't be able to evolve no matter how much time he had. With the combined efforts of the 5 demonic kings, the Black Flood Dragon ruler's corpse was quickly split up. With spiritual awareness that was comparable with high-level primary sea realm monarchs, Li Fuchen ascended the Red Soil continent without any mishaps and returned to the Red Rainbow sect. More than 1,800 people died? The Red Rainbow sect had a grave atmosphere. This time, there were a total of 7,800 elders and disciples that headed to the Lookout Island, but less than 6,000 returned. These were all elite 6-star and 7-star bone frames with top-notch innate perception. They weren't comparable to regular 6-star bone frames. In normal situations, the death of a top-notch 6-star bone frame was equivalent to the death of 100 regular 6-star bone frames. The death of a 7-star bone frame was equivalent to the death of a few thousand regular 6-star bone frames. The cruelty of the war had deeply stimulated everyone. Right now, be it the elders or disciples, all of them felt that they were too weak. In a large-scale war, they didn't even have the strength to protect themselves and could only drift with the flow. A strong sense of insecurity caused everyone to cultivate as hard as they could after returning. Seeing the situation, the upper echelons of the Red Rainbow sect were slightly relieved. This was the meaning of the war. It could stimulate everyone to stimulate their potential. If they continued to live in a greenhouse, their future achievements were basically destined to be unable to exceed their limits. As for casualties, it was inevitable. After all, it was natural selection and survival of the fittest. This was the law of nature and it couldn't be violated. Li Fuchen, you aren't dead. When Bai Lingshuang saw Li Fuchen, she was astonished. This time, the Red Rainbow sect had suffered too many casualties. There were 8 monarch-class disciples that perished. There were outer sect monarch-class disciples and inner sect monarch-class disciples. Li Fuchen had been missing for a few days and everyone thought that he had perished. They didn't expect for him to suddenly return. Li Fuchen said, "I was lucky and managed to escape." "Then your luck is truly good." Bai Lingshuang smiled and was rather impressed with Li Fuchen's survivability. If it was her, without the teleportation array, she wouldn't be able to return alive. The duo chatted for a moment before going their separate ways. 3 days after returning to Fuchen Peak, Li Fuchen's rewards for being ranked number 1 on the minor beast slaying rankings were released. The rewards were very generous. Apart from 50,000 contribution coins, there were also 10 red rainbow elixirs and 10 perception Dao elixirs. For the next 1 or 2 years, Li Fuchen basically didn't need to worry about not having enough red rainbow elixirs and perception Dao elixirs. He could even consume 1 elixir every month. I shall cultivate the mortal calamity to the perfection stage first. Li Fuchen's perception was already astounding. After consuming the perception Dao elixir, his perception had a sudden increase. When comprehending the mortal calamity, there was an endless flow of inspiration. 1 elixir, 2 elixirs, 3 elixirs. In 1 month, Li Fuchen had consumed 5 perception Dao elixirs and forcefully comprehended the mortal calamity to the perfection stage. The current mortal calamity had indescribable power. A single fist was able to destroy Earth-class mid-tier equipment. In terms of material destruction, Li Fuchen was even stronger than high-level battle spirit realm masters. With the increase in the mortal calamity power, the impurities in Li Fuchen's chi blood were all eliminated. Some of the deeply hidden chi blood impurities couldn't escape the penetration of the mortal calamity power. Until Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness couldn't detect any impurities in his chi blood, Li Fuchen knew that his body's limit had been broken through. I hope that I can cultivate the dragon elephant body forging 5th chapter to the perfection stage during this trip to the dragon pool. Li Fuchen walked towards the dragon pool. The dragon chi in the dragon pool was extremely pure and had very little impurities. As days passed by, the small elephant that was formed from the dragon elephant power in Li Fuchen's heart was constantly condensing and expanding. It was gradually developing into a giant elephant. At the same time, a surging and vast power was being produced. 10 days, 20 days, 1 month, 1.5 months, with 50,000 contribution coins, Li Fuchen could stay in the dragon pool for 100 days and didn't need to worry about not having enough contribution coins. With a good attitude and sufficient resources, Li Fuchen finally cultivated the dragon elephant body forging 5th chapter to the perfection stage after 2 months. At this moment, the small elephant in Li Fuchen's heart had already grown into a giant elephant. The pale golden luster had turned into a pure golden luster. The golden giant elephant trumpeted and a horrific giant elephant spirit soared. The void above the dragon pool seemed to have solidified and the prowess was astounding. Just the prowess of the body refinement should be enough to suppress the regular demon generals on the demon ring continent. Li Fuchen's mouth curled up. The dragon elephant body forging 5th chapter was an earth-class high-tier body refinement technique. In terms of pure power, it was stronger than Earth-class peak-tier chi cultivation techniques and was close to heaven-class low-tier chi cultivation techniques. By cultivating the 5th chapter to the perfection stage, it meant that Li Fuchen had reached the peak level of reincarnation realm body refinement. Furthermore, he had cultivated the dragon elephant body forging 5th chapter and was at the peak level of reincarnation realm body refinement. Those ordinary peak level reincarnation realm body refinement experts would probably explode and die under the suppression of Li Fuchen's giant elephant spirit. They wouldn't have the slightest ability to survive. Those peak level reincarnation realm body refinement cultivators would probably explode and wouldn't have the ability to survive. For 2 months, Li Fuchen had spent 30,000 contribution coins. 50,000 contribution coins had suddenly turned into 20,000 contribution coins. With the addition of the sex rewards for the 2nd year, Li Fuchen only had 30,000 contribution coins. It was just enough to redeem the first half of the Earth-class high-tier body refinement art, Star Shatter Leg. But Li Fuchen didn't plan to redeem the Star Shatter Leg. He was more interested in the 9 Dragon's Claw for the 2nd Earth-class high-tier body refinement art. After all, the 9 Dragon's Claw could cultivate the 9 Dragon Spirit. The venomous dragon spirit was already powerful enough, so the 9 Dragon Spirit would be even more terrifying. The mortal calamity might be powerful, but the attack range wasn't comparable to the spirit. As for why Li Fuchen chose to cultivate another Earth-class high-tier body refinement art, it was mainly to improve the mortal calamity. The mortal calamity was incomplete and the cultivation difficulty was extremely high. In order to cultivate the mortal calamity to the trance stage, a powerful body refinement foundation was required. Therefore, it was imperative to cultivate the 2nd Earth-class high-tier body refinement art. There is no hurry. The body refinement Dao might be important, but in the long run, the Qi cultivation Dao is of utmost importance. In this world, the Qi cultivation Dao was the mainstream. The body refinement Dao might be powerful, but there were too few inheritances. Even the Monarch-class Red Rainbow sect didn't have an Earth-class high-tier body refinement technique. It was imaginable how difficult it was to reach the pinnacle of the body refinement Dao. Li Fuchen didn't wish to neglect the Qi cultivation because of the body refinement Dao. The earlier one broke through to the Qi cultivation level, the greater the future potential. A martial artist who broke through to the battle spirit realm before the age of 40 and before the age of 50 might not seem to have any difference. But as time elapsed, the difference would only get more obvious. The next time they broke through, the difference might be enlarged to 20 years, 30 years, or even 100 years. With over a dozen red rainbow elixirs, Li Fuchen cultivated without any restraints. He would consume 1 red rainbow elixir every 2 to 3 days to increase the purity of his qi. Middle stage of 7th level reincarnation realm. Later stage of 7th level reincarnation realm. Peak stage of 7th level reincarnation realm. Li Fuchen's qi cultivation was constantly climbing as though there was no bottleneck. Li Fuchen, the outer sect has a mission for you. Follow me to the outer sect Grand Hall. On this day, an outer sect elder arrived at the foot of the Monarch District's Fuchen Peak. Mission? After removing the array and allowing the elder to ascend the mountain, Li Fuchen had a curious expression. Didn't I have to accept the mission myself? The sect actually assigned a mission to me? The outer sect elder obviously knew what Li Fuchen was curious about. He smiled and said, the sect's missions are separated into 2 types. One is an optional mission and the other is an assigned mission. This mission isn't trivial and you must make a move in order to control the situation. During the battle with the sea beast, Li Fuchen's invincible strength in the reincarnation realm was already established. To be serious, some of the low-level battle spirit realm inner sect disciples might not be a match for Li Fuchen. For this mission, the other outer sect monarch-class disciples would only be able to maintain the situation. In order to control the situation, an existence like Li Fuchen was needed. Alright, I shall make a trip to the outer sect Grand Hall. Since it was an assigned mission by the sect, Li Fuchen couldn't reject it. Furthermore, he was curious what kind of mission required him. He reckoned that this mission had a cultivation restriction and inner sect disciples didn't meet the requirements. After arriving at the outer sect Grand Hall, Li Fuchen saw Bai Lingshuang and Xikong Zhan. Before Li Fuchen and Bai Lingshuang could greet them, the outer sect Grand Elder, Wang Kuei, walked out from the side hall. Since the 3 of you are here, let me tell you about the mission. Wang Kuei smiled and said, this mission is to head to the White Scale Continent and stabilize the situation for our Red Rainbow sect. If possible, it is best to expand our territory. White Scale Continent. Xikong Zhan's expression changed. The white-scale continent was a low-class continent. The so-called low-class continents were ordinary continents that had awakened the continent willpower. Low-class continents only allowed existences below the battle spirit realm to move around. Those whose cultivation was at the battle spirit realm or beyond would be rejected by the continent willpower. It was fine for a short period of time, but if it was prolonged, they would definitely die. The seven-color continent was a mid-class continent and only allowed existences below the law phase realm to move around. Of course, in the vast sea, there were still countless continents that didn't awaken the continent willpower. It didn't matter if these continents were big or small, they didn't have any cultivation restrictions. But these continents were easily destroyed and would gradually lose their spirit chi, turning them into abandoned continents. The white-scale continent might be a low-class continent, but it was very abundant in resources. Not only did the Red Rainbow sect have a garrison on the white-scale continent, the other 6 monarch-class factions on the 7-color continent also had a garrison on the white-scale continent. Apart from them, there were plenty of monarch-class factions from other mid-class continents that had also stationed their forces on the white-scale continent. According to the intel, there seemed to be more than 50 garrisons on the white-scale continent. This meant that there were more than 50 monarch-class factions operating on the white-scale continent. If there was a sentence to describe the white-scale continent, it would be that it was abundant in resources and had as many prodigies as the clouds. Xianxia might be a monarch-class disciple, but he didn't have the confidence to roam freely on the white-scale continent. After all, there were too many monarch-class disciples there. Some of the monarch-class factions were rumored to be much stronger than the Red Rainbow sect. Any random monarch-class disciple would be able to wipe out the monarch-class disciples from the weaker monarch-class factions. White-scale continent, huh? Li Fuchen had heard of the white-scale continent. Due to the special heaven and earth law, this continent produced plenty of precious resources. There were plenty of resources that the 7-color continent didn't have. On the white-scale continent, our Red Rainbow sect has stationed a team of 2,000 individuals. Of course, most of them aren't our Red Rainbow sect's outer sect disciples. They are the elite reincarnation realm experts from the 7 kingdoms. You will be heading over to command these 2,000 individuals and stabilize our Red Rainbow sect's unstable situation. If possible, occupy more territories and gather resources. Of course, you can also trade with other factions to exchange for some resources. In short, it will depend on the situation. Outer Sect Grand Elder Wang Kuei explained. The Red Rainbow sect placed great importance on the white-scale continent. As a monarch-class sect, the Red Rainbow sect had a terrifying demand for resources. If there was a day when the Red Rainbow sect's resources were depleted, it would be the start of their decline. Grand Elder, since the mission is so difficult, the reward should be plenty of contribution coins, right? Bai Lingshuang asked. Wang Kuei laughed and said, this mission is special, therefore, the reward is special too. The basic reward is 1,000 contribution coins per month, the subsequent rewards will depend on your performance. If you collect 30% more white-scale herbs per month, the 3 of you will be rewarded with 1,000 contribution coins. The distribution will be as follows, the leader will get half, the other 2 will split the other half. 50% more white-scale herbs will be rewarded with 2,000, double the amount will be rewarded with 5,000, double the amount will be rewarded with 12,000, triple the amount will be rewarded with 20,000. In short, the more the better, it will depend on your capability. The white-scale herb was an earth-class high-tier herb. Its grade wasn't considered high, but it was only found on the white-scale continent. Then who is the leader? Xianxia wanted to slap himself after asking the question. It wasn't obvious who was the leader. He might be unwilling, but he had to admit that Li Fuchen was much stronger than him. Wang Kuei didn't say who was the leader, he looked at Li Fuchen and said, as the leader, you can order anyone and can also supervise if they put in any effort. The system is dead, but people are alive. If they don't put in any effort, you have the authority to take half of their subsequent rewards. The leader had a lot of authority and it was up to the leader to decide if the other party put in any effort. If the other party did their job but the leader didn't approve of it, the other party would have to suffer in silence and wouldn't be able to reason with them. Of course, everyone was monarch-class disciples and there was no need to have a grudge. You could cheat the other party once, but not the second time. Unless there was a grudge, it was rare for such vile behavior to happen. Li Fuchen said, the white-scale continent doesn't prohibit killing, right? He was afraid that if he killed the people of the other monarch-class forces, it would cause a war between the monarch-class forces. Wang Kuei smiled and said, if there's no need to, then try not to kill. Of course, if the other side wants to kill, then there's no harm in killing them. Just don't kill the people of the 7-color continent's monarch-class factions. There were more than 50 monarch-class factions operating on the white-scale continent. If killing was forbidden, there would be no way to carry out any operations. After all, as long as there was a conflict, there would inevitably be deaths and injuries. As for the consequences, the Red Rainbow sect wasn't afraid. Everyone was a monarch-class faction, and if they dared to kill their way into the 7-color continent, they would be taught a lesson. The only thing he was worried about was that if he killed too harshly, there would be no powerful outer sect king-class disciples to hold the fort in the future. This would incur the wrath of the other party. Therefore, Wang Kuei said that if they could avoid killing, they would try their best to suppress the other party. Understood. Li Fuchen nodded. He was not a bloodthirsty person, but if the other party went too far, he did not mind killing one or two. Alright, Li Fuchen will be the leader now. Immediately set off for the white-scale continent. Remember, be careful. As compared to resources, your lives are more important. Do not risk your lives. Wang Kuei instructed. The three of them nodded and left the outer sect Grand Hall, flying towards the teleportation plaza. Buzz, one of the teleportation platforms in the teleportation plaza lit up with radiance and the trio vanished without a trace. The white-scale continent was a continent with extremely peculiar heaven and earth laws. On this day, in the northwest corner of the white-scale continent in the Red Rainbow Mountains, a teleportation platform lit up and 3 figures appeared. This is the white-scale continent? Li Fuchen took a glance and saw that the plants here were very peculiar. Most of them had white scales, and with Li Fuchen's eyesight, he could see that these plants were extremely aggressive and most of them were carnivorous plants. Bai Lingshuang said, Li Fuchen, speaking of which, this white-scale continent is rather suitable for you. The heaven and earth qi here is inclined towards the body refinement Tao. After absorbing and refining it, it will be beneficial for your body refinement cultivation. Heaven and earth qi contained heaven and earth laws, and different heaven and earth laws were suitable for different Daos. For example, the demon ring continent's heaven and earth qi contained demon laws, therefore, it was extremely suitable for demons to reproduce and develop. The white-scale continent's heaven and earth qi contained body refinement laws and was suitable for body refinement martial artists to cultivate. Indeed, the heaven and earth laws here are rather helpful for me to comprehend body refinement intent. Right now, he was already at the peak level of reincarnation realm body refinement. If he wanted to increase his body refinement to the battle spirit realm, he had to increase his body refinement foundation. It was fine if the heaven and earth qi contained body refinement laws, as it wouldn't be superior to the dragon qi in the dragon pool. However, the concentrated body refinement laws here would allow him to comprehend body refinement intent with half the effort. Perhaps, he might be able to break through to the trance stage of the mortal calamity here. Just as the trio arrived, in the Red Rainbow Grand Hall at the center of the Red Rainbow Mountains, a meeting was in progress. Those that could participate in this meeting were either the Red Rainbow sect's outer sect disciples or the leaders of the elite reincarnation realm experts from the 7 kingdoms. There were a total of over 30 individuals. Deacon Zhang, when will the Red Rainbow sect send their monarch-class disciples over? During this year, we have reduced the number of mountains that we occupy from 3 to 1. With just this mountain range, the number of white-scale herbs that are produced every month is extremely limited. If this carries on, the situation will be worrying. The one speaking was a leader from the Violet Flower Kingdom who was in charge of the garrison. As for the Deacon Zhang, he was called Zhang Dajiang, an outer sect disciple of the Red Rainbow sect and also one of the 5 deacons of the garrison. His strength was the strongest among everyone present. Zhang Dajiang was 45 years old this year and had a slightly rosy nose. He said, this batch of monarch-class disciples has a total of 13 individuals. After cultivating in seclusion for over a year, their strength should have improved greatly. I reckon that they will be dispatched here soon. The white-scale continent wasn't an ordinary place. Even monarch-class disciples weren't eye-catching here. If they were dispatched here right after entering the sect, they wouldn't be of much use. Putting aside everything else, Zhang Dajiang believed that his strength wasn't inferior to monarch-class disciples. After all, he was already 45 years old and had a lot more time to cultivate. But in the White-Scale continent, there were too many individuals that were stronger than him. Regular monarch-class disciples wouldn't be of any use here. I heard that among this batch of monarch-class disciples, there is an extremely powerful individual. Not only does he have full points in perception, he is also ranked number 1 on the minor beast slaying rankings in the recent war. If he is here, we will have an easier time. Another Red Rainbow Sect outer sect disciple and also one of the 5 deacons of the garrison, the female deacon, Wang Mingli, spoke. Zhang Dajiang nodded and said, I have heard of him too. He seems to be called Li Fuchen. I hope he can stabilize the situation here. Monarch-class disciples progressed very quickly and would normally progress to the battle spirit realm after 2 to 3 years in the Red Rainbow sect. Furthermore, there weren't many monarch-class disciples in the previous batches, causing the garrison to have a shortage of monarch-class disciples. The situation wasn't good, therefore, Zhang Dajiang still had high hopes for Li Fuchen. He didn't expect Li Fuchen to seize more territory. It would be enough if Li Fuchen could restore the garrison's original territory. Report, the new commanders have arrived at the White-Scale continent. There are 3 of them. Outside the Grand Hall, a reincarnation realm expert spoke with an anxious voice. They are here? Let's go and welcome them. Zhang Dajiang quickly stood up. When monarch-class disciples arrived at the garrison, they would normally assume the position of the Supreme Commander. Supreme Commander, Deacon, Senior Captain, Junior Captain, and regular members. This was the hierarchy of the garrison. At the plaza of the Red Rainbow Grand Hall, Li Fuchen and the others landed. Welcome to the 3 commanders. With Zhang Dajiang as the leader, over 30 individuals bowed and cupped their fists. Zhang Dajiang's eyes landed on the trio and asked, I wonder if the 3 commanders' tokens are here. Li Fuchen and the others took out their monarch-class disciple tokens and the garrison's commander's token for everyone to see. After seeing the tokens, Zhang Dajiang quickly invited the trio into the Red Rainbow Grand Hall. In the Red Rainbow Grand Hall, Li Fuchen and the others were seated at the host's seats. Li Fuchen was in the middle, while Bai Lingshuang and Xikong Zhan were on the left and right. Before coming, the trio's positions were already determined. Li Fuchen was the supreme commander, while Bai Lingshuang and Xikong Zhan were the vice-commanders and were responsible for assisting Li Fuchen. After sizing up everyone, Li Fuchen went straight to the point, tell me about the garrison's situation. Zhang Dajiang laughed bitterly and said, originally, our Red Rainbow Sect's garrison had 3 major mountain ranges. They are the Red Rainbow Mountains, Red Sea Mountains, and Red Cloud Mountains. But now, the Red Sea Mountains and Red Cloud Mountains have been seized by other factions. Only the Red Rainbow Mountains still belong to us. Which forces snatched it? How strong are they? Xikong Zhan interrupted. Zhang Dajiang said, the Red Sea Mountains have been seized by the Black Saber sect while the Red Cloud Mountains have been seized by the Purple Sunset Guild. The Black Saber sect has 2 monarch-class disciples who are very formidable. With my strength, I can only exchange a few moves with one of them. The Purple Sunset Guild only has 1 monarch-class disciple, but this monarch-class disciple is very famous. In the northwest lookout corner of the White-Scale continent, he is one of the top 10 experts. I can't even withstand a single move from him. It also means to say that any random person can defeat you in a few moves? It doesn't seem that incredible. To be honest, Xikong Zhan looked down on regular outer sect disciples. He only looked up to monarch-class disciples. In his opinion, defeating Zhang Dajiang in a few moves was just SOSO. Zhang Dajiang frowned and didn't say anything. After all, he didn't know Xikong Zhan's strength. Perhaps, he was truly stronger than the 2 monarch-class disciples from the Black Saber sect. At the host's seat, Li Fuchen couldn't bear to see Xikong Zhan's arrogant attitude. Since that is the case, Xikong Zhan, Zhang Dajiang, the 2 of you shall spar so that I can judge the strength of the monarch-class disciples from the Black Saber sect and the Purple Sunset Guild. Yes. Zhang Dajiang nodded. On the plaza outside, Xikong Zhan and Zhang Dajiang quickly exchanged moves. 7 moves. A monarch-class disciple was still a monarch-class disciple. After more than a year of cultivation, Xianxia had great improvements and only took 7 moves to defeat Zhang Dajiang. But Xianxia, who spoke arrogantly earlier, was embarrassed. He had said that defeating Zhang Dajiang in a few moves wasn't a big deal. He didn't expect for Xianxia to also need 7 moves to defeat Zhang Dajiang. This meant that his strength wasn't superior to the monarch-class disciples from the Black Saber sect. Bai Lingshuang, go and spar with Zhang Dajiang, Li Fuchen said to Bai Lingshuang. Swish, Bai Lingshuang flashed and appeared on the plaza. Bai Lingshuang, Xianxia, the two of you will lead 1,000 men and take back the Red Sea Mountains. Is there any problem? Li Fuchen reckoned that the duo should be able to deal with the 2 monarch-class disciples that were stationed at the Black Saber sect. No problem. Bai Lingshuang and Xianxia nodded. The duo didn't come to the White Scale continent to idle around and wait for death. They were here to earn contribution coins, and the more territories they occupied, the more White Scale herbs they would be able to collect every month. Of course, they had to take back their original territories first. Zhang Dajiang and Wang Mingli, the two of you will pick 500 men and follow me to the Red Cloud Mountains. Li Fuchen said to Wang Mingli, who was one of the 5 deacons. Isn't 500 men a little too few? Zhang Dajiang frowned. The contest between the White Scale continent's garrisons was firstly dependent on the monarch-class disciples and secondly on the number of men. Furthermore, the monarch-class disciples stationed at the Purple Sunset Guild were one of the top 10 experts in the Northwest Lookout Corner. It was still unknown if Li Fuchen could deal with them. 500 men is enough. If it was just a simple slaughter, Li Fuchen alone was enough. As long as there weren't more than 1,000 reincarnation realm experts, they wouldn't be a threat to Li Fuchen. All right then. Zhang Dajiang laughed bitterly in his heart. This new supreme commander was overly confident. That made sense, monarch-class disciples were usually extremely arrogant. Just like that, 500 men were left to guard the Red Rainbow Mountains while the remaining 1,500 men were split into 2 groups to head to the Red Cloud Mountains and the Red Sea Mountains respectively. Along the way, Zhang Dajiang explained the situation of the White Scale continent to Li Fuchen. Apart from over 50 monarch-class factions stationed at the White Scale continent, there are also 3 emperor-class factions stationed at the White Scale continent. These 3 emperor-class factions have occupied the central region of the White Scale continent. The vast region is thousands of times bigger than the Red Rainbow Mountains. There are emperor-class factions too? Li Fuchen raised his brows. Are there emperor-class disciples overseeing the emperor-class factions? Wang Mingli couldn't find a chance to interrupt and quickly said, Emperor-class disciples are very rare even in emperor-class sections. They shouldn't be sent here to waste time. But the most powerful aspect of emperor-class factions is their battle formations. Battle formations? Li Fuchen looked at Wang Mingli. Wang Mingli pushed aside the long hair in front of her forehead and revealed a smile to Li Fuchen. She explained, Battle formation is the high-tier form of a combination technique. A regular combination technique can only combine the combat strength of 10 individuals. But a battle formation can combine the combat strength of dozens, hundreds, or even thousands of individuals. A 50-man battle formation is probably enough to defeat most of the monarch-class disciples. A 100-man battle formation is enough to dominate among the monarch-class disciples. As for those battle formations that can combine hundreds of individuals, they are invincible. Even a mid-level battle spirit realm expert wouldn't have a good time. In response, Li Fuchen nodded silently. The combination technique was indeed incredible. The Red Rainbow sect's strongest combination technique was able to combine the combat strength of 20 individuals. During the battle with the sea beasts, there were plenty of people who used the combination technique to kill the sea beasts. It was the only way to greatly reduce the casualties. Otherwise, with the endless number of sea beasts, the Red Rainbow sect wouldn't only have 1,000 or 2,000 casualties. If the joint attack technique was already so powerful, then the battle formation would obviously be even more domineering. Li Fuchen wasn't afraid of scattered reincarnation realm experts, he was apprehensive of reincarnation realm experts who had combined their combat strength. A scattered reincarnation realm expert wouldn't have a significant increase in defense or offense. It was just that the attack range was wider and was like an overwhelming wave. But in terms of strength, it was still inferior. But the battle formation was able to form the battle formation power. By using the battle formation power to defend and attack, the power would increase by a few times or even 10 times. After explaining the distribution of the major factions, the duo started to talk about the natural environment of the white-scale continent. Like the white-scale herb. The white-scale herb is the most unique herb on the white-scale continent. As long as the roots are left behind, it will grow again after 5 years. The Red Rainbow Mountains can gather around 500 stalks of white-scale herbs every month, 800 stalks in the Red Cloud Mountains, and 600 stalks in the Red Sea Mountains. Above the white-scale herb, there are even rarer black-scale herbs and purple-scale herbs. The black-scale herb is an Earth-class peak-tier herb, while the purple-scale herb is a Heaven-class low-tier herb. The Red Rainbow Mountains can gather around 3 to 5 stalks of the former every month, while the purple-scale herb is less than 1 or 2 stalks in a year. Li Fuchen was rather moved after hearing the explanation. The natural environment of the white-scale continent was rather monotonous, but in terms of resource value, it was much superior to the East Unicorn continent. But it was understandable. The East Unicorn continent used to have abundant resources, but back then, the East Unicorn continent hadn't awakened its continent willpower yet. After the consecutive battles, the spirit chi was severely depleted. By the time the continent willpower awakened, the East Unicorn continent spirit chi was already less than 10%. We have arrived at the Red Cloud Mountains. Zhang Dajiang pointed at the majestic mountain range ahead and said to Li Fuchen. The heaven and earth chi here seems to be more concentrated than the Red Rainbow Mountains. Li Fuchen scanned with his spiritual awareness and saw the entire Red Cloud Mountains vividly. The Red Cloud Mountains were 60% or 70% bigger than the Red Rainbow Mountains. There were Purple Sunset Guild members stationed everywhere to gather the white-scale herbs. Who are you people? Hurry up and leave the Purple Cloud Mountains. In the outer region of the Red Cloud Mountains, one of the Purple Sunset Guild members yelled out. Li Fuchen spoke in a clear voice, "What Purple Cloud Mountains? This Red Cloud Mountains originally belonged to my Red Rainbow sect. I will give you 6 hours to leave this place." Presumptuous, just you wait. That person went to call for reinforcements. An hour later, 500 to 600 people rushed over under the lead of a purple-robed young man. Senior Li, this person is the Purple Sunset Guild's only monarch-class disciple, Ting Long, Zhang Dajiang said nervously. Ting Long wasn't a regular monarch-class disciple, he was one of the top 10 experts in the northwest lookout corner of the white-scale continent. It was said that the white-scale continent had over 50 monarch-class factions, but the number might be far more than 50. It was possible that there were close to 100. The Northwest Lookout Corner had around 10 Monarch-class factions and over 50 Monarch-class disciples. There were so many Monarch-class disciples because some of the Monarch-class factions were extremely powerful and would always be able to maintain a garrison of at least 5 Monarch-class disciples. It was to maintain enough deterrence and to occupy more territories. To be able to stand out from over 50 Monarch-class disciples and be one of the top 10, it was imaginable how powerful Ting Long was. He wasn't someone that regular Monarch-class disciples could compare with. You are the new commander of the Red Rainbow Sect's garrison? I advise you to leave immediately before I am in a good mood. Ting Long's chi presence was very powerful and he stood there like an ancient ferocious beast. Body refinement martial artist, huh? Li Fuchen could sense an extremely powerful and dormant chi power from Ting Long's body. Senior Ting, there is no need for you to make a move. Let me try him. Beside Ting Long, a youth with flat brows flew out and slammed at Li Fuchen. The force of his palm was like a violet cloud that covered the heavens and the earth without end. Earth-class peak-tier martial art. Purple sunset cloud pushing palm. Get lost. A golden giant elephant spirit rose up and rapidly expanded. Boom, the youth with flat brows arrived quickly and left quickly too. He was sent flying while vomiting blood by the giant elephant spirit and didn't even have the strength to retaliate. So you are also a body refinement martial artist. I have underestimated you. Ting Long squinted his eyes. Li Fuchen's body refinement had surprised him. Li Fuchen was able to send several experts on his side flying with just his cultivation technique and chi spirit. This was something that even he couldn't do. Such power. Zhang Dajiang, Wang Mingli, and the others were appalled. Especially Wang Mingli, her eyes were glistening. Roar, the black flood dragon spirit rose up while Tinglong's body was overflowing with baleful qi. He cultivated the Earth-class mid-tier body refinement technique, Extreme Black Fiend Dragon Technique. Once at the sub-completion level of Reincarnation Realm, he would be able to cultivate the Fiend Dragon Spirit. So what if your body refinement is high? Receive my Rage Dragon Fist. Rage Dragon Fist, Earth-class high-tier body refinement martial art. Roar, there was an even more resonant and shocking sound wave. As Tinglong executed his fist, the malevolent and berserk enraged dragon spirit was enhanced by the evil dragon spirit. It crushed at Li Fuchen and there was a crackling explosion in the air. The vicious dragon fist is enough to deal with you. Li Fuchen raised his right hand and clenched it into a fist before executing a strike. Roar, the black vicious dragon spirit was enhanced by the giant elephant spirit and was unparalleled and extremely ferocious. Crackle, the rage dragon spirit was immediately ripped apart by the vicious dragon spirit that had extremely condensed power. The vicious dragon spirit was like a hot knife through butter as it blasted on Tinglong. Tinglong was sent flying while vomiting fresh blood. How can he be so powerful? Senior Ting can't even block a single fist from him. The Purple Sunset Guild's garrison members were in a daze. No wonder he has full points in perception and is also the #1 ranker on the minor beast slaying rankings. Previously, I had a low outlook and actually used my own worldview to evaluate Tinglong. How can Senior Li's strength be treated with common sense? Zhang Dajiang smiled bitterly and was in awe of Li Fuchen. This is a true heavenly prodigy. I wonder how I can attract Senior Li's attention. Wang Mingli might be older than Li Fuchen by a dozen years, but at their level, a dozen years wasn't much of a difference. After all, Reincarnation Realm martial artists had a lifespan of 250 years, while Battle Spirit Realm masters had a lifespan of 500 years. Form the Purple Sunset Battle Formation. The Purple Sunset Guild's garrison members weren't willing to give up. They formed a square formation with 30 men and formed 10 battle formations that were covered with purple clouds. As for the others, they didn't cultivate the Purple Sunset Battle Formation and weren't able to form it. The 10 battle formations were like 10 purple clouds that were sweeping at Li Fuchen with astounding prowess. Form the Red Rainbow Battle Formation. Zhang Dajiang was shocked and quickly yelled out. The Red Rainbow Battle Formation could link up the combat strength of 20 men. It might not be comparable to the Purple Sunset Battle Formation, but when complemented with Li Fuchen, it would still be able to resist for a while. There is no need to form a battle formation. Li Fuchen revealed a confident smile and punched at the purple cloud that was moving at the fastest speed. Rumble, the vicious dragon spirit was like a hot knife through butter as it immediately shattered the purple cloud. Boom 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 boom, 1 fist for 1, 10 battle formations were just a matter of 10 fists. After 10 fists, everyone in the battle formation was sent flying and suffered severe injuries. Only Li Fuchen was left standing in the air. From today onwards, this mountain range shall belong to my Red Rainbow sect. If you are not willing, I will wait for you to challenge me at any time. Li Fuchen said indifferently. Let's go. Tinglong had a pale expression as he led the group and left. 2 hours later, the Purple Sunset Guild's garrison had all retreated from the Red Cloud Mountains. The 500 men that Li Fuchen brought were all arranged to stay here. Zhang Dajiang and Wang Mingli were also staying here. As for Li Fuchen, he returned to the Red Rainbow Mountains as he still had to wait for Bai Lingshuang and Xikong Zhan's news. Half a day after Li Fuchen returned to the Red Cloud Mountains, Bai Lingshuang and Xikong Zhan returned. The duo had severe injuries and their qi presence was dispirited. Bai Lingshuang smiled bitterly and said, "Fortunately, we didn't disappoint you. The Red Sea Mountains have been taken down." Their strength was actually on par with the 2 monarch-class disciples from the Black Saber sect. It was fortunate that their battle formation could only combine the strength of 18 men, while the Red Rainbow battle formation could combine the strength of 20 men. It was slightly superior and after a bitter battle, they finally took down the Red Sea Mountains. Not bad. As such, our Red Rainbow sect's territory is now complete. Every time we take down a mountain range, we will be able to harvest more white-scale herbs every month. Li Fuchen smiled and said. The Red Cloud Mountains have been taken down? Xianxia looked at Li Fuchen with hesitation. Li Fuchen said, "What do you think?" Xianxia was speechless and had a deeper understanding of Li Fuchen's unfathomable strength. In a single day, Li Fuchen had taken down the Red Cloud Mountains and the Red Sea Mountains. This swift and decisive speed had flabbergasted the Red Rainbow sect's garrison. What was a monarch-class disciple? This was a monarch-class disciple. Things that normal people couldn't do were easily done by them. Sometimes, the gap between people was incomparably huge. It was impossible to make up for it. On the second day, Li Fuchen led 300 men and headed for the Purple Wind Mountains. The Purple Wind Mountains was also the Purple Sunset Guild's garrison. When facing the domineering Li Fuchen, Ting Long was helpless and had to clench his teeth and retreat from the Purple Wind Mountains. On the third day, Ting Long gave up the Purple Lake Mountains. As of now, the Purple Sunset Guild's garrison of the 4 major mountain ranges was only left with the Purple Sunset Mountains. Li Fuchen couldn't snatch the Purple Sunset Mountains. The White Scale Continent had its own set of rules. No matter how dominant you were, you still had to leave some leeway. You couldn't seize the last mountain range of the other party. If you didn't leave any leeway, the other party wouldn't leave any leeway for you either. In the end, there would only be a miserable massacre. No monarch-class faction would be willing to see such a situation. Powerful. Truly powerful. In 3 days, their encampment had increased from 1 mountain range to 5. This speed left everyone speechless, all of them dumbstruck. I'm really envious. This world has always been the world of these heavens chosen. An elite reincarnation realm martial artist from the 7 nations sighed with envy. Heaven's pride contends for hegemony over the world and looks down upon the universe. We shouldn't have such sweet dreams. Taking one step at a time is the most realistic way. That's right. The path of a heaven's chosen one is also very cruel. At one moment, they are limitless, but in the next moment, they might become someone else's stepping stone. As the saying goes, there is always someone better than you. They are fighting for the world, for luck, while we are fighting for the next step. Everyone sighed with emotion, but they were also a little excited. There were plenty of benefits for them to be stationed in the White Scale Continent. Apart from some of the more important resources for the sect, they could purchase the rest of the resources at a minimal price. The natural environment of the White Scale Continent might be monotonous, but it was only relatively monotonous. There were plenty of resources, and some of the resources were very helpful for them to progress to the Battle Spirit realm. 1 mountain range already had a lot of resources. They couldn't imagine how many resources there would be in 5 mountain ranges. Furthermore, from Li Fuchen's stance, it was obvious that 5 mountain ranges wouldn't satisfy him. Indeed, Li Fuchen wouldn't be satisfied with just 5 mountain ranges. His objective was to conquer the entire Lookout Corner. However, he didn't have enough manpower. Right now, the Red Rainbow sect was stationed in 5 mountain ranges. It was already a little strenuous to station 400 individuals in each mountain range. After all, a mountain range was too massive and they couldn't possibly leave people to harvest the white scale herbs and other resources after conquering it, right? Let's wait for the sect to send a batch of reincarnation realm experts before attacking the other garrisons. Li Fuchen said to himself. The Red Rainbow sect moved very quickly. 1 week later, a group of 2,000 individuals arrived at the White Scale Continent. 90% of these individuals were reincarnation realm elites from the 7 kingdoms. Their individual strength wasn't very formidable and the Red Rainbow sect didn't plan to impart the Red Rainbow battle formation to them. They were sent here purely to harvest resources and to maintain their image. With sufficient manpower, Li Fuchen started to march towards the 3rd Monarch class faction's garrison. Southern Wilderness Mountains, one of the mountain ranges where the South Cloud Guild was stationed. The South Cloud Guild was very influential in the Lookout Corner. They had 6 Monarch-class disciples and 2 of them were among the top 10 experts in the Lookout Corner. They controlled as many as 9 mountain ranges. This is my South Cloud Guild's territory, hurry up and get lost. At the border of the Southern Wilderness Mountains, a few reincarnation realm experts that were harvesting the white scale herbs yelled out. From today onwards, this mountain range shall be renamed as the Red Wild Mountains. Li Fuchen said indifferently. You are courting death. Let's go and inform the hall master and the others. The few of them glanced at Li Fuchen with cold eyes and left quickly. The South Cloud Guild's garrison on the White Scale continent was called the South Cloud Hall. It meant that they treated this place as a hall entrance. In less than 1 hour, hundreds of South Cloud Hall members rushed over. The two leaders were a bald youth saber wielder and a beautiful woman wearing feathered clothes. Bai Heng, South Cloud Hall's Vice Hall Master. Lian Yu, South Cloud Hall's Vice Hall Master. The two of them were monarch-class disciples and their bodies were emitting imposing chi presences. You are rather bold to provoke my South Cloud Hall. Bai Heng had a sinister expression. The two of you can come at me together. I don't wish to waste time. Li Fuchen didn't put Bai Heng in his eyes and spoke immediately. There are times when you have to bear the consequences of your words. Senior Bai, leave this person to me. Lian Yu drew her sharp sword and had a cold expression. All right. Bai Heng nodded. Screech, there was a flash of scarlet light as a giant flaming bird flew out and lunged at Li Fuchen. After taking a closer look, it wasn't a flaming bird, it was obviously formed by sword lights. The flaming bird sword lights were vivid and lifelike and contained astounding sword field and sword intent. It was obvious that Li Fuchen's sword art was similar to the Green Sun sword intent. The sword chi, sword field, and sword intent were all fused into one and turned into a flaming bird that lunged at the enemy. When facing such a powerful sword art, Li Fuchen simply executed a fist. Boom, the flaming bird sword lights crumbled and Lian Yu was sent flying. With Li Fuchen's current strength, monarch-class disciples weren't even qualified to block a single fist from him. It wasn't like back then when Li Fuchen had to fight a bitter battle with Murong Tianqing before defeating him. What? Bai Heng's eyes contracted. Lian Yu's strength was only slightly inferior to him and it was impossible for him to send Lian Yu flying with a single fist. Damn it, flaming feather divine ability. Lian Yu was infuriated. Her body was burning with flames and a large patch of flaming feathers descended from the sky and enveloped Li Fuchen. Bang bang, the flaming feathers had astounding power and when they landed on the ground, they actually blasted out giant pits. The power was comparable to an all-out attack from a regular 9th-level reincarnation realm martial artist. But no matter how powerful the flaming feathers were, it was hard to break Li Fuchen's chi spirit and couldn't even shake it. Heart of Saber Dao. Seeing how powerful Li Fuchen was, Bai Heng couldn't be bothered to bully Li Fuchen with numbers. The Saber Dao power surged out and slashed at Li Fuchen. Swish, the saber light was like a silver river descending from the sky. The intense saber pressure was first applied on the ground and immediately tore open a crack that was over 10 miles long. I have already said that the two of you can attack together. The giant elephant spirit and the vicious dragon spirit rose up. Especially the vicious dragon spirit. With the support of the giant elephant spirit, it expanded limitlessly until it was 10 miles long and had enveloped Bai Heng and Lian Yu. There was a horrific tremor. Bai Heng and Lian Yu couldn't even hold on for a single breath and vomited fresh blood from the vicious dragon spirit as they were sent flying. A single fist had defeated 2 monarch-class disciples. Everyone who was following behind Li Fuchen was watching with their hearts thumping. As of now, they didn't know how powerful Li Fuchen was. They only knew that no one was able to withstand a single fist from Li Fuchen. Form the South Cloud Battle Formation. Even the 2 Vice Hall Masters were defeated. The South Cloud Hall's remaining trump card was the South Cloud Battle Formation. The South Cloud Battle Formation could combine the combat strength of 32 individuals and was of a higher grade than the Purple Sunset Battle Formation. Patches of clouds surged over violently and gave off a prowess that felt like a storm was about to arrive. One of the clouds had a pale blue color and it was obviously more natural than the other South Cloud Battle Formations. Break! When Li Fuchen executed a fist, there was a slight distortion in the void. The malevolent and tyrannical vicious dragon spirit felt like it was going to shatter the void and clashed with the pale blue cloud. Crackle, the cloud was torn apart and the 32 South Cloud Outer Sect disciples vomited fresh blood and were sent flying in all directions. In just a short while, all the South Cloud battle formations had been broken and none of them were a match for a single fist. How can there be such a powerful existence? Bai Heng and Lian Yu were in a daze. After conquering the Red Wild Mountains, Li Fuchen didn't stop and change the Southern Cloud Hall's South River Mountains, South Stone Mountains, and South Forest Mountains into the Red River Mountains, Red Stone Mountains, and Red Forest Mountains until he met the Southern Cloud Hall's Hall Master, Chen Feng. Chen Feng was very powerful and was ranked third among the top 10 experts of the Lookout Corner. But after encountering Li Fuchen, it was useless no matter how powerful Chen Feng was. A single fist caused Chen Feng to vomit blood. A few days later, the South Cloud Hall was only left with the South Cloud Mountains. The other 8 mountain ranges had all changed owners and belonged to the Red Rainbow sect. As such, the number of mountain ranges controlled by the Red Rainbow sect had reached 13, and it was simply unprecedented. This is too exaggerated. It has only been slightly over half a month and he has actually conquered 12 mountain ranges. In a few more months, wouldn't he conquer the entire Lookout Corner? When the 5 deacons received the news, their hearts were racing and they couldn't catch their breaths. Wang Mingli was rather resentful. She had repeatedly hinted at Li Fuchen but didn't receive any response. But after thinking about it, Wang Mingli felt relieved. Li Fuchen was so outstanding, and if one wasn't a monarch-class disciple, they wouldn't be worthy of him. Even though she didn't think of monopolizing Li Fuchen. After conquering 12 mountain ranges, Li Fuchen finally stopped. 4,000 men were evenly distributed to 13 mountain ranges and each mountain range only had 300 men. The manpower was still too little. Ask the Red Rainbow sect to continue sending more men over. The Red Rainbow sect's outer sect wasn't peaceful at all. In just over half a month, Li Fuchen had actually conquered 12 mountain ranges. It was something that they would never have expected. Over 100 years ago, our Red Rainbow sect once occupied half of the Lookout Corner of the White-Scale Continent. But that time, it was because of Elder Yuan. Elder Yuan is the most outstanding 7-star bone frame in our Red Rainbow sect for the past 2 centuries. He progressed to the Battle Spirit Realm at the age of 30 and the Primary Sea Realm at the age of 50. Right now, he is already at the 5th level of Primary Sea Realm at the age of 150. Li Fuchen's current performance isn't inferior to Elder Yuan. Most importantly, Li Fuchen has only arrived at the White-Scale Continent for over half a month. I really don't know how much our Red Rainbow sect's territory will expand in a few months. It is too early to compare him with Elder Yuan now. But in the reincarnation realm, Li Fuchen's strength is indeed top 10 in the history of the Red Rainbow sect. Since he is so powerful, we might as well send 5,000 men at once. Since they are just reincarnation realm experts, there are plenty of reincarnation realm experts in the 7 kingdoms. That's right. It will save us some trouble and send 5,000 men at once. If there are more, we will have to lower the requirements and send low-level reincarnation realm experts as well. I am concerned about the subsequent rewards. Our Red Rainbow sect's original territory consists of 3 mountain ranges. If he occupies dozens of mountain ranges, the rewards will be rather horrifying. It isn't beneficial for his development to obtain so many contribution coins at once, and it isn't in line with our Red Rainbow sect's reward system. Indeed, it is rather troublesome. It might be a little troublesome, but there is no need to be overly worried. Our Red Rainbow sect has always emphasized survival of the fittest, and the strong will always be stronger. Since he has the capability, so what if he earns 100,000 contribution coins a month? Let him earn it. We can't be worried that he will earn too many contribution coins just because he is too capable and it will be detrimental to our development. Such arguments shouldn't be said by us. Otherwise, if the inner sect elders hear of it, all of us will be punished. Outer sect Grand Elder Wang Kuei glanced at everyone and said indifferently. In response, a few of the outer sect elders immediately shut their mouths. In fact, they were rather jealous as Li Fuchen was earning contribution coins too easily. As the outer sect's backbone elders, it was extremely difficult for them to earn a few tens of thousands of contribution coins, and they would need to spend a lot of effort. What about the other 2 monarch-class disciples? They obviously aren't very useful. If we follow the previous distribution system, they will have too much of an advantage. Then cancel the original distribution system. As for the subsequent rewards, each of them will be fixed at 2,000 per month. That's already very good for them. As king-level disciples, they should know their limits and won't complain about this problem. In the outer sect Grand Hall, a group of outer sect elders discussed all the issues that needed to be discussed. 1 week later, a group of 5,000 reincarnation realm. With sufficient manpower, Li Fuchen didn't hold back and went on expeditions to the south and north. 1.5 months later, he had seized half of the Lookout Corner and controlled 32 mountain ranges. Such a magnificent feat was already on par with Elder Yuan from over a century ago. Sect Leet Great, they were the Yang sect disciples to Old Rainbow sect Kingly sect. After all, the era was different, and so were the opponents. What if there were more heavenly talents in Elder Yuan's era, but as of now, Li Fuchen had yet to use his full strength. Be it the blazing flame divine ability or the mortal calamity, Li Fuchen hadn't executed them even once. Just by relying on the vicious dragon fist, he was already invincible. With the first batch of white-scale herbs, Li Fuchen and the others returned to the Red Rainbow sect. A total of 9,800 stocks, which is 4 times more than before. The reward is 30,000 contribution coins. According to the new distribution system, the two of you will get a fixed reward of 2,000 contribution coins every month. Li Fuchen's reward will be 26,000 contribution coins. No objections, right? Wang Kuei said. Bai Lingshuang nodded. No problem. She knew her limits and knew that with her current strength, she would only be able to earn the basic contribution coins. She wouldn't even need to think about the subsequent rewards. Hence, she was already very satisfied with just 2,000 contribution coins. With the addition of 1,000 contribution coins, she would be able to earn 3,000 contribution coins every month. Even some of the inner sect disciples couldn't compare to her. I have no objections either. Xikong Zhan felt a little uncomfortable in his heart. At the start, it was already agreed that he and Bai Lingshuang would split the other half equally. Right now, there was a sudden change in the distribution system and it made him a little unhappy. But it was useless even if he was unhappy. Everything was indeed due to Li Fuchen's hard work. Even if Xikong Zhan had contributions, it was just hard work. Great Elder, this time, arrange for 20,000 people to go. Li Fuchen suddenly said. 9,000 people were evenly distributed across 32 mountain ranges and each mountain range had less than 300 people. The speed of harvesting the white-scale herbs was too slow. After all, each mountain range was at least a few thousand miles in length, while the bigger ones were tens of thousands of miles in length. It was a little hard to harvest the white-scale herbs with less than 300 people. Of course, most importantly, the 32 mountain ranges were just the beginning. Li Fuchen's objective was to conquer the entire Lookout Corner. By then, the manpower required would obviously increase by several folds. Arranging for manpower would require around a week's time. Wang Kuei rubbed his forehead and let out a bitter smile. You don't have to worry about this matter. In 1 week, no, half a month later, I will arrange for 20,000 people to head over. 20,000 people was truly a lot and not all reincarnation realm experts were willing to head to an unfamiliar continent. As such, they had to lower the requirements. Low-level reincarnation realm and high-level heaven dipper realm were all suitable. It was fortunate that the Red Rainbow sect's garrison didn't rely on numbers to conquer the continent, but Li Fuchen's individual martial strength. As long as Li Fuchen was around, the cultivation of the others didn't matter. Alright. Li Fuchen knew that arranging for 20,000 people to head to a foreign continent wasn't an easy task. After leaving the outer sect Grand Hall, Li Fuchen didn't immediately return to the white-scale continent. Instead, he headed for the secret manual tower. Previously, he had 30,000 contribution coins and was still lacking 10,000 contribution coins to redeem the first half of the 9 Dragon's Claw. Now that he obtained 27,000 contribution coins, he now had a total of 57,000 contribution coins. When he exited the secret manual tower, Li Fuchen had an additional first half of the 9 Dragon's Claw. Half a month should be enough for me to cultivate to the completion stage. By then, I will be able to constantly temper the 9 Dragon's Claw during combat. Li Fuchen said to himself. After returning to the white-scale continent, Li Fuchen didn't venture out anymore and started to cultivate the 9 Dragon's Claw in seclusion. The 9 Dragon's Claw was very powerful and in terms of pure power, it wasn't inferior to the Mortal Calamity, but it wasn't as mystical and unique as the Mortal Calamity. Furthermore, the Nine Dragons' Claw was more complete than the Mortal Calamity, and there were some aspects that were superior. Just as Li Fuchen was cultivating the Nine Dragons' Claw, the lookout corner was having a meeting. The host of this meeting was the person in charge of the various garrisons in the lookout corner. In just 1.5 months, half of the lookout corner had been taken down by Li Fuchen. It was impossible for the other garrisons to not be worried. Everyone was discussing how to deal with Li Fuchen. He is just a monarch-class disciple. I don't believe he can resist all of us. My Tyrant Saber Sect's Tyrant Saber battle formation isn't to be trifled with. The one speaking was the Tyrant Saber Hall Master, Qin Ming. Red Rainbow Mountains, Red Rainbow Sect's encampment. This place might not have concentrated spirit chi, and the quantity of white scale herbs wasn't as abundant as other mountains, but due to special reasons, the white scale herbs would frequently mutate and produce mutated white scale herbs. The mutated white scale herbs were as precious as the black scale herbs. On one of the peaks of the Red Rainbow Mountains, roar, the surging and viscous air current rose up and transformed into a nine-headed dragon aura. Crackle, the nine-headed dragon spirit swooped down and blasted on the opposite peak. It felt as though the peak was cleaved by a giant axe and was split into 10 pieces. The Nine Dragons' Claw is indeed formidable. Just 10% of the power is already so destructive. In less than half a month, Li Fuchen had cultivated the Nine Dragons' Claw to the completion stage. The completion stage of the Nine Dragons' Claw contained powerful ripping laws. In terms of power, it was even superior to the trance stage of the Vicious Dragon Fist. As expected, with the completion stage of the Nine Dragons' Claw, the path of the Mortal Calamity is much clearer. Li Fuchen could obviously feel that he had a more detailed understanding of Qi blood. The body refinement Tao was ultimately the Tao of Qi blood. The complex combination of Qi blood formed humans, demonic beasts, demons, and all life forms with flesh and blood. Cultivating body refinement manuals allowed Li Fuchen to gradually understand the ultimate mystery of the human body. The intent contained in the Nine Dragons' Claw was obviously a kind of ripping law. The ripping law was also a kind of power law, and it was the power produced by the high-grade structure of Qi blood power. The Mortal Calamity was rather special as it contained the Calamity power. The Calamity power was more like a kind of self-elimination of Qi blood power. It would eliminate the inferior Qi blood and leave behind the superior Qi blood power. The external power would be the destruction of the structure. In terms of Qi blood structure, it was obviously superior to the Nine Dragons' Claw. With this detailed understanding, Li Fuchen finally understood why demonic beasts and demons had tough bodies. It was because of the difference in Qi blood structure. As compared to the human body, it was tougher and more tyrannical. The human body might look weak, but it was like a piece of white paper that was the most malleable. With the same perception and body refinement hidden realm, demonic beasts and demons would find it much harder to improve as compared to humans. It was mainly because their Qi blood structure was too tough and hard to be shaken. Perhaps there are those terrifying existences that have innate Qi blood structure that reached the extremity. When the Qi blood structure reached the extremity, it would undoubtedly be an existence that would be undying. Even the Great Tao wouldn't be able to destroy it, let alone humans. When I have enough contribution coins, it seems like I can redeem the other 3 Earth-class high-tier body refinement manuals. Li Fuchen said in his heart. Woo 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 woo, the sound of a bugle horn signaled the arrival of a powerful enemy. Woo woo. Li Fuchen was quick-witted and immediately guessed that the various monarch-class factions in the lookout corner had banded together. After all, the strength that he displayed wasn't something that any monarch-class disciple in the lookout corner could compare with. Outside the Crimson Rainbow Mountain Range, 9 square formations were distinctly separated, and each square formation's numbers were around 1,000 people. Zhang Dajiang, who had returned to the Red Rainbow Mountains to manage the affairs, had a pale expression. He might know that Li Fuchen was very strong, but there were too many enemies. In the face of absolute numbers, individual martial strength might not be effective. Damn it! The people from the Tyrant Saber Hall are here as well. Their Tyrant Saber battle formation is capable of combining the battle prowess of 49 people. I wonder if the highest commander will be able to stop them. The Fire Cloud Hall's Fire Cloud battle formation is not to be underestimated. It can combine the combat strength of 42 men. The Red Rainbow Mountains only had 300 men, and it wasn't even a fraction of the enemy. All of them were trembling with fear. It was fortunate that with Li Fuchen around, they wouldn't abandon their weapons and surrender. In just a short moment, Li Fuchen flew over from a distant mountain peak with an indifferent expression and stood in front of everyone. "You are Li Fuchen?" The Tyrant Saber Hall Master, Qin Ming, looked at Li Fuchen with cold eyes. Li Fuchen glanced at the 9 formations and didn't bother about them. He said indifferently, "There are quite a lot of people, but they are just a bunch of weaklings. There is still a chance to leave now." Boasting shamelessly. "Form the Tyrant Saber Battle Formation and let him have a taste of the power of the Tyrant Saber Battle Formation." Qin Ming waved his hand, and 49 outer sect disciples of the Tyrant Saber sect flew out. They instantly formed a saber-shaped battle formation, and an extremely tyrannical saber chi spread out. In terms of aura alone, it was much stronger than Qin Ming's. The same battle formation would have different power if it was set up by different people. If everyone who set up the battle formation comprehended the battle formation, they would definitely be able to utilize the greatest power of the battle formation. Form the Fire Cloud Battle Formation. The Fire Cloud Hall Master also wanted to test if the Fire Cloud Battle Formation could pose a threat to Li Fuchen. He ordered the 42 outer sect disciples to form the Fire Cloud Battle Formation. In an instant, a lump of fire cloud was produced in the air and the figures inside couldn't be seen with the naked eye. "Kill! Kill!" The Tyrant Saber Battle Formation shook in the air and formed a massive saber chi that cleaved out with the battle formation power. The exterior of the Fire Cloud Battle Formation was blazing with flames. It was like a fire cloud that produced an endless rain of fire. Li Fuchen stood with his hands behind his back and looked at the incoming saber chi and fire rain. "I shall let all of you witness my newest body refinement art." Li Fuchen's right hand turned into a claw and slashed. Roar! The 9-headed dragon's aura that looked like it was made of glue rose and expanded, clashing with the blade chi and the rain of fire. Bang boom, the saber chi and fire rain were repelled and shattered. How could they obstruct the 9-headed dragon spirit? The 9-headed dragon spirit was getting bigger. 5 of the dragon heads blasted at the Tyrant Saber Battle Formation, while the other 4 blasted at the Fire Cloud Battle Formation. Crackle, the Tyrant Saber Battle Formation was split into 6 parts, while the Fire Cloud Battle Formation was split into 5 parts. Close to 100 individuals were instantly severely injured, and this was after Li Fuchen showed mercy. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to survive a single claw attack. Seeing this scene, Qin Ming had a gloomy expression. These 49 severely injured outer sect disciples were all proficient in the Tyrant Saber Battle Formation. If they set up the Tyrant Saber Battle Formation, even Qin Ming himself wouldn't be able to withstand 3 sabers. 48 more individuals. Qin Ming yelled out and personally went into the formation core to set up an even stronger Tyrant Saber Battle Formation. The Tyrant Saber Battle Formation was like an indestructible giant silver saber. It didn't release saber chi anymore and slashed at Li Fuchen. On the other side, the Fire Cloud Hall Master had also turned into the formation core to set up a sticky fire cloud that engulfed Li Fuchen. Just in time. Li Fuchen laughed loudly while the 9-headed dragon spirit brandished its claws and clashed with the Tyrant Saber Battle Formation and the Fire Cloud Battle Formation. There was the sound of the battle formations collapsing. Even though the formation cores of the 2 battle formations were Monarch-class disciples, in the face of Li Fuchen's 9 Dragon's Claw, there wasn't much of a difference as they were immediately ripped apart. If Li Fuchen was willing, that claw attack earlier would have turned everyone in the battle formation into a blood mist. After cultivating the Dragon Elephant Body Forging 5th chapter to the Perfection rank, coupled with the completion rank of the 9 Dragon's Claw, and Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness that could see the flaws of the battle formations, it was too difficult to stop him. Unless the battle formation's power was able to suppress Li Fuchen, otherwise, it was impossible to pose a threat to him. Attack together. Li Fuchen's strength had shocked everyone. But it was impossible for them to retreat without putting up any resistance. After all, they had close to 10,000 individuals and they could set up at least 100 battle formations. After the battle formations were formed, they charged at Li Fuchen. If a description had to be made, the battle formations were like Monarch-class disciples and they weren't regular Monarch-class disciples. When over 100 monarch-class disciples worked together, it was a huge scene and the rest of the people wouldn't be able to interfere. Haha, it just so happens that I am lacking a trial opponent. Just in time. The 9 Dragon's Claw was at the completion rank and there were plenty of areas that weren't perfected yet. Li Fuchen was happy to have someone to be his opponent. In the massive region, over 100 battle formations were surrounding Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen was in the center and was enveloped by the 9-headed dragon spirit. Every time he brandished the claw, the 9-headed dragon spirit would expand and roar, sending a portion of the battle formations flying. 5. 10. 20. 40. More battle formations were collapsing. Li Fuchen was like an undefeatable battle god and his prowess was getting stronger. Imperceptibly, he had an intense suppression on everyone's chi blood. 9 Dragons Wild Dance. When he was killing to his heart's content, Li Fuchen's hands turned into claws that intertwined and tore. Roar, the 9-headed dragon spirit split into 9 giant dragon spirits that danced wildly in the air. In a short moment, over a dozen battle formations were torn apart. Too tyrannical. How is this a reincarnation realm expert? Even a low-level battle spirit realm master wouldn't be so tyrannical. Zhang Dajiang took a deep breath and muttered. Is this the world of heavenly prodigies? Numbers are useless. A single heavenly prodigy is equivalent to 100 or even 1,000 regular martial artists of the same realm. No wonder the Red Rainbow sect adopted an elite system and wouldn't accept anyone who wasn't an elite prodigy. Because 1,000 regular martial artists wouldn't even be able to defeat an elite prodigy. To the Red Rainbow sect, just one expert is enough, they don't need too many mediocre prodigies. While everyone was in a heated discussion, Li Fuchen had already torn apart the final battle formation. For a moment, the entire place was in silence. Li Fuchen's combat strength had already reached another level. Unless it was a top-notch monarch-class disciple or an emperor-class disciple, no one would be able to do anything to him. In the face of an adult, it was useless no matter how many children there were. They would die if they got close to an adult. Unless they could break Li Fuchen's defense, otherwise, it would be useless. It was a pity that with the protection of the 9-headed dragon spirit, Li Fuchen's defense was extremely tough. Even if Li Fuchen stood still and allowed them to attack, it would take a while before the 9-headed dragon spirit was torn apart. Body refinement martial artists never feared group battles. The only way to defeat them was to defeat them head-on or to exhaust their chi power. It wasn't wrong to compare Li Fuchen to a mid-level battle spirit realm master. Be it offense or defense, Li Fuchen wasn't inferior to regular mid-level battle spirit realm masters. In terms of spiritual awareness, it was superior to mid-level battle spirit realm masters and was comparable with high-level primary sea realm monarchs. Blaze, in the sky above the Red Rainbow Mountains, there was a flash of flames and a red rainbow flew out. The speed wasn't inferior to regular low-level battle spirit realm masters. When the red rainbow scattered, Li Fuchen's figure was floating in midair. The Divine Flame Red Rainbow technique has broken through to the 29th rank. My shortcoming in speed is gradually being compensated. It might be very hard to break through an Earth-class peak-tier cultivation technique, but with Li Fuchen's perception, he was able to break through another rank in a short period of time. The Divine Flame Red Rainbow technique was a Fire Dao cultivation technique that had an extremely ferocious burst power. With a ferocious burst power, the speed was naturally fast. Otherwise, it wouldn't be called the Divine Flame Red Rainbow technique. After pushing the Divine Flame Red Rainbow technique to the 29th rank, Li Fuchen's cultivation naturally stepped into the 8th level of reincarnation realm. Right now, Li Fuchen's chi cultivation might still be inferior to his body refinement, but it wasn't considered huge. In terms of pure speed, Li Fuchen's chi cultivation was far superior to his body refinement. Speed had always been a weakness of body refinement martial artists. If they couldn't defeat you, it wasn't a problem to escape. The prerequisite was to not enter the attack range of a body refinement martial artist. Once one entered the attack range, it would be hard to escape. Apart from that, chi cultivation martial artists' endurance was also superior to body refinement martial artists. If a chi cultivation martial artist's chi was compared to a lake, then a body refinement martial artist's chi power was just a small pond. There was no comparison between the two. Lastly, as compared to body refinement martial artists, Qi cultivation martial artists had an important advantage, and that was the field. The field was similar to the Qi spirit, but they were two different products. The Qi spirit was a combination of offense and defense and was considered an extension of body refinement martial artists. With the Qi spirit, a body refinement martial artist's attack range would be greatly increased, and so would the defense. It was like adding wings to a tiger. The quality of the field might not be comparable to the Qi spirit, but in terms of range, it was superior to the Qi spirit. In addition, the field could resonate with heaven and earth law and use heaven and earth power to suppress the opponent. The later the level, the stronger it would be. After all, a human strength was limited, but heaven and earth power was limitless. If Li Fuchen cultivated the divine flame red rainbow technique to the highest rank or close to the highest rank, his divine flame red rainbow field might be able to instantly suppress a body refinement martial artist that was around the same level as him. The field was like his home ground. In his home ground, the opponent would have to spend more energy to do anything, while he would only need to spend 10% of his strength. This was a mid-level continent that was not much smaller than the seven-color continent. In the northwest of the continent, there was a pitch-black mountain range. This mountain range was called Tyrant Saber Mountain Range, and it was the mountain gate of the Tyrant Saber sect. The Tyrant Saber sect was one of the 5 major factions of this continent. In the sky above Tyrant Saber Mountain Range, Qin Ming followed a green-clad youth and flew to the transportation plaza. Emperor-class disciples can only be defeated by us. It's not shameful for you to be defeated by him. The green-cloaked youth's face flashed with a trace of battle intent as he spoke slowly. Senior Peng is right. That is why I am here to invite Senior Peng. The Tyrant Saber sect occupied 18 mountain ranges on the white-scale continent and harvested an astonishing amount of white-scale herbs every month. Right now, 18 mountain ranges were reduced to 1 mountain range and he wasn't able to give an explanation to the sect. Therefore, he invited Senior Peng, who was an emperor-class disciple. The Senior Peng that he mentioned was called Peng Lu and he had the 8-star greenwood bone frame. He was only 27 years old this year and had already reached the peak level of reincarnation realm. His strength was comparable to regular mid-level battle spirit realm masters. As for Li Fuchen, Qin Ming had already determined that he was an emperor-class disciple. Apart from emperor-class disciples, there weren't many individuals that had such strength. On the teleportation platform, there was a flash of radiance before the duo vanished without a trace. White-scale continent, Tyrant Saber Mountain Dragon. The duo instantly appeared on the teleportation platform. Let's go, let's meet him now. I can't hold it in anymore. As an emperor-class disciple, Peng Lu was sometimes very lonely. In the same cultivation realm, he couldn't find a match. The rest of the emperor-class disciples on the continent had either progressed to the battle spirit realm or the primary sea realm. He naturally couldn't spar with them. It was rare to encounter an emperor-class disciple who was at the reincarnation realm like him. Peng Lu naturally wanted to test how he was compared to other emperor-class disciples in the same cultivation realm. The duo was extremely fast and arrived at the Red Rainbow Mountains in just a few hours. Such a grand and profound Qi presence. Sensing that the awareness was extending over, Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness covered over first. His spiritual awareness could sense that Qin Ming and a green-clothed youth had appeared in the outskirts of the Red Rainbow Mountains. This green-clothed youth was only at the peak level of reincarnation realm, but the strength of his Qi presence was something that Li Fuchen had never seen before. His cultivation technique is at least at the 30th rank. Could he be an emperor-class disciple? Li Fuchen wasn't surprised that a reincarnation realm expert was able to cultivate an Earth-class peak-tier cultivation technique to the 30th rank before him. Emperor-class disciples would normally enter the sect at a very early age, therefore, they would be able to cultivate high-grade cultivation techniques earlier. Li Fuchen had only entered the Red Rainbow sect for slightly more than a year. Circulating the divine flame red rainbow technique, Li Fuchen turned into a red rainbow and skimmed at his opponent. Dual cultivation of Qi and body is truly incredible. Peng Lu had sharp eyes and could immediately see that Li Fuchen had already cultivated the Earth-class peak-tier cultivation technique to an extremely high rank and was only slightly inferior to him. Furthermore, Peng Lu found out from Qin Ming that Li Fuchen's body refinement was even more incredible and had already reached the extremity of reincarnation realm. Of course, the more incredible the opponent, the more excited Peng Lu was. Since the day he started cultivating the martial Dao, he had never been defeated in the same cultivation realm. There were plenty of times when he would surpass the cultivation realm to fight. This was the match that he was most looking forward to, and it was also the match that he had the most battle intent for. Peng Lu. When Peng Lu circulated the 31st rank of the 8 Desolate Divine Wood technique, there was a copious Qi presence that felt like all living things were reviving. It was surging out and it was visible to the naked eye. Within the radius of a few dozen miles, all the plants instantly flourished and withered. A large amount of plant power was attracted to Peng Li's surroundings and had dyed the area dark green. The 31st rank of the 8 Desolate Divine Wood technique was extremely powerful and contained the 8 Desolate Divine Wood intent. It was able to interfere with the circulation of heaven and earth laws. Within the range of the field, Peng Lu could make the plants grow and wither as he wished. It was all within a single thought. Behind Peng Lu, there was a towering tree shadow. The shadow was rooted in the void and was absorbing the vitality of the void. With the burst of the cultivation technique, Peng Lu had displayed the difference between an emperor-class disciple and a monarch-class disciple. Li Fuchen. Under the pressure of Peng Li's field, Li Fuchen's dragon elephant body forging chapter circulated automatically. The golden giant elephant spirit rose up and let out a roar. Boom boom boom. Before the duo made a move, the field and spirit clashed first and stirred up the heaven and earth qi within a few dozen miles. Qin Ming was appalled and quickly retreated. The duo's qi presences were too powerful and Qin Ming couldn't even get close to them. It was hard to imagine what would happen if the duo made a move. Good, no wonder you are an emperor-class disciple. Peng Lu laughed heartily while his battle intent surged into the sky. Emperor-class disciple? Li Fuchen frowned and immediately realized that he had been mistaken as an emperor-class disciple. Regular monarch-class disciples wouldn't have such strength, and it wasn't exaggerated to be mistaken as an emperor-class disciple. Swish, a dark green and narrow battle saber appeared in Peng Li's hand as he yelled out, "Receive my saber move first." The green battle saber was brandished lightly and countless green saber shadows were like the grass in spring. They broke out from the ground and burst out with vitality, death chi, and saber chi. Earth-class peak tier saber art. Plant withering glory saber art. Roar, the 9-headed dragon spirit rushed into the sky and the 9 dragon heads were like plows that plowed at the countless green saber shadows. Bang boom, the saber shadows were shattered and the 9-headed dragon spirit was also dispersed. This was the first time that Li Fuchen's 9-headed dragon spirit was dispersed. Peng Li's combat strength was much stronger than he imagined. Peng Li's cultivation technique was probably at the 31st rank and was 2 ranks higher than his divine flame red rainbow technique. Furthermore, the green battle saber in Peng Li's hand obviously wasn't a regular battle saber and should be at the earth-class high tier. It didn't matter which aspect, Peng Lu was at the pinnacle and was far superior to monarch-class disciples. Haha, very satisfying. Receive another saber move from me. Peng Lu slashed at Li Fuchen again and again. Each slash would produce a phenomenon, and it was the phenomenon produced by the saber field that affected the heaven and earth law. This is a true battle. Just like Peng Lu, Li Fuchen's blood was boiling and his battle intent was surging. The 9-headed dragon spirit condensed again and Li Fuchen and Peng Lu were in an intense battle. Boom boom boom, it was like thunder or an earthquake. Everywhere the duo passed by, the mountains would crumble and the ground would crack. Sand and rocks would fly and the wind and clouds would gather together as the duo fought. With the battle chi field, regular monarch-class disciples wouldn't be able to interfere. Even if they entered the chi field, they would be turned into a blood mist by the saber chi and spirit. After 100 moves, Peng Li's body suddenly surged with dark green radiance. Li Fuchen was using the greenwood power. With the support of the greenwood power, Peng Li's saber presence was even more vigorous. The entire sky was filled with the shadows of growing plants. They were frenziedly suppressing Li Fuchen's spirit and seizing a foothold. Just in time. When the spirit vanished, Li Fuchen's body was emitting red light and annihilating the plants. Immediately after, he executed a fist that was blazing with red light and cleanly destroyed Peng Li's saber shadow. The Nine Dragon's Claw was at the completion stage after all, while Li Fuchen had cultivated the mortal calamity to the perfection stage. A single fist was enough to destroy everything. What body refinement fist art is this? Peng Lu was shocked, and his saber presence was even more vigorous. It was a pity that in the face of the mortal calamity, everything was just fleeting clouds. With a moment of carelessness, Peng Li's battle saber was struck by Li Fuchen's fist and nearly sent the saber flying. An indescribable power was transmitted into Peng Li's body through the saber. Peng Li vomited a mouthful of fresh blood and suffered severe injuries. Peng Li's injuries recovered rapidly. After all, he possessed the 8-star greenwood bone frame and his healing abilities were beyond imagination. Senior Peng is being suppressed? Qin Ming's eyes widened as he couldn't believe his eyes. Skywood Divine Dipper. After taking a deep breath, Peng Li executed the 6-star secret technique. No wonder he is an emperor-class disciple. Li Fuchen felt his qi and blood turning cold. Peng Li's saber qi contained extremely powerful withering laws and saber Dao laws. It was able to affect his qi and blood vitality. If the mortal calamity power wasn't able to isolate the saber qi, Li Fuchen's qi and blood would have dried up. If I don't have the power devil gloves, I will have to use my blazing flame divine ability. Li Fuchen retreated, and when he was retreating, a pair of gloves that were covered with black scales appeared on his hands. Power Devil Gloves, Earth-class mid-tier body refinement gloves. After Li Fuchen became a monarch-class disciple, he requested for this pair of gloves from Grandmaster Hundred Smelt, one of the Violet Flower Kingdom's 5 great smithing sects. In order to forge this pair of gloves, Li Fuchen had spent a few million low-grade spirit stones to gather the materials. After all, body refinement materials were too hard to find, and high-grade body refinement materials were even harder to find. Had it not been for Li Fuchen being a monarch-class disciple, he wouldn't have been able to gather all the materials. To be serious, this pair of gloves wasn't considered a true Earth-class mid-tier body refinement gloves, as it still had flaws. It was mainly because Grandmaster Hundred Smelt was only able to forge Earth-class low-tier body refinement equipment flawlessly. Earth-class mid-tier body refinement equipment was somewhat lacking. It was fortunate that Li Fuchen gave him extremely high-grade materials, and one of them was an Earth-class high-tier body refinement material. Otherwise, the Power Devil gloves would be inferior by another level. After forging for 1 year, Grandmaster Hundred Smelt finally completed it 1 month ago. Right now, it was finally time to use it. After wearing the Power Devil gloves, Li Fuchen executed another fist strike. This time, the red light was blazing like the sun and emitted a misty red halo. Bang bang, Peng Li's saber qi was extinguished again. Tree World Descent. Peng Li yelled out and burst out with the finishing move of the Flora Withering saber art. When he brandished his saber, nearly all of his qi was emptied. Within the radius of a few dozen miles, the plants grew frenziedly. They grew from small grasses to towering trees, to sinister green vines, to continuous shrubs. Within the range of the saber field, Li Fuchen felt that he was separated from the outside world and was imprisoned in the plant world. The sinister green vines were trying to wrap around him and wanted to restrain him. The towering trees were frenziedly absorbing the vitality in the surroundings and also trying to absorb Li Fuchen's vitality. The continuous shrubs were like continuous saber moves that were pressing at Li Fuchen and didn't give him a chance to breathe. It was both false and real. This was a mysterious phenomenon produced by the saber domain affecting the laws of the world. The deepest level of killing intent was hidden in this mysterious phenomenon. His mastery of the Earth Realm Peak Tier saber art is even higher than my Cloud Flame Thousand Incineration. Even in the trance realm, the level of one's true qi cultivation and the level of one's cultivation method would also affect the level of subtlety of one's martial arts. But before the mortal tribulation, everything will be reduced to ashes. Li Fuchen took a deep breath and the red light on his body bloomed to the extreme, like a small red sun. Boom, the red light penetrated through the gaps in the shadowy plants that blotted out the sky. In the next moment, the shadowy plants that filled the sky turned into ashes and dissipated into nothingness. All things wither. Peng Li's final killer move followed. This move was indescribably bleak and cold. When he swung his saber, there were no longer any images of plants. Instead, there were only endless, dark, withered leaves. The endless leaves attacked Li Fuchen in a frenzy and it brought along boundless killing intent. All things would decline after reaching the extreme. When the plants flourished to the extreme, it was the start of the decline. That instant of decline was extremely cruel, and when it was reflected in the saber move, it would naturally increase the saber move's intent and killing intent. Li Fuchen's eyes were filled with admiration. He could see that Peng Lu had already cultivated this Earth-class peak-tier saber art to the extremity. If he improved further, it would definitely be close to a heaven-class saber art. It was a pity that Peng Lu didn't understand the mortal tribulation. The mortal tribulation was originally the calamity power produced when all things flourished to the extreme. Peng Li's saber art was the decline of the plants that flourished to the extreme. The two of them weren't on the same level. Therefore, when Peng Li's kill move collided with Li Fuchen's mortal tribulation, the leaves in the sky started to burn and it was inferior to the previous move. Peng Li's expression turned dark. Peng Li's body refinement fist art was too strange and it seemed to be restraining his plant withering glory saber art. It has been a long time since I used the Greenwood divine ability. Among those in the same realm, no one has been able to force me to use the Greenwood divine ability. Peng Lu kept the narrow and long battle saber while his body flourished with dark green radiance. Thin green vines started to grow on his body and they were like small green snakes that were filled with spirituality. Greenwood undying vines. Peng Lu yelled out and a green vine suddenly emerged and shot at Li Fuchen. Along the way, the vine rapidly thickened and was like a green flood dragon that lashed at Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen executed a fist strike and hit the end of the green vine. The red light extended and the green vine withered and decayed. But Li Fuchen, who had astounding spiritual awareness, was frowning. This green vine wasn't completely withered and decayed. There was still a trace of vitality in the depths of the vine. This vitality was extremely terrifying and it instantly recovered the green vine before it continued to lash at Li Fuchen. After 7 consecutive punches, Li Fuchen finally destroyed this green vine. Undying trait? Li Fuchen had a guess in his heart. Peng Lu grinned and said, "My Greenwood undying vines contains the undying law. It might only be a trace, but it is enough to render low-level battle spirit realm masters helpless. It is already shocking enough that you can destroy one. But what about 2, 3, or even dozens of them?" While speaking, over a dozen green vines emerged from Peng Li's body. The green vines crisscrossed and sealed off all of Li Fuchen's escape routes. Undying law, huh? Li Fuchen was rather surprised by Peng Li's divine ability. A divine ability that contained the undying law was obviously a very high-grade divine ability. The power of the awakened divine ability was mainly dependent on 3 factors. One factor was luck, another factor was the individual's trait, and the most important factor was the star grade of the bone frame. The higher the star grade of the bone frame, the stronger the awakened divine ability. This was without a doubt. Bai Lingshuang possessed the 7-star bone frame and her awakened ice mirror was obviously strange and powerful. Morong Tianqing's Heart of Star was also extremely tyrannical and belonged to the most comprehensive divine ability. As for Li Fuchen's Heart of Blazing Flame, it was an anomaly. Back when Li Fuchen awakened the Heart of Blazing Flame, he was only a 4-star bone frame. But the Heart of Blazing Flame was obviously of a high grade. It might not be comparable to Morong Tianqing's Heart of Star, but to a certain extent, it was similar. Li Fuchen reckoned that it should be his trait that had an effect. With just the mortal calamity, it was hard for Li Fuchen to deal with so many undying vines. Blaze, the blazing flame power surged out and Li Fuchen turned into a flaming man. The blazing flame in his chest was dazzling. Drawing the joint heaven sword, Li Fuchen cleaved at the green vines. Swish, the blazing flaming sword light lit up the void. Over a dozen vines were severed and started to burn. The power of Li Fuchen's blazing flame divine ability surprised Peng Lu. After the flames were extinguished, the vines grew violently and continued to twist and lash at Li Fuchen. Swish! Swish! The flaming sword light interweaved like a net and covered Li Fuchen's surroundings. The green vines were severed and couldn't get close. Go! All of the green vines on Peng Li's body shot out and were like countless green snakes that covered the sky. Some of the green vines drilled into the ground and broke out from the ground to attack Li Fuchen's lower body. Some of the green vines intertwined together and turned into green whips that were extremely aggressive. Some of the green vines had branches and leaves that were verdant and lush, blocking Li Fuchen's vision. In an instant, the radius of a few miles had turned into a world of vines. Li Fuchen wasn't anxious when he was surrounded by the vines. The joint heaven sword in his hand felt as though it was alive. Due to the extreme speed of brandishing, Li Fuchen's entire body was enveloped in a barrier formed by the flaming sword light. Any vines that made contact with the barrier would be instantly severed and burned. Peng Li's expression was getting darker. It was obvious that Li Fuchen's blazing flame divine ability had been comprehended to an extremely profound level. His greenwood undying vine's divine ability grade was higher than Li Fuchen's. In terms of divine ability comprehension, it had also reached 4.5 segments and was considered the pinnacle of the pinnacle. It was hard for Peng Lu to imagine how many segments of the blazing flame bone frame pattern Li Fuchen had comprehended. This battle had turned white-hot at the start and had gradually turned into a stalemate. Peng Li's greenwood undying vines contained the undying laws. Even if it was severed or burned by the blazing flame, it would be able to regenerate again and again. Li Fuchen's heart of blazing flame contained extremely profound blazing flame laws. A single sword strike would be able to sever and burn anything. As time elapsed, Zhang Dajiang and the others had also rushed over. After seeing this scene, they were all extremely shocked. It was fine if Li Fuchen was powerful, but when did an existence that was similar to Li Fuchen appear? Could he be an emperor-class disciple? Zhang Dajiang thought of something. This is an emperor-class disciple? Qin Ming initially wanted to wait for Peng Lu to defeat Li Fuchen so that he could seize more mountains. But as time passed, he no longer had such thoughts. At least, this thought had faded. As a monarch-class disciple, Qin Ming was rather disappointed. Comparing oneself to others was truly infuriating. In the face of an emperor-class disciple, a monarch-class disciple like him was no different from a passerby. The repercussions of the duo's exchange were too appalling. He had a feeling that if he was within a few miles, he would be killed immediately. After a long time, Peng Lu said, "I cannot defeat you. Let's consider it a draw." At the end of the battle, there would naturally be a victor, but it wasn't necessary. After all, this wasn't a battle of life and death. If the Greenwood's power was depleted, it wouldn't be worth it. Sure. Li Fuchen didn't wish to continue the battle. He might have 70% confidence to defeat Peng Lu at the very last moment. After all, apart from the blazing flame divine ability, his body refinement strength was also very powerful and wasn't much weaker than the blazing flame divine ability. If they were to fight to the death, Peng Lu wouldn't be able to break his defense within a short period of time. Give me some face and return my tyrant Saber-Sex mountains. Peng Lu said. Li Fuchen shook his head, I will return at most half, no more. Sure, we will fight again next time. On the third month, the second batch of white-scale herbs was sent back to the Red Rainbow sect. This batch of white-scale herbs was especially abundant and there were 52,000 stalks. It was 25 times more than the previous batch. The contribution coins reward was 7,500 for one time and 25 times would be 187,500. With the addition of the remaining 17,000, Li Fuchen now had a total of 204,500 contribution coins. Redeeming the second half of the Nine Dragons' Claw only required 120,000 contribution coins. After thinking about it, Li Fuchen redeemed the first half of the Earth-class high-tier body refinement art, Wind Cloud Tyrant Body, which cost him 35,000 contribution coins. If one's strength exceeds the same level, it doesn't seem to be a problem with contribution coins. Li Fuchen believed that if he was a regular monarch-class disciple, it would be hard to earn a few tens of thousands of contribution coins, let alone a few 100,000 contribution coins. Right now, as long as it was a low-class continent, he would be able to sweep through it. The White-Scale continent was a little special as there were too many monarch-class factions and there might be emperor-class disciples. In addition, powerful battle formations were also very threatening. Li Fuchen wasn't afraid of a battle formation with a few dozen individuals, but if it was a battle formation with 100 or a few hundred individuals, he reckoned that it wouldn't be easy to deal with them. Without thinking too much, Li Fuchen walked out of the secret manual tower and quickly returned to the White-Scale continent. The objective of conquering the Lookout Corner was achieved. Li Fuchen's next objective was to conquer the nearby regions too. The wide-scale continent was divided into a total of 18 regions. The 3 regions in the middle belonged to the 3 emperor-class factions. Each of these 3 regions was already comparable to 4 or 5 other regions. The other 15 regions belonged to the monarch-class factions. The lookout corner was just one of the 15 regions. The Silver Sand region then. Li Fuchen set his sights on the Silver Sand region. The Silver Sand region was garrisoned with 7 monarch-class factions, and it was much harder to conquer than the lookout corner. To a certain degree, the more monarch-class factions garrisoned in a region, it meant that the region was weaker. But manpower is a problem. If a lookout corner requires 30,000 men, the Silver Sand region will need at least 30,000 men. If it is accompanied by high-level Heaven Dipper realm martial artists, the manpower will at least be doubled. Reincarnation realm martial artists' awareness range was a few dozen miles, while high-level Heaven Dipper realm martial artists' awareness range was a few miles. As such, the difficulty of searching for the white-scale herbs would definitely increase. If it was Li Fuchen, a single thought would be able to envelop the entire mountain range with his spiritual awareness. He would be able to see clearly where the white-scale herbs were and where the white-scale herbs were matured. He reckoned that he would only need a few hours to harvest all the matured white-scale herbs, and his efficiency was at least a few hundred times higher than others. Doesn't matter. 100,000 or 80,000 high-level Heaven realm martial artists should be a small matter to the white-scale realm. Heaven level martial artists should sect. After all, the 7-color continent is a middle-level continent. The number of Heavenly Dipper realm martial artists is at least tens of millions. If a mere 180,000 Heavenly Dipper realm high-rank martial artists can't be summoned, it is not worthy of the identity of the overlord of the Scarlet Continent. But Li Fuchen neglected a problem, which was the consumption of teleportation. To teleport 100,000 individuals, the number of low-grade spirit stones wasn't just a few million or tens of millions, it was calculated in hundreds of millions. Even if each individual had 100,000 low-grade spirit stones, it would be at least 10 billion. This wasn't a small sum for the Red Rainbow sect. It was fortunate that as compared to the white-scale herbs, 10 billion low-grade spirit stones was still within the Red Rainbow sect's tolerance. After all, the teleportation would only require 1 or 2 trips. The white-scale herbs would increase by tens of thousands every month, and in a year, there would be an increase of a few 100,000. With the addition of other precious resources, this transaction was still worthwhile. As such, the Outer Sect Grand Elder Wang Kuei promised that he would send 100,000 men over in 1 month. There would be 20,000 Reincarnation Realm martial artists and 80,000 high-level Heaven Dipper Realm martial artists. 1 month, huh? Then I will wait for another 20 days before making a move. Li Fuchen estimated that he would need at most half a month to conquer the entire Silver Sand region. 20 days passed by in a flash, and Li Fuchen cultivated the Wind Cloud Tyrant body to the completion rank with ease. The completion rank of the Wind Cloud Tyrant body allowed Li Fuchen's defense to rise to a new level. Once the Wind Cloud Tyrant body was circulated, the body would be wrapped with a layer of pitch-black tyrannical chi. The Wind Cloud Tyrant body had an intense repulsive force. Be it attacking the enemy or receiving an attack from the enemy, the repulsive force would be transmitted out. It was the same as stacking a layer of attack and was extremely tyrannical. Apart from that, Li Fuchen's 9 Dragon's Claw had been forcefully pushed to the perfection rank after consuming multiple perception Dao elixirs. In terms of pure power, it was already comparable with the Mortal Calamity. In terms of attack range, it was far superior to the Mortal Calamity. It is time for me to stretch my body. Perhaps it was due to the influence of the body refinement technique and martial arts, Li Fuchen realized that he had become rather combative. Battles were able to make his blood boil and his thoughts clear. In a single day, Li Fuchen conquered the Silver Sword Guild's garrison. In 3 days, Li Fuchen conquered the 3 Monarch-class factions' garrison. 1 week later, the entire Silver Sand region was left with the strongest Cloud Sea Pavilion's garrison. In front of the Cloud Mist Mountains, Li Fuchen was facing 1,000 Cloud Sea Pavilion's garrison members by himself. Form the battle formation. The Cloud Sea Pavilion's supreme commander, Lin Peng, waved his hand and formed a square formation with 54 individuals. There was a total of 24 battle formations. The Cloud Sea battle formation was a 54-man battle formation. Lin Peng wasn't fearful even if he was facing the strongest monarch-class disciples. In the massive white-scale continent, the Cloud Sea battle formation was one of the top battle formations apart from the three Emperor-class factions garrison. There were only a handful of battle formations that were stronger than the Cloud Sea battle formation. 54-men battle formation, huh? Li Fuchen grinned and activated the Wind Cloud Tyrant body. His body was wrapped in the pitch-black Wind Cloud Tyrant. Kill. The 24 Cloud Sea battle formations turned into a sea of clouds and surged at Li Fuchen. Bang, one of the battle formations collapsed. It was followed closely by the second and third formation. In just a few breaths, half of the Cloud Sea battle formation had collapsed. Li Fuchen didn't even make a move and simply crashed into the formation to scatter it. Lin Peng was appalled. Li Fuchen didn't even make a move and had already destroyed the Cloud Sea battle formation. How were they going to fight? Ultimately, the entire Silver Sand region belonged to the Red Rainbow sect. The 100,000 individuals that came from the Red Rainbow sect were evenly distributed to each mountain range. But as Li Fuchen conquered the Lookout Corner and the Silver Sand region, he finally attracted the attention of the various monarch-class factions on the White-Scale continent. Even the three Emperor-class factions had turned their attention over. Over the years, the White-Scale continent might have disputes, but they were just small skirmishes. No one was like Li Fuchen, who conquered two major regions in a short period of time. This was simply going to set off a storm. The major regions that were closer to the Lookout Corner and the Silver Sand region had started to make their moves. They would either return to their sects to invite help or contact other major regions to teach Li Fuchen a ruthless lesson. Some of them even headed to the three central regions to see if they could borrow a 100-man battle formation or a battle formation that had more than 100 men. After cultivating the 9 Dragon's Claw to the perfection stage and the Wind Cloud Tyrant body to the completion stage, Li Fuchen had a deeper understanding of Qi blood, but it still wasn't enough for him to break through to the trance stage for the Mortal Calamity. Li Fuchen doubted if the Mortal Calamity could reach the trance stage. After all, the Mortal Calamity itself wasn't complete. Since it wasn't complete, it was naturally hard to comprehend the complete Mortal Calamity intent. The Perception Dao elixirs were already used up and there were still a few Red Rainbow elixirs left. Next, Li Fuchen placed all his energy on his Qi cultivation. He had a premonition that the Qi cultivation would be the first to break through to the Battle Spirit realm. The Body Refinement Dao didn't have any levels. According to the division of body refinement techniques, there were only sub-completion, completion, and perfection levels. There was a huge difference between sub-completion, completion, and perfection levels for different body refinement techniques. Li Fuchen might have already reached the perfection level of the Dragon Elephant Body Forging 5th chapter, but if he wanted to break through to the 6th chapter, it was useless to rely on resources. He had to rely on himself to comprehend and accumulate his body refinement foundation. It was a process that required a lot of time. In comparison, it was much easier for the Qi cultivation to break through. After all, the body refinement Dao was to cultivate the body, while the Qi cultivation Dao was to comprehend the heaven and earth and pursue the union of heaven and man. During this period of time, as long as there was comprehension and the mental state improved, it might be possible to break through. After using up the Red Rainbow elixirs, Li Fuchen's Qi cultivation was stabilized at the later stage of the 8th level of Reincarnation Realm. The further I go, the harder it is to progress. Li Fuchen lamented. Without the Red Rainbow elixirs and Perception Dao elixirs, even if he had astounding perception, he would need to spend a lot of time to reach his current level. Days passed by and it had been 10 days since Li Fuchen conquered the Silver Sand region. 10 days was enough for some people to request for reinforcements. On this day, the highest commander of the Cloud Sea Pavilion's garrison, Lin Peng, led 120 men to the Red Rainbow Mountains. These 120 men weren't the members of the Cloud Sea Pavilion's garrison, they were members from one of the 3 Emperor-class factions, the Floating Sky Mountains garrison. These 120 individuals didn't have high cultivation levels. They were only at the 7th or 8th level of Reincarnation Realm, but they were all arrogant and overbearing. As the highest commander of the Cloud Sea Pavilion's garrison, Lin Peng had been smiling along the way. To be honest, he was already rather surprised that the Floating Sky Mountains garrison was willing to send a 120-man battle formation over. Perhaps even the three Emperor-class factions garrison didn't like Li Fuchen. When the 121 individuals arrived at the vicinity of the Red Rainbow Mountains, Li Fuchen had already sensed them. After flying out of the Red Rainbow Mountains, Li Fuchen stood in the air and looked at Lin Peng and the others. "What's wrong? Did you find outside help?" Li Fuchen let out a smile that didn't look like a smile. Without waiting for Lin Peng to speak, a burly young man next to him said, "Admit defeat and compensate 100 million low-grade spirit stones, and this matter will be over. Otherwise, we don't mind helping you to loosen up your bones." He didn't believe that Li Fuchen had 100 million low-grade spirit stones on him, but the Red Rainbow sect had plenty of disciples stationed here and it was still possible to gather the required amount. There were 120 of them and each of them would receive close to 1 million low-grade spirit stones. It would be a worthwhile trip. "Let's form a battle formation. I would like to experience it for myself." Li Fuchen truly wanted to experience how powerful a 120-man battle formation was and if it was comparable to an Emperor-class disciple's strength. "Since you refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit, then don't blame us. Form the Healing Pot battle formation." The burly young man yelled out and the 120 individuals formed a Healing Pot battle formation. The Healing Pot battle formation was just an ordinary battle formation of the Floating Sky Mountain. As an Emperor-class faction, the Floating Sky Mountain's foundation wasn't something Monarch-class factions could imagine. A battle formation that consisted of a few dozen individuals was considered a mediocre battle formation in the Floating Sky Mountain. Kill. The Healing Pot battle formation that was wrapped with layers of water rushed at Li Fuchen. The water was like a flood dragon that pounced at Li Fuchen first. The prowess is rather powerful, but it isn't comparable to an Emperor-class disciple's strength. Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness was extremely sharp. A moment of sensing was enough to roughly understand the prowess of the Healing Pot battle formation. Roar! The nine-headed dragon spirit rushed into the sky as Li Fuchen clawed at the Healing Pot battle formation. Bang! The seemingly imposing Healing Pot battle formation didn't even last for a single breath and instantly crumbled. The 120 individuals that formed the battle formation all vomited fresh blood. The burly young man had an appalled expression as though he had seen a ghost. Lin Peng was also appalled. "The next time I come, it is best to have a 200-man battle formation, otherwise, it won't be enough." Li Fuchen turned around and returned to the Red Rainbow Mountains. Damn it, he must be an Emperor-class disciple. I misjudged him. The burly young man had a pale expression. Emperor-class disciple? Lin Peng didn't plan to participate in this matter. Contesting with an Emperor-class disciple was simply asking to be humiliated. The burly young man and Lin Peng didn't know that Li Fuchen's 9 Dragon's Claw had yet to reach the perfection stage and was already able to contest with the Emperor-class disciple, Peng Lu. Now that the 9 Dragon's Claw was at the next level, a mere 120-man battle formation was basically useless. The news of this battle was still spread out. All the factions on the White-Scale continent were silent. If even a 120-man battle formation wasn't a match for Li Fuchen, perhaps only Emperor-class disciples and a few hundred-men battle formation could defeat him. At the Floating Sky Mountains garrison, since he is an Emperor-class disciple, a 200-man battle formation won't work. Only the Floating Sky battle formation can deal with him. There is no hurry. If even the Floating Sky battle formation can't deal with him, then our Floating Sky Mountain will be humiliated. Let's wait for the other 2 Emperor-class factions to make a move first. The Floating Sky Mountains garrison maintained a wait-and-see attitude while the other 2 Emperor-class factions had the intention to compete. To them, it didn't matter how powerful Li Fuchen was, he was just a slightly stronger ant. The Emperor-class faction's foundation was merely the tip of the iceberg. They would even be able to deal with slightly stronger Emperor-class disciples. What? He even conquered the Silver Sand region? Inside the Red Rainbow sect's outer sect Grand Hall, Wang Kuwei and the outer sect elders looked at each other with dismay. It was already incredible to conquer the Lookout Corner, but conquering the Silver Sand region was simply the capability of an Emperor-class disciple. It didn't mean that the Silver Sand region was stronger than the Lookout Corner, but the influence of conquering 2 large regions was too great. Others weren't fools and would definitely request for reinforcements. They would either invite the Emperor-class disciples from their sects or the 3 Emperor-class factions garrisons to intervene. No matter which side it was, they wouldn't be easy to deal with. Li Fuchen's appearance had broken the balance and stability of the White-Scale continent. If they couldn't resist this storm, the Red Rainbow sect's garrison's favorable situation might vanish overnight. This is like walking on a tightrope. Wang Kuei rubbed his temple. The Dragon Pool and Tiger Pool required a large amount of white-scale herbs. The Red Rainbow sect also required a large amount of precious resources from the White-Scale continent. Therefore, the Red Rainbow sect placed great importance on the White-Scale continent, otherwise, they wouldn't have dispatched over 100,000 men. Let's wait for a moment. Once the situation on the White-Scale continent stabilizes, we will agree to his request and send more men over. Wang Kuei didn't immediately agree to Li Fuchen's request. A single teleportation would consume up to 10 billion low-grade spirit stones. No matter how many low-grade spirit stones the Red Rainbow sect had, they shouldn't waste them like this. Of course, if Li Fuchen was strong enough to resist this storm, it wouldn't be a problem to send more men over. The Wind Cloud Tyrant body contains extreme changes in hardness and softness. It's really amazing. On this day, Li Fuchen's Wind Cloud Tyrant body had finally reached the perfection stage. The pitch-black wind and cloud tyrannical aura surrounding Xiaochen's body seemed to be alive, wriggling and churning continuously. With a single punch, the void trembled twice. The power of this punch was even stronger than the 9 Dragon's Claw. Of course, the Wind Cloud Tyrant body focused on defense, so the Wind Cloud Hockey couldn't leave the body too much. It could only be used in close combat, and its attack range was far less than the 9 Dragon Claw. The 9 Dragon's Claw is in the middle range, the Mortal Calamity is in the short range, and the Wind Cloud Tyrant body is in the short range. This is the true invulnerability. Li Fuchen revealed a smile. Reincarnation realm martial artists that had strength that was comparable to Battle Spirit realm masters would have an attack range of a few dozen miles. But that was for Qi cultivation martial artists, while body refinement martial artists would only be able to reach a few miles. Furthermore, it had to be Qi spirit attacks. Take Li Fuchen's 9 Dragon's Claw for example. It was considered a pinnacle attack within 5 miles. Beyond 5 miles, the power would drastically decrease. The Mortal Calamity was only around 100 meters, while the Wind Cloud Tyrant body would lose half of its power beyond 10 meters. In the southeast direction of the Red Rainbow Mountains, a large group of high-level reincarnation realm martial artists were galloping over. There were around 500 to 600 of them. Another batch? Li Fuchen looked over. Before long, this group of martial artists appeared outside the Crimson Rainbow Mountain range. Li Fuchen, you have already disrupted the order of the White-Scale continent. Come with us. The 2 people in the lead were King-class students. Their presence was extraordinary, far stronger than by Ling Shuang and Xikong Zhan. Who are you people? Li Fuchen had already guessed who this person was, but he still wanted to confirm it. Dark Shadow Palace. Constellation Pagoda. The 2 king-level disciples said proudly. As expected. Li Fuchen raised his brows. Just like the Floating Sky Mountain, the Dark Shadow Palace and the Constellation Pagoda were both Emperor-class factions and could be said to be the uncrowned kings of the White-Scale continent. If you have the strength, why don't I go with you? Li Fuchen let out a faint smile. Stubborn fool, set up the formation. As the 2 Monarch-class disciples were speaking, the high-level reincarnation realm martial artists flew over and set up 2 large arrays. The Phantom Battle Formation was a 270-man battle formation. Minor Constellation Battle Formation, 280-man battle formation. Li Fuchen, if you surrender now, you still have a chance. A voice echoed from the battle formation that had faint shadows. Make your move. Li Fuchen's eyes burst with divine light. Phantom Sky Curtain. The first to attack was the Phantom Battle Formation. The illusory battle formation was no longer an ordinary battle formation in the Dark Shadow Palace. It came with its own battle formation technique. With the illusory battle formation as the center, a cluster of illusory shadows spread in all directions. In the blink of an eye, everything within 100 miles became hazy, as if covered by a layer of opaque gauze. Buzz, among the shadows, the void shadow battle formation instantly appeared behind Li Fuchen and a shadow tentacle lashed over. A battle formation with over 200 men is indeed extraordinary. It doesn't just have battle formation skills, it can also teleport over long distances. Li Fuchen squinted his eyes and lamented the terror of an emperor-class faction. The person who set up the array was only at the high level of reincarnation realm. If he was at the high level of battle spirit realm, wouldn't he be able to contest with primary sea realm monarchs? It could be said that battle formations brought out the advantage of numbers, provided that the battle formation was of a sufficiently high level. If it was any other emperor-class disciple, they would need to expend some energy to deal with the void shadow battle formation. It was a pity that Li Fuchen wasn't a simple emperor-class disciple. His spiritual awareness had already reached the primary sea realm. With a single thought, he could see the movement trajectory of the void shadow battle formation vividly in his mind. There were no secrets at all. In other words, the battle formation skill, Phantom Canopy, was ineffective against him. Turning around, Xianxia swung his fist, and the nine-headed dragon spirit roared as it collided with the tentacle. Bang, the tentacles were torn apart, and the phantom battle formation retreated more than a mile. What? He repelled the phantom battle formation? Within the minor constellation battle formation, the king-level disciple was shocked. The void shadow battle formation had 10 less members than the minor constellation battle formation and its power was slightly inferior. But the void shadow battle formation was rather agile and ever-changing, making it hard to defend against. Li Fuchen wasn't just able to defend perfectly, he was also able to repel the void shadow battle formation with a single fist. Amazing, the battle formation didn't collapse. This was the first time Li Fuchen wasn't able to destroy the battle formation in a single move. In the past, he didn't even need to use his full strength to destroy those formations in one move. Again. Li Fuchen was happy to have someone as his opponent. The nine-headed dragon spirit expanded and chased after the void shadow battle formation. Boom boom boom, one man against one formation, it was a frenzied battle. In summary, Li Fuchen had the absolute advantage. Every time he made a move, the void shadow battle formation would be pushed back violently and there weren't many opportunities to counterattack. Inside the void shadow battle formation, the king-level disciple with thin lips was gritting his teeth. If the combined strength of 270 men wasn't a match for Li Fuchen, how powerful was Li Fuchen? After clashing repeatedly, Li Fuchen was able to withstand it, but the void shadow battle formation wasn't able to withstand it. Everyone inside felt their chi getting sluggish and it was because the battle formation's power wasn't circulating smoothly. 270 men were still 270 men and they weren't a single entity. In this aspect, a battle formation would never be able to compare with a pure array. Why aren't you making a move? The king-level disciple with thin lips yelled at the minor constellation battle formation. Make a move. The minor constellation battle formation was like a cluster of stars that swept over. Bang boom, the nine-headed dragon spirit that was enveloping Li Fuchen was shaking. As compared to the void shadow battle formation, the minor constellation battle formation wasn't as flexible and versatile, but in terms of power, it was superior to the void shadow battle formation. Li Fuchen wasn't fearful when facing two battle formations by himself. He swung his fist and blasted out punches after punches. The two battle formations were like rubber balls that were constantly being repelled and pushed back. Damn it. The two monarch-class disciples that were leading the battle formation didn't have great expressions. Li Fuchen's attacks might have been evenly distributed by the battle formation's power and they weren't under a lot of pressure, but after enduring the continuous attacks, the battle formation's power circulation wasn't as smooth as before. Minor constellation divine light. The minor constellation battle formation was resplendent with stars and a thick divine light was shot at Li Fuchen. Rip, Li Fuchen used his claw to rip apart the divine light. Mortal calamity. Seizing an opportunity, Li Fuchen blasted the mortal calamity power on the minor constellation battle formation. Crackle. There was a crack on the surface of the minor constellation battle formation while a few of the constellation tower's outer sect disciples vomited fresh blood. The mortal calamity power's penetrative ability was extremely strong. At the start, the battle formation was rather smooth and Li Fuchen's mortal calamity power wasn't able to seep in. Now that the battle formation was sluggish, Li Fuchen's mortal calamity power was able to make use of every opportunity and finally injured a few of the Constellation Tower's outer sect disciples. As the Constellation Tower's outer sect disciples were injured, the minor constellation battle formation had a bigger flaw. The twinkling stars were distorting and becoming extremely unstable. Wind cloud quake. Li Fuchen smashed his fist on the minor constellation battle formation again. This time, it was the wind cloud tyrant body's move. Crackle crackle, inside the minor constellation battle formation, more Constellation Tower's outer sect disciples vomited fresh blood and the battle formation was finally on the verge of collapse. From the back, a long shadow tentacle lashed over. It was the void shadow battle formation that came to rescue. I am waiting for you. Li Fuchen's body was wrapped with the ink-black wind cloud tyrant. He intentionally endured the tentacle's attack before turning around and blasted a fist on the void shadow battle formation. The mortal calamity power extended. 9 Dragons Wild Dance. The two battle formations were on the verge of collapse, but Li Fuchen knew that if they were given a chance to catch their breath, the battle formations would recover quickly. After all, the people in the battle formations were only lightly injured and their chi presences were in a mess. The 9-headed dragon spirit split up and turned into 9 giant dragon spirits that were a few miles in length. They were like fried dough twists that wrapped around the two battle formations and twisted forcefully. Bang boom, the two battle formations were already extremely weak and couldn't withstand the twisting and instantly crumbled. Including the 2 monarch-class disciples, everyone in the battle formation vomited fresh blood and were sent flying. What an emperor-class disciple. You are the first 8-star body refinement bone frame that I have seen. It was unknown when a skinny youth with sharp eyes appeared a few miles away. He was dressed in silver clothes and had a silver longsword at his waist. He didn't emit any chi presence, but it gave off a terrifying feeling as though sword chi was everywhere. Emperor-class disciple? Li Fuchen turned to look. Li Fuchen wasn't surprised that there was a second reincarnation realm emperor-class disciple on the White-Scale continent. The White-Scale continent had close to 100 monarch-class factions and 3 emperor-class factions. There would definitely be some emperor-class disciples that had yet to progress to the battle spirit realm. The deterrence of an emperor-class disciple wasn't something that the Void Shadow Battle Formation and the Minor Constellation Battle Formation could compare with. The Void Shadow Battle Formation and the Minor Constellation Battle Formation might be able to contest with emperor-class disciples and could even defeat weaker emperor-class disciples. But if it was against those powerful emperor-class disciples, the Void Shadow Battle Formation and the Minor Constellation Battle Formation would be far inferior. It wasn't because of the inferior power, but the inferior methods and combat skills. The people who set up the battle formations had varying strength levels and their understanding of the battle formations wasn't uniform. Moreover, they weren't able to connect their minds, therefore, there would always be some flaws. The most important thing for a battle formation was coordination. If the coordination was good, even if each of them was weak in individual combat, when they worked together, they would be able to burst out with horrific power. Li Fuchen was certain that if the people who set up the Void Shadow Battle Formation or the Minor Constellation Battle Formation were able to connect their minds and comprehend the quintessence of the battle formation, even 5 of Li Fuchen would be wiped out. It was a pity that it was too difficult to satisfy these conditions. It was basically impossible to do it at the reincarnation realm. At the battle spirit realm, one might be able to completely comprehend the quintessence of the battle formation, but it was still a difficult task to connect their minds. However, emperor-level disciples were different. They were individuals, and their strength came from themselves. They could perfectly display every bit of their strength. Therefore, in a situation where their combat power was equal, a battle formation would definitely not be able to threaten an emperor-level disciple. Silver Sword Sect's Sun Tianyi. The silver-clothed young man said slowly. Red Rainbow Sect, Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen understood that the Silver Sword Guild was a monarch-class faction in the Silver Sand region. You and I are both emperor-class disciples. I hope this battle will be enjoyable for me. Take my sword. With a clang, the silver sword was unsheathed. Sun Tian became the union of man and sword and turned into a resplendent sword radiance that thrust at Li Fuchen. It was impossible to describe the sharpness and unstoppable force of this sword. It was as if the entire void was coming along with the sword. In terms of power, Sun Tiany's sword art was stronger than the minor constellation battle formation. In terms of concept, they could not be mentioned in the same breath. Roar, the nine-headed dragon spirit clashed with the sword aura, causing heaven and earth to change color. Boom boom boom, in practically the blink of an eye, the two of them had exchanged over a dozen moves. Every single move was extremely fast and ferocious. Terrifying sword chi and spirit swept out, causing the members of the Constellation Tower and Dark Shadow Palace to hurriedly retreat. The arrogance on their faces from before was nowhere to be seen. His regular combat strength is superior to Peng Lu. After exchanging over a dozen moves, Li Fuchen didn't have much of an advantage. During the fight with Peng Lu, Li Fuchen was able to suppress Peng Lu. Furthermore, the current Li Fuchen was much stronger than when he fought with Peng Lu. The Nine Dragon's Claw and Wind Cloud Tyrant body had reached the perfection stage. He is probably an 8-star Sword Dao bone frame. They were both 8-star bone frames, but the 8-star Sword Dao bone frame was naturally much stronger than the 8-star Greenwood bone frame. My Chi cultivation level and cultivation technique rank are much lower. Otherwise, I will be able to spar with him in sword art. Li Fuchen was a swordsman after all. Even if his bone frame was inferior, it didn't stop him from having the heart of a swordsman. Furthermore, with his perception, even if his bone frame was inferior, he believed that he wouldn't be inferior to any reincarnation realm swordsman in terms of sword art combat. As for the body refinement Dao, Li Fuchen was only treating it as a support. Swordsmen were always strong in offense and weak in defense. Li Fuchen didn't wish for himself to have a weakness. After executing the Nine Dragon's Claw, Mortal Calamity, and Wind Cloud Tyrant body, Li Fuchen gradually gained the upper hand. Celestial Sword Dao. After fighting for a long time, Sun Tiany yelled out and burst out with his kill move. The resplendent silver sword radiance was like the moonlight that illuminated the land. The extreme sword Dao law had permeated into all things in nature. Rumble, the rocks, plants, water, and violent winds were all restrained by the invisible sword Dao law and turned into sharp swords that slashed at Li Fuchen. Such a terrifying sword. A few dozen miles away, the two monarch-class disciples from the emperor-class factions were flabbergasted. Sun Tiany's sword had obviously resonated with the heaven and earth law. He had used the sword Dao law to replace the heaven Dao law and used everything in the world as swords to attack the enemy. Such a method was simply unimaginable. Just in time. Li Fuchen's sword Dao strength might not be comparable to Sun Tiany, but to be able to contest with a sword Dao expert, Li Fuchen's blood was still boiling. He executed a fist strike and the nine-headed dragon spirit burst into the sky. It tumbled and clashed with the sharp swords. The sharp swords that came from all things in the world were endless and there were more and more of them. Towards the end, the sky had turned dark and there were sharp swords everywhere. It felt as though they were contending against the heaven Dao. As the nine-headed dragon spirit gradually vanished, Li Fuchen's upper hand was gradually falling into a disadvantage. Boom, there was a burst of red light and a large number of sharp swords had crumbled. Within the 100-meter range, the Mortal Calamity's power was even stronger than the Nine Dragon's Claw. But soon enough, the Mortal Calamity couldn't withstand the incredible sword art. When the endless sharp swords were within 10 meters of Li Fuchen, the pitch-black Wind Cloud Tyrant burst out. The repulsive force had destroyed the sharp swords. After 15 minutes, Sun Tiany's forehead was perspiring with sweat. The celestial sword Dao was extremely taxing on his mind and wasn't able to execute it for a long period of time. He originally thought that even if he couldn't severely injure Li Fuchen with this move, he would at least be able to injure Li Fuchen lightly. He didn't expect for Li Fuchen's body refinement to be stronger than he imagined. Li Fuchen's 3 body refinement arts had been cultivated to an extremely high level. If he continued to persist and wasn't able to injure Li Fuchen, Sun Tiany's mind would probably wither. Flashy. Finally, Sun Tiany executed his sword Dao divine ability. A colorful world had enveloped Li Fuchen. In this colorful world, Sun Tiany wielded sharp swords and charged at Li Fuchen. At this moment, Li Fuchen had already condensed the nine-headed dragon spirit again. The spirit expanded and clashed with the Sun Tiany. Rip, there was the sound of cloth ripping. Li Fuchen's nine-headed dragon spirit contained a powerful body refinement law, but it wasn't at the trance stage and the intent wasn't complete. It was instantly sliced apart by Sun Tiany's sword and turned into nothingness. Heart of blazing flame. The surging heat was like a rising sun that radiated in all directions. The Sun Tiany that clashed with the nine-headed dragon spirit instantly melted. Such powerful blazing flame law. Sun Tiany's eyes contracted. This region was originally filled with Sword Dao law and all other laws were suppressed. But right now, the powerful blazing flame law appeared out of nowhere and was growing frenziedly. Not only was his Sword Dao law unable to suppress it, but a portion of it was also destroyed. Sun Tiany looked at Li Fuchen and his eyes contracted again. The current Li Fuchen was like a flaming man. At his chest, there was an extremely condensed flame seed that was burning. At the edge of the flame seed, there was a scarlet pattern. Seeing the scarlet pattern, Sun Tiany knew that Li Fuchen's blazing flame law comprehension had already surpassed his Sword Dao law by quite a bit. Li Fuchen had probably comprehended the fifth segment. Every time the bone frame pattern's comprehension increased by one segment, the divine ability's power would transform. There might only be a difference of one segment between 4, 9 segments and 5 segments, but the latter was enough to crush the former. Sun Tiany's guess was correct. Li Fuchen's blazing flame pattern was indeed comprehended to the 5th segment. During the battle with Peng Lu, Li Fuchen's blazing flame pattern was stuck between 4, 9 to 5 segments. It could be said that it was extremely close to 5 segments. It had been a few days since the battle and with Li Fuchen's perception, he finally broke through. After comprehending the blazing flame pattern to the 5th segment, Li Fuchen felt that the blazing flame law and blazing flame qi in the world were much more intimate with him. In a single thought, the blazing flame law was in a riot and instantly broke through the Sword Dao law suppression. The rainbow world contracted and Sun Tiany personally charged at Li Fuchen. His body was wrapped with sharp Sword Dao law. Just in time. After executing his divine ability, Li Fuchen was finally able to exchange moves with Sun Tiany with sword skills. Clang 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 clang, wielding the joint heaven sword, Li Fuchen constantly blocked Sun Tiany's attacks. The speed at which the two swords clashed was like the rain hitting the pipa without any gaps. After dozens of strikes, Sun Tiany frowned. He didn't expect Li Fuchen's sword skills to be so exceptional. How was this a body-refining martial artist? He was clearly an extremely powerful swordsman. At least in terms of sword skills, Li Fuchen wasn't inferior to him. The earth was torn apart and the mountains were cut in half. The battle between the two could only be described as thrilling. Without the restraint of sword arts, pure sword arts were undoubtedly more flexible and difficult to guard against. In terms of power, under the enhancement of the divine ability, the earth-level peak-tier sword technique could not compare to the pure sword technique that the two of them were currently displaying. 50 moves. 100 moves. The two's flame power and sword power were quickly consumed. Li Fuchen reckoned that his blazing flame power was probably inferior to Sun Tiany's Sword Dao power. After all, special bone frames would generally be able to stimulate special powers at the Earth realm. Regular extraordinary bone frames would generally need to be at the reincarnation realm to stimulate extraordinary powers. Li Fuchen was rather special. Even though Li Fuchen's blazing flame bone frame pattern was already at the 5th segment and he was able to absorb the blazing flame power at an extremely fast speed, it was still impossible for him to surpass these Emperor-class disciples. I have to end this battle quickly. The scarlet pattern at the edge of Li Fuchen's flame seed had extended to the sides. At the same moment, more blazing flame power surged into the flame seed. When the sword was cleaved, the surging blazing flame law turned the joint heaven sword red. It was like a sword of lava and when brandished, the scarlet sword light interweaved and had extreme explosive power. Sparks from the lava burst out and there was an ear-piercing sound of metal clashing. Li Fuchen's sword speed was too fast and Sun Tiany was barely able to block. It was very difficult for him to counterattack. Furthermore, he didn't have to be in a hurry to counterattack. He could see that Li Fuchen's blazing flame power wouldn't be able to last longer than his Sword Dao power. Once Li Fuchen's blazing flame power was exhausted, Sun Tiany would be able to defeat Li Fuchen in a single sword. Li Fuchen naturally wasn't going to compete with Sun Tiany in a battle of attrition. Sun Tiany was different from Peng Lu. Peng Li's greenwood undying vines was only formidable with the undying law and was much weaker in terms of attack. Sun Tiany's gaudy splendor was formidable with the sword Dao La and had abnormally horrific attack. Once the blazing flame power was exhausted, Li Fuchen wouldn't be a match for Sun Tiany. My spiritual awareness is also my advantage. Apologies. Li Fuchen muttered in his heart while the joint heaven sword suddenly thrust at Sun Tiany's throat from an unbelievable angle. What? Sun Tiany was appalled. Li Fuchen's angle was too crafty, and no matter what angle he used to block, there would be a flaw. Clang! Despite having a bad premonition, Sun Tiany still swung his sword at the best angle to block. He only hoped that Li Fuchen's sword earlier was coincidentally finding the best attack trajectory. It was proven that he was overly optimistic. Li Fuchen's second sword was still targeting at Sun Tiany's blind spot. Of course, for a swordsman like Sun Tiany, there was basically no blind spot. Even if there was, with Li Fuchen's current sword speed, he wouldn't be able to grasp this fleeting opportunity. After all, no matter how incredible the spiritual awareness was, if the body couldn't keep up, it would be useless. Clang! There was a burst of magma sparks as Sun Tiany blocked Li Fuchen's joint heaven sword again. However, there was a slight change in his center of gravity. Defeat. Li Fuchen's eyes burst out with dazzling radiance as his sword brushed past Sun Tiany's silver sword and struck at Sun Tiany's left shoulder. Sun Tiany was wearing an Earth-class mid-tier artifact armor and this sword wasn't able to pierce through his left shoulder. However, the joint heaven sword contained powerful blazing flame sword chi that even the Earth-class mid-tier artifact armor couldn't completely isolate. Sun Tiany was instantly injured. Not good. Sun Tiany burst in retreat with the intention of increasing the distance. How could Li Fuchen allow him to do as he wished? He brandished his sword consecutively. PFFF, after vomiting a mouthful of fresh blood, Sun Tiany was sent flying. I didn't expect your awareness to be so powerful. Sun Tiany believed that his awareness wasn't inferior to Battle Spirit Realm Master's spiritual awareness. But Li Fuchen's awareness was obviously stronger, otherwise, it was impossible for him to repeatedly strike at the blind spot. Therefore, in terms of sword skill proficiency, he didn't lose to Li Fuchen, he only lost in awareness. Your awareness isn't weak either. If a monarch-class disciple was competing with him in sword skills, Li Fuchen's first sword would be able to severely injure the monarch. Emperor-class disciples were ultimately Emperor-class disciples and their awareness was far superior to martial artists of the same cultivation realm. You win. We shall meet again. As an Emperor-class disciple and an elite swordsman, Sun Tiany didn't want to waste time. A loss was a loss, he would just win it back next time. Are all of you still not leaving? Li Fuchen looked at the members of the Umbra Palace and Constellation Tower. Let's go. Seeing that the Emperor-class disciple, Sun Tiany, wasn't a match for Li Fuchen, the Monarch-class disciples of the Umbra Palace and Constellation Tower had no choice but to retreat. Soon enough, Li Fuchen was the only one left in the messy region. It feels rather good to have an intense battle every once in a while. The abnormally vigorous chi blood allowed Li Fuchen to enjoy the joy of battle. Especially during the battle with the Emperor-class disciples, he felt a sense of pressure. At the current stage, pressure was extremely important to him. Because his current life was too comfortable, there were no threats and no existential crisis. But he knew clearly that this world wasn't without threats and existential crisis. It was just that it wasn't the right time yet. Once a true threat arrived, he might experience what it meant to be weak. After all, he was only at the reincarnation realm. There was still the Battle Spirit Realm, Primary Sea Realm, Law Phase Realm, and above the Law Phase Realm. In fact, there were saints above the Law Phase Realm. During the battle with the sea beasts, Li Fuchen vaguely knew that the Red Rainbow sect was also facing a crisis. The demonic ruler's corpse was most likely obtained by the Red Flood Dragon King. This was his intuition. Once the Red Rainbow King absorbed the essence blood from the demonic ruler's corpse, Li Fuchen couldn't imagine how strong the Red Rainbow sect would become. With the Red Rainbow sect in turmoil, Li Fuchen's days wouldn't be any better. While my current life is still rather comfortable, I have to increase my cultivation and strength as soon as possible. Li Fuchen said to himself. On the 4th month, Li Fuchen brought 91,500 stalks of white scale herbs back to the Red Rainbow sect. He had already returned once and it was mainly to redeem the second half of the Wind Cloud Tyrant body. Since the Red Rainbow sect didn't stipulate that the white scale herbs had to be handed over every month, it was fine if it was half a month or a month. The previous time he returned, he had gathered enough contribution coins to redeem the second half of the Wind Cloud Tyrant body that was worth 105,000 contribution coins. After redeeming the contribution coins, Li Fuchen's contribution coins reached 340,000. This was a very shocking number. Only he who had the strength of an emperor-class disciple could earn contribution coins so easily. The other monarch-class disciples couldn't even think about it. To be serious, Li Fuchen's strength had already surpassed regular emperor-class disciples. After all, Li Fuchen had consecutively defeated 3 emperor-class factions battle formations, as well as the emperor-class disciples Peng Lu and Sun Tianyi. During this period of time, if Li Fuchen was defeated once, he wouldn't be in such a great situation. But as compared to emperor-class disciples, Li Fuchen was still inferior. In the sect, besides a few secret manuals, emperor-class disciples could cultivate the rest of the secret manuals for free. They did not need contribution coins at all. Coming to the secret book tower, Li Fuchen went to the 3rd floor. The 3rd floor had a huge collection of secret techniques. Since he had enough contribution coins now, Li Fuchen was planning to redeem a few 6-star secret techniques that were useful to him. Spiritual Sense Thorn, a secret spiritual sense attack technique. Spiritual sense turns into a thorn and directly attacks the enemy's spiritual sense. 30,000 contribution coins. 1,000 illusion eyes, a secret eye technique that can cause the enemy to fall into an illusion. Requires 30,000 contribution coins. The 6-star secret technique that Li Fuchen previously felt wasn't that expensive anymore. My spiritual awareness is comparable with high-level primary sea realm monarchs. It will be a waste if I don't redeem a spiritual sense attack technique. I can also cultivate some eye technique secret techniques to see if they are suitable for me. Without hesitation, Li Fuchen chose the Thorn of Spiritual Sense and the 1,000 illusion eyes. Next, Li Fuchen was still lacking a Qi transformation secret technique. Among the over 26-star secret techniques, there were around 9 types of Qi transformation secret techniques. They were the Perfect Circle Dipper Qi, Dragon Snake Qi, Clear Sky Great Technique, Hidden Dragon Violent Qi, etc. In the end, Li Fuchen chose the Perfect Circle Dipper Qi. This 6-star Qi transformation secret technique was the most neutral and peaceful one and was suitable for the second transformation. As for 7-star secret techniques, Li Fuchen didn't consider them. The cheapest 7-star secret technique would require at least 1 million contribution coins. After all, 7-star secret techniques were secret techniques that corresponded to primary sea realm monarchs. They were even more precious than Earth-class peak-tier cultivation techniques. Let alone Li Fuchen, even Emperor-class disciples would need to use contribution coins to cultivate 7-star secret techniques. It was impossible to cultivate them for free. 3 6-star secret techniques had cost Li Fuchen a total of 100,000 contribution coins. Li Fuchen was still left with 240,000 contribution coins. After thinking about it, Li Fuchen redeemed the last 3 ranks of the Divine Flame Red Rainbow technique. After comprehending the Blazing Flame Bone Frame pattern to the 5th segment, Li Fuchen had a deeper understanding of the Blazing Flame Law. The Divine Flame Red Rainbow technique intent was closely related to the Blazing Flame Law. As the Blazing Flame Law was comprehended, the Divine Flame Red Rainbow technique intent would naturally be comprehended as well. In just a short period of time, Li Fuchen should be able to break through to the 30th rank. By then, he would need the cultivation techniques for the next 3 ranks. The last 3 ranks of the cultivation techniques would require a total of 168,000 contribution coins. As such, Li Fuchen was only left with 72,000 contribution coins and it was very fast to use them. Let's do this for now. Li Fuchen carried a large pile of manuals that only had introductions and arrived at the exchange office on the 1st floor of the secret manual tower. When the tower guardian elder saw Li Fuchen taking so many manuals, his eyes were wide open. Li Fuchen's actions on the White Scale continent had already reached the tower guardian elder. Therefore, he knew that Li Fuchen wasn't a regular monarch-class disciple and didn't say anything. Li Fuchen left the secret manual tower while holding the branded book. White Scale Continent, Red Rainbow Mountains. On a mountain peak, a large amount of spiritual awareness surged out from Li Fuchen's glabella. It then squirmed and compressed rapidly, turning into an invisible thorn that shot out. Boom, Li Fuchen could vaguely hear a trace of a sound. The thorn of spiritual awareness is completed, but there is no way to test it. It is fine if the power is low, but if the power is high, it might destroy the opponent's awareness or spiritual awareness. It is too dangerous. Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness was too powerful, and cultivating the thorn of spiritual awareness was simply a matter of time and didn't require much effort. After thinking about it, it was understandable. Be it Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness or perception, they were both at the primary sea realm. It was extremely easy for a primary sea realm monarch to cultivate a 6-star secret technique. Next up, Li Fuchen started to cultivate the 1,000 illusion eyes. As compared to the thorn of spiritual awareness, the 1,000 illusion eyes was at least 10 times harder. Generally speaking, in order to cultivate illusion technique secret techniques or ocular technique secret techniques, one would need to have illusion technique aptitude. Without illusion technique aptitude, it wouldn't be as easy to cultivate. Even if one spent 10 times the time, they might not be able to achieve much. Li Fuchen's illusion technique aptitude was very high, and in just a single day, he had already cultivated the 1,000 illusion eyes to the entry stage. Li Fuchen reckoned that one of the criteria for illusion technique aptitude was the spirit soul. The stronger the spirit soul, the better the control of illusion techniques. It just so happened that the spirit soul was Li Fuchen's greatest advantage. In terms of the spirit soul essence, even Law Phase realm emperors might not be able to compare with him. After the entry stage of the 1,000 illusion eyes, Li Fuchen only needed to activate the 1,000 illusion eyes to produce a kaleidoscope of complicated colors. At the same time, there would be a hallucination chi presence that would be emitted from the eyes. Wherever the eyes looked, the insects on the ground and the birds in the sky would either be stunned or stiffened and fall from the sky. No wonder it is called ocular technique secret technique. This secret technique requires the eyes as a medium to transmit the hallucination chi presence. 1,000 illusion eyes subcompletion stage. 1,000 illusion eyes completion stage. With the pale purple spirit soul as support, Li Fuchen cultivated the 1,000 illusion eyes to the completion stage in a short period of time. After the 1,000 illusion eyes was at the completion stage, even if he didn't activate the 1,000 illusion eyes secret technique, as long as he looked at the insects and birds, they would stiffen and fall into an illusion. Of course, it was mainly because the insect spirit soul was too weak and couldn't withstand the traces of hallucination chi presence. In less than a month, Li Fuchen had cultivated the thorn of spiritual awareness and 1,000 illusion eyes to the completion stage. His perception and aptitude were truly unmatched. It was a known fact that for a battle spirit realm master to cultivate a 6-star secret technique to the completion stage, it would take years to do so. Of course, above the completion stage was the perfection stage. The difference between the completion stage and perfection stage was the true gap. The completion stage meant that you would be able to utilize 90% of the secret technique's power. The perfection stage meant that you would be able to utilize 100% of the secret technique's power. Most importantly, only secret techniques at the perfection stage were considered flawless. It was just like the 1,000 illusion eyes. Before reaching the perfection stage, there would still be flaws. But after reaching the perfection stage, the flaws would vanish. In order to resist the 1,000 illusion eyes, one would have to rely on their spirit soul willpower to resist. Of course, if the opponent's illusion technique proficiency was also very high, it would be a different matter. Li Fuchen couldn't find anyone to experiment with the thorn of spiritual awareness, but it wasn't a problem to find someone to experiment with the 1,000 illusion eyes. On this day, Li Fuchen found 3 Red Rainbow Sect Outer Sect disciples. Those that could become the Red Rainbow Sect's Outer Sect disciples were all outstanding 6-star bone frames, and their spirit soul willpower should be very strong. Senior Li, just execute the 1,000 illusion eyes. You don't have to worry about us. The 3 Red Rainbow Sect Outer Sect disciples were very happy. Li Fuchen was a godlike existence on the White Scale continent. He used his strength to conquer the Lookout Corner and the Silver Sand region. In the entire White Scale continent, apart from the 3 Emperor-class factions, only the Red Rainbow Sect's garrison had such a large territory. As the highest commander of the Red Rainbow Sect's garrison, Li Fuchen had a certain authority to deal with the resources that the Red Rainbow Sect didn't value much. These resources were very tempting to the Outer Sect disciples. After all, there were plenty of resources, and even if the Outer Sect disciples didn't need them, they could sell them and earn a large sum of low-grade spirit stones. The prerequisite was to have a good relationship with Li Fuchen. Be careful. Activating the 1,000 illusion eyes, Li Fuchen's eyes landed on the trio. Silently, a tyrannical psychedelic aura enveloped the three of them. Instantly, the three of them were dumbfounded. But soon, the three of them began to struggle. Some were in pain, some were terrified, and some were giggling like idiots. It was as if they had experienced something in the illusion. The 1,000 illusion eyes can guide the enemy's mental weakness and create an extremely realistic illusion. The bigger the mental weakness, the more realistic the illusion. Li Fuchen was very satisfied to be able to make the trio fall into an illusion. This meant that the 1,000 illusion eyes weren't weak. 5 minutes later, one of the Red Rainbow Sect Outer Sect disciples woke up. His body was drenched in sweat, and he looked very dispirited. Soon enough, the other 2 Red Rainbow Sect Outer Sect disciples woke up too. It's too real. Is this the 1,000 illusion eyes? The 3 of them looked terrified. If Li Fuchen was an enemy, they would have died 1,000 times. But they knew clearly that with Li Fuchen's strength, he didn't need to use the 1,000 illusion eyes to kill them. A single move was enough to kill them. All of you may leave. As for the new batch of resources, each of you can buy them at 80% of the price, but the total amount you buy is not to exceed 500,000 low-grade spirit stones. Resources worth 500,000 low-grade spirit stones could be sold for more than 1 million low-grade spirit stones in the market. Thank you, Senior Li, the trio was delighted. They weren't as wealthy as Monarch-class disciples. In the past, they would only be able to purchase 500,000 low-grade spirit stones every year. This time, it was the same as having an extra quota. After the trio left, Li Fuchen thought to himself, an outstanding 6-star bone frame actually fell into an illusion for more than 5 minutes. I wonder how long will 7-star bone frames fall into an illusion. Li Fuchen was planning to find Xikong Zhan to test it out. One price, 2,000 contribution coins. Xikong Zhan had already lost the thought of contesting with Li Fuchen. Right now, he just wanted to progress to the battle spirit realm as soon as possible. Of course, if there was an opportunity to earn contribution coins, he wouldn't let it go. Furthermore, he wanted to deal a blow to Li Fuchen. Xikong Zhan was rather confident in his willpower and didn't believe that Li Fuchen could make him fall into an illusion. Sure. Li Fuchen nodded. In fact, Li Fuchen could just make Xikong Zhan fall into an illusion, but it wasn't necessary as he didn't lack the 2,000 contribution coins. Activating the 1,000 illusion eyes, Li Fuchen's eyes turned dreamy and gorgeous. Xikong Zhan yelled out in his heart. He who was full of vigor had become drowsy in front of Li Fuchen's eyes. It felt as though his body and spirit soul had been separated and he couldn't even move a finger. In the next moment, Xikong Zhan had completely fallen into an illusion and his eyes had turned dull. When Xikong Zhan woke up, his body was covered in a layer of cold sweat. How long did I fall into the illusion? After taking a deep breath, Xikong Zhan asked with an awful expression. Li Fuchen laughed, no wonder you are a Monarch-class disciple. It has only been 10 breaths. 10 breaths. Xikong Zhan wanted to curse. 10 breaths wasn't a short period of time. Let alone 10 breaths, a single breath was enough to kill him. In a contest between experts, the outcome was usually decided in a single thought. Where are the contribution coins? Xikong Zhan asked stiffly. Here. Li Fuchen tossed 2 1,000 contribution coins to Xikong Zhan. After taking the contribution coins, Xikong Zhan left with an unhappy expression. It was unknown how Bai Ling Shuang obtained the information and wanted to experience Li Fuchen's 1,000 illusion eyes too. In this regard, Li Fuchen naturally wished for nothing more. The facts had proven that Bai Ling Shuang's spirit soul willpower was much superior to Xikong Zhan. She only took 3 breaths to withdraw from the illusion. Such an incredible ocular secret technique. Bai Ling Shuang lamented. She felt that after progressing to the battle spirit realm, she could cultivate some illusion techniques. She didn't need to defeat the enemy, but she wouldn't fall into the enemy's illusion. You should be progressing to the battle spirit realm soon, right? Li Fuchen could feel that Bai Lingshuang's awareness was gradually transforming into spiritual awareness. This was a sign that she was about to progress. You can see through me? I should be able to progress in at most 1 or 2 months. Bai Lingshuang raised her brows. 7-star bone frames didn't have any bottleneck when progressing to the battle spirit realm. As long as there was enough accumulation, they would be able to progress smoothly. Then I shall congratulate you in advance. When a monarch-class disciple progressed to the battle spirit realm, the sect would give a one-time reward of 100,000 contribution coins. Apart from that, after progressing to the battle spirit realm, they would be able to explore low-class continents that were slightly superior. The so-called low-class continents were those low-class continents that allowed battle spirit realm masters to move around. After another half a month, Li Fuchen's Divine Flame Red Rainbow technique finally broke through to the 30th rank. At the same time, his Qi cultivation had also reached the 9th level of Reincarnation Realm. When complemented with the 6-star secret technique, Perfect Circle Dipper Qi, Li Fuchen's Qi cultivation strength wasn't inferior to his body refinement strength. If he stacked the Bronze Sword essence, he would be able to compete with his body refinement strength. But it was a pity that the Perfect Circle Dipper Qi might be able to stack with the Bronze Sword essence, but the power wasn't as expected. Li Fuchen guessed that the gap between 6-star secret techniques was already very small. Stacking would only increase the power by 1 level and wouldn't be able to increase it by multiple levels. Li Fuchen reckoned that even if a 5-star Qi cultivation technique was stacked with the Bronze Sword essence, the power wouldn't be inferior to the stacking of the Bronze Sword essence with the Perfect Circle Dipper Qi. If the Bronze Sword essence was a transformation array, then the Perfect Circle Dipper Qi and the 5-star Qi cultivation technique were Heaven and Earth Qi. The former's Qi grade was already high. After being transformed by the transformation array, it would only be slightly stronger. The latter's Qi grade was low, but after being transformed by the transformation array, the Qi grade would increase drastically and the final Qi wouldn't be inferior to the former. Of course, despite the case, when the two were stacked, the burst of power was already comparable to a slightly stronger 7-star secret technique. Otherwise, Li Fuchen's Qi cultivation strength wouldn't be able to contest with his body refinement strength. Flying above the sea of clouds, Li Fuchen's Divine Flame Red Rainbow Qi instantly transformed into the Perfect Circle Dipper Qi. It then flowed through the Bronze Sword essence and transformed into the Bronze Sword Qi. Split. With a slash, a blazing sword Qi that was a few miles long swept out and slashed to part the sea of clouds that was dozens of miles long. Only Qi cultivation martial arts can have such a huge attack range. Li Fuchen smacked his lips. After conquering the Lookout Corner and the Silver Sand region, Li Fuchen thought about it and gave up on the idea of conquering the 3rd region. After conquering 2 regions, he had already provoked the 3 Emperor-class factions to send battle formations over. If he was to conquer the 3rd region, he would probably infuriate 90% of the Monarch-class factions. There wasn't a need for a lot, just 3 to 5 Emperor-class disciples or the 3 Emperor-class factions would send a battle formation of 300 to 400 men. Li Fuchen wouldn't be a match for them and by then, the current advantageous situation would crumble. Without absolute strength, Li Fuchen didn't plan to challenge everyone's bottom line. Moreover, he was already very satisfied with his monthly income of hundreds of thousands of contribution coins. When it was the 6th month, Li Fuchen's contribution coins suddenly increased by 350,000. With the addition of the 5th month's earnings and the remaining 72,000 contribution coins, Li Fuchen's contribution coins had reached an unprecedented 800,000. After spending 60,000 contribution coins, Li Fuchen redeemed another Earth-class peak-tier sword art, the Flowing Flame Sword Art. If the Cloud Flame Thousand Incineration pursued extreme lethality, then the Wild Stream Sword Art pursued extreme speed. However, in terms of power, the Wild Stream Sword Art was actually not inferior to the Cloud Flame Thousand Incineration. After all, the exchange price of the Cloud Flame Thousand Incineration was 45,000 contribution coins, whereas the Wild Stream Sword technique was 60,000 contribution coins. There was a difference of 15,000 contribution coins. Just as Li Fuchen cultivated the Flowing Flame Sword Art to the perfection stage, the first Emperor-class disciple that Li Fuchen fought, Peng Lu, arrived. Li Fuchen, this is our final battle at the reincarnation realm. Peng Lu was actually able to break through to the battle spirit realm a few months ago, but he forcefully suppressed his chi cultivation and wanted to defeat Li Fuchen at the reincarnation realm. Why? You broke through again? Li Fuchen revealed a smile that didn't look like a smile. Peng Lu said, you will know after you try. This time, we will not compete with divine abilities, we will compete with regular strength. Sure. Li Fuchen nodded. Skywood Divine Dipper. Peng Lu didn't plan to waste time and immediately activated the 6-star secret technique, Skywood Divine Dipper. His body's 8 desolate divine wood chi was rapidly transmuted into the Skywood Divine Dipper. Withered Tree revives. With a loud yell, Peng Lu wielded the battle saber and cleaved violently. Initially, the boundless saber chi was very weak and was like a gentle breeze that wasn't eye-catching. But in an instant, the saber chi burst out. It was like a withered tree that was glowing with unprecedented vitality. It is indeed stronger, but it is still not enough. Li Fuchen could see that Peng Lu either had a breakthrough in his cultivation technique rank or his 6-star secret technique was at the perfection rank. Otherwise, the power of this saber wouldn't be so powerful and violent. It was a pity that Peng Lu had great progress during the past few months, but Li Fuchen had even greater progress. Without bursting out with his body refinement strength, Li Fuchen drew the joint heaven sword and poured the bronze sword chi into the joint heaven sword. He then executed the cloud incineration. The sword light was like a cloud of fire that surged and poured down. It clashed with the saber chi that was like a violent wind. Clang 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 clang, the saber chi and sword chi were like steel, and when they clashed, there was actually the sound of metal clashing. At this moment, it was all about whose move was stronger and whose attack was stronger. If the move wasn't powerful enough, there would be flaws. If the attack wasn't powerful enough, the chi force would immediately crumble. But it was obvious that Li Fuchen's sword chi was slightly stronger than Peng Li's saber chi. When the overwhelming saber chi vanished, there were at least dozens of sword chi that assaulted Peng Lu. Peng Lu had an abnormally grave expression. He assumed that Li Fuchen's body refinement strength was formidable, but he didn't expect for Li Fuchen's chi cultivation strength to be comparable with his body refinement strength. When facing a body refinement martial artist, Peng Li's saber moves were naturally mystical. But when facing an elite swordsman, Peng Li's saber moves might not be mystical or powerful. Overgrown vegetation. 10 incineration. Tree world's descent. 100 incineration. Withering of all things. 1000 incineration. The duo exchanged moves and each move contained multiple saber moves or sword moves. Each move contained thousands of transformations and it was extremely dangerous. It wasn't something that body refinement martial artists could experience. From the start to the end, Li Fuchen had been suppressing Peng Lu. Peng Li's saber moves weren't flawless and his chi movement was in a mess. Not good. Peng Lu had also noticed that his chi movement was in a mess. If his chi movement was in a mess, his saber moves would naturally reveal flaws. To a regular person, this flaw wasn't considered a flaw. But to an elite swordsman like Li Fuchen, a flaw was a flaw and it couldn't be concealed. Li Fuchen's figure flashed violently as he approached Peng Lu. Subsequently, thousands of green and red sword lights poured down at Peng Lu. Each of the green and red sword lights seemed to have spirituality as they slashed and thrust at Peng Li's most uncomfortable spots. Clang 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 clang. Peng Li's battle saber turned into a layer of saber screen to block the thousands of green and red sword lights. The resplendent sparks were like a rain of light that sprayed in all directions. TSS, there was a fine crack on the saber screen, followed by the second, third. In the blink of the eye, the saber screen was filled with cracks before it collapsed. PFFF, Peng Lu vomited a mouthful of fresh blood and was sent flying. This time, he had lost. He had nothing to say about his loss. It seems like I can't defeat you at the reincarnation realm. Why didn't you execute your sword art previously? Peng Lu said gloomily. Li Fuchen said, my sword art wasn't this powerful previously. Truly a monster. I hope we can meet again in the future. Peng Lu left. In order to fight with Li Fuchen, he had already delayed his progression by a few months. To Emperor-class disciples, a few months was a long time, especially when they were breaking through a cultivation realm. As for the next time they met, who knew when it would be? After all, they weren't on the same continent. Huff. After Peng Lu left, Li Fuchen let out a turbid breath. His estimations weren't wrong. His current qi cultivation strength was already comparable with his body refinement strength. As compared to body refinement arts, Li Fuchen was undoubtedly more fond of sword arts. When executing sword arts, Li Fuchen felt his spirit soul was sublimating. Before the 9 Dragon's Claw and Wind Cloud Tyrant physique reached the trance stage, the strength of true qi could still compete with the strength of body refinement. But after the two reached the trance stage, the strength of true qi was no longer a match. The complete true meaning of the 9 Dragon's Claw was extremely domineering. With a swipe of the claw, the world seemed to be torn apart. The complete Wind Cloud Tyrant body true meaning strengthened the recoil effect. If it could only reflect 30 to 40% of the force previously, now it could reflect more than 50%. Right now, even if Li Fuchen stood still and allowed Peng Lu and Sun Tian to attack him, they might not be able to break his defense within a short period of time. My body refining strength has already reached the peak. If I want to improve further, I have to cultivate the Dragon Elephant Body Forging chapter to the 6th chapter, or get a top-rank Earth Realm body refining martial art. During body refinement cultivation, it was extremely difficult to increase the cultivation realm. At least, Li Fuchen's body refinement didn't show any signs of breaking through to the battle spirit realm. As for Earth-class peak-tier body refinement arts, even the Monarch-class Red Rainbow sect didn't have them. Only Emperor-class factions would have them. Now, I'll focus on cultivating my true qi. Although his perception was very high, multitasking wasn't a problem for Li Fuchen. However, multitasking meant that he wasn't focused enough. Sometimes, concentration was more important than comprehension. Days passed by. On the 7th month after arriving at the White Scale continent, Xikong Zhan had also progressed to the battle spirit realm. At this moment, Li Fuchen's cultivation had reached the late stage of 9th level reincarnation realm. Li Fuchen was able to progress so quickly because he had redeemed a large number of Red Rainbow elixirs. In the Red Rainbow sect, the Red Rainbow elixir and Perception Dao elixir could be exchanged with contribution coins. One Red Rainbow pill was 2,000 contribution coins. One Dao Enlightenment pill cost 3,000 contribution coins. With a large number of contribution coins, Li Fuchen had redeemed 50 Red Rainbow elixirs in one go and had only used up 9 of them. As for absorbing the Red Rainbow elixir, there weren't many impurities. Number 1, the Red Rainbow elixir was originally used to purify qi and had very few impurities. Otherwise, it wouldn't be the Red Rainbow sect's exclusive elixir. Secondly, the impurities produced by the Crimson Rainbow pill wouldn't mix into the true qi, and they would settle in the qi and blood instead. It just so happened that the tribulation energy of the mortal world could destroy the impurities in the qi and blood, and it saved a lot of trouble. With a high cultivation technique rank, plenty of Red Rainbow elixirs, and with the fact that he had condensed his true spirit in advance, Li Fuchen's cultivation speed wasn't inferior to 7-star bone frames and might even be faster. In the 8th month, Li Fuchen had reached the peak level of Reincarnation Realm and was just one step away from the low levels of Battle Spirit Realm. However, it wasn't easy to cross this one step. 7-star bone frames were known to have no obstructions when breaking through to the Battle Spirit Realm, but they would be stuck for a few months. Only 8-star bone frames were truly unobstructed. It was just like breaking through a small realm and it would be over in an instant. As expected, by the 9th month, Li Fuchen was still at the peak state of 9th level Reincarnation Realm. The qi in his body had been compressed to the limit, and once he broke through, his qi would have a qualitative change. Once my qi transforms into the Battle Spirit Realm's qi, any qi martial arts that I execute will be much more mystical. Li Fuchen naturally knew that a qualitative change in qi would increase the power of the martial arts. Apart from that, a powerful qi would also cause a subtle change in the martial arts. It was just like a child executing a sword art. Even if the child's movements were extremely precise, it wouldn't be comparable to an adult's movements. As long as it was a martial art, it would require sufficient strength to support it. Without sufficient strength, it would just be for show. It might be exaggerated, but it was the logic. But before that, I have to make a trip back to the East Unicorn continent. Otherwise, I won't be able to return in the future. Li Fuchen let out a bitter smile. Once the continent willpower awakened, it was a good thing for the continent, but it would be troublesome for martial artists with higher cultivation realms. Once he progressed to the battle spirit realm, the East Unicorn continent wouldn't welcome him anymore. After thinking about it, Li Fuchen felt that it was necessary to inquire about this aspect. Outer Sect Grand Hall, if you progress to the battle spirit realm, you can only stay on the White Scale continent for 1 day. After 1 day, the Heaven and Earth Law will produce the Destruction Law to destroy you. Once you reach the Primary Sea realm, you will be able to stay on the White Scale continent for more than a month. If you reach the Law Phase realm, low-tier continents won't have any restrictions on you. In order to destroy a Law Phase realm emperor, the Destruction Law will be too horrific. It will damage the foundation of the low-tier continent and might even cause the low-tier continent to sink and become a wasteland. Unless it is absolutely necessary, the continent willpower won't do it instinctively. Battle Spirit Realm experts can stay on the continent for a day. Can Primary Sea Realm experts stay for a month? Li Fuchen nodded silently and felt that it was acceptable. Wang Kuei continued, of course, there are some artifacts that can perfectly conceal one's cultivation and chi presence to deceive the continent willpower. The prerequisite is that one cannot use martial strength. Once one uses martial strength, the chi presence will be exposed and it will trigger the Destruction Law. But such artifacts are too rare and are usually used to hide from powerful enemies. No one would use it to deceive the continent willpower. Therefore, you don't have to consider this method for now. Conceal my cultivation and chi presence? Li Fuchen suddenly thought of his spirit soul talent. A long time ago, he used his spirit soul talent to conceal his chi presence. Of course, he understood that there wasn't a standard for concealing one's chi presence. You could conceal your chi presence to prevent powerful enemies from sensing your presence, but it wasn't that easy to deceive the continent willpower. But Li Fuchen felt that this method was worth a try. With the pale purple spirit soul, he might be able to deceive the low-tier continent willpower. Alright, do you have any other questions? Wang Kuei asked Li Fuchen with a gentle voice. Li Fuchen frowned and said, how much is the suppression of the continent willpower? Li Fuchen was referring to martial artists that were beyond the limits of the continent willpower. Wang Kuei said, there isn't a standard and it depends on the individual. If it is a body refinement martial artist, the suppression wouldn't be as great. Because a body refinement martial artist's chi power is already very powerful. Even if the move's laws are lost, it would still have enough power. The Red Rainbow sect is known to be able to make regular Law Phase realm emperors flee miserably because they have the protection of the continent willpower. Otherwise, unless they have a Class 8 array or a Class 8 battleship or array pagoda, no Monarch class faction would be able to resist a Law Phase realm emperor. After activating the teleportation board, Li Fuchen returned to the East Unicorn continent. This time, he brought back a huge amount of resources. There were Heaven Dipper Realm, Reincarnation Realm, and everything else. He even brought back some Red Rainbow elixirs and Perception Dao elixirs. If it was calculated in terms of contribution coins, the total value of the resources was as high as 500,000 contribution coins. The Red Rainbow sect's contribution coins were extremely precious. 500,000 contribution coins were worth at least 1 billion low-grade spirit stones. The endless resources might cause the Li clan to slack off and make it hard for them to produce true experts. But it didn't matter. Li Fuchen's objective was to let his parents cultivate to the reincarnation realm and increase their lifespan to 250 years. As such, the next time he returned, his parents would naturally not age. As for whether they could progress to the reincarnation realm, Li Fuchen didn't think it was a problem. With the help of endless resources, as long as the bone frame wasn't below 3-star, it wouldn't be difficult to cultivate to the reincarnation realm. It would just take a little time. It wasn't enough to just have resources, safety was more important. Half a year ago, the Li clan had already moved out of the Wind-Snow sect and settled in a large mountain range in the southeast of the Wind-Snow region. With Li Fuchen as the alliance leader, the continent's elite array masters worked together to set up a Class 5 sword array for the Li clan. With this sword array, over a dozen high-level reincarnation realm experts wouldn't be able to break the array within a short period of time. But Li Fuchen felt that it wasn't enough. As a precaution, Li Fuchen decided to pour his sword intent into the sword array. Earth-class intents were already able to exist independently from martial arts. As for how long it could exist, it was related to the strength of the true spirit. The stronger the true spirit, the longer the intent could exist. Back in the land of Fog's tomb, the intent had existed for countless years. On the highest peak of the heaven-cold mountains, Li Tianhan and Xing Yuyan stood behind Li Fuchen. After taking a deep breath, Li Fuchen's body burst out with terrifying and blazing sword intent. The sword intent was obviously blazing, but it was like flowing water that flowed rapidly in the air. Flowing flame sword. Intent. Over a month ago, Li Fuchen had already cultivated the flowing flame sword art to the trance stage. The flowing flame sword intent that was produced was much stronger than the cloud flame thousand incineration. Enter. Under Li Fuchen's control, the flowing flame sword intent was like flowing water as it slowly blended into the sword formation. The originally formless sword formation was now glowing with pale red light, as though countless pale red sword lights were circulating. The blazing and sharp chi presence had caused the sky and earth to change color. Originally it was supposed to be an easy task, but after Li Fuchen finished all of this, traces of indescribable fatigue suddenly attacked. Although it wasn't enough to knock him unconscious, it was still unprecedented. Too much true spirit energy has been consumed? Pure true meanings could only exist for a short period of time. When strong martial artists fought, true meanings would run rampant. If these true meanings could exist for a long time, it would be too ridiculous. Under normal circumstances, these scattered true meanings would dissipate very quickly. Unless there was a large-scale battle between strong martial artists, it would not affect the ecology of a region. Therefore, in order to make the true meaning last longer, he had to expend his own true spirit energy to inject the true meaning into his soul. The importance of a true spirit was almost equal to that of a soul. If the soul was a person, then the true spirit was a boat. Its existence could protect the people on the ship from falling into the water. If too much true spirit energy was consumed, it would affect the martial artist's condition and it would be hard to recover within a short period of time. I hope this flowing flame sword intent can exist for a longer period of time, Li Fuchen said to himself. Li Fuchen had his own considerations before injecting the sword intent into the sword array. True meanings were laws. Of course, they were still far from the great Tao laws and could only be considered martial art laws. Martial art laws were born from the great Tao laws but were unique. Arrays were also born from the great Tao laws. If the two were fused, according to Li Fuchen's estimations, the true meaning should be able to exist for a longer period of time. But he didn't expect that fusing the true meaning into the array would consume so much true spirit energy. His true spirit was already comparable with primary sea realm monarchs. If it was a battle spirit realm master injecting the true meaning, before the true meaning could fuse with the array, the true spirit energy would be completely consumed and the true spirit would instantly crumble. Let me test the power of the array. Li Fuchen flew out of the sword array and drew the joint heaven sword before cleaving at the sword array. Clang! It felt as though the sword array had countless sword lights revolving around it and had blocked Li Fuchen's sword with ease. At the same moment, there were still countless sword lights flying over. After shattering the sword lights with ease, Li Fuchen revealed a satisfied expression. The sword array that was injected with the flowing flame sword intent was actually able to block his all-out sword. His all-out sword was comparable to a mid-level battle spirit realm master and it wasn't something that a reincarnation realm expert could imagine. If the original sword array was a class 5 sword array, then the current sword array was a class 6 sword array. As long as the Li clansmen didn't leave the range of the sword array, no one in the East Unicorn continent could threaten the Li clansmen. Father, Mother, I should be able to progress to the battle spirit realm soon. It will be rather difficult for me to return to the East Unicorn continent in the future. After flying back into the sword array, Li Fuchen looked at Li Tianhan and Xing Yuyan apologetically. Before Li Fuchen could finish speaking, Li Tianhan waved his hand and said, Fuchen, you have already given us enough. Don't worry, your mother and I will cultivate diligently and strive to break through to the reincarnation realm as soon as possible. Once we reach the reincarnation realm, we will have a lifespan of 250 years. Your mother and I are only around 50 years old now and there is still a long time. Hence, you better focus on your martial Tao and don't be delayed by worldly matters. Otherwise, your mother and I will feel guilty for the rest of our lives. Xianxia revealed a gentle smile. Your father is right. Right now, it is most important for you to focus on the martial Tao. Your father and I believe that you will create a legend that belongs to you. The duo might be reluctant to part with Li Fuchen, but with Li Fuchen's innate potential, it was destined that he would never become immortal. They didn't wish to be a hindrance to Li Fuchen. Furthermore, it was just a short separation and it wasn't a separation of life and death. On this day, Li Fuchen left. Xianxia leaned into Li Tianhan's embrace and said softly, Big brother Tianhan, perhaps we can have another child. The duo was still young. To Heaven Dipper realm martial artists, 50 years of age was just the prime of their lives. Once they reached the reincarnation realm, it would be normal to say that they were youths. From what Li Fuchen said, most of the disciples in the sect were already 40 or 50 years old and weren't much younger than them. Alright, we shall listen to you. But we must not neglect our cultivation too. We must strive to break through to the reincarnation realm before Fuchen returns. Li Tianhan laughed heartily and the sorrow of separation had dissipated significantly. After returning to the seven-color continent, Li Fuchen first recuperated for a few days. On the 10th month on the white-scale continent, Li Fuchen finally felt signs of breaking through. This kind of omen was very strong. It was the desire and joy of life about to transform. Every time a martial artist broke through a major realm, not only would their true energy undergo a metamorphosis, but their life level would also undergo a metamorphosis. For example, reincarnation realm martial artists could only live for 250 years, while battle spirit realm masters could live for 500 years. In addition, his soul and blood essence would also be strengthened. In terms of spirit-soul quality, Li Fuchen believed that he wasn't inferior to Law Phase realm emperors. But in terms of spirit-soul strength, Li Fuchen was far inferior to Law Phase realm emperors. As one's life level increased, the structure of one's qi and blood would naturally change as well. If a battle spirit realm master and a reincarnation realm martial artist were to compete in qi strength, the battle spirit realm master would be able to eliminate a group of reincarnation realm martial artists. Both of them had different life levels and qi strengths. Of course, Li Fuchen was a peak-level reincarnation realm body refinement martial artist and this qi blood change was just a drizzle to him. Instead, with a higher vitality level, it would be easier for him to cultivate the body refinement Tao. A few 100,000 contribution coins a month. What a pity. Li Fuchen was certain that after he reached the battle spirit realm, the amount of contribution coins he earned would be far inferior to now. Right now, he was able to earn hundreds of thousands of contribution coins in a month because his strength had far surpassed this realm. Once he progressed to the battle spirit realm, there would be plenty of people who were stronger than him. It would be good if he could earn a few tens of thousands of contribution coins in a month. Fortunately, he still had about 1 million contribution coins. For a long time, he would not have to worry about not having enough contribution coins. After all, at this stage, he did not intend to exchange for 7-star secret techniques. He had already exchanged for everything else. At the end of the 10th month, Li Fuchen applied to return to the Red Rainbow sect. He felt that he could progress to the battle spirit realm at any moment, but he didn't think of being like Peng Lu and intentionally suppressing his cultivation. The request was quickly approved and the Red Rainbow sect's upper echelon agreed for Li Fuchen to end the White-Scale Continent mission. Before leaving, Li Fuchen returned all the mountain ranges that he had previously occupied, leaving behind the initial 3 mountain ranges. He didn't know if the various king-level factions would wait for him to leave for revenge, but that had nothing to do with him. Red Rainbow Sect, Monarch Region, Fuchen Peak. As the mid-grade spirit stones were consumed, Li Fuchen's cultivation was climbing bit by bit. Previously, his cultivation was already at the pinnacle of the reincarnation realm and there was no way for him to progress further. The liquefied Xianxia in his dantian gradually became viscous. No, to be exact, it had become more condensed. If it was water in the beginning, it had now become a fine and uniform lava. Moreover, the magma water was developing into magma. There was a trace of swelling pain in the meridians, and Li Fuchen's body oozed a lot of sweat. Breaking through a major realm required too much true energy. He felt as if his body was filled with a large amount of magma, ready to explode at any moment. 50. 100. 200. After absorbing 200 mid-grade spirit stone spirit chi, Li Fuchen felt as though his body was swelling up. One had to know that a mid-grade spirit stone's spiritual energy was several hundred times that of a low-grade spirit stone, and its purity was several times that of a low-grade spirit stone. Absorbing 200 mid-grade spirit stones was equivalent to absorbing hundreds of thousands of low-grade spirit stones. It was equivalent to stuffing a small pond with the water of a river. Pop, right at this moment, Li Fuchen's dantian finally underwent a metamorphosis. Like a black hole, it frantically devoured the qi in his meridians. Under the high temperature and pressure, a drop of molten lava like qi appeared, followed by a second drop, a third drop, splash splash, a large amount of magma qi gathered together and formed a small sphere. The small sphere was spinning violently and absorbed all the qi in the surroundings. The swelling feeling vanished and Li Fuchen felt relaxed. Even his spirit soul felt much lighter and there was an indescribable feeling of power that filled his heart. I finally broke through. Li Fuchen continued to circulate the 30th rank of the Divine Flame Red Rainbow technique. Boom, a scarlet pillar of light rushed into the sky and was extremely dazzling. Did this child break through? Apart from Monarch class disciples, there was also an inner sect elder residing in the Monarch district. Li Fuchen released his spiritual awareness and instantly invaded Fuchen Peak. This child's strength in the same realm is comparable with Emperor class disciples. I wonder what level his strength is at after this breakthrough. At the reincarnation realm, he was already comparable with mid-level battle spirit realm masters. After stepping into the battle spirit realm, it was extremely easy to be comparable with a high-level battle spirit realm master. Of course, it was just an ordinary high-level battle spirit realm master. Like the masters on the various kingdoms' master rankings, most of them were just ordinary high-level battle spirit realm masters. At least in the eyes of the Red Rainbow sect's members. This child's breakthrough speed is much faster than we imagined. Streaks of spiritual awareness scanned over and each spiritual awareness represented a primary C-realm inner sect elder. 6-star bone frames might be a little low, but their perception is high enough and their cultivation technique rank is high enough. Their advancement speed might not be slower than 7-star bone frames. It is a pity that our Red Rainbow sect's strongest cultivation technique is only Earth-class peak tier. At the later stages, our cultivation speed will probably be inferior to 7-star bone frames. It doesn't matter. With his potential, it is still easy for him to step into the primary C realm. By then, our Red Rainbow sect will have another elite monarch. The spiritual awareness were conversing with each other. Li Fuchen didn't mind being enveloped by so many spiritual awareness. If he was willing, he could use his spiritual awareness to isolate himself from the detection. But it wasn't necessary. At the current stage, it wasn't good to expose his insane spiritual awareness. The qi quantity has increased by 10 times and the qi purity has also increased by several times. The burst of qi is rather horrific. Earlier on, he had only circulated the Divine Flame Red Rainbow technique. If he burst out with qi at full strength, it was unknown what kind of commotion would be caused. Li Fuchen took out a red rainbow elixir and started to purify his qi. He had just broken through and his qi was still rather shallow. The red rainbow elixir would allow his qi cultivation to be rapidly stabilized. One day passed by, Li Fuchen's qi cultivation had finally stabilized at the first level of battle spirit realm. Right now, when he burst out with qi, there wouldn't be such a huge commotion as the qi was completely concentrated, unless he intentionally released it. 2 days later, Li Fuchen's qi was much more concentrated and his cultivation had directly climbed from the initial level of first-level battle spirit realm to the middle level of first-level battle spirit realm. I didn't think that the Divine Flame Red Rainbow technique would advance from the 30th rank to the 31st rank after progressing to the battle spirit realm. Li Fuchen revealed a smile. Swish, turning into a red rainbow, Li Fuchen rushed into the sky and arrived above the clouds. Li Fuchen drew the joint heaven sword and slashed. Without any sound or presence, the sea of clouds that was close to 100 miles was slashed into two by Li Fuchen. From a glance, it felt as though the sky was split open and a deep ravine extended all the way to the horizon. Incredible! Li Fuchen's eyes lit up. After progressing to the battle spirit realm, the sect rewarded Li Fuchen with 100,000 contribution coins, 10 perception Dao elixirs, 10 red rainbow elixirs, and an earth-class peak tier martial art. Li Fuchen saved up the contribution coins and chose a light body technique for the Earth-class peak tier martial art. Previously, Li Fuchen's body refinement strength was strong but his chi cultivation strength was weak, therefore, light body techniques were basically useless. But now that his chi cultivation had progressed to the battle spirit realm, an incredible light body technique would allow Li Fuchen's speed to be much faster and he no longer had any shortcomings. Let me test my strength first, otherwise, it will be hard to accept missions. On this day, Li Fuchen arrived in front of the Master Tower. The Master Tower had 5 floors and it was specially used to test the strength of Battle Spirit Realm Masters. In the Red Rainbow sect, Battle Spirit Realm Masters were separated into 5 levels. They were Normal Master, Elite Master, Pinnacle Master, Great Master, and Monarch Class Master. As for the low-tier masters, mid-tier masters, and high-tier masters that were ranked according to the cultivation level, they couldn't be treated seriously. Some formidable low-tier masters were able to defeat mid-tier masters. An ordinary grandmaster would never be able to defeat an elite grandmaster. In addition, the inner sect missions were linked to the master level. Normal masters could only accept normal master missions, while elite masters could accept normal master missions and elite master missions. It was a known fact that there was a huge difference in the reward of contribution coins for different missions. Li Fuchen might have a lot of contribution coins, but 1.2 million contribution coins was only enough to redeem a slightly inferior 7-star secret technique. It wasn't possible for Li Fuchen to spend it all the time. There were plenty of people in front of the Master Tower and there were over 20 people queuing up. Just as Li Fuchen arrived, the Master Tower suddenly released 3 floors of radiance. Senior Xing is truly incredible. He has become a Pinnacle Master so quickly. TSK, Pinnacle Master. The strongest person on the Master rankings of the 7 Kingdoms is only at the Elite Master level. Pinnacle Master missions will reward at least 30,000 contribution coins. Everyone had an envious and respectful expression. Pinnacle Master, huh? I reckon that I am still quite lacking. Li Fuchen didn't know what level he was at, therefore, he came to the Master Tower for the test. From what he understood, Monarch-class disciples would normally be able to pass the first floor of the Master Tower when they were at the first level of Battle Spirit Realm. Regular inner sect disciples would need to be at least at the 3rd level of Battle Spirit Realm to pass it. As for the 2nd floor of the Master Tower, Monarch-class disciples would need to be at the 3rd level of Battle Spirit Realm to pass it. Regular inner sect disciples would need to be at the 6th or 7th level of Battle Spirit Realm to pass it. That was why top-notch grandmasters were quite powerful. In the secular world, they could be called invincible grandmasters. The speed of the test was very fast. In less than an hour, it was almost Li Fuchen's turn. Apart from that senior brother Xing, the rest are only at the ordinary or elite grandmaster level. It seems that it will be quite difficult to become a peak grandmaster. Li Fuchen thought in his heart. If anyone could hear Li Fuchen's thoughts, they would be speechless. Becoming a top-notch grandmaster was not just difficult, it was incomparably difficult. Even Monarch-class disciples would need to be at the high levels of Battle Spirit Realm before they would have the chance to become a Pinnacle Master. If it was a regular inner sect disciple, even if they were at the peak level of Battle Spirit Realm, they might not be able to become a Pinnacle Master. As for the Great Grandmaster rank above the Peak Grandmaster rank, apart from Monarch-class disciples, everyone else could basically give up on this goal. Great Grandmasters were comparable with weaker low-level Primary Sea Realm Monarchs. The Red Rainbow sect's 3 direct Monarch-class disciples were at the Great Grandmaster rank. As for the Monarch-class masters that were 1 level higher than the Great Grandmaster rank, they could be treated as Primary Sea Realm Monarchs. Because they weren't inferior to low-level monarchs in all aspects. Who is this person? I don't think I have seen him before. Junior Fuchen doesn't even know about him? It seems like your information network isn't fast enough. Why? This Junior Fuchen is very famous. He isn't just famous. During the war with the sea beasts, he is number 1 on the minor beast slaying rankings. In the White-Scale continent, he relied on his individual strength to occupy 2 major regions. So incredible? Some didn't believe it. You will know later. He has just progressed to the Battle Spirit Realm. If he has the strength of an elite master, it means that everything is true. Then I shall wait and see. Some of the inner sect disciples that were planning to leave had all stayed behind and would occasionally look at Li Fuchen. Soon enough, it was Li Fuchen's turn. Li Fuchen took out 10,000 low-grade spirit stones from the storage bag and tossed them into the mouth of the stone lion at the entrance of the Master Tower. Immediately after, the Master Tower's doors opened and Li Fuchen walked in. As soon as he entered the first floor of the Master Tower, the first floor's array lit up. In the center of the array, an illusory swordsman appeared. The array power actually formed a swordsman? Li Fuchen raised his brows. Originally, he thought it was just an energy demonic beast. The battle began. PFFF, as soon as the illusory swordsman rushed in front of Li Fuchen, it was cleaved into two by Li Fuchen's sword. The series of actions happened in a flash. Too weak. Before breaking through, I was already able to defeat it easily. Li Fuchen had a rough idea. Sheathing his sword, Li Fuchen walked to the second floor. The illusory swordsman on the second floor was extremely powerful. Before breaking through, Li Fuchen would only be able to withstand 3 swords and would be killed after that. Clang 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 clang. The energy condensed sword was as tough as steel and Li Fuchen's joint heaven sword couldn't even sever it. Interesting. The sword art actually contains sword intent. Li Fuchen's eyes burst out with radiance as he attacked the illusory swordsman repeatedly. 10 moves. 50 moves. 100 moves. After 100 moves, Li Fuchen wasn't able to defeat the illusory swordsman. The illusory swordsman's sword art didn't just contain sword intent, the sword skills were also incredible. The movements were so precise that it felt as though they were measured with a ruler. The attack trajectories were impeccable and would always follow the optimal trajectory to attack. The precision was so precise that even Li Fuchen was amazed. Without a choice, Li Fuchen had no choice but to transform the perfect circle dipper chi into the bronze sword chi. In an instant, the slash power increased drastically and a single slash was enough to sever the illusory swordsman's sword. But in the next moment, a sword appeared in the illusory swordsman's left hand to block Li Fuchen's slash. 1000 incineration. Li Fuchen's reaction speed was extremely fast. He withdrew his sword a little before thrusting with even more force. There was a burst of blinding radiance as the illusory swordsman was enveloped by a scarlet bubble. When the bubble burst, the illusory swordsman instantly dispersed. I need to use 90% of my strength to defeat it. Apart from not executing the flowing flame sword art, Li Fuchen was already at his full strength and had even used some of his blazing flame power. I wonder how strong is the third floor's illusory swordsman. After taking a deep breath, Li Fuchen walked to the third floor. The third floor's illusory swordsman was much more corporeal. It might be restrained by the array law and the power wasn't leaking, but Li Fuchen could still feel a trace of horrific prowess. As though it teleported, the illusory swordsman instantly arrived in front of Li Fuchen. Such speed! Li Fuchen raised the joint heaven sword and quickly blocked. Clang, the massive force made Li Fuchen feel as though he was struck by lightning. If it wasn't for his tough body refinement, this sword would have fractured his arms and instantly inflicted serious injuries. The glaring sword light had almost enveloped Li Fuchen completely, but with his astounding spiritual awareness, Li Fuchen was still able to block the second sword. But this sword was Li Fuchen's limit, because his entire body was sent flying and he vomited a mouthful of blood. No wonder it is at the pinnacle master level. Those with valiant body refinement cultivation might not even be able to injure Li Fuchen in 1 or 2 moves. It was imaginable how powerful the third floor's illusory swordsman was. It was simply overwhelming. Outside the Master Tower, under everyone's attention, the Master Tower released 2 floors of radiance. He passed the second floor. Incredible. He is already at the elite master level right off the bat. No wonder he is number 1 on the minor beast slaying rankings. In just a few more years, Junior Fuchen will definitely become a great master. The reason why the 3 direct monarch class disciples could become great masters was because of their extremely tough bone frames. Senior Lei Donghai has the 7-star Thunderhammer bone frame. In terms of lethality, this type of bone frame is superior to the other 7-star special bone frames. Senior Guji has the 7-star Brightness bone frame. Among the special bone frames, the brightness bone frame is definitely a top-notch bone frame. Senior Yuan Long has the 7-star Arhat bone frame. All of you should know that in the same realm, body refinement martial artists are already extremely powerful. Moreover, the Arhat bone frame is one level higher than the Vajra bone frame and the Ironstone bone frame. One of them shook his head. That might be the case, but when the 3 direct monarch class disciples were at the reincarnation realm, they weren't able to rely on their individual martial strength to occupy 2 major regions on the white-scale continent. The early stage is the early stage, the later stage is the later stage. Putting aside everything else, Junior Fuchen's bone frame is only 6-star. It also means that his bone frame pattern only has 6 segments, while the other monarch class disciples have 7 segments. If you didn't mention it, I would have forgotten about it. This is indeed a problem. Some of the inner sect disciples who thought highly of Li Fuchen were silently shaking their heads. Without any heaven class manuals, divine abilities were undoubtedly the strongest trump cards and methods. If one's divine ability was inferior, it didn't matter how strong one's regular strength was. After passing the 2nd floor of the Master Tower, Li Fuchen received an Elite Master token. This token also required a drop of blood to refine, and it was useless for others. With this token, Li Fuchen could head to the Inner Sect Mission Hall and accept Elite Master level missions. Of course, Li Fuchen wasn't in a hurry to complete the mission, he still wanted to consolidate his strength. For example, he could cultivate the 3 6-star mystic techniques to perfection. For example, he could comprehend the blazing flame bone frame pattern to 5 segments. For example, he could continue to comprehend the sword patterns on the 2nd seal of the Joint Heaven Sword. The first goal was easy to achieve, and so was the second. However, the third goal was a little more difficult. Once the 2nd layer of the Joint Heaven Sword seal was unlocked, its rank would be either Earth Tier top tier or Heaven Tier low tier. It wouldn't be that easy to break the seal. I shall redeem an artifact sword first. Before progressing to the Battle Spirit realm, the difference between Earth-class mid-tier and Earth-class high-tier artifact swords wasn't huge. After all, everyone's chi wasn't powerful enough and it was hard to utilize the full power of the Earth-class high-tier artifact sword. But after progressing to the Battle Spirit realm, the Earth-class high-tier artifact sword would be able to increase the strength by 20% to 30%. This 20% to 30% mustn't be underestimated. In a contest between experts, even a difference of 10% couldn't be neglected, let alone 20% to 30%. After arriving at the armament hall, Li Fuchen took a quick glance at the Earth-class high-tier artifact swords. With the primary Sea realm spiritual awareness, Li Fuchen could easily see the characteristics and potential of a sword. In just a short moment, Li Fuchen picked an Earth-class high-tier artifact sword. This sword was called the Flame Snake and the forging materials were 10,000-year flame iron, balance metal, and Class 6 high-tier demonic beasts bone marrow metal. The price wasn't expensive and it only cost 3,000 contribution coins. Of course, it was only for Li Fuchen. To regular inner sect disciples, 3,000 contribution coins wasn't cheap. Above the sea of clouds, Li Fuchen wielded the Flame Snake and slashed. Huff. The surging sea of clouds was split into 2 without any signs. The blazing sword chi lingered and didn't disperse. It has increased my strength by around 25%. It is 10% more than the Joint Heaven Sword. The Joint Heaven Sword was definitely an extreme existence among the Earth-class mid-tier artifact swords. Regular Earth-class mid-tier artifact swords would only be able to increase a Battle Spirit Realm Master's strength by 10%. After progressing to the Battle Spirit Realm, Li Fuchen's perception, thinking speed, and instinctive understanding of laws had all increased by 1 level. 1 week later, the Thorn of Spiritual Awareness was at the Perfection rank. 2 weeks later, the Perfect Circle Dipper Chi was at the Perfection rank. 1 month later, the Thousand Illusion Eyes was at the Perfection rank. 1.5 months later, the Blazing Flame Bone Frame pattern was comprehended to 3 segments. 2 months later, the sword pattern on the 2nd seal of the Joint Heaven Sword was comprehended to more than 90%. In terms of pure sword Dao strength, Li Fuchen might still be suppressed by pinnacle masters. But in terms of overall strength, Li Fuchen might not lose. His body refinement allowed him to have tough defense, the thorn of spiritual awareness and the thousand illusion eyes allowed him to turn the tables. I shall accept an elite master mission to understand more. Burying himself in cultivation wasn't Li Fuchen's style. The martial Tao was about combat, unless there was a day when his potential was exhausted. There were plenty of people in the inner sect mission hall. As compared to the outer sect disciples, the number of inner sect disciples was around 10 times more, and there were also 10 times more people accepting missions. Elite Master Mission: head to the Red Copper Continent and kill Class 6 high-tier demonic beast, Flame Snake. Obtain 50 kilograms of bone marrow metal. Mission reward: 10,000 contribution coins. Li Fuchen stopped in front of a mission wall. 50 kilograms of Flame Snake's bone marrow metal, huh? His Flame Snake sword was mixed with plenty of bone marrow metal. I shall accept it. Li Fuchen tore off the mission slip. The Red Copper Continent was a low-tier continent that was of a higher class than the White Scale Continent and the East Unicorn Continent. It allowed Battle Spirit Realm Masters to move around, but this continent didn't have any native humans. There were countless demonic beasts and demons, and the danger level wasn't something the White Scale Continent and the Demon Ring Continent could compare with. Heading to the Red Copper Continent required 300,000 low-grade spirit stones. Monarch-class disciples and other disciples were treated the same and couldn't be exempted from the teleportation fee. Red Copper Continent, Red Rainbow City. The Red Rainbow sect actually constructed a city on the Red Copper Continent. They are truly extravagant. While walking on the streets, Li Fuchen saw plenty of inner sect disciples and even more martial artists below the Battle Spirit Realm. Most of these martial artists were from the 7 Great Kingdoms. For a city to operate normally, it was impossible to rely on high-level martial artists. The grassroots martial artists were the foundation of a city's vitality. Otherwise, Li Fuchen would have to settle everything himself after arriving at the Red Copper Continent. The Red Rainbow citizens were very expensive and would cost 500 low-grade spirit stones a day. After paying 10,000 low-grade spirit stones, Li Fuchen booked a room for 20 days. Li Fuchen didn't immediately execute the mission as he needed to understand more about the Red Rainbow City and the Red Copper Continent. The Red Copper Continent wasn't the White Scale Continent. It was said that it was only slightly smaller than the Red Soil Continent and was around 5 times the size of the White Scale Continent. It was at least 10 times the size of the East Unicorn Continent. As of now, including the Red Rainbow sect, most of the Monarch-class factions had yet to explore the entire Red Copper Continent. There were some forbidden areas where even great masters would be in mortal danger. In fact, there was a terrifying incident of a city being destroyed on the Red Copper Continent. The city that had been destroyed was a King-class faction city from another continent. The reason for its destruction was that a martial grandmaster of that King-class faction had taken the risk of entering a forbidden area. As a result, he had provoked an extremely powerful Class 6 demon. According to the information back then, that Class 6 demon was suspected to have the strength of a Monarch-class master, otherwise, it wouldn't be able to destroy a Class 7 array. For regular Class 7 arrays, those below the primary C realm wouldn't be able to break them even if they attacked for a few months. After spending some spirit stones, Li Fuchen purchased a map and an introduction to the forbidden areas. The Red Copper Continent has 3 major forbidden areas and 10 minor forbidden areas. Li Fuchen raised his brows and read carefully. The major forbidden areas definitely had Monarch-class master-level demons or demonic beasts. The minor forbidden areas definitely had great master-level demons or demonic beasts, and there wasn't just one. It seems like it really is a forbidden area. With similar strength, human martial artists wouldn't be able to defeat demonic beasts and demons. The vitality of the demonic beasts and demons were too horrific. An attack that could kill a human martial artist might only cause light injuries to the demonic beasts and demons. Unless there were 3 to 5 individuals working together, otherwise, the demonic beasts and demons would only be able to escape. Let alone others, even Li Fuchen didn't dare to say he could defeat demonic beasts and demons at the same level. After all, demonic beasts and demons had massive bodies. The demonic beasts' bodies were like mountains and would easily be a few hundred feet or a few hundred feet. Human martial artists' bodies weren't even 10 feet. Of course, vitality and body size didn't have an absolute relationship. The bigger the body size, the weaker the vitality contained in every inch of flesh. Li Fuchen had a small body size, but every inch of flesh contained astounding vitality. Flame Iron Mountains. Ultimately, Li Fuchen set his target at the Flame Iron Mountains. The Flame Iron Mountain Range was a mountain range that spanned tens of thousands of miles. Until now, there had not been any demonic beasts or fiendish demons of the great Grandmaster level. The Flame Iron Mountains were extremely hot. If a regular Qi realm martial artist were to come here, they would be roasted to death in a short period of time. Even an Origin realm martial artist wouldn't be able to hold on for long. On this day, a figure flew at a low altitude above the Flame Iron Mountain Range. The Flame Iron Mountain Range is rich in flame iron. 100-year flame iron can be seen everywhere, and 1000-year flame iron is not that rare either. The only rare ones are the 10,000-year flame iron and the 100,000-year flame iron. This figure was naturally Li Fuchen. There was a reason why he chose the Flame Iron Mountain Range. Firstly, people often found flame snakes here. Secondly, this place was rich in flame iron. Of course, it wasn't the 100-year flame iron or the 1000-year flame iron that caught his attention. It was the 10,000-year flame iron and the 100,000-year flame iron. 10,000-year flame iron was a top-notch material for crafting high-tier Earth-class weapons, and 100,000-year flame iron was a top-notch material for crafting peak-tier Earth-class weapons. It was rumored that someone had even found a piece of million-year flame iron in the Flame Iron Mountain Range. This kind of flame iron could even be used as the main material for low-tier Heaven-class weapons. Even though Li Fuchen was flying at a low altitude and wasn't fast, he was still discovered by a Class 6 mid-tier demonic beast, Fire Spirit Bird. Human, die. The Fire Spirit Bird was extremely fast and sprinted at Li Fuchen like a stream of fire. But before the Fire Spirit Bird could get within 5 miles of Li Fuchen, it was cleaved into two by a blazing sword light. The giant body that was close to 2,000 feet instantly turned into a blazing fireball that could be seen clearly within a few hundred miles. Found it. Li Fuchen didn't bother about the Fire Spirit Bird, and his eyes lit up as he discovered the flame snake. With a sweep of his spiritual awareness, he could see the entire Flame Iron Mountain Range vividly. But the flame snakes were normally underground, and Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness would need to spend some time to discover them. Increasing his speed, Li Fuchen skimmed towards the flame snake. In an underground space, a flame snake that was over 3,000 feet long was bathing in a lava lake. The flame snake was covered with fiery red scales and looked like the embodiment of flames. The golden lava was flowing along the fiery red scales, and it made the flame snake feel very comfortable. With the spirit soul talent to conceal his Qi presence, Li Fuchen silently followed the underground crevice and arrived above the lava lake. Kill. Like a stream of light, Li Fuchen instantly appeared above the flame snake and cleaved down. Sensing the danger, the flame snake's body sank and wanted to hide in the lava lake. But it was too late. PFFFTSS, this slash was fast and very powerful. The blazing sword light was like a waterfall that cleaved on the flame snake's neck and instantly opened up a giant wound. The flame snake's body contained the Class 7 demonic beast, Flame Python's bloodline. It might be rare, but it was still a demonic king's bloodline. Otherwise, regular Class 6 high-tier demonic beasts would definitely perish under Li Fuchen's slash. SSSS, the intense pain caused the flame snake to enter a frenzied state. Its massive body tumbled and set off waves of lava. Ignoring the lava, Li Fuchen shifted to the back of the flame snake and cleaved at the wound again. This slash almost severed the spine of the flame snake. Fresh blood sprayed onto the magma lake, causing the surface of the magma lake to be ablaze with monstrous flames. Even with the Qi protection, Li Fuchen could still smell the choking odor. I must not give it a chance to react. The lava lake was connected to the depths of the ground. If the flame snake dove in, Li Fuchen wouldn't dare to chase recklessly. After all, he knew nothing about the bottom of the lava lake. If a pinnacle master level demonic beast or demon emerged, he would be in danger. 1000 incineration. A scarlet red bubble expanded and enveloped the flame snake's head and neck. Bang, the bubble burst, and the head of the flaming serpent was separated from its body. Under the cutting and annihilation of a large amount of sword Qi, the fiery red scales and flesh on its head were completely gone. Its white bones were also riddled with sword marks. It is still rather smooth. Landing beside the lava lake, Li Fuchen extended his hand and pulled. The flame snake's massive body was sucked out of the lava lake and landed on the hard rocky ground. If it wasn't a sneak attack, Li Fuchen wouldn't be able to kill the flame snake so cleanly. In fact, from start to end, the flame snake didn't even have time to launch an effective attack and was tricked to death. I wonder how much metal is contained in the bone marrow of a flame snake. The flame snake loved to devour metal, and after the metal was absorbed, most of it would be fused into the scales. Only a small portion of the essence would enter the bone marrow. After being nourished by the bone marrow, the metal would have astounding qi conductivity. When the qi passed through the metal, it wouldn't be damaged and would instead greatly increase the lethality of the qi. After removing the flame snake's skin and flesh, Li Fuchen released his blazing qi and started to roast the flame snake's bones. Crackle crackle, in just a short moment, the flame snake's bones cracked open and there were some of the larger cracks that had dark red metal that looked like sand falling onto the ground. It is about time. Li Fuchen opened up the flame snake's bones and started to collect the dark red metal. 1 kilogram. 5 kilograms. 25 kilograms. In the sky above the Flame Iron Mountain range, the air distorted as layers of heat waves surged up from below. A small team of 3 flew quickly, as if they were not worried about being targeted by demonic beasts. With Junior Wu around, we will surely be able to get rid of that fire feather wolf. Among the 3, a skinny young man with a protruding mouth and monkey cheeks grinned. The sallow-faced youth nodded. Junior Brother Wu has already passed the 3rd level of the Guru Tower. Even among the top-notch gurus, he is a very powerful existence. In a situation where strength was similar, a body refinement martial artist's advantage of high defense and thick vitality was invincible. It was not wrong to treat a body refinement martial artist as a monster beast or a demon. Wu Tianlang said, I have also heard of the fire feather wolf. This demonic beast isn't easy to deal with, and I just passed the 3rd floor of the Master Tower a few days ago. In terms of strength, I'm afraid I am inferior to the fire feather wolf. Junior Wu doesn't have to worry. As long as you can stall the fire feather wolf, everything will be fine. The 3 of them were all peak grandmasters. If they joined forces, they would be able to contend against a peak grandmaster level demon beast. If one of them was a peak body refining grandmaster, then they would have a high chance of killing a demon beast. In next to no time, the 3 of them arrived at the center of the Flame Iron Mountain range. There was a beehive mountain that was more than 2,000 zhong tall, and its entire body was filled with giant holes. From time to time, flames would shoot out of the holes on the beehive mountain, like fire dragons wreaking havoc. When the flames dispersed, clouds of thick red smoke would float to the top of the mountain, and be swallowed into the stomach of a demon wolf that was almost 2,000 feet tall and had fiery red feathers all over its body. Such good luck. This fire feather wolf is currently devouring the lava essence and fire chi. The monkey-faced youth's eyes lit up. The fire feather wolf wouldn't always appear on the surface. Most of the time, it would stay inside the beehive peak. This beehive mountain peak was very special. Even a great grandmaster would not be able to destroy it. The trio noticed the fire feather wolf, and the fire feather wolf also noticed them. The scarlet red eyes swept across the trio. The fire feather wolf's extremely high perception told him that these 3 individuals weren't as strong as him. Standing upright, the fire feather wolf's fiery red feathers extended out as it held towards the sky. Go. Since the 3 of them had come, they did not intend to return empty-handed. The trio flew towards the fire feather wolf. The fire feather wolf's eyes flashed with ruthlessness as it extended its fiery red wings and flew towards the trio. 9 Dragon's Claw. Wu Tianlan's blood wolf sky-trampling chi power burst out as a blood wolf spirit rose. It wasn't over yet. As he executed a fist strike, an even more powerful 9-headed dragon spirit blasted at the fire feather wolf. Boom, the fire feather wolf was stopped by the 9-headed dragon spirit. Cold Teeth Blade. The monkey-faced young man pulled out his machete and slashed out. The air was filled with fangs, as if it had entered the mouth of a giant beast. Snow Soul Sword Art. The youth with the sallow complexion brandished his long sword as goose feather-like snowflakes descended from the sky. The snowflakes were flashing with cold white light. Once the snowflakes made contact with the fire feather wolf's body, they would immediately explode and turn into countless sword chi that shuttled around, cutting and freezing the fire feather wolf's body. Roar! The fire feathers on the fire feather wolf exploded and shattered the ice frost sword chi and the fanged saber chi. A horrific flame current extended in all directions and was accompanied by illusory fire feathers. Bang 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 bang, the flame current made it difficult for the trio to move. The fire feather's power was even superior to the ice frost sword chi. Once they made contact with the trio's chi protection, there was a violent explosion and a blaze that shook the sky. Apart from Wu Tianlang, the sallow-complexion youth and the monkey-faced young man staggered back from the explosion while their chi and blood were boiling. This fire feather wolf is much stronger than the rumors. The monkey-faced young man had an unpleasant expression. In terms of strength, the fire feather wolf wasn't weak among pinnacle masters. The trio had only become pinnacle masters in the recent 2 years, while Wu Tianlang had only become a pinnacle master in the recent month. I will stall him. The two of you wait for an opportunity to attack. The fire feathers were like a drizzle to Wu Tianlang and he was able to resist them with his chi spirit. Over 1,000 miles away, Li Fuchen was surprised. He had just released his spiritual awareness and saw the battle between 3 humans and a demonic beast. From the trio's attack strength, they were obviously superior to the illusory swordsman on the 3rd floor of the Master Tower. It also meant that the trio were all pinnacle masters. If the trio had to work together to deal with a demonic beast, it would naturally be a pinnacle master-level demonic beast. It is fortunate that Senior Wu Tianlang is here to stall, otherwise, the two of them would be in trouble. Li Fuchen recognized Wu Tianlang. Among the Red Rainbow Sect's disciples, there were only a few that cultivated the Blood Wolf Sky Stomp and Wu Tianlang was one of the best. Li Fuchen didn't plan to step forward and watched quietly. A battle of this level would allow Li Fuchen to have a better understanding of pinnacle masters. If he encountered them, he wouldn't misjudge the enemy's strength. Senior Wu Tianlang's body refinement should be at the completion level of the battle spirit realm. His strength is stronger than the illusory swordsman on the 3rd floor, but his defense is superior to a great master. In a life-and-death battle, a great master wouldn't be able to kill Senior Wu Tianlang within a short period of time. As a body refinement martial artist, Li Fuchen knew deeply about the terror of a body refinement martial artist. Killing a body refinement martial artist was the same as killing a demonic beast or demon. Even if the body refinement martial artist was 1 level stronger, it wouldn't be easy to kill the body refinement martial artist. That skinny senior brother's saber art is extremely powerful. In terms of attack power, he is 30% stronger than senior brother Wu Tianlang. Senior brother with a sallow complexion is the same as me, a sword artist. His Ice Dao sword art is very strange. Li Fuchen watched with great interest. His observation skills were extremely meticulous and he was able to see through the surface. To regular battle spirit realm masters, this was just an intense battle. But to Li Fuchen, the offense and defense of this battle had been simulated countless times in his mind. After every simulation, there would be accurate data recorded in his mind. This was also why Li Fuchen's estimation of his own strength was very accurate. After all, in terms of observation skills, Li Fuchen had already reached the primary sea realm. A primary sea realm monarch was able to see through a battle between battle spirit realm masters with a single glance. With Senior Wu Tianlang delaying the fire feather wolf, the chances of victory are around 60%. I wonder what trump card this fire feather wolf has. Hell, the fire feather wolf flapped its wings and above its head, a pair of giant flaming wings appeared. The flaming wings instantly split up and turned into countless tiny flaming wings that slashed at Wu Tianlang and the others. Bang 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 bang, there were sounds of explosions. Apart from Wu Tianlang, the other 2 were injured and their bodies were covered in wounds. Icebound 100 miles. The sallow youth didn't hesitate to burst out with his cold ice divine ability. In an instant, horrific cold chi wreaked havoc. In just a blink of the eye, fist-sized ice crystals appeared in the air. The fire feather wolf that was at the center of the cold chi instantly extinguished the flames on its body. A layer of frost covered its body and in just a few blinks of the eye, the fire feather wolf was frozen in a giant block of ice. Windblade slash. The monkey-faced youth roared out and burst out with the wind spirit power as he executed the wind spirit divine ability. There was a pale green crescent wind blade that appeared in the air and slashed at the fire feather wolf. Visible to the naked eye, there was a smooth cut in the air as though the air had been slashed apart. Gotcha! The light cyan crescent wind blade struck the ice block, and a large crack immediately appeared on the ice block. The crescent wind blade was like the wind as it drilled into the crack. In the next moment, a pale green radiance seeped out from the crack, accompanied by countless amounts of blood. 9 Dragon's Claw. Wu Tianlang's attack followed closely behind. He raised his right hand up high and slashed down fiercely. The domineering 9-headed dragon spirit instantly shattered the ice into pieces. Whoosh, blood-red flames surged into the sky. The fire feather wolf's body was bathed in blood while its eyes were icy cold and violent. It had been a long time since he had been injured. He did not expect that 3 people who were weaker than him could actually injure him when they joined hands. Bloodthirsty fire wings. The fire feather wolf's fiery red feathers instantly turned blood red. There was a flash of blood light as the fire feather wolf appeared in front of the young man and brandished its claw. The monkey-faced youth quickly swung his saber to block the attack. Clang, sparks flew in all directions, and the monkey-faced youth was directly sent flying. In the process of being hit and sent flying, a dry wound suddenly appeared on the shoulder of the monkey-faced youth, but no blood splashed out. Be careful, his claws can suck blood, and his speed has increased. The monkey-faced young man said in shock. Icebound 100 miles. The sallow youth executed his icy cold divine ability again and enveloped the fire feather wolf with endless icy cold air. Bang, the ice block exploded, and a blood-red flame rushed toward the sallow-faced youth. His icy cold divine ability had failed. Right now, the fire feather wolf's demonic chi and speed had reached a higher level. The icy cold chi wasn't able to freeze him and would be blasted by the blood-colored flames. Horizontally, the 9-headed dragon's aura blocked the blood-colored flames. Among the 3 of them, only Wu Tianlang could clash with the fire feather wolf. The other 2 couldn't. Bang 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 bang, after exchanging a few moves, Wu Tianlang was sent flying by a claw strike. It was fortunate that the fire feather wolf's claw didn't break through his defense and was weakened by the chi spirit. The remaining force wasn't enough to tear his flesh. However, Wu Tianlang felt that the skin where he was touched was a little dry. The other party's claws did not need to tear open the wound and could directly suck blood. What a strange talent. Wu Tianlang frowned. This is bad. 1,000 miles away, Li Fuchen shook his head. He could see that the trio wasn't a match for the fire feather wolf. When the fire feather wolf executed its special innate ability, it would get stronger in close combat and the trio wouldn't be able to withstand it. Of course, Li Fuchen didn't think of rushing over to help. His strength was only at the elite master level and he would be abused if he went over. As for defense, he wasn't comparable to Wu Tianlang. Only the thorn of spiritual awareness and the 1,000 illusion eyes could be of some use. Fine, I'll help out. If I can't, don't blame me. From over 1,000 miles away, Li Fuchen shot out a spiritual awareness spike from his forehead. To others, it was a fantasy to launch a spiritual awareness attack from over 1,000 miles away, but to Li Fuchen, over 1,000 miles was still within his attack range. Pop, the spiritual awareness attack was extremely fast and instantly pierced into the fire feather wolf's head. Roar, the fire feather wolf had a splitting headache and the blood-red feathers on its body had turned fiery red. It was obvious that maintaining one's innate ability consumed one's mind. When the demon spirit was attacked, its innate ability would automatically disintegrate. The trio didn't know that Li Fuchen was helping and thought that it was the fire feather wolf's bloodline backlash. Go! A torrential rain of attacks poured down. Damn it, who is it? The fire feather wolf's body was riddled with injuries as he scanned with his spiritual awareness. As a pinnacle existence among the Class 6 high-tier demonic beasts, the fire feather wolf's spiritual awareness had a range of over 1,000 miles. But when his spiritual awareness scanned Li Fuchen's location, he couldn't detect Li Fuchen. No one? The fire feather wolf was bewildered. There were only 3 reasons why his spiritual sense couldn't detect the other party. Firstly, the other party was not within the range of his spiritual sense. Secondly, the other party had a perfect way to hide his aura. Unless he looked with the naked eye, he wouldn't be able to sense him with his spiritual sense. Thirdly, the other party's spiritual sense was extremely powerful. It could isolate his spiritual sense and make him unable to detect any abnormalities. No matter which one it was extremely terrifying. It's beyond the range of his spiritual sense to be able to injure his demon spirit. What kind of spiritual sense attack is this? If one had a way to perfectly conceal one's aura, they would not be easy to deal with. As for the last possibility, it meant that the spiritual awareness was already at the primary sea realm. Count yourselves lucky. The fire feather wolf turned and flew towards the beehive peak and instantly entered. Damn it, he escaped. The monkey-faced youth was rather unhappy. The sallow youth said, the fire feather wolf is harder to deal with than we imagined. If it wasn't for the bloodline backlash, it would be hard for us to escape unscathed. Wu Tianlang nodded. To deal with the fire feather wolf, it will be hard to kill him unless 5 pinnacle masters or 1 great master are dispatched. The monkey-faced youth said helplessly, no wonder the mission to kill the fire feather wolf has a reward of 120,000 contribution coins. Furthermore, there is a note that it is best to form a team with at least 3 pinnacle masters. Missions were divided into individual missions and group missions. Individual missions had a reward of 30,000 contribution coins, and if someone was to form a team, everyone would be able to obtain very little contribution coins. According to the difficulty of a group mission, the contribution coins reward would normally be at least 3 times that of an individual mission. Of course, if you felt that you were strong enough, you could do a group mission by yourself. But if you died, you couldn't blame anyone else. The thorn of spiritual awareness is rather effective, but it is mainly because I have cultivated it to the perfection rank. Li Fuchen nodded with satisfaction. With the thorn of spiritual awareness, even if Li Fuchen encountered a pinnacle master, he would be able to contest, unless the opponent also cultivated a spiritual awareness secret technique. I am lacking 1 more flame snake. I shall use this flame snake to test the effects of the thorn of spiritual awareness and 1,000 illusion eyes in combat. Li Fuchen turned around and left to search for the second flame snake. Half a day later, Li Fuchen found the second flame snake at a depth of 10,000 meters. This flame snake maintained its human form and its skin was covered with red snake scales. It looked stronger than the first flame snake. SSSSSS. After seeing Li Fuchen, the flame snake didn't escape. Instead, it extended its slender tongue and licked its lips. It has been a long time since I tasted a human. I wonder, how does your flesh and blood taste? Is that so? After activating the thorn of spiritual awareness, Li Fuchen's forehead shot out a sharp thorn. Roar! The flame snake had a painful expression and burst out with demonic chi. 1,000 illusion eyes. Li Fuchen's eyes had a kaleidoscope of complex colors as he swept a glance at the flame snake. In the next moment, the flame snake's eyes turned blurry and its body turned sluggish. Flowing flame edge. Li Fuchen brandished his sword and the flaming sword light circled around the flame snake's neck. There was a pfff sound as a massive head flew up. Right at this moment, the flame snake woke up and the demonic spirit flew out from the head. It wanted to escape, but when the flaming sword light slashed, the demonic spirit was instantly turned into ashes. After the flame snake died, it could no longer maintain its human form. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a huge flame snake corpse. Step by step, Li Fuchen extracted the metal from the flame snake's skeleton. This flaming snake provided 68 gene of bone marrow gold. The bone marrow gold was much more precious than the 10,000-year flame iron. If a treasure sword that weighed more than 500 gene was mixed with 5 gene of bone marrow gold, the sword's performance would be greatly improved. Time to go back. Digging out the flame snake's demon core, Li Fuchen took a glance and prepared to leave. Eh? In the corner of the underground space, Li Fuchen saw a faint fiery red glow. Walking over, Li Fuchen cleaved down with his palm. Bang! The rock exploded, and a piece of metal the size of a calf flew up, emitting a fiery red glow. Moreover, it was not an ordinary 100-year-old or 1,000-year-old flame iron. It was clearly a 10,000-year-old flame iron. Only 10,000-year-old flame iron would emit a fiery red light. 1,000-year-old flame iron would only emit a faint red light. This piece of 10,000-year-old flame iron was only the size of a calf, but it weighed a staggering 1,500 kilograms. Even a regular Origin Realm martial artist would find it difficult to lift it. A piece of 10,000-year-old flame iron and some bone marrow gold would be enough to forge a high-rank Earth-grade weapon. It's just lacking some gold. Balance gold was known as the most versatile metal in the world. Its function was very simple. It was to perfectly combine two or more types of metals without any conflict. At the same time, it was also one of the most expensive metals. The flaming snake sword in Li Fuchen's hand was a few thousand kilograms in weight, but it was only mixed with less than one tael of balance metal. Even so, half of the flaming serpent sword's value came from the balance metal. The 10,000-year flame iron and the bone marrow metal only took up the other half. Perhaps I can collect some 10,000-year flame iron. Previously, Li Fuchen didn't intentionally search for flame irons mainly because there were too many flame irons in the Flame Iron Mountains. He didn't care about 100-year or 1,000-year flame irons, while 10,000-year flame irons were hard to find. From the looks of it, 10,000-year flame irons were probably a few thousand meters or even 10,000 meters underground. A battle spirit realm master's spiritual awareness would only be able to scan a few hundred miles. Those that were more formidable would be able to scan up to 1,000 miles, while those that were heaven-defying might be able to reach up to a few thousand miles, but that was in the air. If he went deep underground, the range of his spiritual sense would be reduced by 100-fold. For example, it could sweep hundreds of miles in the air, but only a few miles underground. Not many people could search for 10,000-year flame iron in the depths of the earth. However, Li Fuchen was different. Before progressing to the battle spirit realm, Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness could already scan 50,000 miles and was comparable with high-level primary sea realm monarchs. After progressing to the battle spirit realm, Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness's range had doubled and was around 100,000 miles. It was comparable with high-level primary sea realm monarchs with abnormally powerful spiritual awareness. Therefore, even if he was underground, the range of his spiritual sense should be able to reach 1,000 miles. Let's try it out first. Li Fuchen released his spiritual awareness to test the limits of his underground perception range. 50 li. 100 li. 1,000 li. 1,800 li. Perhaps it was because Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness was rather powerful, but the underground spiritual awareness's detection range didn't shrink by 100 times, it was only slightly more than 50 times. I wonder what it's like below a depth of 10,000 meters. Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness permeated downwards. It's so difficult. The range of my soul sense is 1,800 miles below the ground, but the range of my soul sense is only a few dozen miles below the ground from 10,000 to 20,000 meters. Below 20,000 meters, I estimate it can only be a few hundred meters. Li Fuchen could sense that the underground contained a vigorous power. The deeper underground, the stronger the vigorous power. Li Fuchen reckoned that this should be the Earth Law. Everything had laws. However, the law power contained in regular things was too weak and couldn't be sensed. The Earth was vast and boundless and the law power produced was extremely powerful. Let alone Li Fuchen, even a law phase realm emperor wouldn't be able to deal with the Earth Law of a low-class continent. Bang! In this underground space, there wasn't just one piece of 10,000-year flame iron. When Li Fuchen released his spiritual awareness earlier, he noticed 3 pieces of 10,000-year flame iron in this underground space. The rock exploded and Li Fuchen extracted the 3rd piece of 10,000-year flame iron. This piece of 10,000-year flame iron was only the size of a palm, but it was a few hundred kilograms. With a chuckle, Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness reached 10,000 meters underground. Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness's detection range might only be a few dozen miles below 10,000 meters, but it was enough. After all, this underground space was only a few dozen miles in size. 1 piece, 2 pieces, there were more 10,000-year flame irons between 10,000 to 15,000 meters. In this underground space, there were 7 pieces of 10,000-year flame irons. The largest piece was around the same size as Li Fuchen and was probably a few tens of thousands of kilograms. But it was rather troublesome to extract them. Without a choice, Li Fuchen drew the flaming snake sword and cleaved open a ravine. Some of the deeper ones required 7 to 8 slashes or even a few dozen slashes. Forget it if it's below 15,000 meters. Li Fuchen had to spend a lot of effort to extract the 10,000-year flame irons within 15,000 meters. Below 15,000 meters, even if Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness could detect them, he wouldn't be able to extract them. The soil and rocks here contained concentrated earth law. It wasn't like the ground, where a simple slash could create a deep ravine. Unless this underground space had a natural crack that connected to the ground. But it was a pity that this underground space didn't have such a natural crack. After returning to the surface, Li Fuchen released his spiritual awareness to search for other underground spaces. In just a short moment, Li Fuchen found the second underground space. The depth of this underground space was around 12,000 meters. Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness had only discovered its existence after entering the entrance of the underground space. Forcefully seeping down from the surface would consume too much of his spiritual awareness, and it wasn't necessary. In this underground space, Li Fuchen found a total of 9 pieces of 10,000-year flame irons. The largest piece was the size of 2 Li Fuchen and was at least 50,000 kilograms. As days passed by, Li Fuchen's harvest was increasing. The flame iron mountains spanned over 10,000 miles and there were plenty of underground spaces. Most of them were dug out by the Class 6 demonic beasts as their habitats. Of course, there were plenty that were naturally formed. There were some deeper underground spaces that Li Fuchen didn't dare to enter. The demonic beasts or demons that lived there had abnormally powerful chi presences and were obviously pinnacle master-level demonic beasts or demons. Li Fuchen might not be afraid, but he couldn't kill them either. On the 15th day, in an underground space that was 7,000 meters deep, Li Fuchen found a piece of 100,000-year flame iron. This piece of flame iron was only the size of a wash basin, but its weight was more than 2 times that of the 10,000-year flame iron. It was around 15,000 kilograms and the surface was emitting a scarlet scorching radiance. The scorching radiance was abnormally tyrannical. Li Fuchen reckoned that even a Heaven Dipper realm martial artist would be incinerated to death within a short period of time if they came into contact with the 100,000-year flame iron. The value of the 100,000-year flame iron is more than 100 times that of the 10,000-year flame iron. This piece is probably worth at least 100,000 contribution coins. Of course, Li Fuchen wasn't planning to exchange it for contribution coins. After all, he didn't lack contribution coins. By the time Li Fuchen had searched through the entire flame iron mountains, 18 days had passed. During these 18 days, Li Fuchen's harvest was abnormally abundant. He found 1.5 million kilograms of 10,000-year flame iron and only 1 piece of 100,000-year flame iron, which was 16,000 kilograms. According to the Red Rainbow Sex exchange rate, 5 kilograms of 10,000-year flame iron could be exchanged for 1 contribution coin. 5 kilograms of 100,000-year flame iron could be exchanged for 100 contribution coins. Li Fuchen's harvest of flame iron had a total value of around 300,000 contribution coins. If the other inner sect disciples knew of Li Fuchen's battle achievements, they would probably be extremely jealous. They would risk their lives and wouldn't be able to earn a few contribution coins in a year. Li Fuchen spent 18 days in the Red Bronze Mountains and earned 300,000 contribution coins. It was truly infuriating to compare oneself with others. Indeed, it was infuriating to compare oneself with others. If a certain aspect was outstanding, it would give a huge advantage to the martial artist. If a certain aspect was outstanding, the advantage would be irreparable. With spiritual awareness that was comparable with elite primary sea realm monarchs, Li Fuchen's advantage was naturally unimaginable for battle spirit realm masters. Regular primary sea realm monarchs would be left in the dust. If Li Fuchen couldn't earn contribution coins easily, then primary sea realm monarchs wouldn't be any better than Li Fuchen. After returning to the Red Rainbow City, Li Fuchen had a good meal. The meat provided in this restaurant was very high grade. The meat made from level 5 demonic beasts was the most common kind. The meat made from level 6 demonic beasts was the real signature dish. However, if one wanted to eat a level 6 banquet, one would need at least tens of thousands of low-grade spirit stones, otherwise, it would be impossible. Li Fuchen had a few tens of millions of low-grade spirit stones, but he couldn't afford to eat class 6 banquets every day. It was hard to imagine the income of the inns for a year. Of course, the larger businesses in the Red Rainbow City were basically owned by the Red Rainbow sect. Only some small businesses would be owned by others. The inns were obviously not considered small businesses, and all the spirit stones earned would belong to the Red Rainbow sect. No one dared to be envious and open their own inns. After eating half of the Class 6 banquet, Li Fuchen's body was heating up and his qi and blood were nourished. Look, Senior Yuan Long is here. The demonic beast he is carrying is at least at the pinnacle master level. It is the terrain violent bear. Even among the pinnacle master level demonic beasts, it is an extremely formidable existence. It is a pity that it encountered Senior Yuan Long. The street in front of the restaurant was incomparably wide. But at this moment, a huge shadow enveloped the area, plunging everything within a radius of several thousand zhang into darkness. Li Fuchen scanned with his spiritual awareness and saw a stalwart youth flying over while carrying a 7,000 feet demonic beast. This person is Senior Brother Yuan Long? Li Fuchen thought to himself. Yuan Long was one of the 3 direct monarch class disciples of the Red Rainbow sect. He had the 7-star Arhat bone frame and was at the perfection of the battle spirit realm. His strength was at the great master level. Shopkeeper Mo, how many spirit stones is this terrain violent bear worth? Yuan Long floated in midair and said in a clear voice. A gray-haired middle-aged man walked out of the restaurant. He glanced at the terrain violent bear and said, this terrain violent bear contains the terrain violent dragon's bloodline. One of them is worth 1.5 million low-grade spirit stones. Ordinary 6th-level demonic beasts were only worth tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands of low-grade spirit stones. If one's body contained the bloodline of a demonic king, its value would instantly soar. If the density of the demonic monarch's bloodline was very high, the value would be even higher. The concentration of the Tyrannosaurus's bloodline depended on its strength. The Tyrannosaurus bear's strength was close to that of a martial grandmaster. Naturally, the concentration of its Tyrannosaurus bloodline was very high. Alright, I shall sell it to you. Yuan Long laughed heartily. Send it to the slaughterhouse then. This place cannot accommodate it. The gray-haired middle-aged man said. Soon enough, Yuan Long carried the corpse of the terrain violent bear and left. After knowing that the corpses of the Class 6 demonic beasts were so valuable, Li Fuchen felt it was a pity. The 2 flame snakes that he killed contained the demonic monarch flame python's bloodline. The bloodline density might be very low, but it was still worth over 200,000 low-grade spirit stones. 2 flame snakes would be 500,000 low-grade spirit stones, and it was a pity for him to abandon them. But if he was carrying 2 flame snakes, he wouldn't be able to do anything else. Storage bags that could store the corpses of Class 6 demonic beasts were probably rare even for primary sea realm monarchs. It was fortunate that Li Fuchen had extracted the demonic cores of the flame snakes. The demonic cores of Class 6 high-tier demonic beasts were still very valuable and were even more valuable than the corpses of the demonic beasts. I am full. 2 hours later, Li Fuchen had finished the entire table of Class 6 banquets. With Li Fuchen's current cultivation realm, he didn't need to eat for an entire month. But if he wanted to eat, a single meal would be 100 times more than a regular martial artist. In terms of food energy, a single meal would be 10,000 or 100,000 times more than a regular martial artist. Furthermore, this wasn't his limit. At his level, there wasn't a need to excrete. The excess substances would be refined into impurities and excreted. It also meant that unless the energy consumed exceeded Li Fuchen's endurance limit, he would be able to continue eating. The reincarnation realm was already inhuman. At the battle spirit realm, it was even more so. Apart from retaining the human form, the other aspects had already surpassed regular humans. After eating and drinking to his heart's content, Li Fuchen left the Red Rainbow City and returned to the Red Rainbow sect. After handing over the bone marrow metal, Li Fuchen obtained 10,000 contribution coins and an additional 21 kilograms of bone marrow metal. My current strength should be around 40% to 50% stronger than the illusory swordsman on the 2nd floor of the Master Tower. I reckon that if I want to pass the 3rd floor and reach the Pinnacle Master Realm, my strength will need to be twice as strong as the illusory swordsman on the 2nd floor. The difference between elite masters and pinnacle masters was extremely huge and could easily be twice as strong. From what everyone said, the difference between pinnacle masters and great masters was even greater. In short, the further one progressed, the more ridiculous it would be. By then, it would be useless to rely on Earth-class manuals and one would have to rely on one's innate talent. Regular 7-star special bone frames would be a little forceful and would need to be those extremely formidable 7-star special bone frames. Of course, 8-star bone frames were fine and it didn't matter what kind of bone frame it was. After all, 8-star bone frames would have 8 bone frame patterns. Furthermore, the divine abilities awakened by 8-star bone frames were extremely incredible and belonged to the high-class divine abilities. Let's not bother about such distant matters first. Increasing my cultivation level is the most important thing. Li Fuchen had used up all the red rainbow elixirs that the sect rewarded him and stabilized his cultivation at the later stage of the first level of Battle Spirit Realm. Li Fuchen still had some Perception Dao elixirs and he was planning to break through to the 32nd rank of the Divine Flame Red Rainbow technique. This was the only way for him to increase his cultivation speed and it was best to reach the highest rank as soon as possible. Time elapsed without anyone noticing. The path of the martial Dao was long and lonely. If it wasn't cultivation, it would be battles or searching for resources. Kinship, friendship, and love were all neglected. This was the price of cultivating the martial Dao. It was heavy but worth pursuing. Normal people might have kinship, friendship, and love, but a busy life would only last for 100 years. In the long river of time, there wouldn't be any traces left behind. Since he had chosen the martial Dao, he had to be single-minded and let nature take its course. There was no need to force anything. In the blink of the eye, Li Fuchen was 30 years old. On the second floor of the Master Tower, flowing flame edge. The extremely agile blazing sword light flashed across the illusory swordsman's body. Immediately after, the illusory swordsman collapsed and exploded. I only used 50% of my strength to defeat the illusory swordsman on the second floor. Perhaps I can pass the third floor this time. Earlier on, Li Fuchen didn't even activate the perfect circle dipper chi and bronze sword essence. He didn't even use the blazing flame power and merely relied on his cultivation technique and sword art to defeat the illusory swordsman on the second floor. As compared to the previous time he challenged the Master Tower, he had improved tremendously and was almost twice as strong. The reason why he was able to improve was because his cultivation had reached the 3rd level of Battle Spirit Realm and his cultivation technique had broken through to the 32nd rank. He was only 1 rank away from the highest rank. Furthermore, his sword art might still be at the trance stage, but the details were more mystical and unpredictable. It was already at the limit of this sword art and if he improved further, it would be a quasi-heaven class sword art. Ordinary people were 30 years old and Li Fuchen was considered to have some achievements. Arriving at the 3rd floor, Li Fuchen instantly activated the perfect circle dipper chi and bronze sword essence. The blazing flame power surged out and fused into the bronze sword chi. Right at this moment, the illusory swordsman appeared and cleaved at Li Fuchen. Just in time. Li Fuchen's eyes burst out with radiance as he countered with his sword. Clang! There was a burst of sparks as Li Fuchen and the illusory swordsman each took over a dozen steps back. The duo clashed forcefully and were considered to be evenly matched. As expected, my attack power isn't inferior to the illusory swordsman. Li Fuchen said to himself. Clang 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 clang, the illusory swordsman's movement speed and sword speed were extremely fast. In every breath, it would be able to execute dozens of swords. Furthermore, the angle of each sword was natural and extremely smooth. Such sword art proficiency was already considered perfect at the Battle Spirit Realm. But in terms of sword art proficiency, Li Fuchen believed that he wasn't inferior to anyone. With the spiritual awareness of an elite primary Sea Realm monarch, Li Fuchen couldn't tolerate any flaws in his sword art. Because a trace of flaw would be magnified by his spiritual awareness and would become abnormally ugly. It was just like bacteria. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to see it. If they could see it, they probably wouldn't be able to tolerate so many bacteria on their body. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to solve the problem of bacteria, but Li Fuchen was able to resolve the sword art's crudeness. It didn't matter how fast the illusory swordsman's sword was, or how exquisite the sword art's attack trajectory was, it was unable to break Li Fuchen's sword art defense. At this moment, the duo didn't have time to execute their sword art's kill move. After all, to use a killer move, one needed to accumulate power. The moment he gathered his strength, he would most likely be hit by his opponent. My attack power is about the same as his. Even if I win, I will only be at the level of a top-notch grandmaster. If my strength is higher, I can force him to retreat with one sword move, and then suppress or even kill him with a sword technique. When the attack power was about the same, it would depend on the sword skills. If the opponent's sword skills were slightly inferior, Li Fuchen would still be able to find an opportunity to execute his kill move. It was a pity that the opponent's sword skills were extremely proficient and Li Fuchen wasn't able to find an opportunity for now. 100 moves. 200 moves. This battle was even more intense and dangerous than the battle with the Silver Sword Guild's Emperor-class disciple, Sun Tianyi. In every split second, Li Fuchen would have to make thousands of judgments. He would have to judge which angle the opponent's sword was coming from and if the opponent's sword was a feint or a real move. If he wasn't careful, he might fall into a disadvantage. The battle to his heart's content had allowed Li Fuchen's spirit to be unprecedentedly concentrated. His sword speed had increased, and with the increase in sword speed, the sword force would naturally increase as well. This was the difference between a flesh and blood life form and an erased life form. A flesh and blood life form could perform exceptionally in special situations, but an erased life form was fixed and the strength would always be at a subtle level. It was impossible to perform exceptionally, of course, it was also impossible to perform abnormally. After repelling the illusory swordsman's sword, Li Fuchen yelled out, "Flowing flame edge." The sword was like water and the sword was like fire. It flowed along the illusory swordsman's body with extreme speed. PFFF, the illusory swordsman collapsed. I finally won. Li Fuchen let out a turbid breath. After a long period of bitter cultivation, his strength had finally reached the pinnacle master level. One shouldn't underestimate the difference between elite masters and pinnacle masters. Pinnacle masters were pinnacle masters. Normally, pinnacle masters were already at the pinnacle of the battle spirit realm. The so-called great masters and monarch-class masters were special existences and had nothing to do with potential. In the eyes of most people, pinnacle masters were the symbol of strength. As long as primary sea-realm monarchs didn't appear, they would be able to roam freely anywhere. I have already cultivated 4 Earth-class peak-tier sword arts. I might as well cultivate another one. During the long period of time, Li Fuchen had redeemed 2 more Earth-class peak-tier sword arts and had cultivated them to the trance stage. At the current stage, apart from Heaven-class sword arts, no other sword arts were able to enhance Li Fuchen's sword Dao strength, but they could increase Li Fuchen's sword Dao foundation. With a deep sword Dao foundation, it would definitely be much easier for him to encounter Heaven-class sword arts in the future. For the 5th Earth-class peak-tier sword art, Li Fuchen chose the Grand Wind sword art. This sword art was a Wind Dao sword art. It wasn't just powerful, it was fast too. Furthermore, it didn't conflict with Fire Dao Qi. With the accumulation from the first 4 Earth-class peak-tier sword arts, Li Fuchen's cultivation speed of the 5th sword art was astounding. In just over a month, Li Fuchen had comprehended the Grand Wind sword art to the trance stage. When he brandished his sword, the sword light was like the wind, the sword chi was like the wind, the sword field was like the wind, and the sword intent was like the wind. As long as the wind existed, the sword chi would exist. The bitingly cold and bold sword chi was like a divine wind that descended into the world. The sword prowess was astounding. What surprised Li Fuchen was that with the stimulation from the 5 Earth-class peak-tier sword intents, Li Fuchen's meteor sword intent was finally pushed to the Earth-class peak-tier. Furthermore, it seemed to be superior to the 5 Earth-class peak-tier sword intents. The initial meteor sword art was only a mystic-class low-tier sword art. Just like Li Fuchen, it rose up from insignificance. Swish, in the sky, there was a stream of light that shot straight into the clouds. The extremely condensed sword intent would cause one's mind to tremble, and it was hair-raising. It felt as though there was nothing that couldn't be penetrated by the sword and no one could dodge it. When the sword was brandished, the sword intent had already penetrated. What a great meteor sword art! Li Fuchen reckoned that just one move of the meteor sword art was able to increase his strength by a little, and it was something that other sword arts couldn't achieve. I have already cultivated all the sword arts that are suitable for me. The rest of the sword arts aren't suitable for me. The Red Rainbow sect might be a monarch-class faction, but they only had over a dozen Earth-class peak-tier sword arts. Most of the attributes weren't suitable for him, like the Water Dao sword art or the Thunder Dao sword art. The sword arts that Li Fuchen chose were either Fire Dao sword arts, Wind Dao sword arts, or Neutral sword arts. I can accept a Pinnacle Master mission now. Has no one completed the Fire Feather Wolf mission? On a mission wall in the inner sect mission hall, Li Fuchen was rather astonished when he saw the mission list. Li Fuchen knew that Pinnacle Master missions were hard to complete, but he didn't expect it to be this difficult. After thinking about it, there might not be any great masters who accepted this mission. If it was just a Pinnacle Master, it would require at least 3 to 5 Pinnacle Masters to complete it. The Red Rainbow sect only had over 20 Pinnacle Masters and each of them had their own plans. It wasn't that easy to gather 3 to 5 Pinnacle Masters. As for why the Great Masters didn't accept this mission, Li Fuchen reckoned that it was due to the Red Rainbow sect's unspoken rule. If the low-level missions were completed by the higher-level individuals, then the lower-level individuals wouldn't be able to accept any decent missions and wouldn't be able to temper themselves. Then I shall accept it. Li Fuchen tore off the mission slip. With the Thorn of Spiritual Awareness and the 1,000 Illusion Eyes, he wasn't considered a regular Pinnacle Master anymore. The rest of the Pinnacle Masters might have cultivated the Thorn of Spiritual Awareness and the 1,000 Illusion Eyes, but they might not be at the Perfection rank. Even if they were at the Perfection rank, the power they could execute wouldn't be as powerful as Li Fuchen. They would only be able to slightly affect the opponent's strength and wouldn't be able to play a crucial role. Junior Fuchen accepted the Fire Feather Wolf mission? What? Did you see wrongly? How can I see wrongly? He tore off the Fire Feather Wolf mission slip. Could Junior Fuchen already have the strength of a Pinnacle Master? Are you stupid? If he can accept a Pinnacle Master mission, he is naturally a Pinnacle Master. That's right, that's right. I nearly forgot about this. But it shouldn't be. The Fire Feather Wolf mission is already a first-grade Pinnacle Master mission. Without 3 to 5 Pinnacle Masters working together, it is impossible to complete it. Perhaps he has already formed a team. Li Fuchen wasn't considered famous in the inner sect, but he wasn't a nobody either. Many people recognized him, and when he tore off the Fire Feather Wolf mission slip, it instantly attracted plenty of attention. Everyone was shocked at Li Fuchen's rapid improvement in strength and felt rather strange about Li Fuchen's actions. The Fire Feather Wolf mission wasn't simple. It was fine if they were in a team, but if they were alone, it would be asking for trouble and might even be life-threatening. Previously, Senior Gao Heng, whose strength was only inferior to the 3 direct Monarch-class disciples and was ranked top 5 among the Pinnacle Masters in the Red Rainbow sect, was conceited with his superior strength. He headed to the Red Copper Continent's Flame Iron Mountains alone and planned to kill the Fire Feather Wolf. But in the end, he was severely injured and returned in a miserable state. He had become a joke for a moment. No matter how much Li Fuchen improved, it was already incredible for him to become a Pinnacle Master. It was basically impossible for him to eliminate the Fire Feather Wolf by himself. As such, everyone unanimously believed that Li Fuchen must have formed a team. However, they didn't know who Li Fuchen had formed a team, as there weren't a lot of Pinnacle Masters left in the Red Rainbow sect. You're asking for trouble. In front of a mission wall in the depths of the mission hall, a handsome young man with a hint of arrogance in his eyes sneered. Senior Brother Gao, just because you can't do it doesn't mean others can't. Lu Wan chuckled and mocked. Lu Wan, are you mocking me? Gao Heng stared at Lu Wan with gloomy eyes. Lu Wan said, I am just speaking the truth. What is there to mock? She had some grudges with Gao Heng and they had always been at odds. Others were fearful of Gao Heng and didn't dare to mock him, but she did. In terms of strength, she might only be a regular Pinnacle Master, but as a body refinement martial artist, it wasn't that easy for Gao Heng to defeat her. I would like to see how he is going to complete this mission. Lu Wan, since you are so confident in him, why don't we make a bet? The loser will automatically hand over 100,000 contribution coins and 2,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Gao Heng grinned and said. Lu Wan frowned after hearing the statement. She simply didn't like Gao Heng and wanted to disgust him. If she made a bet with Gao Heng, wouldn't she lose for sure? Why? You don't dare? If you don't dare, then cut the crap. Gao Heng spoke bluntly. Why not? Let's make the bet. Lu Wan gritted her teeth. She decided to follow behind Li Fuchen in the dark. If Li Fuchen couldn't deal with the fire feather wolf, she would go and help. Gao Heng sized up Lu Wan and said, I know what you are thinking. It doesn't matter, I will allow you to go and help. Even if Li Fuchen and Lu Wan worked together, Gao Heng didn't think they could deal with the fire feather wolf. Let's wait and see. Lu Wan didn't say anything else. Overestimating yourself. Gao Heng curled his lips. Let alone the two of them, even if 3 to 5 pinnacle masters worked together, it would be hard to complete this mission. Of course, he wouldn't allow 3 to 5 pinnacle masters to help Li Fuchen as it would be too risky. I will personally observe the battle and I believe you won't be able to play any tricks. Gao Heng said in his heart. After tearing off the fire feather wolf mission slip, Li Fuchen walked towards the teleportation plaza. Behind him, Lu Wan and Gao Heng followed one after another. Li Fuchen didn't mind and thought that the duo were also heading to the teleportation plaza. In the blink of the eye, Li Fuchen teleported to the Red Copper Continent's Red Rainbow City. Just as Li Fuchen stepped off the teleportation platform, it lit up again and Lu Wan appeared. Immediately after, Gao Heng appeared as well. Li Fuchen raised his brows and felt something was wrong. Without thinking too much, Li Fuchen flew towards the Flame Iron Mountains. Why are they following me? Li Fuchen frowned along the way. Originally, he thought that the duo were just passing by the Red Copper Continent and shouldn't be related to him. Right now, even if he was a fool, he would know that the duo were following him. Senior brothers and senior sisters, why are you following me? Li Fuchen transmitted a message. Just do your mission and don't need to bother about me. Gao Heng said indifferently. Lu Wan said, I made a bet with him. We are betting if you can deal with the fire feather wolf. If you can't, we will work together to deal with the fire feather wolf and it will be considered as my win. Using me to make a bet? Li Fuchen had an unpleasant expression. How was she any different from a monkey in a circus? What if I don't do this mission for now? Li Fuchen asked. Lu Wan said apologetically, it is indeed my fault to use you to make a bet. If Junior doesn't like it, I will immediately return. It doesn't matter even if I lose. If she was in Li Fuchen's shoes, she wouldn't be happy either. Li Fuchen said, forget it, if senior sister is willing to follow me then so be it. If he was to give up this mission for now, he would seem to be too petty. Since he didn't have any shameful secrets, no matter how precious the bronze sword essence was, it was only equivalent to a 7-star secret technique. If it was exposed, then so be it. If it was in the past, Li Fuchen would never go all out in front of others. Soon enough, Li Fuchen and the others arrived in the vicinity of the Honeycomb Peak. Li Fuchen's luck was rather good as the fire feather wolf was absorbing the lava essence and fire chi on the Honeycomb Peak. Damn humans, don't let me seize the opportunity, otherwise, I will devour all of you. The fire feather wolf was extremely enraged. These humans might not be able to do anything to him, but it was also difficult for him to devour them. As of now, he hadn't devoured any of the humans that came to look for trouble with him. The fire feather wolf extended its wings and flew in front of Li Fuchen. Human, it's useless to regret now. Die. A violent stream of flames erupted, and flaming feathers filled the sky. Li Fuchen didn't dare to let Huiyu get close to him. He brandished his sword and slashed out a grand wind. The grand wind sword art was a wind Dao sword art. The sword chi was like a violent wind that was wreaking havoc in the sky. Before the fire feathers could even get close to Li Fuchen, they had already exploded. The exquisite and heroic sword art only made Li Fuchen's body sway a little, but he didn't retreat. What an exquisite sword technique. Lu Wan's eyes lit up. Li Fuchen's sword art might not be as formidable as those elite individuals, but in terms of exquisiteness, it wasn't inferior at all. In terms of the exquisiteness of his sword art, Li Fuchen was at least top 3. What's the use of exquisite swordsmanship? Its power is only at the level of an ordinary top-level master. Gao Heng sneered. Fire wings split. The fire feather wolf didn't mind as its chi presence flourished even more. A pair of giant illusory flaming wings appeared behind its back. In an instant, the flaming wings disintegrated and turned into countless tiny flaming wings that shot at Li Fuchen. As compared to the fire wings, the power of these fire wings was at least 30% stronger. Each of the fire wings was like an extremely condensed demonic chi bullet and had exceptional lethality. Even when Li Fuchen executed the flowing flame sword style, it was still hard for him to block. He staggered back while his chi and blood were boiling. Strange, why isn't he injured? Gao Heng was rather astonished. Logically, the fire feather wolf's first move should have injured Li Fuchen, but Li Fuchen merely shook a little and didn't take half a step back. Now that the fire feather wolf had executed its finishing move, Li Fuchen was only in a slightly pathetic state. How could he know that Li Fuchen was on the path of dual cultivation? Unless Li Fuchen's strength was superior to Li Fuchen, it wouldn't be easy to injure Li Fuchen. Otherwise, why would Li Fuchen challenge the fire feather wolf alone? His confidence didn't just come from the thorn of spiritual awareness and the 1,000 illusion eyes. Interesting, your body is quite strong. The fire feather wolf glanced at Li Fuchen's body. Naturally, the other party's physique was no match for his. However, his attack had managed to break through the other party's swordsmanship and jinchi barrier. In the end, when the attack landed on the other party's body, it was only left with 10 to 20% of its power, which was easily blocked by a layer of golden blood energy. As expected of a dual cultivator. Lu Wan praised in her heart. In her opinion, Li Fuchen's body refinement should have reached the battle spirit realm, otherwise, his body defense wouldn't be this tough. Bloodthirsty fire wings. Finally, the fire feather wolf executed a killer move. He had two innate abilities. One was the flame wing split, and the other was the bloodthirsty flame wings. The former had a high attack density, while the latter focused on close combat and had a lifesteal ability. Its feathers turned blood red while the fire feather wolf's chi presence increased drastically again. There was a flash of blood light as its body instantly turned illusory. It's almost time. After testing the limits of his strength, Li Fuchen didn't hold back anymore. A sharp spiritual awareness thorn was shot out from his glabella and was accurately shot at the fire feather wolf who was shifting through the void. Roar! The fire feather wolf let out a miserable cry as the blood-red feathers on its body started to fade and gradually turned fiery red. Spiritual awareness attack secret technique? Lu Wan was already preparing to interfere and didn't expect for Li Fuchen to suddenly do this. Spiritual awareness attacks are so powerful? Gao Heng's expression turned gloomy. He also cultivated the thorn of spiritual awareness, but the power wasn't as powerful as Li Fuchen. It wasn't even 10% of Li Fuchen's power. The fire feather wolf possessed a concentrated demonic beast king, the heaven fire wolf's bloodline, and the demonic beast spirit had the protection of the bloodline power. Gao Heng's thorn of spiritual awareness was only able to make the fire feather wolf feel a little discomfort and wasn't able to injure the demonic beast spirit. He reckoned that even if his thorn of spiritual awareness was at the perfection rank, it would only be equivalent to 20% of Li Fuchen's power. Spiritual awareness secret techniques were never mainstream and were only used as support. Only those individuals with abnormally powerful spirit-soul aptitude would be able to truly utilize the lethal power of spiritual awareness secret techniques. In this world, if the bone frame was the trunk of a tree, then the various aptitudes were the branches. Like spirit-soul aptitude, illusion aptitude, or some other unpopular aptitudes. He actually possesses spirit-soul aptitude. Gao Heng let out a gloomy breath. Spirit-soul aptitude was vaguely on par with the bone frame. As for illusion aptitude, it was far inferior. If the spirit-soul aptitude was strong, then all aspects would be strong, just like the bone frame. If the spirit-soul aptitude was strong, then only the illusion Dao would be strong. If Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness attack had shocked Gao Heng, then Li Fuchen's ocular technique attack had flabbergasted Gao Heng. Li Fuchen's eyes were like a kaleidoscope that was filled with complicated colors. A tyrannical hallucination chi presence followed Li Fuchen's gaze and enveloped the fire feather wolf. In the next moment, the fire feather wolf's chi presence turned sluggish and wasn't as explosive as before. Flowing flame edge. When brandishing his sword, a flowing flaming sword light wrapped around the fire feather wolf. PFFF, a deep sword wound appeared on the fire feather wolf's body and blood sprayed out. Such tough defense. Li Fuchen wasn't even able to kill the fire feather wolf that was trapped in an illusion. It was hard to imagine how strong the fire feather wolf's defense would be once it woke up. The fire feather wolf woke up in advance due to the intense pain. "You are the one that attacked me that day?" The fire feather wolf's eyes revealed fear as it turned and fled. Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness attack was exactly the same as the spiritual awareness attack that day. No matter how foolish the fire feather wolf was, it knew that the situation wasn't good. "Do you think you can escape?" Li Fuchen activated the thorn of spiritual awareness again and immediately enveloped the fire feather wolf with the 1,000 illusion eyes. This time, the fire feather wolf didn't look at Li Fuchen directly. After struggling for a moment, it immediately broke free from the illusion. Meteor fall. Li Fuchen's attack was only at the level of a regular pinnacle master. When executing the meteor sword art, the power was increased by 10%. The dazzling stream of light seemed to ignore the distance between the human and the beast as it instantly penetrated the fire feather wolf's body. PFFF, the penetrated area was like a melted candle. A giant black hole that was over a dozen meters appeared and the flesh inside had been incinerated into nothingness by the meteor sword intent. The fire feather wolf's body might be a few thousand feet in size and it would be 1,000 meters in terms of meters. But a black hole that was over a dozen meters wasn't considered a light injury to the fire feather wolf. Such a wound was just like a 2-finger wide and deep bloody hole on a human's body. Roar. The fire feather wolf's roar had changed. As the void shook, the fire feather wolf's body was glowing with light. A desolate blazing chi presence burst out and there was a vague image of a ferocious wolf that was bathed in flames. At the moment of life and death, the fire feather wolf chose to ignite the sky fire wolf's bloodline. Not every demonic beast could ignite their bloodline. As a fire Dao demonic beast and with the dense sky fire wolf's bloodline, it had this ability. After burning the sky fire wolf's bloodline, the fire feather wolf stopped fleeing and turned around to shoot a fire pillar at Li Fuchen. This fire pillar was too powerful. It was initially a few meters in thickness but had expanded to a few hundred meters in the blink of the eye. Once the dazzling fire pillar appeared, all the water in the radius of a few dozen miles had been evaporated. The ground had instantly turned into a desert and the mountains had been eroded. Let alone Li Fuchen, even Lu Wan and Gao Heng felt a huge threat. Gao Heng sneered. Back then, he was injured by this move from the fire feather wolf. The demonic beast king's bloodline was too powerful. Once it was ignited, the burst of power was enough to temporarily increase the fire feather wolf's attack power to the great master level. It was fortunate that the fire feather wolf wasn't able to control the sudden burst of power, otherwise, anyone below the great master level would be instantly killed. Not good. Li Fuchen had a huge change in expression. How could he not see that the fire feather wolf's move was already at the 4th rank of the illusory swordsman in terms of power, but it wasn't as mystical. If it wasn't mystical enough, the power would dissipate. Sword Chi Revolution. At the crucial moment, Li Fuchen burst out with the Sky Ring Sword Art's defensive finishing move. Layers of sword light revolved and a sword wheel that was a few meters in size appeared in front of Li Fuchen. The sword wheel revolved and gave off a seamless and indestructible feeling. Boom, in an instant, the fire pillar drowned the sword wheel and Li Fuchen. During this period of time, Lu Wan had released the 9-headed dragon spirit to block the fire pillar for Li Fuchen. But the fire pillar was too powerful and the 9-headed dragon spirit was immediately vaporized and turned into nothingness. It was only able to neutralize 20% of the fire pillar's power. I can only do this much. Lu Wan looked worriedly at the direction where Li Fuchen was being devoured by the fire pillar. Too powerful. The sword wheel in front of Li Fuchen didn't even last for a blink of the eye and had cracks before exploding. His bronze sword chi protection had also been destroyed. The fire pillar's power was vented on the silver scale armor and his body. There was a horrifying sound like raw flesh being placed on a branding iron. PFFF, as soon as fresh blood was spat out, it was vaporized. Li Fuchen was sent flying and his body was charred. Hee hee, do you really think I will flee? The fire feather wolf grinned nastily. The fear that he revealed earlier was half real and half fake. He was indeed very fearful of Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness attack and ocular technique attack, but he still had his bloodline ignition trump card, therefore, he wouldn't retreat in such a pathetic manner. Kill him, and the two of you will be next. The fire feather wolf turned around and looked at Lu Wan and Gao Heng. Burning the sky fire wolf's bloodline was too much of a loss for him. He had to eat a few more powerful humans to replenish his vitality. Lu Wan, it's best if you and I join hands. Otherwise, I might be seriously injured, but you will definitely die. Gao Heng said. Lu Wan had a gloomy expression as the situation had changed too quickly. Just a moment ago, Li Fuchen was still pursuing the fire feather wolf, but in the next moment, it was unknown if Li Fuchen was dead or alive. It didn't matter if she lost the bet, but she felt pity for Li Fuchen. This move is quite powerful, but it's a pity that it can't kill me. Far away, the charred Li Fuchen raised his left hand and the healing ring emitted an intense green halo. A layer of charred substance fell off and in the blink of the eye, Li Fuchen's injuries had recovered. The fire feather wolf's fire pillar was extremely powerful and Li Fuchen was instantly severely injured. Without the healing ring, it would be good if Li Fuchen's combat strength was left with 30% to 40%. But before he came, he had already considered all sorts of situations and it was impossible for him to be unprepared. This healing ring was able to heal even Zhao Wujing's Dantian, therefore, it was naturally easy for it to heal serious injuries. Impossible. The fire feather wolf's eyes were wide open. His fire pillar contained the skyfire wolf's bloodline power and the power was at least 2 times stronger. Even if it couldn't kill Li Fuchen, it would at least make Li Fuchen lose his combat strength and allow him to be killed. That ring? Gao Heng and Lu Wan could immediately see that the ring on Li Fuchen's left hand was extremely unusual. It was probably an abnormally rare healing cardinal artifact. Hit. Li Fuchen's eyes turned stern as he frenziedly circulated his spiritual awareness. In the next moment, 3 thorns of spiritual awareness were shot out and buried into the fire feather wolf's head. The thorn of spiritual awareness could normally only be shot out 1 thorn of spiritual awareness at a time. Only Li Fuchen was able to shoot out 3 thorns of spiritual awareness at once. However, it was extremely taxing on his mind and he couldn't use it frequently. After all, he was only at the battle spirit realm and was only able to utilize his spiritual awareness. It was impossible for him to be like a primary sea realm cultivator who could control his spiritual awareness with such exquisite precision. A single thorn of spiritual awareness was enough to injure the fire feather wolf's demonic spirit. When 3 thorns of spiritual awareness were shot out at the same time, the fire feather wolf felt that his demonic spirit was going to be penetrated. The intense pain had caused his mind to go blank. Meteor fall. The flaming snake sword was brandished and a stream of light was shot at the fire feather wolf's injured spot with astounding speed. The depth of the black hole was doubled and it went deep into the fire feather wolf's lungs. Hell, the fire feather wolf's chi presence was berserk as the demonic chi burst out without any restraint. After the demonic spirit was severely injured, the fire feather wolf was already unable to control its demonic chi. Li Fuchen didn't show any mercy and shot out another thorn of spiritual awareness. This time, it was as though he had poked a hornet's nest. The demonic chi in the fire feather wolf's body was like a volcanic eruption and was pouring out violently. It looked as though the chi prowess was bursting into the sky, but it also meant that the fire feather wolf's power was rapidly depleting. 1 thorn, 2 thorns, 3 thorns, Li Fuchen constantly shot out the thorns of spiritual awareness and vowed to destroy the fire feather wolf's demonic spirit. He could see that the fire feather wolf's physical defense was too tough and with its massive body size, it was impossible to kill the fire feather wolf within a short period of time with sword moves. Furthermore, the intense pain might stimulate the fire feather wolf to forcefully concentrate and ignite the skyfire wolf's bloodline to launch a desperate attack. Li Fuchen didn't plan to repeat the same mistake. After seeing Li Fuchen constantly shooting out spiritual awareness attacks, Lu Wan and Gao Heng took a deep cold breath. Especially Gao Heng, he knew clearly that with his spiritual awareness, he could only shoot out 3 to 4 spiritual awareness attacks within a short period of time. Any more and it would affect his condition. After all, spiritual awareness attacks were different from spiritual awareness detection. Spiritual awareness detection was to dilute the spiritual awareness and it could be withdrawn. On the other hand, spiritual awareness attacks were to gather a large amount of spiritual awareness and it was like throwing a meat bun at a dog, there was no return. Each spiritual awareness attack would mean the loss of a portion of the spiritual awareness. When the loss of more than 50% of the spiritual awareness was lost, it would have a huge impact on the body. When the loss of 90% of the spiritual awareness was lost, the true spirit would have cracks and it would require 10 times or even 100 times more effort to repair it. If the loss was 100%, the true spirit would immediately collapse. If the luck was good, the true spirit would turn into the living dead. If the luck was bad, the body and spirit would be immediately extinguished. Li Fuchen was able to shoot out spiritual awareness attacks without any restraints, and it naturally shocked Gao Heng. How powerful was Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness to be able to use it like this? Buzz. There was an invisible wave that spread out and the fire feather wolf's demonic spirit chi presence had completely collapsed and it fell from the sky. The demonic spirit had been forcefully torn apart by Li Fuchen. Once the demonic spirit was destroyed, it was naturally dead. The fire feather wolf's demonic beast spirit has been destroyed. Lu Wan and Gao Heng felt a chill in their hearts. If Li Fuchen was able to destroy the fire feather wolf's demonic beast spirit, it meant that he could destroy their true spirits too. A human's true spirit might be more mystical and sturdy than a demonic beast's demonic beast spirit, but there was no difference in essence. To a certain degree, Li Fuchen could be considered a great master. They didn't have the strength to resist when facing a great master, therefore, they wouldn't be any better when facing Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen might not be able to destroy their true spirits, but it was enough to affect their condition and kill them in a single sword. After all, their defense and vitality weren't as tough as the fire feather wolf. Senior Gao, you are willing to accept the loss. You won't regret it, right? Luan looked at Gao Heng. Gao Heng's face twitched. It is just 100,000 contribution coins and 2,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Here. Gao Heng tossed a storage bag to Lu Wan and left with a dark expression. After Gao Heng left, Lu Wan tossed the storage bag to Li Fuchen. Junior Fuchen, these are for you. Li Fuchen waved his hand and the storage bag was blown back by an invisible force. Senior Lu, you are the one who made the bet with him. There is no such thing as an undeserved reward. Alright, I shall shamelessly accept it then. Lu Wan knew that absolute prodigies like Li Fuchen were very prideful and wouldn't even bother to take advantage of others. Let alone 100,000 contribution coins and 2,000 mid-grade spirit stones, even if it was 1 million contribution coins and 20,000 mid-grade spirit stones, Li Fuchen wouldn't waver. If they wanted contribution coins and mid-grade spirit stones, they would earn it themselves. After retrieving the fire feather wolf's demonic beast core, Li Fuchen carried the giant fire feather wolf's corpse and rushed towards the Red Rainbow City. Lu Wan and Li Fuchen flew side by side. Junior Fuchen, in terms of spiritual awareness attack, even if you aren't number 1 among our Red Rainbow Sect's disciples, you are at least number 2. Lu Wan said. Li Fuchen said, oh, who is the other one? His spiritual awareness was comparable with elite primary Sea Realm monarchs. His spiritual awareness control might not be as good as primary Sea Realm monarchs, but in terms of pure power, it was at least at the primary Sea Realm. Lu Wan said, our Red Rainbow sect has 2 Emperor-class disciples. One of them is Senior Bai Qiuming. Senior Bai Qiuming is the same as Junior Fuchen and is proficient in spiritual awareness attack and illusion technique attack. Bai Qiuming, 8-star spiritual eye bone frame, 7th level battle spirit chi. Senior Bai Qiuming? There was very little information regarding the 2 Emperor-class disciples, therefore, Li Fuchen didn't understand much about Bai Qiuming. In just a short while, the duo arrived at Crimson Rainbow City. As a demonic beast at the pinnacle master level, the fire feather wolf's bloodline was rather concentrated. Just the corpse was sold for 800,000 low-grade spirit stones and it wasn't a small sum for Li Fuchen. In just a few days, the news of Li Fuchen killing the fire feather wolf alone had spread throughout the inner sect. Everyone was clear of the fire feather wolf's strength. Without 3 to 5 pinnacle masters, it was impossible to deal with it. Previously, the top 5 pinnacle masters, Gao Heng, was severely injured by the fire feather wolf. It was imaginable how powerful the fire feather wolf was. If Li Fuchen was able to kill the fire feather wolf, it meant that Li Fuchen's strength was at least top 5 pinnacle masters. Furthermore, anyone with a little bit of logic would understand that Li Fuchen's strength wasn't just the 4th or 5th rank. After all, the 4th or 5th rank masters wouldn't be able to suppress Gao Hang. Since they couldn't even suppress Gao Hang, they naturally wouldn't be able to kill the fire feather wolf. Many people guessed that Li Fuchen's strength should be top 3 and it wasn't impossible for him to be number 1. It was unknown if someone was intentionally spreading the news, but Li Fuchen's title as the number 1 person below the Great Master level had somehow spread out. Number 1 person below the Great Master level. Isn't he afraid that the wind will sprain his tongue? On a precipitous mountain peak in the Monarch district, a young woman curled her lips and sneered. On the side, there was a youth with a sharp body and stern aura who said, "This is probably intentionally spread by someone. Furthermore, it is just a false reputation. If he doesn't become a great master, so what if he is the number 1 person below the great master level?" The young woman said, "Senior Wang, with your current strength, even if you are inferior to a great master, you aren't that much weaker. I believe that you will definitely become a great master in another half a year." The stern youth shook his head and said, "My qualities in all aspects are already at the pinnacle. At the battle spirit realm, there is no way for me to progress further. The gap between me and a great master isn't as small as you think. Once Senior Lei and the others burst out with their divine abilities, I won't even be able to withstand a single move." Without bursting out their divine abilities, the 3 direct monarch class disciples' strength would only be slightly superior to him. But after bursting out their divine abilities, the trio's strength would reach the primary sea realm and would be able to crush him. Sigh. Senior Lei and the others' bone frames are too insane. Apart from Emperor-class disciples, no one can compare with them. The young woman naturally knew the prowess of the 3 direct monarch-class disciples. Senior Yuan Long possessed the 7-star Arhat bone frame and was a well-known figure among the body refinement martial artists. His close combat strength was extremely horrific. Senior Lei Donghai possessed the 7-star Thunder Hammer bone frame and had unparalleled attack power. Senior Gu Ji possessed the 7-star Bright bone frame and had unparalleled attack speed. The young woman had once seen Senior Gu Ji make a move and the speed was so fast that the young woman couldn't even react in time. Pinnacle masters and great masters might seem to have a difference of 1 level, but if they were to truly fight, no matter how powerful the pinnacle master was, they wouldn't be a match for the pinnacle master's all-out attack. The difference was so huge that it was despairing. The stern youth took a deep breath and said slowly, "In order to defeat Senior Lei and the others, I have to cultivate heaven-class martial arts. I am still lacking a little contribution coins now, there will be a chance." As the number 1 pinnacle master in the Red Rainbow sect, the stern youth naturally had the heart of an expert. As long as he could cultivate heaven-class martial arts, he believed that he might have the chance to become a great master and contest with the 3 direct monarch-class disciples. Li Fuchen's reputation wasn't weak to begin with. After completing the Fire Feather Wolf mission, his reputation was flourishing and was just inferior to the 3 direct monarch-class disciples. He was on par with the current number 1 pinnacle master, Wang Zhongqiao. Especially Li Fuchen's age, it was a topic that everyone was discussing enthusiastically. He was 30 years old and already had such strength. In the entire Red Rainbow sect, only Emperor-class disciples would be slightly superior. However, there were times when there were troublesome matters when one was too famous. The number 1 pinnacle master, Wang Zhongqiao, didn't look for trouble with Li Fuchen, but the number 2 pinnacle master, Hu Tiancheng, was rather unhappy. "Junior Fuchen, this is Senior Hu's duel invitation. Tomorrow at the Monarch District's martial contest stage, I hope you won't avoid the duel." On this day, an inner sect disciple sent a duel invitation. "Is it Senior Hu Tiancheng?" Li Fuchen received the duel invitation. "That's right." The inner sect disciple left with pride. "Interesting. Forget it, demonic beasts are demonic beasts after all. I will only know the effects of spiritual awareness attacks and illusion art attacks after fighting with pinnacle masters." Li Fuchen naturally wouldn't avoid the duel as he was also looking forward to it. On the second day, at the Monarch District's martial arena, apart from the Monarch-class disciples, plenty of inner sect disciples had specially rushed over to watch the duel between Hu Tiancheng and Li Fuchen. A duel between pinnacle masters is something that only happens once in a few years. Furthermore, it is the duel between the number 2 pinnacle master, Senior Hu Tiancheng, and the most outstanding Senior Li Fuchen. Isn't that right? Our Red Rainbow sect only has over 20 pinnacle masters and each of them is at the pinnacle of the battle spirit realm. A duel between two pinnacle masters will definitely be extremely intense. It might even be an inspiration for us. The spectator stands of the martial arena were in heated discussions and it was rather lively. Has he already reached this stage? Moron Tianqing was extremely bitter. His improvement was considered great. He had only been in the Red Rainbow sect for around 3 years and had already reached the peak state of second-level battle spirit realm. His strength had also just reached the elite master level, but as compared to Li Fuchen, he was undoubtedly insignificant and couldn't even be compared. The other 7-star prodigies from the other kingdoms were also feeling bitter. If Li Fuchen wasn't around, they would definitely be the most dazzling among the young disciples. Right now, all the glory had been seized by Li Fuchen and they would only be considered supporting characters. Look, Senior Lei Donghai is here. It seems like Senior Lei Donghai is rather interested in this duel too. In everyone's vision, Lei Donghai appeared in the spectator stands with his hands behind his back and a thunderous chi presence. Before everyone could react, there was a flash of golden radiance and a black-clothed lady appeared beside Lei Donghai. SS. It is Senior Gujui. Guji was extremely mysterious and she was even more mysterious than Yuan Long and Lei Donghai. Among the Red Rainbow sect disciples, only a few of them had spoken to Guji before. The Red Rainbow sect's 3 direct monarch class disciples each had their own specialties. Yuan Long was unparalleled in close combat. Lei Donghai's attack power was unparalleled. Guji's speed was unparalleled. The trio was considered unrivaled in their own fields. Even Emperor-class disciples might not be stronger than them in their fields of expertise. No one would believe that Lei Donghai and Guji didn't appear at the Monarch District's martial arena for the duel between Li Fuchen and Hu Tianqiang. But everyone didn't understand. With their strength, they shouldn't be interested in a duel between pinnacle masters. Senior Lei, are you sure this Junior Fuchen is useful to us? Guji's voice had a trace of enchanting magnetism. Lei Donghai said, in terms of illusion art attack, Bai Qiuming is definitely number 1. But if Bai Qiuming makes a move, there will probably be nothing left for us. This Junior Fuchen's illusion art attack is naturally inferior to Bai Qiuming, but his spiritual awareness attack should be on par with Bai Qiuming. If we work together, even if we are unable to kill that great master level demon, we will at least be able to reduce his combat strength. Lei Donghai discovered a stalk of heaven-class herb, Blaze Star Herb on the Red Copper continent. This Blaze Star Herb was guarded by a great master-level demon and Lei Donghai wasn't a match for this demon alone. Even if he worked together with Gujui, their combat strength would only be on par with this demon. Lei Donghai originally wanted to invite Yuan Long, but Yuan Long wasn't around recently. Therefore, Lei Donghai placed his attention on Li Fuchen, but Li Fuchen was able to defeat Hu Tianqiang. If he couldn't even defeat Hu Tianqiang, he wouldn't be of much help even if he went over. The demon spirit of a great master-level demon wasn't something that the Fire Feather Wolf's demonic beast spirit could compare with. I am clear of Senior Bai Qiuming's illusion art attack. He is indeed able to eliminate that great master-level demon within a short period of time. If we invite him, the Blaze Star Herb won't be a problem for us. Guji nodded. Bai Qiuming's strength was something that even she who was a great master was fearful of. She reckoned that Bai Qiuming's strength might be at the monarch class master level. As the duo was conversing, Hu Tianqiang arrived. Hu Tianqiang had the 7-star sun bone frame and it was a special bone frame that originated from the blazing flame bone frame. However, it was much stronger than the blazing flame bone frame. Among the pinnacle masters, there was no doubt that Hu Tianqiang had the highest chance of reaching the great master level. Among the special bone frames, the sun bone frame was considered a top-notch bone frame and wasn't inferior to the brightness bone frame. With the 7-star sun bone frame, Hu Tianqiang's chi presence was masculine and tyrannical. It was just like the blazing sun in the sky, radiating brilliance and extremely dazzling. After seeing Lei Donghai and Gujui, Hu Tianqiang squinted his eyes. Senior Li Fuchen is here. In the Red Rainbow sect, strength was everything. If you were strong, even if you were young, you would be addressed as a senior or senior sister. With Li Fuchen's current strength, he was worthy of the title of a senior. Luan was also here with Li Fuchen. Junior Fuchen, you have to be careful. Senior Huatianqing's Sun divine ability might not be comparable to Senior Wang Zongqiao's Saber Dao divine ability, but the attack range is extremely huge. You must not allow him to execute it. Lu Wan knew clearly that Li Fuchen was formidable in his spiritual awareness attack and illusion art attack, but his strength was only at the level of a regular pinnacle master. Huatianqing's strength was extremely formidable even among the pinnacle masters. Among the pinnacle masters in the Red Rainbow sect, only the number 1 pinnacle master, Wang Zongqiao, could defeat Huatianqing. I know. Li Fuchen nodded. He wasn't planning to clash head-on with Huatianqing. Huatianqing's strength might not be comparable to the fire feather wolf that burned the sky fire wolf's bloodline, but it wasn't that much inferior. On the contest stage, Li Fuchen and Huatianqing stood 100 meters apart. Junior Li, it is said that your spiritual awareness attack is incredible. Today, I shall have a try. Ardent Sun Divine Fist. Huatianqing's body was glowing while his masculine and tyrannical qi presence rushed into the sky. Before he executed his fist, Li Fuchen could already feel the absolute pressure. Li Fuchen had a premonition that once Huatianqing executed his fist, it would be hard for him to dodge. The Ardent Sun Divine Fist was the Red Rainbow sect's extremely tyrannical Earth-class peak-tier martial art. It had a rather wide attack range. When the fist was executed, it was just like a blazing sun that was shot out. The only thing Li Fuchen could do was to withstand it. If he wanted to dodge, it was still impossible with Li Fuchen's current speed. Huatianqing's attack speed was extremely fast. In less than a spark, the radiance on his fist was already condensed to the extremity. But no matter how fast a martial artist's attack speed was, it was still inferior to the speed of a spiritual awareness attack. A spiritual awareness spike emerged from Li Fuchen's glabella and instantly entered Huatianqing's head. Huatianqing let out a soft yell and the Ardent Sun Divine Fist that was about to be executed was instantly dispersed. When executing a martial art, one had to focus their mind. If one couldn't even focus their mind, they naturally wouldn't be able to execute the martial art smoothly. Of course, it was said that there were people who could brand martial arts into the depths of their bloodline. If that was the case, they would be able to execute the martial art instinctively. But in order to achieve that step, the martial art had to be created by oneself and had already cultivated the martial art to the perfection rank. Flowing Flame Edge. The waterfall-like sword radiance seemed to have a spirit as it skimmed at Huatianqing. Clang, at the crucial moment, Huatianqing was finally able to focus his mind and forcefully blasted his fist on the blazing sword radiance, causing the blazing sword radiance to disperse. Damn it. Huatianqing flew into a rage out of humiliation. He knew that Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness attack was formidable, but he didn't expect it to be so formidable. Armor of Spiritual Sense. Huatianqing didn't dare to forcefully resist Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness attack anymore. The spiritual awareness in his mind was compressed into a set of armor. The Thorn of Spiritual Awareness and the Armor of Spiritual Awareness, one for offense and the other for defense, were the most basic 6-star spiritual awareness secret techniques. Pop, this time, Li Fuchen's Thorn of Spiritual Awareness wasn't able to directly make contact with Huatianqing's true spirit as it was blocked by a layer of spiritual awareness armor. However, half of the armor had already crumbled. Scorching Sun. Seizing the opportunity, Huatianqing was preparing to execute the Ardent Sun Divine Fist's finishing move to eliminate Li Fuchen in a single move. But why would Li Fuchen give him any chance? The 3 spiritual sense spikes entered Huatianqing's mind in a triangular formation. A low roar sounded. In Huatianqing's mind, the armor on the surface of the true spirit instantly collapsed, and 3 illusory spiritual sense spikes pierced the true spirit. The true spirit itself was extremely sturdy. Even the 7-star spiritual awareness defense secret technique might not be as sturdy as a battle spirit realm martial artist's true spirit. But the true spirit was connected to the spirit soul and any trace of damage would be reflected on the spirit soul. Senior brother Hua, you're not my match. Admit defeat. Li Fuchen's voice echoed in Huatianqing's ear. How could I possibly lose? Stop dreaming. Huatianqing forcefully raised his spirit and looked up at Li Fuchen. The first thing that came into view wasn't Li Fuchen, but a pair of giant eyes that looked like a kaleidoscope. This pair of eyes was filled with boundless magical power. With just a single glance, Tianqing felt as though he had fallen into a bottomless abyss and was no longer able to sense the outside world. No, this is an illusion, break for me. Tianqing appeared in a world of raging flames. This world was an illusion created according to the memories in his mind. However, even though Tianqing knew that it was an illusion, he was unable to break it in an instant. He could only wave his fists again and again, inciting a vast and blazing wind from his fists. A long time passed in the illusion, but not even a blink of an eye had passed in the outside world. Grand Wind Slash. When facing Tianqing, who was trapped in the illusion, Li Fuchen cleaved with his sword. The sword chi was like a hurricane that slashed at Tianqing. Bang! The sword chi first slashed open Tianqing's protective true chi before slashing heavily on the armor artifact. Puff! After spitting out a mouthful of blood, Tianqing woke up. With a burst of chi, Tianqing shattered Li Fuchen's sword chi. That was close. Tianqing's forehead was covered in sweat, and he felt extremely aggrieved. Until now, he didn't even have a single effective attack. Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness attack had made him suffer, while Li Fuchen's ocular technique attack had made his heart shiver. No, I can't let this continue. I need to launch an effective attack. Tianqing closed his eyes and purely used his spiritual awareness to observe Li Fuchen's movements. As such, Li Fuchen's ocular technique attack was useless. Next up, Li Fuchen just had to forcefully resist Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness attack. The prerequisite was that he could withstand it without being distracted. As expected of a top-notch grandmaster. Li Fuchen frowned. As compared to the fire feather wolf, Tianqing was much harder to deal with. Furthermore, Tianqing obviously cultivated a spiritual awareness secret technique, and his spiritual awareness thorn was only able to slightly damage Tianqing's true spirit. Looks like I can only use that move. In fact, the spiritual awareness thorn wasn't able to utilize the advantage of Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness. If Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness was a lake, then these spiritual awareness thorns would be vats of water that were condensed and compressed. If a vat of water was turned into a small pond of water, then it was unimaginable how powerful Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness attack would be. However, a secret technique that could condense so much spiritual awareness wouldn't be a 6-star secret technique, it would be a 7-star secret technique. It was a pity that the Red Rainbow sect didn't have any 7-star spiritual awareness secret techniques. 7-star spiritual awareness secret techniques were much more precious than heaven-class low-tier martial arts. Let alone monarch-class factions, even regular emperor-class factions might not possess them. After Li Fuchen cultivated the thorn of spiritual awareness to the perfection rank, he developed a new intent, Avian Thorn. The Avian Thorn could condense and compress spiritual awareness by 5 times, and its power was much stronger than 5 spiritual awareness thorns. It was obviously impossible for the quantity to catch up to the quality. Of course, with Li Fuchen's current cultivation level, he was temporarily unable to control 5 spiritual awareness thorns to attack. It was the same logic as an adult would find it hard to throw 5 pebbles accurately but could easily throw a large rock accurately. The latter was more powerful, but the difficulty of controlling the former surpassed the latter. Armor of spiritual awareness. Tianqing burst out with a yell. In his mind, the spiritual awareness was compressed again and turned into a layer of armor to protect his true spirit. At the same time, he bit the tip of his tongue and concentrated with high concentration. He was prepared to use his full strength to eliminate Li Fuchen in a single move. Avian Thorn. Li Fuchen muttered in his heart and shot out an extremely unstable spiritual awareness thorn from his forehead. This spiritual awareness thorn was extremely unstable, and when it was flying at high speed, its form would constantly change. It was just like a bird flapping its wings and flying at high speed. The spiritual awareness secret technique's intent that Li Fuchen comprehended was ultimately not perfected, but it should be enough to deal with Tianqing. No one could see the form of the avian thorn, and they could only vaguely feel that there was an extremely compressed spiritual awareness thorn that was violently thrusting at Tianqing. The chi presence made their hearts tense up. Boom! The avian thorn instantly burrowed into Tianqing's mind. Tianqing shuddered and blood oozed out from his 7 orifices. Ah! In the next moment, Tianqing yelled out and his chi presence scattered. It was obvious that he was unable to control his qi. This situation was exactly the same as when Li Fuchen was dealing with the fire feather wolf. If someone appeared in Hua Tianqing's mind, they would notice that Hua Tianqing's armor of spiritual awareness was already shattered and there was a weak crack on his true spirit. The crack might be weak, but when it appeared on the true spirit, it meant that the true spirit was severely injured. After the incident, a long period of time would be needed to slowly repair the true spirit. Unless there were rare materials that could repair the true spirit, it would be possible to shorten the time. Meteor fall. A stream of light shot out, striking Hua Tianqing until he was sent flying off the stage. Li Fuchen wins. The arena elder announced the result of the match in a timely manner. In the spectator seats, everyone was silent. Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness attack was too terrifying. From the start to the end, Hua Tianqing didn't even launch an effective attack, not even once. If they were in Hua Tianqing's shoes, they would probably be in even more despair. This is truly terrifying. Guji frowned. She could feel a trace of threat from Li Fuchen's body. Lei Donghai didn't expect for Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness attack to be so powerful. At the start, he believed that Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness attack wasn't inferior to Bai Qiuming's. But now, he was certain that Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness attack wasn't inferior to Bai Qiuming and might even be superior. End of chapter 539. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.